Family. Junmo's experience is incredible. He was beaten nearly to death in the competition, thinking he was going to lose, but then he was awakened by a beautiful ice blue woman, instantly revived, and the sound of the phoenix echoed throughout Shrek. Just a few months ago, he was still a rich second-generation kid, having obtained a system that allowed him to traverse to Douluo, starting off invincible, and later facing constant challenges at Shrek. I tell you, I truly thought I was going to meet my end there. My face was burning, my stomach felt like it had been hit by a train, and that bastard kept kicking me. I felt like my bones were going to break. I tell you, that feeling was just like the whole world was watching me make a fool of myself. I heard the referee was about to call it off, and Sister Tang was crying in the audience, while that kid Hui Yuhao was probably regretting it deeply. But I just couldn't stand up, I had no strength left, and my consciousness was fading. Just when everyone thought I was done for, my mind suddenly buzzed. A light. A beautiful woman in an ice blue long dress, so stunning that it was unbelievable, floated in front of me, gently kissed my forehead, and said, "Junmo, believe in yourself. You won't lose." I suddenly woke up. Right? How could I lose? My family is still waiting for me. My master is Mulao, and Sister Tanya is still watching me. I am Junmo. I will not lose. I shouted with all my might. In the next second, waves of ice blue light lifted me off the ground, and all my injuries healed instantly. A clear phoenix cry rang out, echoing throughout Shrek. Hey, you might not believe it, but just a few months ago, I was still a rich second-generation kid who stayed at home reading novels every day. My name is Junmo. My family has everything except a goal to strive for. I look decent, the kind that has received love letters since I was young. I also have two half-sisters who are very good to me, especially my second sister, Junya, who hugs and cuddles me every day, making a 16-year-old guy like me blush all the time. That day she came at me again, so I strategically retreated to my room to read Douluo Continent. As I was reading, my eyelids started to droop, and then, just like that, I closed my eyes and opened them again, and a ding rang in my head. I was startled. Who understands what that means? This is just like the systems in those novels. It started addressing me as host, claiming to be the supreme system of all realms, ready to take me across worlds and make me the king of the cosmic sea. I thought to myself, buddy, with your skills in making promises, you should be a boss. I asked what it could do, and it said, "There's nothing you can't imagine that I can't do." Its tone was quite grand. Upon hearing I could travel across worlds, I got excited. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The system was quick, and with a ding, it said it detected that my most desired world was during the time of the Tang sect in Douluo Continent, and we would depart in 10 minutes. I was initially worried about my family, but the system reassured me that 100 years would pass here while only an hour would pass there, so I could return anytime. That put my mind at ease. Then it reshaped my supreme divine body, and with a whoosh, I felt myself being sucked into a vortex. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a vast forest, transformed into a 5.5-year-old child. I panicked in this wild place. Wasn't it Stardew Forest? I shouted at my heart system, "Are you trying to make me feed soul beasts right from the start?" The system replied leisurely, "Host, don't worry, the plot will start in 3 minutes, and you'll meet Beibei and Tanya." Then ding ding ding, my panel appeared. Wow, my innate soul power was directly set to level 20. It also gave me 3 martial souls, Creation God Sword, Ancestral Dragon, and Ancient Ice Phoenix. I felt invincible. Finally, the immense wealth and fortune were mine. But joy turned to sorrow when the task list popped up, and I was dumbfounded. The main quest was to become a god? Fine, that's expected. Form a brotherhood with Hui Yuhao. No problem, he's the protagonist, I need to hold on tight to that thigh. But what was this second task? Crystal harem? At least 2 beauties must have feelings? I just want to punch it. Dude, you got all wrong. I'm just a pure-hearted teenager, and you want me to start a harem? That's too much. While I was arguing with the system, I heard a very nice female voice. "Beibei, look over there, there's a little boy." I looked up and saw a pretty sister with scorpion braids running over. When she saw my face, she was momentarily stunned. Then she came over and touched my head, gently asking where my family was. I could only half lie, saying I woke up right there. Upon hearing that, her maternal instincts overflowed, and she hugged me tightly, saying, "Don't be afraid, brother. I will be your sister from now on." I smelled her sweet fragrance, and my face turned bright red. This sister was Tanya, and the handsome guy beside her was Beibei. Tanya thought I was cute and gave me a peck on the cheek, making me even more embarrassed. Just like that, I inexplicably gained a sister and followed them to find soul rings. As we walked, I smelled something delicious. Tang, you pulled me over, and we saw a little boy grilling fish. I tell you, that fish was perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, so fragrant that I was almost drooling. That little boy was Hui Yuhao. After eating the fish, we learned he was also going to hunt for soul rings, so we parted ways. Not long after, we heard some commotion from his side, and when we rushed over, we saw Huiyuhao fainted beside a wind baboon. Later, we found out he had encountered the legendary million-year soul ring, the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The next day, Tang had convinced Huiyuhao to join our Tang sect. At that time, there were only her and Beibei in the Tang sect, which was quite pitiful. Seeing Sister Tang is so sad, I quickly said, "Sister, I also want to join the Tang sect. I will help you revitalize it." Tang was thrilled and gave me a kiss on the cheek again, saying, "Of course, you are my brother. You must join." Then the three of us encountered a 1,000-year-old mandala snake, just what Tang needed. Beibei went up to fight it, but it was clearly a bit tough. At that moment, Yuhao's ability kicked in, using mental detection and mental sharing, and Beibei instantly felt like he had activated a cheat code, quickly wearing down the snake, while Tang delivered the final blow and successfully absorbed the soul ring. Half a month later, the four of us returned to Shrek just in time for enrollment. Tang gave her exemption slot to Huiyuhao and reported my situation to the academy, which specially approved and arranged a single room for me. I stayed in Shrek for half a year, practicing the Tang sect's ultimate skills every day. One day, after 6 months, the system finally notified me that I could awaken my martial soul. I had been waiting for this day for too long. At that moment, I felt 3 immense powers within me about to explode. The system quickly helped me suppress 2 of them, saying the creation god sword and ancestral dragon were too eye-catching and should be hidden for now, only releasing the ancient ice phoenix. As a result, the temperature in the entire room plummeted, turning it into an ice cellar. The commotion was so loud that it attracted the old monsters from the God Pavilion, and Mu Lao and Xian Lao were the first to arrive, using their soul power to shield my room. When I opened my eyes, my hair and eyes had turned ice blue, and a pair of ice wings sprouted from my back. As soon as I woke up, I saw the 2 old men surrounding me, their eyes wide as saucers. One old man was so excited that his hands trembled as he handed me a crystal ball to test my soul power. The moment I placed my hand on it, it cracked and shattered. Mu Lao pulled out another one, and wow, it shone brilliantly, indicating innate soul power at level 20. The 2 old men went crazy at that moment. Without saying a word, they grabbed me and flew towards the God Pavilion. The way the elders of the God Pavilion looked at me was like hungry wolves seeing meat, all eager to take me as their disciple. In the end, it was still Mu Lao who made the final decision. "Everyone quiet down. This child I will teach. I declare that he is the next master of the God Pavilion." I cleverly knelt down at that moment and said, "Disciple Chu Junmo, pays respects to master." I was determined to hold on to that thigh. Later, I told my master that I wanted to go to the outer academy to gain some experience, and he agreed, arranging for me to join Huiyuhao's class, the one taught by the devilish teacher Zhou Yi. As soon as I entered the classroom, the girls below were mesmerized. I briefly introduced myself. 6 years old, martial soul ancient ice phoenix, soul power level 20. The way my classmates looked at me was as if they were seeing a monster. Zhou Yi let me sit next to Huiyuhao, and when we exchanged glances, we both smiled. After class, he invited me to eat grilled fish, which I, of course, couldn't refuse. While eating the grilled fish, Huiyuhao started calling me brother, and I immediately agreed. The system task completed with a ding, and I received 100 million world points. When I returned to the dormitory, I quickly opened the shop and spent 6,000 points to buy 2 soul rings that suited me. Best one was 1,900 years old, and the other was 5,000 years old, raising my soul power directly to level 25. With the remaining 4,000 points, I bought a bottle of talent potion that could enhance my training speed and evolve my martial soul, preparing to give it to Sister Tanya. Excited, I ran to the girls' dormitory to find her. The dormitory matron, seeing my young age, let me in after I acted cute. As soon as I pushed open Tanya's door, I saw something I shouldn't have. She was changing clothes, and the situation became extremely awkward. I quickly closed the door, my face turning as red as a monkey's butt. After she finished dressing, she called me in, half amused and half annoyed, and flicked my forehead, calling me a little pervert. I handed her the potion, and although she was shocked, she believed me. However, this sister was too bold. She insisted on having me sleep over and changed into her pajamas right in front of me, ultimately pulling me into bed with her. I tell you, at that moment, I truly felt like giving up on life. The next morning, I fled from Tang Ya's room as if my life depended on it. Just as I reached the bottom of the teaching building, bang, I collided with a wall. Looking up, there was a big guy with golden hair and heterochromatic eyes who glanced at me with a look of disdain, not even bothering to apologize before walking away. I was furious at that moment and shouted at him, "Stop! You there! Golden retriever!" The guy turned around, his gaze as cold as ice. He is Dai Hua Bin. "Little brat, Watch your words. I directly confronted him. So what? If you're not convinced, go practice in the soul arena. I want to see how powerful you are bullying the weak. All right, see you in the soul arena in 3 days. He threw down this remark and left. The news spread quickly, and the whole academy knew I was going to the soul arena to face Dai Huabin. Hui Yuhao was extremely worried, saying that Dai Huabin was a soul master of the third ring. But I wasn't afraid at all. I was just struggling to break through the level 29 barrier. And now I had a chance. The system even sent me a hidden task. Beat Dai Huabin and earn a 10,000-year soul ring. 3 days later, the soul arena was packed with people. As soon as Dai Huabin stepped onto the stage, he activated his martial soul, showing 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, and shouted at me, "Kid, today I'm going to beat you so badly that even your mom won't recognize you." I let out a cold laugh, my ice blue long hair rising without wind, and the sound of a phoenix echoed behind me as 2 purple 1,000-year soul rings emerged, their light completely overshadowing him. He charged towards me with his white tiger protective barrier activated, but I used my second soul skill, Blizzard, to trap him in place. However, as expected of a soul master, he activated his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, and forcibly broke free, launching a white tiger fierce light wave towards me. As I flapped my wings to dodge, he had already charged in front of me and landed a solid punch to my stomach. I flew straight out, crashing to the ground, tasting iron in my mouth. He didn't stop there. He walked over, looking down at me and taunting. "How is it, little brat? Get up. I want you to know the difference between the weak and the strong." Then came a flurry of punches and kicks. I was getting beaten so badly that I was almost losing consciousness, hearing the cries of Sister Tanya and the laughter of the crowd. Just when I was about to give up, the ice blue beauty appeared in my mind. She kissed me and told me that I wouldn't lose. I suddenly opened my eyes and shouted with all my strength. I did not lose. In the next moment, an ice blue light enveloped my entire body, and my injuries instantly healed. Behind me, ice blue phoenix wings spread out with a whoosh. A clear phoenix cry echoed throughout the arena. All flying-type beast martial souls trembled. I slowly stood up, looking at Dai Huabin, who was already dumbfounded, and smiled. "Grandson, the second round starts now?" As soon as I finished speaking, let me tell you, the scene went completely out of control. My buddy Chu Junmo's martial soul awakened right on the spot. Goodness, that was no soul skill. The entire arena instantly turned into an ice age. The cold air burst out as if it were free, and the people in the front row of the audience had frost on their eyebrows. Elder Mu and the others quickly opened their soul power shields to cover themselves. The referee ran faster than anyone, but Dai Huabin wasn't so lucky. My buddy pointed his right hand, and with a snap, he directly froze him into a lifelike human ice sculpture, his expression frozen in that moment of confusion. After this feat, Chu Junmo couldn't hold on anymore. After all, it was a forced awakening. His body softened, and he passed out, but guess what? This guy had a smile at the corner of his mouth, while unconscious because the system task was completed, and his level skyrocketed to level 30. Who understands this, family? This wave of awakening directly gave him 3 divine skills that defy the heavens. The first is called Ice Phoenix Nirvana, which allows him to resurrect 9 times after dying, each time increasing his soul power by 5 levels, essentially giving him 9 lives. The second is the Ice Phoenix Domain, where all enemies in the domain are slowed. His Ice-type skill damage doubles, all attributes double, and soul power consumption is halved. The only drawback is that he becomes weak for half an hour after using it. The third is even more outrageous, a passive bloodline suppression, where all avian martial souls in front of him have their attributes reduced by 30%. And if his teammates are avian-type, they can instead gain a 30% boost. This cheat is so overpowered that I suspect the author is his relative. When he wakes up, the first thing you absolutely won't expect is that this kid drags Ma Xiaotao to find Elder Mu. I was thinking, what are they going to do? He comes up and says, "Teacher, I have a girlfriend now. It's Sister Xiaotao. Please agree." I was stunned by this operation. Elder Mu is also a mischievous old man, stroking his beard and laughing, saying, "I originally wanted to bring you two together, but I didn't expect Xiaotao to act so fast and steal my obedient disciple." This sentence made Ma Xiaotao's face turn red. Elder Mu waved his hand, not only agreeing, but also giving them 3 days off, plus a card worth 100,000 gold soul coins, meaning he wanted them to have a good date. Let me tell you, those 3 days were something else. Chu Junmo acted like a domineering CEO, taking Ma Xiaotao on a shopping spree. "Sister Xiaotao, this one looks good. Buy it. Sister Xiaotao, that one suits you too, wrap it up." After shopping, in the evening, he was even hugged to sleep by Ma Xiaotao, with his head resting on her chest. saying it was to suppress the evil fire. On the last night, they were walking by the sea god lake, and just as the romantic atmosphere was building, Ma Xiaotao suddenly became unwell, her whole body heating up, her face turning scary red, and she began to tear her clothes like crazy. Goodness, the evil fire erupted. Chu Junmo reacted quickly, activating his Xiantian Ice Phoenix martial soul, wrapping both of them with his ice wings and plunging into the sea god lake with a splash. Underwater, he kissed her boiling yet dazed face directly. This kiss suppressed Ma Xiaotao's evil fire, and she regained consciousness. When she woke up, instead of pushing him away, she hugged him even tighter. When the two surfaced, Ma Xiaotao was completely soaked, looking incredibly tempting. Chu Junmo was a bit exhausted from the energy consumption, and without a word, Ma Xiaotao directly carried him on her back. Walking towards the dormitory. While lying on her back, Chu Junmo quietly said, "Sister Xiaotao, wait until I grow up, I'll carry you." After returning, the system rewards also arrived. A 29,000-year exclusive soul ring, with a skill called Xianbing Phoenix Body, which grants immunity to 90% of Ice-type damage, and doubles Ice-type attacks, and all attributes. After absorbing the soul ring, he began to reflect, feeling that although he was strong, he lacked practical experience, and decided to go out for some training during the holiday. The next day in class, he was whispering with Wu Yuhao about Dai Huabin's miserable state, saying that the guy was thawed only after the elders of the Sea God Pavilion worked together, and he was probably still lying in bed. As a result, the two were chatting too enthusiastically and were directly shouted out by teacher Zhou Yi to run 100 laps as punishment. 5 days later, the holiday officially began. As soon as Chu Junmo stepped out of the classroom, he saw Ma Xiaotao waiting for him like a little son. The surrounding boys were almost drooling. And then Ma Xiaotao rushed over, hugged Chu Junmo tightly, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Let me tell you, the sound of hearts breaking was everywhere. Chu Junmo whispered in her ear, "Sister Xiaotao, you're playing with fire. Be careful, or I might eat you." After saying that, he took off running, leaving Ma Xiaotao blushing and chasing after him, shouting, "You little rascal, stop. See if I don't spank your little butt." Back in the dormitory, Chu Junmo seriously told Ma Xiaotao that he was going out for training and needed to become stronger to protect her. Although Ma Xiaotao was reluctant, she ultimately agreed. The night before he left, they slept together. Early the next morning, Chu Junmo quietly slipped away, leaving a note and heading straight for the extreme north. Let me tell you, this guy's journey of experience started off in hell mode. After walking for a week and just reaching the outskirts of the extreme north, he ended up losing his storage ring containing all his food while trying to avoid a spirit beast. After starving for a day and seeing stars, he spotted an ice silkworm and his eyes lit up. He immediately shot an ice spear at it and skewered it. Then, he exchanged the last bit of his system points for some firewood, built an ice house, and started grilling skewers. The aroma wafted far and wide. Guess what happened next? The smell attracted the neighbors, and a large group of ice scorpions surrounded him. The Scorpion King pointed at the skewers in his hand, making it clear, "If you don't share with us, you'll become our skewers today." With no choice, Chu Junmo had to reluctantly become a barbecue master, grilling ice silkworms for the scorpions all afternoon. After the scorpions were full, as a reward, they took him to the core area of the extreme north. He found a cave there and collapsed into sleep from exhaustion. When he woke up, he opened his eyes to find a stunningly beautiful girl sitting by his bed, with long white hair down to her feet and sky-blue eyes, as if she had stepped out of a painting. This guy was dumbfounded, and once he came to his senses, he began to introduce himself nonstop. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded, indicating that he had triggered a hidden mission to change the Snow Empress's life. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was the supreme ruler of the extreme north, the Ice Empress. He was instantly scared to death, thinking he was done for. Who knew the Ice Empress found his cute, young appearance not only non-threatening, but also endearing. Seeing this opportunity, Chu Junmo immediately activated his ultimate skill, acting cute. He shamelessly begged the Ice Empress not to kick him out. In the end, not only did she agree, but he also took it a step further and insisted on giving her a name. They settled on calling her Chu Qingxue, and she let him call her Junmo, while he called her Sister Xue. For the next month and a half, the Ice Empress personally taught him her 3 ultimate skills: Emperor's Palm, Emperor's Sword, and Emperor's Cold Heaven, while also finding various heavenly materials for him to eat, boosting his soul power to level 39. Chu Junmo's practical experience skyrocketed, even though he was consistently beaten by the Ice Empress. All good things come to an end. With school starting soon, he had to return. Before he left, The Ice Empress even took him to hunt a 50,000-year-old ice scorpion for a soul ring, which boosted him straight to level 40 as a soul master. A week later, Junmo finally returned to the entrance of Shrek Academy. Just as he excitedly shouted, "I'm back!" a fiery red figure rushed out from the academy and knocked him to the ground. After school started, a transfer student joined the class, a stunning girl named Tang Wudong. Her looks were almost AI-generated, showcasing a cyber aesthetic. All the boys in the class were drooling. Even Hui Yuhao was stunned, but Junmo, having seen too many beauties, was immune. He just glanced at her and continued to focus on researching soul-guiding devices. This piqued Tang Wudong's interest, and she directly requested to switch seats to sit next to Junmo. When she found out that this 7-year-old kid, who was significantly shorter than her, was actually a level 40 soul master, she became completely self-conscious. Soon, the selection competition for core disciples was about to begin, requiring teams of 3. As Junmo and Hui Yuhao were discussing this, Tang Wudong chimed in, "I'll team up with you guys, happy now?" Thus, our seemingly overpowered team was formed. Hui Yuhao, the captain, was a level 23 Great Soul Master, specializing in mental control. Tang Wudong was a level 31 Soul Sovereign with dual martial souls, the Goddess of Light Butterfly and the Haotian Hammer. And then there was my buddy Junmo, 7 years old, level 40 Soul Master, with the martial soul of the Xiantian Ice Phoenix. At this moment, the Ice Emperor in Hui Yuhao's mind suddenly spoke up, sounding shocked. This kid's talent is off the charts, and not only does he have the aura of the Snow Empress, but he also carries the soul ring of our Ice Scorpion clan. I told you at that time, Elder. He also woke up and directly endorsed the Ice Emperor's statement. Saying what? He said that with the help of their 3 old monsters, Hui Yuhao's probability of becoming a god was only 60%. But my buddy Junmo had a guaranteed 80%. Good heavens, as soon as these words came out, Hui Yuhao instantly became a bit emo, saying there was nothing he could do. After all, his junior brother was a bit of a burden. However, Elder E and the others were quite nice, quickly comforting Hui Yuhao, saying, "Don't worry, we are all to help you." Only then did Hui Yuhao regain some confidence, and turned to us saying, "How about we 3 practice a bit first? Let's spar a little. I tell you, the interesting part is coming." My buddy Junmo and Tang Wudong both agreed in unison. That kind of tacit understanding made Hui Yuhao look at them as if he were seeing some rare species, which made Tang Wudong's face turn red. Junmo probably felt embarrassed too, so he quickly tried to smooth things over, saying, "Come on, senior brother. You go up with Tang Wudong and hit me once." As a result, just the name Tang Wudong directly set things off. Tang Wudong stepped forward, grabbed Junmo's ear, and angrily said, "Call me Wudong." My buddy was in so much pain that he cried out and quickly surrendered. All right, Tang Wudong, please let go, Aunt." Hui Yuhao was standing nearby, and let me tell you, his expression was just like someone who had eaten too much melon. Only then did Tang Wudong release him, huffing, "All right, weren't you confident? Today, Hui Yuhao and I will beat you up together." My buddy's face turned dark at that moment, probably wondering what he said wrong to provoke this young lady. But the words were already out, and he could only brace himself. When Junmo activated his martial soul, the scene was incredible. His black hair instantly transformed into ice blue, and his eyes resembled a starry sky frozen in ice. Suddenly, a pair of crystal wings unfolded behind him. The chill was so intense that Tang Wudong shivered on the spot, and even Hui Yuhao, with his ice martial soul, felt the chill. Tang Wudong was not to be outdone either. She activated her martial soul, revealing a pair of colorful butterfly wings behind her. With her beautiful face, she looked just like a little fairy. Hui Yuhao also made his move. The first soul ring lit up, activating his mental detection. And then the second soul ring lit up, directly sharing the detection vision with Tang Wudong. Who understands this? This soul skill is practically a physical cheat. Tang Wudong was shocked. It was like opening the entire map. But who was my buddy? A time traveler. He knew very well. The soul rings under his feet lit up with a clamor. 1,000 years and 10,000 years. Directly using the second soul skill Blizzard and the third soul skill Ice Phoenix Possession. The Blizzard created chaos all around, and the Ice Phoenix Possession enhanced his abilities. What was even more crucial was that his innate soul skill was called Bloodline Suppression, which immediately suppressed Tang Wudong's Bright Goddess Butterfly martial soul, causing her strength to drop several levels, leaving her in shock. The two of them struggled hard to break free from the Blizzard, and Hui Yuhao quickly launched a mental shock. Junmo was momentarily dazed, and Tang Wudong seized the opportunity. using her first soul skill Dragon Wing Guillotine and second soul skill Dragon God's Fury in a combo. What happened? At the last moment, Junmo managed to conjure an ice shield, and with 2 clinks, he was completely unharmed. Tang Wudong was so angry that she stomped her feet. She initially wanted to teach him a lesson, but her martial soul was suppressed, and her skills felt like mere scratches. Hui Yuhao was also exhausted, and Tang Wutong gritted her teeth, pouring most of her remaining soul power into her third soul skill, a 1,000-year soul skill, Bright Dragon God Slash. A huge blade of light slashed forward. I tell you, my buddy stood there calm and composed, casually conjured an ice sword, and shouted 4 words, Emperor Sword. Ice extreme, unmatched. The temperature around us instantly dropped to freezing point. A flash of ice blue sword light sliced through, directly shattering Tang Wudong's ultimate move. Tang Wudong was knocked flying, and Hui Yuhao was completely out of combat. 1 against 2, a complete victory. In Hui Yuhao's mind, the Ice Emperor and the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm were stunned. Isn't this the unique skill of the Snow Emperor? How could this kid do it? We lost. Junmo, you freak. Tang Wutong, on the ground, cried out with a sobbing tone. Junmo quickly retracted his martial soul and rushed over to help her up. But as soon as Tang Wudong moved, she started crying. I twisted my ankle, it's all your fault. Boo-hoo, you big jerk. My buddy panicked at that moment. He was most afraid of girls crying, so he hurriedly used his sleeve to wipe her tears. Tang Wutong's face flushed, and her crying stopped. This was the first time a boy was so close to her. Hui Yuhao saw the situation and thought that if he stayed any longer, he would just be a big third wheel, so he slipped away. In an instant, the atmosphere became ambiguous. The 2 of them were so close that they could hear each other's heartbeat. Junmo realized what was happening and quickly stepped back, but unfortunately, he stepped on a stone and stumbled, causing him to fall on her again. Now it was even worse. They were tightly pressed against each other. Tang Wudong reacted and pushed him away, trying to stand up, but her foot hurt, and she fell again. Junmo was quick to react and rush forward, directly pulling her into his arms. My buddy was also embarrassed and said, I'll carry you back. Don't move around. You're taller than me, and I can't keep my balance. Saying this, he gave Tang Wutong a princess carry. Tang Wudong wanted to resist, but was afraid of falling, so she had to obediently let him carry her. Her face as red as an apple. Frustrated, she bit Junmo's shoulder. She felt angry, but for some reason, there was also a sense of happiness. My buddy was in so much pain that his face turned pale, but he stubbornly held it in without saying a word. Tang Wudong kept biting down, cursing, big jerk. I'll make you pay for taking advantage of me. I'll bite you to death. It wasn't until they reached the dorm entrance that she finally let go. As soon as she did, she noticed some red liquid at the corner of her mouth. Oh no, she had made him bleed. She hurriedly jumped down from Junmo's arms, trembling as she said, Junmo, are you okay? I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. Woo-woo. As she spoke, she started crying again. Junmo was in so much pain that he gasped for breath. But he forced a smile and pulled the sitting Tang Wutong back into his arms, wiping her tears away gently, saying, Wudong, don't cry. I'm fine. Be good. Don't cry. You're so grown up and still crying. Come here for a hug. Really, it doesn't hurt. In his embrace, Tang Wudong felt especially warm and didn't say anything, just cried softly. After a long time, she finally lifted her head to look at Junmo, her face flushed, and then quickly kissed his cheek. Her foot seemed to not hurt anymore, and she got up and ran into the dorm, leaving my buddy alone in a whirlwind of confusion. His mind was almost exploding, thinking, what kind of peach blossom luck is this? If this goes on, it's unfair to everyone. Frustrated, he decided to find Tanya to talk. He ran to Tanya's dorm and, having learned his lesson, knocked on the door first. When the door opened, it was Tanya in a revealing nightgown. Seeing him, she was both surprised and delighted. Pulling him into the room and shutting the door behind them, directly pinning my buddy down and giving him a fierce kiss. I tell you that scene. Tanya was holding him and softly said, Little Junmo, do you miss your sister? While saying that she, cough. Anyway, it was very intimate. My buddy was so embarrassed at the time that he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. It seemed that Tanya also sensed something. Her face turned red, and she hurriedly pushed him away, saying, Humph, bad little brother, I won't talk to you anymore. Junmo was also awkward, so he could only burrow into Tanya's arms and act cute, saying, Sister Tanya, I really miss you. Tanya held him, feeling her heart race, realizing that she really liked Junmo even more than Beibei. Unable to resist, she lowered her head and kissed him again. It lasted a full 5 minutes. After the kiss, both of them were panting. Just as Chu Junmo was about to ask Tanya, "Sister, you..." Tanya pushed him away and said, "I'm sorry, sister was impulsive. You can go back now." My buddy was kicked out with a confused look on his face. Little did he know, inside the room, Tang had already broken down. She buried herself under the blankets and cried, feeling that her talent was not worthy of Chu Junmo, who already had Ma Xiaodao. What was she even? The more she thought about it, the more she got stuck in a rut, and the more desperate she became. As these negative emotions surged, she completely changed. Even her martial soul, the Blue Silver King, began to turn black. Only one thought remained in her mind: to become stronger. She remembered that her martial soul could devour life to enhance her soul power. So, expressionless, she tidied up her clothes, left the academy alone, and headed straight for the Stardow Forest. Before leaving, she wrote a simple letter to Beibei. "Let's break up. I no longer like you. I wish you happiness, and please don't think of me. By the way, take care of Junmo for me." My buddy went back to the dorm, washed up, and went to sleep without a clue that Tanya had not only turned dark because of him, but also ran away from home. The next morning, Beibei banged on the door, his eyes red, and grabbed Chu Junmo, asking, "Junior brother, have you seen Tanya? She's gone. She left a letter saying she wants to break up. What should we do?" Chu Junmo panicked upon hearing this. Everything was fine last night. How could she just disappear? The two of them took a leave of absence and searched the entire school, turning the whole outer courtyard upside down, but they didn't find a single trace. Chu Junmo hurriedly ran to the inner courtyard, but still found no one. He was extremely anxious and finally went to find Ma Xiaodao. As soon as he saw Ma Xiaodao, he couldn't hold back anymore and hugged her, crying, "Sister Xiaodao, what should we do? Sister Tanya is missing." Ma Xiaodao comforted him for a long time and then took him to search in Shrek City. My buddy walked while shouting, "Sister Tanya, where are you?" until his voice was hoarse. By evening, they still hadn't found her. Meanwhile, Beibei had gone off to drink alone. Ma Xiaodao looked at Chu Junmo, who was so exhausted he was swaying while walking, and felt heartbroken. She found a bench for him to rest. Chu Junmo was too tired and fell asleep in her arms, mumbling about Sister Tanya. "Come back." Ma Xiaodao saw the tears at the corners of his eyes, feeling as if her heart was being cut by a knife. She gently picked him up and slowly walked back to the academy. 2 days passed, and the selection competition for core disciples began. Chu Junmo, affected by Tang Ye's disappearance, was like a walking corpse, not eating or attending classes. Hui Yuhao and Tang Wudong missed the selection because of him. Ma Xiaodao came to see him every day, trying different ways to feed him, but he just wouldn't eat. Finally, Ma Xiaodao exploded, slammed the table, and shouted, "Chu Junmo, if you're a man, get your spirits up. Would Sister Tang want you to be like this? Can you face her? Can you face me? What happened to getting stronger?" Her words struck him like a bucket of cold water, waking him up. He suddenly stood up, hugged Ma Xiaodao tightly, and said with determination, "Sister Xiaodao, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Only by getting stronger can I bring Sister Tanya back. Don't cry. Let me give you a kiss." While Ma Xiaodao was amused by him. Just then, his stomach growled loudly. His face turned red, and he quietly said, "Sister Xiaodao, I'm hungry." Ma Xiaodao quickly brought over the food, and, seeing him gobble it down, finally felt relieved. She had just finished cleaning up when the dean, Yin Xiaozhe, came to find her urgently. Before leaving, she gave Chu Junmo a big hug. When Ma Xiaodao arrived at the dean's office, Yin Xiaozhe informed her that the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition was approaching and asked her to notify Dai Yaoheng and the others to prepare, as they would be selecting the reserve team tomorrow. Ma Xiaodao asked if the candidates were decided, and Yin Xiaozhe smiled and said, "It's settled, and your little friend is in it too." Upon hearing that Chu Junmo would be there, Ma Xiaodao was overjoyed and blushed at the teasing, stomping her feet before running off. On the other side, a drunken Beibei was staggering down the street when his senior sister, who was also his fiancée, Zhang Lishuan, helped him back. Looking at the intoxicated Beibei, who was still mumbling about Tanya, Zhang Lishuan felt heartbroken. In his dreams, Tanya left, but Zhang Lishuan came running to him in a wedding dress. He suddenly woke up to find Zhang Lishuan crying beside him. In that moment, Zhang Lishuan's emotions exploded as she lay on Beibei, crying, "I like you. Can't you accept me?" Beibei looked at her and recalled Tanya's letter, finally understanding. He shook his head, pulled Zhang Lishuan into his embrace, and said, "I'm sorry, Lishuan. I've been avoiding this. I was really foolish, making you suffer." The two finally opened up to each other. The next day, Chu Junmo finally returned to class. Hui Yuhao and Tang Wudong quickly came over to ask how he was doing. Chu Junmo felt guilty knowing they missed the selection because of him. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, brought the director, Wang Yin, and called out, "Chu Junmo, Hui Yuhao, Tang Wudong, the three of you, come with me. The three followed Wang Yin to the dean's office, and when they opened the door, they saw it filled with people. Ma Xiaodao's eyes lit up when she saw Chu Junmo, and she rushed over to hug him. Little Junmo, you finally came. Tang Wutong watched this scene with a sour feeling in her heart. The other people in the room, especially the senior students from the inner courtyard, were all petrified, thinking, is this really the fiery Ma Xiaotao? Yin Xiaozhe cleared his throat and introduced them to each other. Goodness, when the list was announced, the inner courtyard senior's eyes widened in shock. Chu Junmo, 7 years old, level 43 Soul Master. Tang Wudong, level 33 Soul Sovereign, Dual Martial Souls. Hui Yuhao, level 29 Great Soul Master, also Dual Martial Souls, with his second martial soul being the ultimate ice. This talent was simply outrageous. Yin Xiaozhe announced that they would be the main and reserve members of the Shrek team for this competition. Then, Xian Lao walked in with a chicken leg, saying he wanted to hold 2 chaotic battles, and the losing team would have to shout 3 times, I am a pig. In the first match, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng were team captains. Ma Xiaotao was the first to choose Chu Junmo and even winked at him. Chu Junmo happily went over, while Tang Wutong beside him had a look in her eyes that could only be described as a vinegar jar overturned. In the end, the teams were formed. Ma Xiaodao's side had Chu Junmo, Ling Luochun, Beibei, Su Sanshi, Tang Wudong, and Hui Yuhao. Dai Yaoheng's side had Gonyang Mo, Chun Zifeng Jiang Nannan, Yao Haoxuan, and Kai Tu Cece. They spent a stick of incense discussing strategies. My buddy became the tactical core, saying they had no support, so they had to end it quickly. Ling Luochun controlled the field, but Yu Hao opened the vision, and Beibei, Su Sanshi, and Tang Wudong acted as bodyguards, while he and Ma Xiaodao would be the main attackers, going all out. As for Dai Yaoheng's side, they didn't even discuss, thinking victory was guaranteed. When the match began, Yu Hao opened the vision, and everyone on their side instantly had a godlike perspective. Ma Xiaodao and Chu Junmo, one red and one blue, charged straight for the opponent's core. Ling Luochun waved his staff, instantly freezing half the field, and the temperature dropped sharply. Then Chu Junmo followed up with a blizzard, causing the opponents to experience a polar survival situation. Just when the opposing team was shivering from the cold, Chu Junmo and Ling Luochun suddenly held back. Dai Yaoheng's team just relaxed when they looked up and turned pale. Ma Xiaotao's strongest soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Countless molten boulders fell from the sky. I have to tell you, it was a disaster. After experiencing the cold ruthlessness of ice, it was immediately followed by the scorching heat of fire. This feeling of being caught between ice and fire left them with no chance to fight back. Elder Xian quickly called off the match. Ma Xiaodao won and immediately gave Chu Junmo a big hug, praising his perfect plan. Dai Yaoheng's team stood there dejectedly in a row, shouting to everyone, I'm a pig, I'm a pig, I'm a pig. The whole place burst into laughter. After Jiang Nannan shouted, Su Sanshi ran over excitedly and said, Nannan, being a pig isn't bad, right? He was met with a glare from Jiang Nannan. Chu Junmo muttered beside them, wife controls the husband, wife controls the husband. As a result, everyone heard it and laughed even harder. After a short break, the second round began. To ensure fairness, Elder Xian had Chu Junmo and the other switch teams. Ma Xiaodao winked at Chu Junmo, little Junmo, sister one hold back. Okay, Chu Junmo winked back, sister Xiaodao. Bring it on. Tang Wudong, watching the two flirting, angrily said, Humph, Vixen. On Dai Yaoheng's side, having lost a match, they learned their lesson this time and asked Chu Junmo for a plan. Chu Junmo analyzed the situation and said that Ma Xiaotao's side had Gong Yangma's Rainbow Dragon Martial Soul, boosting their entire team by 30%. So a head-on confrontation wouldn't work. Therefore, he would take the lead in the attack because his martial soul restrained Ma Xiaotao's, leaving Dai Yaoheng and the others to hold off the others. But guess what? Plans can't keep up with changes, folks. Let me tell you, as soon as he took the stage, that kid Chu Junmo really doesn't care about people. With a flap of those ice blue wings behind him, the entire arena instantly turned into an ice age. When he unleashed that thing called the Ice Phoenix domain, everyone on our side, except for Hui Yuhao, who had his own refrigerator, was shivering in the cold, moving as if they were on 5x speed. On Ma Xiaotao's side, her strength was drastically reduced, and her martial soul was almost suppressed back. The Ice Mountain beauty Ling Luocheng on the opposite side was still unconvinced, wanting to counter with her ice skills, but Chu Junmo let out a roar, and the aura of ultimate ice directly suppressed her ice. Seeing this, Ma Xiaodao realized it wouldn't work, so she decided to capture the king first, and with a roar, she charged towards Chu Junmo, preparing to unleash her ultimate move. But what kind of person is Chu Junmo? With just a glance, he knew what she was up to. Hey, fighting me in my domain? He directly doubled all attributes and have soul power consumption. It was like he activated a bloodlock cheat. He immediately retaliated with an Ice Phoenix Sky Feather. Let me tell you, the sight was incredible. Ice feathers fell from the sky like rain, each one sharp as an icicle, chasing after Ma Xiaotao and the others. Ma Xiaotao had no choice but to quickly activate her shield and lead her team out of the attack range. Seeing that she couldn't take him head-on, Ling Luocheng attempted to flank our backline. Just then, the annual best backstab. Oh no, it was a godly assist. Well, Yu Hao stealthily approached Ling Luocheng from behind, slapped her, and transferred his purest ultimate ice soul power in one swift motion. Goodness, at that moment, I wanted to say, buddy, which side are you on? Ling Luocheng received this boost, and her body trembled. She probably didn't expect such good fortune. She couldn't care less about being touched by a boy and immediately unleashed this power. The speed at which the ice spread was astonishing. With a crack, everyone on our side, except for Chu Junmo and Dai Kai, instantly turned into lifelike ice sculptures, just there to accompany the enemy in giving away kills. Elder Xian waved his hand, and the 6 ice blocks were taken off the stage. Ma Xiaotao's side also retreated due to being unable to withstand Chu Junmo's attack. Now, only Chu Junmo was left, facing Hui Yuhao and Ling Luocheng. And it wasn't over yet. Yuhao transferred power to Ling Luocheng again, exhausting himself completely, and directly exited the stage. Now it turned into a 1v1 real man battle between Chu Junmo and Ling Luocheng. Chu Junmo smirked, directly activated his third skill, Ice Phoenix Possession, and then unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Explosion. Let me tell you, this was the first time he used that thing himself. And he even added the possession effect in his own domain. The power was simply unimaginable. A flurry of ice feathers flew in front of Ling Luocheng and exploded with a bang. The cold light felt like it could tear the air apart. Elder Xian saw that it was about to get dangerous and quickly flashed over to create a protective shield. But even so, Ling Luocheng was still blasted away by the shockwave, falling off the stage, and her clothes were torn in several places, looking extremely disheveled. Seeing that things had gone awry, Chu Junmo rushed off the stage to help her. Then came the memorable scene. As soon as Ling Luocheng stood up, she twisted her foot and, with a thud, knocked Chu Junmo down to the ground. The whole place went silent, and the two were face to face, so close they could count each other's eyelashes. Ma Xiaotao exploded next to them, jealousy raging, shouting, Ling Luocheng, get off me. How long are you going to be on top? Ling Luocheng only then reacted, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt, and hurriedly got up. As someone with a cleanliness obsession, she surprisingly felt no aversion towards Chu Junmo. Chu Junmo was quite a gentleman. Noticing her clothes were torn, quickly took off his jacket and draped it over her, then bowed at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry, senior. Elder Xian chuckled and announced the end of the match, declaring our team the winners. Then came the punishment segment, with Ma Xiaotao's team standing in a row, shouting, I'm a pig. I'm a pig. After that, Ma Xiaotao walked over to Chu Junmo, smiling kindly while pinching his waist. Little Junmo, how does it feel to hug a beauty? You made me a pig. What do you have to say? Chu Junmo winced in pain, quickly shouting, I was wrong. Sister Xiaotao, I'm a pig. I'm a pig. Now it was good. Earlier, everyone laughed at Su Sanshur for being henpecked. But didn't this karma just come back around? After the match, Elder Xian and Dean Yin called us all to the office, their expressions incredibly serious. Yin Xiaozhe directly asked, Chu Junmo, do you 7 want to join the Shrek Supervision team? What is that? The Supervision team? It doesn't sound like anything good. Elder Xian then spoke, his tone heavy, as if he was passing on final wishes. He said, do you think the Inner Academy of Shrek is here for a vacation? Wrong. It's to risk our lives. The Academy has been around for thousands of years, and why are there less than 100 Inner Academy disciples left now? It's not because they graduated. It's because most have died for the Academy's ideals. He continued, joining the Inner Academy means taking on a tremendous responsibility. This responsibility is called supervision. We supervise not ordinary people, but those lawless soul masters who kill innocents indiscriminately. We are the disciplinary committee of the soul master community, specifically handling the dirty work that the officials cannot manage, and our opponents are all psychopathic murderers. This job may cost you your life at any time, and there is not a penny in compensation. Do you want this fortune? Dai Kai stepped forward and said, becoming a supervisor is the greatest honor of our lives. We have killed villains and saved children. That sense of fulfillment cannot be replaced by anything. Goodness, those words were stirring. And guess what? This group of young people didn't even blink, and they all shouted in unison, "Join." Elder Xian smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Very good, not one coward here." Then he gave us equipment, a green gem ring for each person, which recognized blood for ownership. Not only a symbol of identity, but also a storage soul tool containing masks, cloaks, and signal flares. Then Ma Xiaotao began to talk about the mission. Our first supervision mission was to go to the Mingdou mountain range at the border of the Star Luo Empire and the Sun Moon Empire to eliminate a group of bandits called Reapers. These people commit all sorts of atrocities, and their leader is a powerful evil soul master. The mission requirement: leave no one behind, annihilate them all, kill people. Let me tell you, upon hearing those two words, Chu Junmo and the other kids turned pale. Ma Xiaotao ridiculed them. "What's wrong? Afraid? Don't end up wetting your pants later." On the way, Chu Junmo asked Ma Xiaotao, "What is an evil soul master?" Ma Xiaotao's face changed, and she said, "An evil soul master is a soul master who practices in an extremely cruel and perverse manner." She gave an example, saying that hundreds of years ago, there was a titled Douluo called Blood Infant, whose martial soul required harming infants to cultivate, going from an ordinary person to a titled Douluo. Just think of how many children he must have killed. That made my hair stand on end. She said, "Evil soul masters are our biggest enemies in the supervision team. They grow quickly and have great destructive power. Once discovered, they must be killed." Chu Junmo then asked a crucial question. "Sister Xiaodao, the Mingdou mountain range is tens of thousands of miles away, and the mission says it must be completed in 3 or 4 days. Even if we run, our legs would break before we get there." Ma Xiaotao smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll find out this afternoon." As a result, we rushed at full speed and finally arrived at a large military camp at the border of the Tiandou Empire by evening. Dai Kui went in alone, and not long after, wow, he directly borrowed more than a dozen military-grade flying soul tools from the camp. No wonder he is the son of Duke White Tiger. He really has the connections. That thing looks like a big iron box strapped to the back, with wings that can unfold on both sides. Using soul power to activate it, with a spray towards the ground, a person can shoot up into the sky, just like Iron Man. However, this thing has high requirements. Only 4 ring soul masters can use it. He has a smaller and more exquisite one himself, and conveniently gave one to Hui Yuhao. While helping Hui Yuhao put it on, he said, "We are already behind. The flying soul devices from the Sun Moon Empire can even be used by first-ring soul masters, because they have developed a technology that allows soul power to be stored in the soul devices. Their goal is to enable ordinary people to use soul devices as well." As soon as I heard it, my heart sank. Isn't it true? If thousands of ordinary soldiers each had a soul guide gun, what kind of battle would that be? No matter how powerful Tongmen's hidden weapons are, they still need skilled users. They want to popularize and mass-produce it. As a result, Beibei's words left me speechless. What did he say? He said that our Tongmen set is a custom version for experts, handcrafted with extremely high costs and limited range. What does the army want? They want mass-produced goods that can be instantly issued to every soldier, focusing on durability and ample supply. Goodness, he hit the nail on the head, and I was left without a word. Just as we were talking, senior brother, Kaitu, suddenly grabbed me and took me up into the sky. Let me tell you, the first time I used that flying soul guide device, my feet felt empty and my heart was completely unsettled. While I was still trembling and learning how to maintain balance, my 2 ancestors started a tea party in my mind. The Ice Emperor was amazed, saying, "Wow, humans can play like this? Isn't this just giving themselves wings?" Tianming, the old sly one, began. "Of course, human creativity is the most against the heavens. Back in the Starry Forest, I saw soul guides that were even more powerful than this. Even 10,000-year-soul beasts wouldn't dare to take them head-on." As they chatted, suddenly the topic shifted to the Snow Emperor's tribulation. "I tell you, Tianming is really bold." He jokingly said, "How about we persuade the Snow Emperor to come over? What if she falls in love with me?" I almost fell from the sky laughing at that moment. The Ice Emperor exploded with rage, cursing, "You don't eat swan meat. Shameless." Back in the day, the Titan Snow Demon King was beaten to a pulp when he confessed to the Snow Emperor, and it took him 1,000 years to recover. Who do you think you are? If you want to be juiced, just say so and get lost. Serve you right for talking big. Just when we, these rookies, finally managed to fly clumsily, Xian Lao couldn't take it anymore. He said at our speed, by the time we got there, the food would be cold. Then, he pulled out an incredibly long rope and tied all of us together, all 10 or so of us, one by one. I was dumbfounded, wondering what he was planning to do. Playing with aerial candied hawthorns? The next second, I realized I was completely wrong. The flying soul guide behind Xian Lao, good heavens. It wasn't just 2 jets, but 12. I heard him shout with all his might, "Let's go." And whoosh. Let me tell you, that feeling is just like being strapped to a rocket and launched. The scenery around me instantly turned into a blur, like a mosaic, and the wind sliced against my face like a knife. The terrifying push in my back nearly burned out my CPU. I couldn't even open my eyes. And one thought echoed in my mind. It's over, it's going to fall apart. By the time I could catch my breath, we had already landed. The first thing everyone did after landing was to collectively hurl, making a sound that was just chaotic. He Kai Tu and Su San sure looked like they were about to vomit their Bailao. And what about Xian Lao? He was acting like nothing happened, holding a big wine gourd and making sarcastic comments. "Look at you guys, such low spirits. I really admire you old six." Just as I caught my breath and hadn't even steadied myself, a group of men in black swooped down from the sky, surrounding us tightly, exuding a murderous aura. But then, Dai Yao Hong went up to greet them, and the leader of the group immediately changed his expression, joyfully exclaiming, "Oh, it's the young master. What brings you here?" Turns out they were one of our own, the most elite white tiger guards under Duke Baihu. As soon as I heard the words "the young master," my heart skipped a beat. Dai Yao Hong's father. Isn't that the white tiger Duke? My long-lost biological father? At that moment, my mind went blank, and I felt a buzz in my head. The man who had caused my mother a lifetime of suffering. Making the two of us live in the Duke's mansion worse than dogs, I was going to see him. My fists instantly clenched, my nails digging deeply into my flesh. Feeling no pain at all. Before long, we arrived at the main military tent. From a distance, I saw a man punching, bare-chested. Let me tell you, the aura he radiated was incredible. He didn't even use his martial soul, just threw punch after punch, each one accompanied by a dull explosion of sound, shaking the air. When he turned around, I froze completely. His face was as sharp as a knife, his eyes a deep blue, and he exuded a fierce, bloodthirsty aura as if he had crawled out from a sea of corpses. This man was too strong enough to take my breath away. What did my family understand? Dai Yaoheng suddenly knelt on one knee, respectfully calling out, "Father." Just that one word, "father," blew me away. A rush of blood surged to my head, and my vision turned red. It was him. It was this man. I almost wanted to rush up right then and there, but my whole body felt as stiff as stone, unable to move at all. And what happened? The White Tiger Duke just shook hands with our teacher Wang Yan, exchanged a few polite words welcoming the Shrek graduates, and then turned around and entered the big tent. Throughout the whole process, he didn't even glance my way. From beginning to end, I felt like I was invisible like air. Afterward, we were taken to rest by an old man named Douluo, and Dai Yaoheng explained our mission. He said we were to eliminate a bandit group called the Death's Hand, who were very cunning, repeatedly jumping along the border between the two countries. And the army had suffered significant losses during several encirclements. Teacher Wang Yan added that this mission was mainly for us outsiders to see the world, while the real main force would still be the senior brothers and sisters from the inner academy. Those senior brothers and sisters were indeed impressive, getting straight to the point. After dinner, we received the intelligence from the military and set off immediately. Let me tell you, that intel was practically useless. It only mentioned that the group called Death's Hand had over 300 members, with 1/10 being soul masters, and the leader was at least a soul king. But nothing else was known. Why? Because all the living people who had seen them were gone. That is how brutal they were. The military was also helpless, saying that the area was close to the border, so they couldn't act, and we had to unload the flying soul-guided devices ourselves, only giving us a torn map to enter the mountains. Once we entered the mountains, senior sister Ma Xiaotao's aura surged, and she immediately began to arrange the troops. She, along with Dai Yaoheng and Chun Zifeng, the 3 strong men and women, led the way, while we support and control types were in the middle, with Beibei and Su Sanshur covering the rear. Little Chu Junmo was directly picked up by Ma Xiaotao for special protection. And as for me, I was the unfortunate one, turned into a human radar, assigned next to Chu Junmo, constantly using my mental detection to share vision with everyone. You wouldn't believe it. My skill was genuinely useful in the mountains, providing a 3D map, clearly showing where the pits and bumps were, with Ma Xiaotao and the others clearing the way. It was like cutting through with ease. No matter what thorns were in the way, senior brother Chen Zifeng would clear them with one sword stroke. We moved quickly, and by the time it got dark, we had already delved deep into the Mingdou mountain range. As soon as night fell, Teacher Wang Yan had everyone rest in place, eat some dry rations, and specifically instructed us not to light a fire, fearing it would alert the enemy. Just as we sat down, Teacher Wang, Yin called us all over. The few senior brothers and sisters from the inner academy were initially a bit impatient, as Teacher Wang's cultivation was about the same as theirs, and he was still from the outer academy. They only respected strength. But the next second, everyone fell silent. Teacher Wang, Yin directly began his time for science session. He first pointed to a type of tree none of us recognized nearby, saying it was called the Wanlan tree, a particularly rare thing that only grows in deep mountains and forests, and its heart is a great supplement for those cultivating cold attribute martial souls. Then, he took out a hollowed-out piece of Wanlan tree trunk from his storage soul guide and said, "Look, the heart is gone. It has been dug out." Combining this with the intelligence, it was very likely that the bandit leaders were evil soul masters. Moreover, think about it. Who would leave such a vast treasure behind and set up their base thousands of miles away? So I can confidently say they are nearby. Wow. With this logical reasoning, even senior sister Ma Xiaotao was impressed, looking at Teacher Wang with a different expression, politely asking, "Teacher Wang, what should we do now?" Teacher Wang, Yin, smiled slightly and said, "Wait for the rabbit? No, we take the initiative." Next, it turned into a duet between me and Teacher Wang Yin. He had me set my mental detection to the most detailed mode, and then he followed, right beside me like a top-notch hunter, looking for those nearly invisible traces on the 3D map I provided. Things like broken branches, shallow footprints on the ground, and a small piece of torn cloth hanging from a tree branch. It was incredible. We followed these clues, groping around in the dark forest for almost an hour. Suddenly, Teacher Wang, Yin raised his hand, and we all immediately crouched down. He lowered his voice and said, "There are a lot of scattered footprints ahead. It's a frequently traveled path. The enemy should be nearby. Get ready for battle." I quickly scanned the area with my mental detection, and sure enough, there was a hillside 500 meters away where those footprints were leading. Teacher Wang Yin nodded and said, "That's right. The lair should be a cave at the foot of the hillside." Next came the time to change outfits. Each of us took out a set of gear from our observer rings. We donned dark green tactical suits, fitted scale armor, along with masks and cloaks, emphasizing a sense of mystery so that no one could recognize each other. Senior sister Ma Xiaotao took the lead, guiding the 7 of us from the inner courtyard as we stealthily slipped out like ghosts. After a few seconds, Teacher Wang Yin waved for our backup team to follow. When we reached the foot of the hillside, we indeed saw a cave entrance covered by vines. There were already 5 or 6 bodies of bandits lying at the entrance, indicating that Senior Sister Ma Xiaotao and the others had already taken action to confirm their identities. Just then, a muffled sound came from inside the cave, followed by various shouts and intense fluctuations of soul power. Teacher Wang Yan's expression darkened. "Go in, Yu Hao. Maximize the mental detection." I quickly expanded the detection range, and the situation in the cave instantly appeared in all our minds. Who understands, family? That cave is simply hell on earth. The deeper we went, the stronger the smell of blood, and the more corpses there were. Jiang Nannan suddenly let out a sharp scream. Following her gaze upward, my stomach churned. On both sides of the cave walls, dozens of flayed human skins were hanging. There was even a body of a baby, pierced and hung by a stalagmite. Bastards! Even Chu Junmo was so furious that he cursed out loud. At that moment, we were all enraged. These people were not human at all, but beasts. Moving further in, we saw the battlefield. Senior Sister Ma Xiaotao was engulfed in flames, like a female war goddess, her pair of phoenix wings fanning out, causing those bandits to die upon contact. Senior Brother Dai Yaoheng was even more ferocious, directly tearing apart an opponent at the Soul King level. The senior brothers and sisters from the inner courtyard were simply slaughtering them unilaterally. Teacher Wang Yin saw that the situation was settled and directly ordered, "Charge. Leave none alive." Our reserve team charged in as well. I was also blinded by rage at the time, and aimed a soul strike directly at a rather sturdy-looking bandit. As a result, an unexpected scene unfolded. The guy's head burst open with a splat, like a smashed watermelon, spraying red and white everywhere. I couldn't hold it in and vomited, because that was a living person. While I was throwing up in a daze, a shrill scream came from the depths of the cave. "Who dares to oppose the messenger of death? You will all die and become my corpse slaves." Upon hearing this voice, the surviving bandits were not happy. Instead, they were so frightened that they rolled back in terror. I just vomited, and terrifying images appeared in my spiritual detection. All the bodies of the bandits we had just killed on the ground began to rapidly swell and turn red. "Be careful," I shouted at the top of my lungs. The next second, boom, 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 a series of explosions. The entire cave exploded. The terrifying shockwave, mixed with chunks of flesh and poisonous blood, swept through the entire cave like a tsunami. Our reserve team, being at the back and with my timely warning, managed to find cover and avoided serious injury. But the senior brothers and sisters in the inner courtyard were in dire straits, right at the center of the explosion. After the explosion, the cave was in disarray. Senior Yao Haoshuan lost half of his body and died on the spot. Senior Chen Zifeng lost his right leg and was being corroded by poisonous blood, screaming in agony. Senior Gongyang Mo was also unconscious, his body a bloody mess. Even the strongest Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yaoheng were blown away, spitting blood. In order to protect Ma Xiaodao, Chu Junmo took most of the damage and fainted, covered in blood. 7 top-tier combatants from the inner courtyard, 1 dead, 6 injured. The situation flipped in an instant. Just when we thought we were going to be wiped out, an elderly roar shook the entire cave. Bastard! It's Elder Xian. He erupted with blinding white light, instantly evaporating all the poisonous blood in the cave. Then, with a grab of his right hand, a terrifying suction force pulled a figure in a black robe from the depths of the cave. That guy had 5 soul rings, indeed a soul king. But just as Elder Xian was about to crush him, another change occurred. The body of senior Yao Haoshuan, who had already died in the explosion, began to swell again. Elder Xian, be careful, I shouted once more. Elder Xian also noticed this and could only raise his hand to release a sphere of white light to cover Yao Haoshuan's body to prevent another explosion. But that little rascal was cunning. Taking advantage of Elder Xian's distraction, he activated his 5th soul ring and transformed into a cloud of black smoke, charging straight at the unconscious Chu Junmo. Good grief, I watched helplessly as that black smoke slammed into Chu Junmo's face. Just as Elder Xian had subdued Yao Haoshuan's human bomb, he turned around, and the person was gone. Both Chu Junmo and that evil soul master fell into the ground. Bastard! Elder Xian's roar, I tell you, shook the entire cave. He punched the ground, and the stone slab shattered with a loud crash. But he didn't dare to use all his strength, fearing he might kill Chu Junmo underground. Just as he hesitated, the underground erupted with a series of explosions like firecrackers, causing a collapse. The cunning rabbit had already prepared his escape route. This sudden change was too fast. We were all stunned. Elder Xian suddenly waved his sleeve, sweeping aside all of us who wanted to charge forward, shouting, Wang Yin, save him. I will chase. As soon as he finished speaking, I was shocked. Elder Xian had dropped the act and revealed his true form. I saw his back arching like it was inflated and his ragged, greasy clothes ripped apart with a sound. He instantly doubled in size. A pair of spiral horns sprouted from both sides of his head. I tell you, the moment he manifested his martial soul, the air in the entire cave felt like it had frozen. 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, 1 red. 9 soul rings. Folks, who understands? The last one was actually a red 100,000-year soul ring. Elder Xian's messy hair turned brown, and with a sudden turn of his head, he glared at the remaining bandits. That gaze, my God, was like the Grim Reaper personally calling for names. The next second, those little minions didn't even have time to make a sound before they exploded like firecrackers during the new year. Elder Xian stomped his right foot on the ground, and with a loud boom, a massive pit exploded open. He bent down, his palm as large as a fan, and with 2 swift motions like an excavator, he burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Meanwhile, on Chu Junmo's side, he was also having a rough time. A foul odor made him feel nauseous. The bandit was grabbing him, not only for a hostage, but also because he was positioned right at the entrance of the tunnel. The chilling cold air seeped down his collar into his body like countless venomous snakes. The bandit was running while randomly slapping the walls to detonate explosives, causing the entire tunnel to collapse. Just then, Chu Junmo forced his eyes open, and suddenly, I tell you, a powerful force erupted from him, encasing his body in ice. The bandit was startled and quickly threw him to the ground. Chu Junmo's mind buzzed, as if reconnecting after a disconnection, and he entered a mysterious place. A stunning girl with ice blue hair appeared before him, her voice incredibly gentle. Little Junmo, wake up, you will become stronger. She told Chu Junmo that he had activated something called Ice Rebirth, which could be used a total of 9 times, and this was the first time. The effect was a direct increase of 5 levels in soul power, lasting half an hour, but afterward, he would have a day's weakness where he couldn't do anything. After saying this, the beautiful girl kissed him and then vanished. Chu Junmo was still puzzled about who this girl was when, in the spiritual space, she watched his departing figure and said with a smile, I'll wait for you. In the outside world, the ice surrounding Chu Junmo exploded with a bang, revealing a brand new figure. Ice blue hair flowed down to his waist, and his face was so handsome. It was practically a model's face. His aura was cold and regal, like an ice emperor. Of course, at this moment, he was no longer himself. He had essentially activated an alternate account. The bandit nearby was dumbfounded. What was going on? This kid's injuries had completely healed, and his soul power skyrocketed from level 44 to 49. His presence. He didn't seem like a soul master at all. Trash. The alternate account, Chu Junmo, spoke. Upon seeing this emperor, your death sentence has already been pronounced. Imperial sword. Ice level unmatched. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue light sword, entirely composed of soul power, appeared in his hand, emanating an aura of extreme ice that made me shiver even through the screen. He swung the sword, and the bandit hurriedly defended with his soul power, but what happened? It was useless. The moment his soul power came into contact with the sword light, it instantly froze, spreading along his soul power, and that guy instantly became a human-shaped ice sculpture, complete with a facial expression. Elder Shin arrived just in time to see this scene, and he was dumbfounded. Seeing that his guardian had arrived, Chu Junmo could no longer hold on and wobbled, falling down. When Elder Shin carried the upgraded Chu Junmo back into the cave, the smell of blood was even stronger. The few senior brothers and sisters from the inner courtyard were in terrible shape. Yao Haoxuan was completely dead. Gonyang Mo and Chun Zifeng lay on the ground like blood gourds, unconscious, while Cece was also in a coma, having been severely poisoned. Although Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng were awake, they were all injured, blood pouring from their mouths and noses. In contrast, our group of rookie outer courtyard students, being farther away and with Hui Yuhao's mental detection warning, were mostly unharmed. Funmo. Ma Xiaotao was the first to rush over, followed by Tang Wudong and Ling Luocheng. All three of them crying uncontrollably. When Chu Junmo was taken away, their souls almost flew away in fear. Elder Xian handed the weakened Chu Junmo to them, his face serious, as he asked Wang Yin for the situation. Wang Yin reported with a heavy expression, Yao Haoxuan is dead, and his body has been nearly corroded. Chun Zifeng has lost a leg, while Gonyang Mo and Cece have been severely poisoned and are in critical condition. Ma Xiaodao and the others have also suffered internal injuries and need to recover for half a month. After hearing this, Elder Xian closed his eyes in pain, and when he opened them again, his gaze had become incredibly determined. He made a decisive decision on the spot. He would personally take the 3 seriously injured individuals to the academy for treatment. The rest, Wang Yin, you take them directly to Xinglua City for the competition. I tell you, when these words came out, we were all stunned. Elder Xian looked at the 7 substitutes from our outer courtyard and said solemnly, a sudden change has occurred, and all the responsibility falls on me. The honor of the academy can only rely on you. Victory belongs to you, and failure is solely my shame. After speaking, he raised his head, lifted the 3 unconscious people from the ground, and transformed into a streak of light that rushed out of the cave, directly piloting the flying soul guide device and disappearing at the fastest speed. When Chu Junmo woke up again, it was already noon the next day. He found his head resting on something soft and elastic, with a hand on his chest, feeling incredibly comfortable. To his surprise, when he opened his eyes, he saw Ma Xiaotao sleeping on his chest, while Tang Wudong and Ling Luocheng each held one of his arms. It seemed to emphasize companionship, right? As soon as he moved, all 3 woke up. When Tang Wudong and Ling Luocheng saw the position, their faces turned red instantly, and they screamed, running away like rabbits. Ma Xiaotao, however, didn't take care and chuckled. Little rascal, quite popular, huh? Chu Junmo felt embarrassed and scratched his head. Suddenly, Ma Xiaotao hugged him tightly, her voice trembling as she said, you scared me to death. Why did you block for me back then? Woo-woo. What would I do if something happened to you? Chu Junmo, being a warm-hearted guy, reached out to pat her head and comforted her. Silly girl. If I don't protect you, who will? All right, stop crying. When they came out, Teacher Wang Yin laid the harsh reality before us. That's right, this time in the competition, it has to be us 7 substitutes who bravely step up. Teacher Wang, can we do it? Chu Junmo voiced everyone's concerns. After all, it represented Shrek Academy, the Shrek that had monopolized countless championships. This pressure suddenly crushed these kids, who were all under 15 on average. Beibei stood up to give everyone hope, saying that we were just substitutes, and we could manage a few rounds until the main players recovered, and maybe the academy would send reinforcements. Su Sancher also joined in the cheer, but everyone with clear eyes knew that Elder Xian's words when he left were no joke. The scene shifted to Shrek Academy. Elder Xian was sitting on the steps like a disappointed old man, drinking heavily. The dean of the martial soul department, Yin Xiaozhe, came over to inform him that the God Pavilion meeting was ready. The God Pavilion is the highest decision-making body of Shrek. The atmosphere was heavy. Elder Xian stood up and immediately dropped a bombshell. This time, the responsibility is mine. I have decided to resign as the vice president of the Shrek Supervision Group and withdraw from the God Pavilion. The place erupted instantly, with Yin Xiaozhe and the dean of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Liner, both anxious and urging him not to act impulsively. But Elder Xian was resolute, saying he had no face to stay any longer and turned to leave. At that moment, the old man who had been lying on the recliner finally spoke. His voice was very calm, but it carried an undeniable authority. Just 2 words. Come back. Elder Xian's body stiffened, and he stopped in his tracks. Did I not tell you to come back? Can't you hear me? The old man's tone became more serious. Elder Xian had no choice but to reluctantly sit back down. Then, the old man Mu on the recliner slowly sat up straight. I tell you, if Chu Junmo were here, his jaw would drop in shock. This was the old gatekeeper from their dormitory, who looked like he could kick the bucket at any moment. Right. But in fact, he was the true #1 of Shrek Academy, a monster who had lived for over 250 years. Known as the Dragon God, Douluo Muin. Old Mu looked at Elder Xian and said blandly, at over 200 years old, you still act like a young brat. Try to run away when you make a mistake. If you want to leave, fine. You have the ability to find a woman to marry and then pass your devouring divine, cow martial soul down through bloodline, and I will let you go. Otherwise, forget it. I tell you, no one can hold it in anymore, and old Lin on the opposite side directly mocks. Of course, I'm laughing at whether you still have the ability to inherit the bloodline. Ha ha ha. The entire God Pavilion burst into laughter. Old Xian's face turned red, and he slammed the table, shouting, no laughing allowed. As a result, everyone laughed even harder. Old Mu tapped the table, and the scene finally quieted down. His expression darkened as he began issuing orders. First, this tragedy reminds us to be more careful in the future. Second, he firmly decided that all inner courtyard disciples must have custom-made flying and defensive soul tools from the Soul Guidance Department. Anyone who opposes this must leave the academy. Yin Xiaozhe, a traditionalist from the Martial Soul Department, wanted to argue but was silenced by a glare from Old Mu. Then, Vice Dean Kai Meyer raised the most critical question. What about the competition? Should we send reinforcements? Old Xian also said he could take people over, and there was still time. However, Old Mu shook his head and said no. There's no need to reinforce them. Let them perform on their own. Huh? Everyone was shocked. This concerns the Academy's honor. Old Mu smiled indifferently. Yes, honor. Don't you think that over the years, we have been kidnapped by this honor? Losing isn't terrible. What's terrible is complacency. It's time to ring the alarm for some people. This reserve team is the strongest in the Academy's history. Let them go and take the risk. Even if they fail, if they can forge a generation that perfectly rises for Shrek, then this failure will be worth it. Liner, after the competition ends, you, in the name of the Soul Guidance Department, sent a letter to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, applying for exchange and study. Xian Liner was stunned. Old Mu, will they agree? Even if they do, our students probably can't handle it. Guess what Old Mu said? He smiled slightly, as if it were nothing. Who said they were going to learn things? I'm just letting them open their eyes and broaden their horizons. Let me tell you, Old Mu's operation this time is on another level. He directly sent Xian Liner to talk to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, asking if they could come here for an exchange in the Martial Soul Department. Sure. First, let our people go over there for a tour. What do we call this? This is called reverse control. Then Old Mu began a meeting with everyone, and his expression was extremely serious. He said, Xiaozhe, Mayor, Liner, Duo, listen carefully. The soul guide thing has already reached a definitive answer. We can't stick to the old ways anymore. Within 5 years, the Martial Soul and Soul Guide departments must be integrated. Students in the Martial Soul department must add 1 Soul Guide class every week. I don't require you to know how to create them, but at least you should know how to use them. Yin Xiaozhe, the dean of the Martial Soul department, was a bit unconvinced at the time and said, Teacher, isn't this a bit too fast? No matter how powerful the Soul Guides are, when it comes to the Soul Sage level, aren't they still being dominated by us Soul Masters? Well, Old Mu's expression changed at that moment, and he calmly said, Do you think I'm old and confused? Let me tell you, I personally went to the Sun Moon Empire not long ago, and what I saw almost scared the soul out of me. Their development of Soul Guides has long surpassed your imagination. I personally saw a huge device that required many people to operate. That thing, when it fired a shot, will make my old bones sing Little White Boat on the spot. If we don't change now, Shrek is not far from closing down. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. Yin Xiaozhi turned pale. He knew better than anyone what level Old Moo was at. If even Old Moo said there was a life-threatening danger, what kind of earth-shattering thing could that be? Taking advantage of the moment, Old Moo directly proposed a vote. He was the first to raise his hand, and who would dare to disagree? It was unanimously approved. Old Moo immediately decided to pour money into the Soul Guide department and promoted that teacher named Fan Yu to Vice Dean, letting him focus on research and lead a team to exchange with the Sun Moon Empire. In the blink of an eye, let me tell you, we have arrived in Xinglua City. The Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition is about to start here. The scene is incredible. People from the entire empire have flocked here, and all the hotels are fully booked, just like scrambling for train tickets during the new year. As the defending champion, Shrek Academy enjoys top-notch treatment, directly staying in the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Royal Star Emperor Hotel. But let me tell you, the atmosphere is quite tense. Our team leader, Teacher Wang Yin, called all 10 of us into the conference room for a meeting. The main players from the main team, such as Dai Yaoheng and Ling Luocheng, all looked pale. Their injuries from the previous fight hadn't healed yet, and they were completely unable to compete. Teacher Wang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, yet he had to put on a calm facade. He cleared his throat and forced a smile. How did everyone sleep last night? The hospitality of the Star Luo Empire is not bad, right? Beibei directly asked Teacher Wang. The registration deadline is today. When will the Academy's reinforcements arrive? Teacher Wang waved his hand, appearing completely composed. Don't worry, the Academy has sent a letter. We, Shrek, have privileges. We can register at any time. The opponents in the preliminary rounds are weak, and I believe you can win even with your eyes closed. Then he started explaining the competition rules. The first round is a 7-on-17 battle, and losing means going home immediately. Upon hearing, it was an elimination round. The faces of us reserve team members turn green. If Shrek gets eliminated in the first round, it would become a joke across the continent. Seeing our cowardly expressions, Teacher Wang immediately started to pump us up. What are you nervous about? Have you forgotten who you are? You're monsters from Shrek. Those other academies struggle to even form a team with 3 rings. And which of you doesn't have the best spirit ring configuration? 1,000-year spirit ring as standard? They should be the ones who are nervous. All right, go back and rest, conserve your energy, and tomorrow, I want you to beat the opposing team to the ground. Let them see that even if we only send the reserve team, we can still dominate the entire arena. He also emphasized that, as the reigning champions, we would be the first to compete tomorrow. Su Sanshur wanted to ask about tactical deployment, but was immediately shot down by Teacher Wang. What tactics? Do we need tactics against such opponents? Who are we insulting? Hurry up and get out. We were all fired up by his words and rushed back to our rooms, brimming with confidence. But guess what happened? As soon as we left, Teacher Wang Yin slammed the meeting room door shut and locked it. The ease on his face vanished in an instant, and he sighed deeply with worry. The injured members, Dai Yaoheng and the others, looked dumbfounded. Teacher Wang Yin lowered his voice and asked, honestly, how long will it take for you to take the stage? Give me a definite answer. Ma Xiaodao said the fastest would be 7 days. Dai Yaoheng said it would take 17 days, and Ling Luocheng said 10 days. Teacher Wang Yin felt a chill in his heart. This was his first time leading a team, and he encountered such a hellish start, with no clue in his mind. In the end, he could only repeatedly remind us to keep the absence of reinforcements a secret, relying entirely on us kids to win the first match. At the same time, our old rivals, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, were also having a meeting downstairs. They were puzzled, wondering what Shrek was up to, showing up with only 10 people and a bunch of kids under 15. One hot-tempered old man slammed the table and exclaimed, "This is disrespect. It's a blatant disdain for us. They think they can defeat us with a bunch of reserves." Ma Rulong, their captain, a burly man named Ma Rulong, stood up abruptly. "If we lose to Shrek with this lineup, you as captain are out." "Yes," Ma Rulong shouted fiercely. Then, a handsome young man from their reserve team, named Xiao Hongchun, who looked even prettier than a girl, elegantly admired his hands and spoke slowly. "Old Ma, I don't think it's that simple. Shrek isn't foolish. They might have encountered some unforeseen circumstances." Old Ma was momentarily stumped and could only stubbornly retort, "You'd better pay more attention to those little kids from Shrek. They will be your opponents next time." Xiao Hongchun looked up, smiling charmingly. "My only opponent is myself." After that, he provocatively smiled at Ma Rulong, "Big Brother Ma. You all better step up. Don't really lose. That would be such a pity. Goodness, their internal conflict was almost laid bare. Early the next morning, the opening ceremony began. Xinghua Square was packed with people, with hundreds of thousands of spectators crowding the area. The competition stage was set up right in front of the Imperial City Gate, with the Emperor and all the officials seated in the VIP viewing area on the city wall. All of us from Shrek Academy were dressed in our ancestral dark green uniforms, standing at the very front row among all the academies, making us quite conspicuous. People from the other academies craned their necks to look at us, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion, especially in our group, with Hui Yuhao and a few others. Their faces so youthful that some could believe they were here to participate in the Children's Soul Master competition. Even the arrogant Xiao Hongshan from the Sun and Moon Academy looked completely baffled, unable to understand what we were up to. It took almost an hour for the audience to enter, and then a loud voice echoed throughout the venue. Silence. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of people knelt down in unison, and the scene was simply breathtaking. We, as participating academies, were specially allowed not to kneel, but we had to bow at a 90-degree angle. The Star Luo Emperor stood on the city tower and delivered a passionate speech, and finally waved his hand. I declare that the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition officially begins. Long life! Long life! Long life! The crowd below erupted instantly, the cheers shaking the heavens and the earth, and the sound of cannon fire rang out 108 times, turning the entire Star Luo Square into a sea of celebration. And guess what? All this thunderous applause was directed at us. Let me tell you, that host's voice was like a loudspeaker, immediately announcing the names of the dishes. He said the first elimination match was between our Shrek Academy and a team from the Doling Empire called the Heavenly Spirit Academy. Goodness, as soon as he said Shrek, the hundreds of thousands of people below went wild, shouting so loudly that it felt like the earth was shaking. Family, who understands? We, the reserve team, have never seen such a scene. My legs were almost cramping, and my palms were sweaty. If we got sent home in the first round, where would Shrek's face go? I couldn't even bear to think about it. At that crucial moment, it was still our little Taojia who kept her cool. She woke us up with one sentence, saying, "What are you panicking for? Who are these cheers for? They are for Shrek. Let me tell you, your opponents are trembling 10 times more than you, because we are Shrek." Senior Dai Yaoheng also encouraged us. That's right. Stand tall, go up and crush them, and show everyone why Shrek is the #1 in the continent. As soon as he finished speaking, we instantly felt our blood boiling. Yeah, we're Shrek. What do we have to be afraid of? Soon, the people from Heavenly Spirit Academy came on stage. Goodness, those 7 guys walked out, their faces all turned green, their steps unsteady, as if they had just participated in a high-intensity walking challenge, with some of them trembling so much that their calves were almost like a sewing machine. Little Taojia chuckled and said, "Did you see that? These are your opponents. Our Shrek's reputation is the strongest weapon." After saying that, we stacked our 11 hands together and shouted, "Shrek, victory is ours." At that moment, I felt like all my soul power was about to boil over. The host's blood-pumping voice rang out again. "Now, let us welcome the #1 academy in the continent, the true champion, the representative team of Shrek Academy." I tell you, when the 7 of us stepped onto the stage, the feeling was like adrenaline shooting straight to the top of my head. The cheers from the audience almost shattered my eardrums, and even the Starry Emperor on the city wall stood up, looking all excited. We walked to the center of the competition stage. Master Brother Beibei turned his head, his gaze sharp, and said to our youngest, Junmo, in this match, we not only have to win, but also win beautifully. Let's show the brilliance of our Shrek. I'm counting on you." That little brat, Junmo, nodded vigorously. As a result, when our formation was set up, the entire venue fell silent. Really, hundreds of thousands of people, dead silent. Why? Because our Junmo, a child who looked no more than 10 years old, stood all alone at the front, while the rest of us, 6 in total, stood behind him in a fan shape like his backup dancers. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. This formation is all about the abstract. Not to mention the audience. Even the judges were dumbfounded, raising their hands for a long time without putting them down, until Junmo impatiently urged, "Judge, can we start?" Only then did the judge react, waving his hand vigorously and shouting, "The match begins." The 7 guys opposite reacted quite quickly, showcasing their spirit rings. 5 of them were 4-ring spirit masters, and 2 were 3-ring, looking somewhat like they knew what they were doing. However, the attention of the entire arena was not on them at all, but on our Junmo. Then, a scene I would never forget unfolded. for spirit rings. With a buzzing sound, erupted from Junmo's small body. 2 purple, 2 black. Family members. 2 10,000-year spirit rings emerged from a child who looked like he hadn't even grown all his hair. At that moment, the entire Xinghua square fell silent. I heard the sound of people gasping in shock all around, especially the female spirit masters, whose screams almost pierced the clouds. Junmo's hair and eyes suddenly turned ice blue, and a pair of crystal wings unfurled behind him, causing him to float in the air. That terrifying aura of extreme ice instantly turned the entire competition stage into a giant ice cellar. The 7 people opposite were already weak-kneed, and after being disturbed by Yu Hao's spirit, they were completely immobilized upon seeing those 2 shiny black 10,000-year spirit rings. Their eyes glazed over, forgetting to use their martial souls out of fear. Junmo floated in mid-air, not even glancing at them, and casually pressed down. Crack! 7 brand new, lifelike ice sculptures of human forms stood on the stage. Instant kill. 1 move, and it was over. The entire world fell silent as Junmo slowly descended, standing with his hands behind his back, and said to the judge, who was already dumbstruck, "The match is over." So cool. Hundreds of thousands of people in the audience, including the emperor and ministers, as well as teams from over 100 other academies, all stared at the 7 ice sculptures shining with rainbow colors in the sunlight, as if they had been hit by a spell of paralysis. Then, Junmo turned around, facing the sea of people in the square, and with his still somewhat childish but incredibly cold voice, shouted with full force, "Please remember, I come from Shrek Academy, from the Tang sect." After shouting, he didn't even look back and let us off the stage. The judges hadn't even announced the results yet. That pride, that dominance, shook the entire venue once again. Teacher Wong approached, pretending to scold Junmo like a double act, saying, "That was a bit too ruthless." Junmo cooperated fully, raising his voice so that the surrounding academies could hear. "I already went easy on them. I only froze them. They could recover in a while. If they hadn't surrendered so quickly, they wouldn't have made it off the stage alive." Goodness, as soon as those words came out, the representatives from the surrounding academies looked at us differently, as if they were looking at monsters. We walked directly out of Xinghua Plaza under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of people, without even saying a word. That attitude was impressive. I give a perfect score. And guess what happened? As soon as we got back to the hotel and closed the door, Junmo, who had been exuding an overwhelming aura just a moment ago, suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face as white as paper, and passed out. It turned out he was just putting on a brave front. This kid had used a secret technique earlier, and his body was already weak. That last burst of energy completely drained him. Senior brother Beibei explained to us that it was all Junmo's improvisation, and he didn't even expect such a shocking effect. Those 7 unfortunate guys on the opposite side were purely scared to death by themselves. Teacher Wong was so excited that his face turned red. He bowed to us and said that we had achieved the most exhilarating victory in Shrek's history, silencing all those who doubted us. Anyway, thanks to this battle, we became famous overnight and enjoyed a couple of days of leisure. On the 3rd night, Teacher Wong called us all for a meeting to discuss each of our skills in order to arrange the tactics for the future. Xiao Tao and the other 3 still needed a few days to recover, so we had to rely on our reserve team. Teacher Wong had us introduce our soul skills one by one, which are the highest secrets of soul masters, but it was a special time. Beibei, Su Shanxi, and Jiang Nannan finished their introductions, and it was Keitu's turn. This guy, who usually keeps to himself, suddenly became shy at this moment, stammering for a long time and asking us to promise not to laugh. Sister Ma Xiaotao got anxious and urged him to hurry up, asking why he was hesitating. In the end, Keitu's face turned beet red, and he blurted out, "I have a thick cigar." Wow. Xiaotao was about to explode on the spot, her eyes wide open, thinking he was being a rogue. Before Xiaotao could lose her temper, Keitu stretched out his hand, and with a buzz, the 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, lit up, and in his hand, there really was a big, black, thick, and long cigar. In the entire conference room, I tell you, it was first dead silent. Then with a bang, everyone burst into laughter. Even Teacher Wong couldn't hold it in, tears streaming down his face. It was so bizarre, truly bizarre. Keitu, embarrassed and furious, grabbed that big cigar and stuffed it into the mouth of Su Sanshi, who was laughing the hardest. The next second, good heavens, a flame suddenly shot up from Keitu's hand, directly igniting the other end. Let me tell you, Su Sanshi's face instantly turned green, and he coughed so violently that it was earth-shattering, with tears and mucus everywhere. We almost laughed ourselves to the point of cramping. And guess what? This guy, while coughing, suddenly had a light in his eyes, took down his cigar, and happily took a puff, blowing out a smoke ring. And with a look of enjoyment said, "Wow, this is good stuff. Refreshing and really comfortable." We were all stunned. Beibei next to us was laughing crazily, saying, "Of course. With you holding that core cigar of ours, how could you not feel uncomfortable?" As soon as this was said, the whole place burst into laughter. Su Sanchi's face suddenly turned red, and Jiang Nanan next to him was so embarrassed that her head was almost buried in the ground. Su Sanchi lost his composure on the spot, grabbing the cigar and trying to stuff it into Beibei's mouth, and the two of them got into a scuffle. It was still Teacher Wang Yan who was reliable, coughing a couple of times to separate the two lively ones, and then curiously asked Hikaitu, "Kaitu, what exactly is your martial soul?" Hikaitu felt a bit wronged and mumbled, "I'm a food system soul master. Senior sister, you didn't know this? This is my first soul skill, called Energizing Core Cigar. I told you, when Hikaitu said that this cigar could enhance mental power by 10, the entire conference room fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. Teacher Wang Yan's eyes nearly popped out as he stammered, Increase mental power? By 10%? Hikaitu had this expression as if it was perfectly normal and nodded. Teacher Wang Yan got excited and asked if producing this thing would continuously consume soul power, how long it could last, and so on. As a result, Hikaita's next sentence blew everyone's minds. He said his soul power consumption wasn't significant, and this thing could last a full 2 days. 2 days, folks. What does that mean? Isn't this just a walking buff machine? It's like an ultimate power bank that can be produced in advance and taken away. Teacher Wang Yan slammed the table and said that the martial soul system had missed out on a once-in-a-lifetime genius. He told Hikaitu that among the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, there was a food-type martial soul predecessor who eventually became a god. Your cigar has unlimited potential and can definitely become the logistics core of our team. Hikaitu was completely stunned. He always thought his martial soul was just a useless tool for cultivation, and that teacher fan, you took him in purely for his talent as a soul master. Now suddenly someone was telling him that he was actually a hidden king. His brain just crashed. Teacher Wang Yin saw his dazed look and got even more excited, asking, "Let me ask you, if you had enough time, how many could you make?" Hikaitu thought for a moment. 1,000, maybe. Teacher Wang Yan's eyes turned red, and he shouted, 1,000 can last 2 days. Do you know that a food-type soul skill lasting over 12 hours is already considered genius? Your 48-hour duration could allow a 1,000-man army to charge forward with your buffs. Do you understand? Now we all understood. This was no food type at all. This was simply a military-grade strategic resource. Teacher Wang Yin was so excited that his face turned red, and he slammed the table again. "Stop talking nonsense. Show me all 3 of your remaining soul skills. Let me see for myself." What followed was a large-scale social death scene. We only heard Hikaitu expressionlessly start chanting, "I have a big cigar. I have a long cigar. I have a thin cigar." A few of us beside were twitching our facial muscles uncontrollably, and suddenly there were 3 cigars of varying sizes on the table. Teacher Wang Yin held back his laughter and asked him to introduce them. He-Chung said honestly that they were strength enhancement, defense enhancement, and soul power enhancement. Oh my god, mental strength, power, defense, soul power, and all-around enhancement without dead angles. Teacher Wang Yin was immediately overwhelmed, holding his head and shouting, "That bastard fan you. He actually let you, such a genius food-type soul master, mess with soul tools. I'm going to fight him to the death." Kaitu was not happy and said with a stiff neck, "Don't insult my teacher." Teacher Wang Yin couldn't care less and directly ordered, "Kaitu, now, immediately, right away, make 10 sets for each of us." Beibei's face turned bitter, and he weakly asked if they could skip it, but was shot down by a look from Teacher Wang. Soon, the table was filled with various thick, thin, large, and long cigars. That scoundrel Su San sure started causing trouble again, winking at Beibei. "Come on, brother, let's share the blessings. Everyone gets a fair share." As a result, Jiang Nan couldn't hold it in any longer and suddenly shouted at him, "If you don't shut up, no one will think you're mute." Su Sanchi awkwardly closed his mouth. There was no choice but for everyone to pinch their noses and each light one up. You can't say. Although this thing is shameful in terms of soul spells, the effect is really good. Su Sanchi switched to the defense-enhancing one and jumped up, saying he felt as hard as a rock, with at least a 20% increase in defense. Moreover, we found that different people using different cigars had different effects. It was simply tailor-made. With this pile of strategic supplies, our team's strength instantly shot up a notch. Teacher Wang saw that we all adapted and started arranging strategies for the upcoming round-robin matches. The competition was divided into 3 types: team battles, one-on-one elimination matches, and 2 versus 3 wheel battles. He directly divided us into groups. During the 2 versus 3, Beibei and Jiang Nan were in one group, while Su Sanshi was with Kai Tu. Su Sanshi, still not giving up, raised his hand and said, "Teacher Wang, why can't I be in the same group as Nan? We are familiar." As a result, Jiang Nan rolled her eyes. "Who are you familiar with?" Teacher Wang shot back. "This is a competition, not a dating event. Your turtle shell is a perfect match with Kai Tu's cannon. Got it?" Jiang Nan nodded vigorously beside him, and Su Sanshi immediately wilted. After the meeting, we were about to head back when a handsome guy suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor, wearing the uniform of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Looking quite overconfident, he stared straight at our team member, Chu Junmo, and dramatically said, "Your name is Chu Junmo, right? Remember my name. Xiao Huangchen. I will definitely defeat you." After saying that, he even made a thumbs-down gesture. Ma Xiaotao's temper flared up on the spot, but was held back by Chu Junmo. Guess what her Junmo said? He flicked non-existent dust off his clothes and disdainfully said in a voice we could all hear, "Where did this flea come from? So annoying. I'll crush you sooner or later." After saying that, he dragged Ma Xiaotao directly into the room, slamming the door shut. That guy named Xiao Hong Chun turned green with rage. Soon, the round-robin matches began. Goodness, after the elimination matches, the entire Luo city went crazy. The audience was packed, and ticket prices skyrocketed. When it was our Shrek team's turn to appear, the scene was incredible. Exclusive resting area, big sofas, fruits and drinks available at will. It felt like a vacation, and even the emperor was watching from the city wall. The first match was determined by drawing lots. Beibei went up to draw and got a yellow ball, one-on-one, personal elimination match. I tell you, at that moment, all the eyes of the audience suddenly focused on Chu Junmo, and their gaze seemed to shout, "Come on, 1 against 7, 1 against 7. But who is Teacher Wang? A cunning old fox. He saw that the opponent was from that Luo Academy, the Soul Mentor Academy, but not from the Sun and Moon Empire. So their strength must be average. He shook his head directly, saying that sending a strong attacker against this level of Soul Mentor would easily lead to injuries and losses. Our manpower is already insufficient, so we have to conserve it." He pointed his finger at Su Sanshi. "You go. Remember, you're just a turtle shell. Go up and maximize your defense. Try to wear them down and force out their personnel and skills." As soon as Su Sanshi heard he was the first to go on stage, he immediately got excited, flexed his arms to show off his muscles, and arrogantly said, "Watch me." Then he swaggered onto the stage. However, he hadn't walked far before he heard Beibei behind him complain. "Don't you think he acted really silly just now?" Kai Tu chuckled. "A bit." Jiang Nan added with weight, "Very silly." Su Sansi stumbo, almost tripping and falling flat on the ground, gritting his teeth as he climbed onto the competition stage. Let me tell you about that guy over there. His name is Mingdou. To be honest, his appearance is hard to describe. He's big and round, and he was so nervous that he was sweating all over his forehead. I guess he was scared by our Shrek name. The referee came over and briefly explained the rules, basically saying that if you lose, you get kicked out, but if you win, you can keep pretending. Surprisingly, Mingdou was quite polite and went over to Su Sanshi to get close, saying, "Senior, please go easy on me." Folks, who understands this? Su Sanshi, the king, with a little cigar in his mouth, tilted his head and asked him, "Are you more handsome than me?" Wow, that question completely fried Ma Yingjuan's brain, and his head shook like a rattle drum, saying no. Only then did Su Sanshi nod in satisfaction and say, "All right, then I'll take it easy on you later." I was thinking at that moment, why does the vibe of this competition feel a bit off? Sure enough, as soon as the referee shouted start, that Ma Yingjun on the opposite side transformed in a snap, with dozens of cannon tubes popping out all over his body, and a pair of little wings sprouting from his back, going for a full cyberpunk transformation. Then, looking at Su Sanshi, he leisurely showed off 4 soul rings, which immediately elicited boos from the audience, probably thinking he was a fraud. Then, the most explosive moment of the match happened. This guy actually turned around and ran. He dashed straight towards the edge of the competition platform. I was completely stunned at the time, thinking, is this guy really going to jump off the stage to commit suicide? What is he trying to do? Just when everyone's jaws were about to hit the ground, Su Sanshi had already rushed to the edge of the stage, leaped fiercely, and jumped right off. The moment his body flew off the stage, the 4th soul ring on him, that purple 1,000-year soul ring, suddenly lit up. In the next second, my eyes went wide. Whoosh! A strange light flashed, and Su Sanshi and the still-dazed Ma Yingjun switched places. Su Sanshi landed steadily on the spot where Ma Yingjun had just been standing. while the poor Ma Yingjun suddenly found himself with nothing beneath his feet, and he was now outside the stage, beginning to free fall. But that's not all. Su Sanshur, with a smug look, held a cigar and shouted at the falling Ma Yingjun. Here comes the ultimate move. With a bang, the guy, who had initially wanted to activate his flying soul guide to save himself, was so startled by the shout that he fumbled and turned it off, crashing down to the ground with a heavy thud. The whole place went dead silent. I exchanged glances with you, and we both said in unison, "Is this even possible?" At that moment, I had just one expression, the subway old man's phone. JPG, this move is so slick. The referee was stunned, taking a while to realize that one person was missing from the stage. Whereas Su Sanshur, he put the cigar back in his mouth and coolly uttered 3 words. Next one. The audience couldn't bear to watch any longer and explained to us that this guy's 4-soul skill is called Xianming Replacement, a divine skill that allows him to switch places with his opponent instantly. Yet he used it in such a sleazy way. It's simply a waste of talent. Brother Kai, too, added a remark from his side. Brother Sanshur, truly a scoundrel. But that's not all. Su Sanshur ran to the edge of the stage and pretended to ask the dazed Ma Yingjun, "Brother, are you okay? I promised to take it easy on you, look. I sent you down in the gentlest way possible. No need to thank me." That guy was probably still dazed from the fall and instinctively waved his hand at him. The second one to come up was a tall, beautiful woman. Su Sanshur, that scoundrel, stared wide-eyed, scanning from the bottom up like a radar, mumbling something about buns. I swear at that moment I wanted to rush up and punch him. The girl exploded on the spot. As soon as the referee called to start, she grabbed 2 gleaming big swords and charged over. Su Sanshur immediately backed down, holding a turtle shell shield, being chased around the stage while shouting "Ghost," making the girl so angry her face turned green. Even more ridiculous, as he was about to be forced to the edge of the stage, he started spouting sleazy lines. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fall. Come on, hit harder, hit harder." Folks, I wouldn't even dare to read those lines out loud in the live stream. The girl was completely furious, holding back her strength, forcing Su Sanshur to the edge of the cliff. And just when it looked like her final strike would send him flying, guess what? At the moment the sword was about to hit, Su Sanshur leaned to the side, angled his shield, and dodged. The girl overexerted herself, lost her footing, and ended up rushing off the stage. Su Sanshur even casually slapped her on the butt with his shield, giving her a physical boost. Just like that, he won again. Then he lewdly glanced over at us, especially at Jiang Nanan. Let me tell you, Nanan's expression instantly transformed from a cold goddess to a hellish demon. She pulled out a pair of scissors and snipped a long piece of fruit in half. Su Sanshur's face went pale, instantly turning into a righteous gentleman. Looking at the referee with a serious expression, "I won. Let us move on to the next match." The third opponent was the captain himself. I thought he would come out strong, but he was quite serious, bowing and saying, "I know you didn't use your full strength. Please fight me fairly." Su Sanshur, rarely dropping his sleazy demeanor, nodded. As soon as the match began, I thought, wow. The opposing captain transformed rapidly, turning from a person into a mobile cannon platform. He was covered in cannon tubes, and the big one on his chest looked like it could fit my head. Brother Kai, too, explained to me that this is called the Soul Guidance Artillery Tactics, focusing on powerful firepower and high defense. But the downside is standing still makes you a target, purely a severe case of firepower inadequacy phobia. Then there was Su Sanshur, puffing on his broken cigar, swaggering toward the cannon face like a street punk. The opponent was unapologetic, firing dozens of cannon tubes at the same time, with the light projectiles coming down like rain. I was so nervous that my heart was in my throat, and then Su Sanshur squatted down, raised his turtle shell shield in front of him, and curled up behind it. The dense artillery fire hit the shield, making a clanging noise like scraping skin, and he didn't even move an inch. It was ridiculously strong. The girl on the opposite side, who had just been tricked by him, looked green with anger from below the stage, probably cursing him 1,000 times in her heart. The guy across from him was completely dumbfounded, and I tell you, his expression was like encountering a cheater in ranked matches. His nerves were all tensed up. Logically speaking, his soul-guided artillery should counter our defense type, but after a barrage of attacks, he didn't even break through our defense. He was undeterred, and several cannon barrels popped out from his shoulders, followed by a series of 6 fist-sized white energy balls that shot out like homing missiles, drawing a parabolic arc in the air towards Su Sanshur. I thought, surely he would have to dodge this time? Just at the moment he switched weapons and paused his attack, Su Sanshur, that sly fox, stood up. He didn't even look. He just sensed the change in the rhythm of the incoming attacks through his shield and seized the opportunity. He suddenly charged forward, and his second soul ring lit up. Those 6 energy balls seemed to have eyes, relentlessly pursuing him from behind. The guy across from him saw this and was delighted, thinking this round was secure, and he opened fire with everything. Damn, all the cannon barrels on him lit up at once. The white light was so bright I could barely open my eyes. Dozens of light beams shot towards Su Sanshur, and the scene looked like a rain of steel, aiming to turn him into a sieve. Just then, Beibei next to me suddenly growled. Look closely. Who understands this, right? At this critical moment, Su Sanshur suddenly transformed. He shot forward in a blur, fast enough to leave after images. My eyes were dazzled, and I saw dozens of Su Sanses darting around the stage, like he had activated a shadow clone technique. Most of the projectiles missed completely. What was even more impressive was that his big turtle shell shattered into numerous palm-sized small shields, scattering like flowers in the sky, clanging and blocking all the unavoidable attacks, including those 2 pursuing energy balls from behind. A barrage of gunfire, and not a single shot hit him. He charged out from the artillery fire and directly rushed in front of that guy. The guy was also stunned, probably thinking, is this guy really a defense type? But he was also tough. In a panic, the largest cannon barrel on his chest began to charge up, and I felt the air in the entire arena shake, ready to unleash a final big move. And what happened? Su Sanchi's cheeky expression suddenly vanished. His gaze turned as cold as ice. Just as the opponent fired, he slipped his foot, executed a smooth little combo, leaned to the side, and with the side of his turtle shell, he deflected that light cannon that could flatten a mountain. Yes, you heard right, he deflected it. The light cannon slammed into the protective shield with a bang, shaking the entire arena 3 times. Then, without even looking, Su Sanshur charged like a raging bull, smashing into that guy's metal contraption. A soul-guided artillery weighing over 500 pounds was directly knocked away, crashing down like a broken sack before hitting the protective shield. That scene was all about violent aesthetics. After the collision, Su Sanshur returned to his usual smiling demeanor and teasingly shouted to the guy he had just tricked. See, I didn't lie to you, right? I was gentle enough earlier. The guy turned pale, nodding frantically, unable to say a word. At that moment, Beibei revealed to us that Su Sanshur was actually the hidden big shot. He could have graduated to the inner academy long ago, but he repeated a year just to pursue Jiang Nannan, which infuriated their homeroom teacher. Beibei said that among us, in terms of cultivation, this guy was the strongest. His Xianming, turtle martial soul, had never been broken by anyone. The opposing team captain struggled to get up and plainly admitted defeat. Su Sanshur single-handedly took down the entire opposing team. The whole arena went wild, erupting in cheers for Shrek. After the match ended, Teacher Wong took us away, saying we needed to go back to cultivate and wouldn't let us watch the subsequent matches. But we couldn't just sit still. So that night, we secretly sneaked up to the rooftop with a soul-guided telescope made by Kai Tu to spy on the matches. Hui Yuhao was even more impressive, directly activating his mental sharing, allowing us to watch the live broadcast with our eyes closed in high-definition 4K. As a result, when we watched, we were all dumbfounded. The 2 guys on stage in the next match were both Soul Kings at the 5 rings. At that moment, I felt like the air had solidified. Soul Kings. What does this mean? It means their entire team might be composed of Soul Masters at the 4 rings. How are we supposed to fight this? Beibei's face instantly darkened. He said we couldn't keep hiding our strength anymore and had to fight for the glory of Shrek. Su Sanshur wanted to act cool, saying they needed to preserve their strength for the competition in 5 years. But Beibei shot back. 5 years? Do you have so little confidence in yourself 5 years from now? Then, the most explosive revelation came. Beibei told us that he and Su Sanshur were actually the Academy's designated next generation of Shrek 7 monsters and had been hiding their strength all along. I had just one expression, the subway old man looking at his phone. JPG. Hui Yuhao chased after Su Sanshur, asking how much strength he had used today. And guess what he said? About 40%. I was stunned. So that earth-shattering scene just now was merely him warming up? He even casually teased Jiang Nannan, saying he was meant to be with Beibei, which made Beibei furious, scolding him that they were just partners. Jiang Nannan ignored him altogether and directly pulled out a pair of scissors. The relationships among these people were more complicated than advanced mathematics. Anyway, it was finally decided that if we encountered tough opponents, we would let Beibei and Su Sanshur, these 2 sly foxes, team up to unleash their trump cards. The next day, Teacher Wong mysteriously called us out, saying he would take us to relax. I thought, yeah, right. Relax at this crucial moment? We followed him through a sea of people until we stopped in front of a building with a hammer sign. I was wondering if this was a blacksmith shop or something, when the nearby Junmo told me it was an auction house. Wow, an auction house? I was stunned. What on earth was Teacher Wong bringing us to this hammer place for? To buy a hammer? Before I could finish my thought, Teacher Wong pulled us aside and started class. I tell you, his expression was unprecedentedly serious, and the first thing he said left me speechless. He said, "Family. The times have changed." Goodness, at that moment, I realized that other academies had already secretly started using open book exams, with Soul Masters pairing with Soul Guidance devices, creating hybrid modes. Meanwhile, we at Shrek are still playing it natural and additive-free, thinking we're an old brand. Using that stuff would lower our value. Teacher Wong directly used Senior Sister Nan as an example, saying, as a fragile assassin of the agility attack system, if you were equipped with an accelerator and a few defensive armors for survival, wouldn't you be able to move in and out of the enemy crowd effortlessly? I listened and thought, hey, that makes sense. Our third senior brother, Su San-Shi, was unhappy at that moment, clinging to old traditional ideas, and said with a stiff neck that the glory of Soul Masters should not be tarnished. Using external objects is no skill. As a result, Teacher Wong shot him down with one sentence, saying, "San-Shi, your thinking is exactly the same as those old stubborn folks in our academy. But it's this kind of thinking that makes us unable to move forward." Then, let me tell you, the most intense part came. Teacher Wong took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over each of us, and asked, "Do you know why the previous main team failed?" The air in the room instantly froze. He was stabbing us right in the heart. He said, "What if each of them had a defensive Soul Guidance device for survival? Would the outcome be the same?" He directly pointed to Kai Tu, our only hope in the Soul Guidance department. Senior brother Kai Tu answered without hesitation. If there were a level 6 defensive Soul Guidance device, that corpse explosion wouldn't have broken the defense at all. Even a level 5 would only result in minor injuries at most. Who understands? When those words came out, all of us were broken down. Yes, a tragedy that could have been avoided, just because of our ridiculous pride as Soul Masters. Teacher Wong saw that we were wavering and directly raised the stakes, dropping an even bigger bomb. He said, even our academy's elusive Xian Lao, a 98-level super title doll, an existence so powerful it's off the charts, has to borrow an 8th-level flying Soul Guidance device to travel. I gasped, 98 level? What kind of concept is that? An existence beneath one, yet above 10,000. But Teacher Wong said, even such an impressive figure is now threatened by several 9th-level Soul Guidance masters from the Sun Moon Empire who are crazy about Soul Guidance devices. And it's not over yet. He directly gave us a lesson in human history, but a dark version. He said, Soul Beasts are limited, and we Soul Masters kill them generation after generation. Like shearing sheep, sooner or later we will shear them bald. In 10,000 years. Don't even talk about 10,000-year spirit rings. Even 100-year spirit rings will be a luxury. By then, how will Soul Masters level up? With their heads? No. The only way out, the only version of the answer, is Soul Guidance devices. I felt a tingling sensation on my scalp. This was not just advice to buy equipment. It was a deep, soul-stirring transformation for us delicate flowers in a greenhouse. After Teacher Wong finished speaking, he just looked at us, waiting for us to digest it. Senior brother Beibei was the first to stand up, and I thought, as expected of a senior brother, his perspective is impressive. He directly linked this to the decline of our Tang sect. He said that the Tang sect was eliminated by the times because it failed to keep up with the versions of soul guiding devices. He stated on the spot that he would apply to take up courses in the soul guiding department when he returned. Su San-Shi also came to a realization. But being more practical, he asked the crucial question, Teacher Wong, how can we compare ourselves to professional soul masters when we are starting halfway? Teacher Wong's reply awakened us. Can their physical fitness match up? Can they cultivate to be a super Douluo above level 95? No. So the ultimate form still needs to be our super combat suits paired with top-tier soul guiding devices. That is the true path. As for Kai-Tu, there's no need to say much. He was already in this line of work, grinning brightly. However, when it was Senior Sister Nanan's turn, the atmosphere suddenly changed. After holding back for a long time, she weakly asked, but aren't soul guiding devices very expensive? I almost couldn't hold it together. Senior Sister, is your focus a bit off? Su San-Shi immediately leaned in like a lovesick puppy. I'll buy it for you. As a result, he was shouted at by Senior Sister Nan with a roll and became instantly withdrawn, looking so aggrieved. Teacher Wong quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying the academy would reimburse and money was not an issue. Senior Sister Nanan's eyes lit up and she immediately said, then I have no problem. When it was my turn, what problem could I have? I was already dual cultivating with soul guiding and martial spirits. I just said with a bitter face, Teacher Wong. It seems I have nothing to buy. Kaitu was laughing beside me, patting his bald head and saying, Junior brother, don't worry. You'll know once we go in. There is something that S guaranteed to be at every auction. Just when I thought it was all smooth sailing and everyone was happy. My good brother Wong Wudong, who had been silent, suddenly raised his head and firmly said, No, I have a problem. I don't want to use it. You all go ahead. I'll head back first. After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. We were all stunned. No one expected him to react so strongly. Chu Junmo quickly pulled him back, trying to persuade him, but Wu Tong said he didn't know why. He just felt an instinctive rejection of the soul-guiding device and told us to go on our own, saying he would wait for us at the hotel. Chu Junmo had no choice but to tell him to be careful, and then he came back to Teacher Wong and said, Teacher, he's fine. Let's go in. Sigh, I just don't get it. The rest of us followed Teacher Wong into the auction house. Let me tell you, this place looks ordinary from the outside. But once you step in, wow, it practically blinds my eyes. It's all underground, with a grand golden corridor that looks like they just threw money on the walls. It's even more extravagant than the Star Emperor Hotel where we're staying. Teacher Wong quietly said, This place has a high threshold. We only got in thanks to Senior Dai Yaoheng's connections. We were led into a private room by a young lady in a red dress. Brother Beibei seemed unfazed and directly stopped the young lady to ask about the specifications of today's event. As soon as she heard this, the young lady immediately explained to us that today's event was considered entry-level, called a Level 4 auction, specifically selling soul guides below Level 6. I'll tell you, as soon as we walked in, the lights immediately dimmed, creating a mysterious atmosphere. They were handing out masks at the entrance, and we got white ones. Later, Teacher Wong Yin told us that these masks were like membership levels. White is for regular tourists, and there are higher levels like yellow, purple, black, red, and the best is gold, which is for top VIPs. Turns out, we were just a bunch of whiteboard newbies here to join the fun. I don't know if it was because of the favor from that guy Dai Yaoheng, but we were directly arranged in the front row with an excellent view, like being in the inner circle of a concert. As the lights dimmed, a sister in a purple dress walked on stage, exuding charm. I glanced at Su Sanshur, and his eyes were practically popping out. His Adam's apple was bobbing up and down, and he was just short of drooling. I thought to myself, this guy is practically a walking hormone detector. The sister in the purple dress was called Qingya, and her voice was incredibly sweet. She started by saying that everything today was about soul-guiding devices, and there would be a mysterious grand prize at the end. All right, I understand the routine. They're just building up the atmosphere. Soon, the first auction item came up, a dark long object that could be strapped to an arm. Sister Qingya said it was called a Soul Guide Paralysis Ray, a Level 3 item made by a Level 6 big shot, meaning it was a dimensional strike. The effect was simple and brutal. Bayou, and whoever gets hit gets paralyzed. It could paralyze a Soul King for 1 second and a Soul Zone for over 2 seconds. Focusing on the element of surprise. The starting price was 1,000 gold soul coins, and the people below immediately got excited, with the price shooting up to 2,000 quickly. Just as everyone hesitated, Teacher Wong Yin made a move, raised his paddle, and casually announced, 2,500. The entire room fell silent. I'll tell you, it felt like you were at karaoke fighting for the mic, and then the original singer just started singing, leaving everyone else in the dust. Teacher Wong's move was just showing off wealth. Duong. Once the hammer fell, it was sold. Teacher Wong turned to us and asked who wanted it, and Brother Kaitu immediately said, Give it to me. He said this thing had a rare effect. Couldn't be imitated, and he could use it at level 40. Hey, starting off with a free piece of equipment felt great. Next, Teacher Wong seemed to enter a crazy shopping mode, buying whatever caught his eye, shoving dozens of soul-guiding devices our way, as if they were free. We just sat there, experiencing the joy of being overwhelmed by someone else's money. Soon, it was time for the second-to-last auction item. Sister Qingya started teasing us again, saying this item had a cute name. It was called a baby bottle. I was dumbfounded. Selling baby bottles in auction? What kind of operation was this? When the item was revealed, it turned out to be a necklace with a pendant shaped like a baby bottle. Brother Kaitu next to me was so excited he was shaking, saying, Yuhao, this is it. This is exactly what you need right now. I'm still confused. Sister Qingya explained on stage that this bottle, scientifically known as a soul power charging device, is essentially a soul power bank. It can store soul power in advance and release it when needed. She even joked that breastfeeding is better, which made the whole audience laugh. Senior Brother Kaitu was below, wildly educating me, saying that this thing has a very high production difficulty and has extreme material requirements because it needs to store soul power without exploding. Therefore, high-quality bottles are ridiculously expensive. Moreover, They can't be moved during use, or else it could lead to a loss of control, making them basically live targets in battle. However, he said that my spiritual power is strong, so it might be easier for me to control it, and during team battles, I could hide in the back and secretly drink to regain power, which is simply perfect. Who understands, family? It sounds so appealing. Isn't this the gospel for mages? This device is clearly in high demand, with prices soaring to 11,000. Senior brother Beibei was a bit worried and asked Teacher Wang if the money was enough. As a result, Teacher Wang Yin smiled slightly and dropped a bombshell. Don't worry, the Academy has issued me a credit certificate with no limit. I was shocked at that moment. No, limits. What does this mean? It's the unlimited black card of Shrek Academy. Then, Teacher Wang performed again. When others added 1,000, he directly shouted, 20,000. Someone was not convinced and went for 21,000. Teacher Wang didn't even raise an eyebrow. 25,000. The whole place fell silent again. Sister Qingyao looked at Teacher Wang with eyes full of fiery passion, as if she wanted to acknowledge him as her godfather right there. The hammer dropped so fast, fearing that Teacher Wang might change his mind. All right, the power bank was also in hand. Finally, it was time for the grand finale. This time, a big cart was pushed up, and the cover was changed to red, fully enhancing the sense of ceremony. Sister Qingyao's face was a bit flushed with excitement, as she said this treasure shouldn't have appeared here. It was brought out as an exceptional gesture to thank everyone. My curiosity suddenly surged, and I quietly activated my mental detection to see what was below. As soon as my mental energy touched that thing, I felt like my brain was stabbed by 10,000 needles all at once. An indescribable sharpness instantly pierced through my detection, almost puncturing my sea of consciousness. I let out a cry and covered my eyes, trembling all over, tears streaming down my face. My fellow disciples, Beibei and the others, were scared and quickly asked me what was wrong. It took me several seconds to choke out a sentence, such a sharp feeling. Just then, Sister Qingyao on stage suddenly lifted the red cloth. Everyone in the audience craned their necks, only to find, is this it? On the tray was a pitch-black, unremarkable carving knife. It was the kind of tool that soul mentors use to carve core magic arrays, something everyone has. The audience immediately erupted in boos, feeling like they had been tricked. But Sister Qingyao smiled and said, everyone, don't be fooled by its appearance. Let me tell you, this is a ranking carving knife. As soon as the words ranking carving knife came out, the audience exploded. The senior beside me, Hikaitu, slapped his thigh in regret, probably wishing he could have snatched it up, only to have it pointed out right away. Although I didn't quite understand, I could tell that this thing was equivalent to a divine artifact ranked in the top 100 of weapon rankings. And there were only 2 in the entire Shrek Academy. Teacher Wang's eyes lit up. This was definitely a treasure the Academy wanted. Just when the atmosphere reached its peak and everyone was ready to sell their pots and pans to fight over it, Sister Qingyao suddenly changed her tone, sighed, and said, however, this carving knife, it has a problem. Wow, this immense wealth actually comes with thorns. She continued, this knife is ranked 99th on the leaderboard. Not because it's weak, but because it is cursed. Hearing this, Hikaitu suddenly shouted, could it be that cursed knife that backfires on its master? The Soul Devourer? Sister Qingyao had a look that said, you know quite a bit, and nodded, saying that's right, it's that one. Then she told a ghost story. She said this knife was created 3,000 years ago by a level 9 evil soul master, and it contains a trace of that guy's soul. This knife has had 37 masters, and without exception, all met a tragic end, none living past 10 years. Whoever uses it will have bad luck, and whoever touches it will be cursed. I felt a chill run down my spine. This is no divine artifact. It's practically a death warrant. Just a moment ago, a group of people was eager and ready to go, but now they were silent, as if they had all been collectively silenced. Who would dare to buy it? To take it home as a display piece? What if one day they couldn't resist using it? Wouldn't that mean booking themselves a luxurious little room? Even Brother Kai, Tiao, shook his head and said, we can't take it. The teacher has said that the evil nature of this knife is even more terrifying than described. No one can withstand it. Teacher Wang also showed a look of disappointment, clearly having given up. Finally, Sister Qingyao announced the starting bid, the soul-devouring carving knife. Starting bid of 100,000 gold soul coins, and the auction begins now. However, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Not even a single breath could be heard. Just when the awkwardness could be cut with a knife, suddenly, a voice that sounded a bit young rang out. 100,000 gold soul coins. Let me tell you, everyone was stunned at that moment. A sign was raised, number 333. The girl at the auction stand, named Qingya, right? She completely froze, probably already calculating how to spend the commission from that 1,000 gold soul coins. This broken sword had been dropped in her hands for more than 10 auctions. The price kept falling, and she was about to incur losses. Suddenly, a big spender appeared. How could she not be excited? As a result, she got so excited that she forgot to call out, and we had to repeat. I bid 100,000. Only then did she come back to her senses and hurriedly bang the gavel. Goodness, the teammates beside me were almost drooling. Beibei's brows were furrowed so tightly they could squish a fly. He was probably thinking, this little junior brother usually seems stable. Why is he so reckless today? Buying such a cursed thing? But what do they know? This thing is toxic to others, but for my brother Junmo, it's like a panacea. The mysterious power within him was about to pop champagne. The system directly gave him a cheat, saying as long as he got in hand, he could purify the evil energy inside completely, turning it into the purest life energy, and he could conveniently copy a weakened version for Huiyuhao to use. Who understands family? It's all about turning waste into treasure, and it also helps my brother. This operation is simply out of this world. This matter has passed. The next day, we were going to play the second round of the group stage. I tell you, our team is in a terrible state right now. The two mainstays, Dai Yueheng and Ma Xiaotao, are still lying in the hospital, and today's lineup is basically the second team. The opponent is the Thousand Spirits Academy of the Doling Empire, which is said to be quite a tough character, with a Soul King in their team. Teacher Wang Yin was worried all the way, muttering that we must not draw a one-on-one elimination match. Otherwise, our ragtag team really can't hold up. When we arrived at Xingluo Plaza, the scene was bustling with drums and a sea of people. When our Shrek appeared, the cheers almost blew the roof off. There's no way around it. We're the top flow after all. The match began, and the captains from both sides went on stage to draw lots. When Beibei went up, the opposing captain looked like a javelin, with a tight face and sharp eyes. Everyone was watching, and the result was team battle. Teacher Wang Yin almost opened a bottle of champagne on the spot to celebrate, and the opposing team seemed quite satisfied too. It seems they both wanted a clash in a team battle. The players from both sides took the stage. On our side, Beibei and Su Sanshur were at the front, followed by Jiang Nanan and He Kaitu, with Huiyuhao and Tang Wudong standing on either side. And where was Junmo? He stood right in the middle, arms crossed, eyes closed, directly starting to meditate. Wow, this pose is full marks for showing off. The formation of the Thousand Spirits Academy on the opposite side was interesting. At the front stood 4 guys as solid as a wall. Behind the wall was that javelin captain, and behind him were 2 girls, one with red hair and the other with blue hair, looking quite formidable. At the referee's command, both sides released their martial souls. On our side, Huiyuhao and Tang Wutong directly revealed 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Soul Emperor. The faces of the opponents instantly turned green. I could feel the pressure from far away. Junmo, however, remained with his eyes closed, too lazy to even release his soul rings. Beibei and the other 3 charged forward, cigar in mouth, yelling as they rushed ahead, their formation chaotic like they were going to fight on the street. In contrast, the opponents were extremely disciplined. The 4 muscular men in front suddenly had 4 huge shields grow from their right arms. A flash of dark yellow light appeared, and the 4 shields combined to form a massive wall, as solid as a fortress. Behind the wall, the spear captain Shun had a silver light flash behind him, and a double-headed spear floated in front of him, with 5 soul rings, Soul King. That sharp aura felt like it could cut through the air. The 2 girls at the back were even more formidable. Their martial souls had directly manifested, one summoning a 3-meter-high frost giant bear, and the other summoning a fierce tiger engulfed in flames. This is called martial soul manifestation, where the person hides behind and lets the summoned beings fight. They weren't in a hurry to attack at all. The shield wall pushed forward, and the blue-haired girl and Lungya acted first, with the ice bear slapping the ground, causing the entire competition platform to instantly freeze. Beibei and the others, who were rushing at the front, slipped under their feet, and their speed immediately slowed down. Then, the main event came. The red-haired girl Fei Yin started to frantically buff their captain. Her fire tiger first exhaled a ring of fire towards the captain, and the captain's 1,000 strikes spear instantly turned a crimson color. Following that, a pair of flaming wings sprouted from the fire tiger's back, and its flames changed from red to bluish-white, the temperature rising sharply. It wasn't over. The fire tiger even split off a shadow, which directly merged into the captain's 1,000 strike spear. Oh my goodness, that spear exploded in an instant, with blue-white flames burning fiercely, accompanied by the sound of a tiger's roar. This is not just a soul skill. It's like they're summoning a Gundam right on the spot. They're using 4 meat shields and 1 ice-type control to stall for time, creating an opportunity for their core output to unleash a devastating blow. They hadn't used this move in their previous matches. They were hiding it deep. The spear, which gathered the strength of the entire team, had its tip locked onto Beibei, who was charging at the front. The shield wall suddenly opened a gap, and Shun Tzu shouted softly, "Go. It's over." Everyone felt that Shrek was about to suffer a casualty at the start. However, at that critical moment, Junmo, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. 2 beams of purple-gold light shot out from his eyes, extending over a foot long like lasers. This was not a soul skill. This was the perfected purple extreme demon eye. This move directly slammed into Shun Tzu's mental world, who was fully focused and ready to strike. Shun Tzu let out a muffled grunt. 2 lines of blood gushed from his nostrils, and with a twitch of his hand, the already released spear veered off. Not just veered off, it took a sharp turn and flew back towards their own direction. Opportunity? Opportunity is for those who are prepared. Their little tactics had long been seen through under Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing. Junmo was waiting for this moment when the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. Boom! A loud explosion. That earth-shattering attack hit solidly against their seemingly impregnable shield wall from the inside. Countless shield fragments flew everywhere as the blue-white flames instantly melted the ice layer. And the 2 meat shields closest to the explosion were sent flying with a scream, their right arms a bloody mess. This left them completely stunned. In that instant, our full-scale assault began. Beibei and Su Sanshur darted through the gap created by the explosion like lightning. Meanwhile, Hikaitu stood on the ground, took a puff of his cigar, and a series of dense metallic rumbling sounds erupted from his body. In the next second, a circular cannon base unfolded from beneath his feet, encasing his legs. Then, metal cannon tubes began to wildly expand from his body, densely packed. With at least 50 or 60, the one on his right shoulder was thicker than my thigh. Yuhao, watching from the back, broke out in a cold sweat, probably thinking that only those with robust builds could fit more cannons on themselves. Hikaitu grinned, a smile filled with a sense of destruction. Immediately after, he transformed into a dazzling sphere of light. As Beibei crashed into the remaining half of the shield wall, he felt a wave of heat from behind, followed by a deafening explosion above his head, so loud that he quickly crouched down to activate his soul power for protection. When he stood up again, there was no shield wall left in front of him, only a ground full of fragments. The usually refined Beibei couldn't help but curse as he looked at the scene of devastation. What the hell? What is all this flying debris? Let me tell you, those shattered fragments were TM Lingxi shields. The entire arena's protective barrier was shaking like water ripples, and there was someone stuck on top. Who? The captain of Qianling Academy, Shun Tzu. Good heavens, those 5 soul rings on him were flashing like neon lights, and what happened? Useless. He was pinned down by an incredibly absurd force against the barrier, unable to move at all. Not only were we stunned, but even their own teammates were dumbfounded. The 2 guys we had injured earlier thought they were pretty unlucky, but now, seeing Bai Chun and Yimao's miserable state and shattered shields, they probably felt thankful that we had shown mercy. Who was the culprit behind all this? Hikaitu. My brother just fired all 63 soul-guided cannons simultaneously, glowing like a little sun. That firepower, let me tell you, made any shield wall seem like it was made of paper. One shot pierced through, and it sent their captain Shun Tzu, who hadn't even recovered from Hui Yuhao's mental impact, flying. I exchanged a glance with Sanshur, and both of us nearly dropped our jaws. It turns out it's not just the 2 of us hiding things. That guy Hikaitu is the real eye-catching one. With that shot, I reckon even if Sanshur went up to catch it head-on, he'd have to think twice. Honestly, Hikaitu's skills are incredible. From the moment he started moving forward, the muscles on his body were already moving rapidly. We didn't even notice, and he had already assembled a hugely complex soul-guiding artillery platform. From construction to firing, just 3 seconds. Only 3 seconds. The people from the Sun and Moon Royal below were so shocked they stood up, probably thinking they couldn't even operate that fast themselves. This guy managed to stack the power of a level 5 artillery platform using the number of level 4 soul guiders. This operation was simply a dimensional strike, way ahead of the game. By the time we reacted, the light from the cannon barrel had dimmed. That Shun Tzu looked utterly disheveled, sliding down from the protective shield, his clothes torn to shreds and the inner armor shattered with a clang. falling directly to the ground. He was left bare-chested, leaning on his spear, gasping for breath. And what about Hikaitu? He spat out the burnt cigar in his mouth, shrugged his shoulders, and said arrogantly, "Oh, not bad. You actually didn't die. What a pity for your level 5 defensive soul-guiding device. You're the first Soul King to take my shot head-on and still stand. Don't worry, here comes another one." Saying this, he turned that artillery platform with a clack, rotating 360 degrees without any blind spots, directly aiming at the girl named Fei Yu Yin and her tiger. Hikaitu shouted, "Brothers, what are you still frozen for? The cannon barrel is lighting up again." I tell you, Fei Yu Yin was so scared that her soul almost left her body. She let out a scream and jumped on her tiger, running away. She didn't have level 5 inner armor. At the critical moment, their captain, Shun Su, kept his cool and shouted, "Don't panic. He can't fire 2 shots in a row." Yes, that's the logic. A soul master that level would definitely need to recover some energy after such a shot. But the intimidating appearance of Hikaitu was too strong, and their formation instantly fell apart. Just when they were in chaos, I tell you, Sister Nan Nan moved. A shadow silently sneaked up behind a defensive soul master. That guy was already injured, and suddenly felt as if he was weighed down by lead, unable to move at all. In the next second, Sister Nan Nan had already grabbed his throat, exerted force at her waist, and with a beautiful bow, directly threw that big guy out of the arena. "I'm coming." Finally, someone on the opposite side reacted, the vice captain, a girl named Lung Yi. Her frost bear martial soul charged forward, catching the thrown teammate in midair. But that's not all. Her 4th soul ring lit up. Her hair instantly turned from blue to white, and her eyes were filled with coldness. Immediately afterward, a massive ice tornado swept directly towards us, targeting the immobile Hikaitu. Yuhao quickly transmitted to us, "She has a head soul bone. Goodness, no wonder." The power of this move is definitely at the Soul King level, boosted by the soul bone. This tornado came at just the right time, blocking me, Sanshur, and Nanan all at once. I hurriedly summoned lightning to protect myself, but still got pushed back by that immense force. As I slid back, I adjusted my position, firmly standing in front of Hikaitu, making sure he wouldn't be focused on. Just when I felt the pressure mounting, suddenly my whole body felt lighter. Turning around, Su Sanshur was already standing in front of me, holding up a black shield that looked like water waves. He even grinned at me, looking so relaxed. His Xianming shield array was simply the nemesis of ice attacks. The tornado hit it, melting part at first, and then dissipating some of the force, making it impossible to break through the defense. However, Lung Yi's move did buy the opposing side some precious time. The remaining few injured defensive soul masters quickly gathered together to regroup. Captain Shun Su had also recovered. That Fei Yu Yin had returned to position on her tiger. Shun Su's eyes were red. He probably felt like they were doomed, and a wave of grief and anger surged up as he shouted, "Let me do it." He now had the mindset of a desperate soldier, ready to fight to the death. His 5th soul ring lit up, and the 1,000-strike spear in his hand was thrown at someone. Who? Yuhao. He had taken a grudge against Yuhao for initially using his mental power to interfere, causing his spear to veer off course. At that moment, my heart sank. The frost tornado was just blocking Yuhao's spiritual detection. By the time that spear, enhanced by flames and glowing white, pierced through the tornado, it was already right in front of us. "Not good," I exclaimed. "It's over, no matter how strong Yuhao is. He can't possibly take a full-force 5th soul skill from Soul King head-on." All of our faces turned pale in that instant. However, just as the spear was about to pierce Yuhao's body, he suddenly transformed into a phantom and vanished from the spot in an instant. The spear pierced through the afterimage with a thud, creating a hole in the arena. In the next second, Yuhao's figure appeared right at the center of the tornado. To him, that raging tornado felt like a gentle breeze, having no effect at all. He was enraged. A terrifying pressure from the primordial world descended instantly, and behind him, a massive phantom of an ice phoenix flashed by. Then, a deep and commanding voice echoed through the loudspeaker soul tool, spreading across the entire square. "Ice. I am a master. Who understands, family?" At that moment, the hearts of all the spectators felt as if they were grasped by an invisible hand. Immediately after, we witnessed an unforgettable scene. The raging frost tornado suddenly stopped in midair. It froze solid. Then, it flipped and changed direction, sweeping back towards the group from Qianling Academy. But that's not all. Yuhao pointed with his right hand at the frost bear from a distance. The gigantic bear trembled violently as if it had seen its nemesis. And then with a bang, it exploded. It disintegrated into countless motes of light and vanished. Opposite, Enlunye let out a muffled grunt, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell weakly to the ground. At this point, the opposing side completely collapsed. Those four defensive soul masters, who had struggled to block the tornado created by their own people, stood there like wooden puppets, staring at Yu Hao as if they were looking at a deity, completely losing the courage to fight back. I looked at Shunsu across from me and asked him in a low voice, "Are we still fighting?" Shunsu glanced at his unmotivated teammates, and then at the unconscious Enlunye on the ground. He sighed heavily and shook his head. "We concede." After the referee announced our victory, the seven of us lined up and bowed to our opponents before leaving the stage. Before leaving, Yu Hao even pretended to press a button at Enlunye from a distance, and the girl snorted, waking up. When she looked at Yu Hao again, all that was left in her eyes was fear. To be honest, we also breathed a sigh of relief. This victory had been too precarious, relying purely on tactics and abilities to counter each other. If it weren't for the surprise attack from Kai 2 at the beginning, and if it weren't for Yu Hao's ultimate ice perfectly countering, it would have been hard to say who would win or lose. But we couldn't feel happy about winning. Teacher Wang gathered us in the conference room, his face extremely serious. He said that the next match was the toughest challenge in our round-robin tournament. The opposing team had 3 Soul Kings from the 5 rings. Teacher Wang even considered having us forfeit the next match to preserve our strength. But none of the 7 of us agreed. What kind of joke is that? The honor of Shrek cannot fall without a fight in our hands. Even if we lose, we must lose standing up. Seeing our resolute attitude, Teacher Wang's eyes turned red, and he said, "Good, truly the elite of Shrek. I am proud of you." Then he began to lay out the tactics. He told us that the captain of the opposing team was a genius regarded as a once-in-a-thousand-years talent by their academy. Exceedingly strong. Our only chance of winning was to gamble on drawing a team battle in the next match. The core of the tactic was one person, Su Sanshi. Teacher Wang's plan was simple and straightforward, just 4 words, decapitation operation. Looking at Sanshi, Teacher Wang's expression was serious. Once the team battle starts, I need you to use your Xianming replacement to bring their captain directly into our midst before anyone can react. We all focus fire and take him down as quickly as possible. Su Sanshi's face turned bitter at that moment. "Teacher Wang, you're asking me to trade 1 for 1. I patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, stop pretending. You have plenty of ways to save your own skin. If you can hold on and we end up winning, I'll have Nan Nan give you a little reward. How about that?" "Really?" Sanshi's eyes lit up. But then Zhang Nan Nan's face instantly turned cold, and she stood up abruptly. "This is between you two. Don't drag me into it. I'm not a bargaining chip." After saying that, she slammed the door and left. I was also caught off guard at that moment. I was just joking, but I didn't expect her reaction to be so strong. Su Sanshi smiled wryly and said, "See, Beibei, you really got me into trouble." Teacher Wang ignored our discussion and just stared at Su Sanshi, asking, "Do you have a problem or not?" Su Sanshi suddenly raised his head, his expression changing instantly. That rebellious and proud demeanor returned as he said in a deep voice, "No problem. Teacher Wang, leave it to me." While we were having an intense meeting on our side, the group from the Sun and Moon Royal Academy also entered the conference room next door. Their leading teacher wore a serious expression and immediately said, "Let's hear what you all think after watching today's match." Feelings? Let me tell you, that feeling was silence. A deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop in the entire conference room. The members of the Sun and Moon Academy looked like wilted eggplants, completely deflated. Finally, one guy couldn't hold back and weakly asked their teacher, "Teacher Ma, that mysterious boy from Shrek, he can't really be a Soul King, can he? But how old is he? His combat power feels like it could even take on a Soul Emperor." Immediately, someone who was unconvinced jumped out and said, "Soul King? A Soul King couldn't just take out our Ice Control Soul Master with one look. What a joke. Even an ordinary Soul Emperor would struggle." At this moment, their captain, a guy named Marulong, spoke up with a remarkably steady voice. It should be a matter of attribute restraint. This guy started his detective moment, analyzing it thoroughly. That kid can't possibly be a Soul Emperor. The only explanation is that his attributes were restrained. I estimate he is at most a 5-ring Soul Master. Reaching 5 rings at this age is already extraordinary. The only possibility for his strength is dual martial souls. I tell you, as soon as he said that, the arrogant genius from their team, Xiao Hongchun, couldn't help but look up at him, and there was even a hint of admiration in his eyes. Goodness. I nearly laughed out loud from the next room. Twin spirits? That is a small mindset. Brother, our Junmo has a trinity martial soul. Although those two are currently just for show, saying it would scare you to death. Ma Rulong, seeing Xiao Hongchen's expression, felt quite pleased and continued to analyze. I guess one of his martial souls is a rare mental attribute, and the other is an ice attribute. Today, he'll use mental attacks to take out the unlucky guy from Qianling Academy first, and then use the pure ice martial soul to directly suppress that frost bear. After his analysis, the people from Sun and Moon Academy felt like they were listening to a celestial book, nodding in realization, thinking their captain was simply amazing. Ma Rulong himself was quite confident and concluded. So, I judge that Shrek Academy must have problems. Their team is basically a reserve team. Their main players have not shown up, and it's definitely not that they're hiding. They really can't make it. I dare say, this competition is our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As soon as he said this, the whole room got excited, and a female team member clenched her fists. After being suppressed by our Shrek for nearly 3,000 years, who wouldn't be anxious? But this Ma Rulong still had some martial ethics, sighed and said, actually, I'd rather fight the strongest Shrek, although the odds of winning are slim. As soon as he finished speaking, that Xiao Hongchun chimed in, with a tone that was quite sarcastic. How could the odds not be great? Shrek is complacent and looks down on our soul tools. They will definitely suffer a big loss sooner or later. The current seniors are not up to par. Next year, I will definitely step on them. He then turned to ask Old Ma, have you found that kid's registration name? Old Ma nodded. Found it. His name is Chu Junmo. But in the database, there's no record of this person. Xiao Hongchan sneered and continued to stoke the flames. With Shrek being like this now, whether they can make it to the finals is still up for debate. Captain, we might not even get a chance to fight against such inferior products. This really angered Ma Rulong, who exploded on the spot, his aura fully unleashed, pointing at his nose and shouting, Xiao Hongchun, shut your filthy mouth. I am still the captain. You can insult yourself, but you have no right to insult Shrek. His momentum directly forced Xiao Hongchun to take a step back. His sister beside him was about to explode, but was stopped by Xiao Hongchun. This guy could bend and stretch, immediately backing down. Yes, Captain, I was wrong. However, I will prove with my actions that I will step on Shrek Academy for all the seniors, just as these people were indulging in their imaginations. Our Shrek Academy was as steady as an old dog. In the God Pavilion, Vice President Kai Meyer was extremely anxious, running to ask Old Moo, are we really not sending anyone over? They will face a team of 3 Soul Kings tomorrow. Old Moo didn't even open his eyes, smiling and asking, are you asking, or did that little brat Xiaozha send you to ask? Kai Meyer realized she couldn't hide it, so she had to honestly admit it was Xiaozha's idea. Old Moo laughed. I knew it was him. He is not willing to accept it. You go back and tell him to broaden his perspective. These 7 kids are the cornerstone of our Shrek for the next 1,000 years. Championship? What do we need a championship for? What I want is the future. This competition is just a trial ground for them, arranged by heaven. No one should interfere. You go prepare for the celebration. No matter how they perform, give me the highest specifications for the celebration when they return. Kai Meyer was dumbfounded. Old Moo, do you think so highly of them? Old Moo just smiled slightly, because I understand them better than you all. Junmo is my disciple. You'll understand later. Go now. The next morning, the 7 of us were on high alert, each with a serious face, as if we were about to face execution. Then Teacher Wang Yin came up, and goodness, he gave us a reverse mobilization speech, saying, kids, the crucial battle is coming. Let me tell you, even if we lose, we won to lose face. You're only 14 years old. Don't push yourselves too hard. Safety first. Just think of it as going on stage to relax and travel. This was not a pre-battle mobilization. It was simply a letter of surrender. But, who understands, the more he said this, the more our inner fire burned. Relax. Travel my foot. Behind us were the 3 characters of Shrek. It's the glory of thousands of years. How could we possibly surrender? Especially Junmo. That kid's eyes were red, with only one thought in his mind. For Shrek. For my companions. For the one I love. Today I would risk my life. The 7 of us, fueled by a fearless spirit, walked into the arena. Upon arrival, the crowd was overwhelming, the atmosphere explosive. Even the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire came to the city wall to watch the battle. Let me tell you, this emperor is quite something. He actually found out our real ages and muttered to himself. Hui Yuhao, 13 years old. Tang Wudong, 13 years old. Chu Junmo, 7 years old. I bet when he read out Junmo's age, he must have gasped in shock. Soon, the referee took the stage and announced our opponents for today. Tianjung Academy. This academy is also a tough character, with Captain Yu Wuqing, 19 years old, a formidable Soul King of the attack type, at level 58. Beibei, as our captain. went up to draw lots with him. Teacher Wang was so nervous down below that he almost crushed the armrest of his chair, muttering, team battle, team battle. It has to be a team battle. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the stage. Then, the referee shouted, Shrek Academy versus Tianjung Academy, drawn for the second, and third battle tactics to compete. At that moment, I felt a buzzing sensation as if the sky had collapsed. It was over, the result I least wanted to see. Teacher Wang slumped in his chair, his face whiter than paper. How do we fight now? There were 3 Soul Kings on the opposite side. Whether it was 2 against 2 or 3 against 3, we had no chance of winning. When Beibei came back, his steps were stiff. Teacher Wang propped himself up and gritted his teeth, saying, kids, listen to me. Let's admit defeat. No way. Beibei interrupted him with a sharp shout. In that instant, I felt that my senior brother had completely changed. The usual elegant and lazy demeanor was gone, replaced by the intensity of a lion that had just woken up, his gaze sharp enough to kill. He looked around at us and asked word by word, are you willing to just admit defeat and throw away the glory of Shrek? The 6 of us almost shouted in unison, unwilling. All right. Beibei clapped his hands vigorously. Let me take charge. Today, we will burn our soul power, burn our lives. For the glory of Shrek, let us fight for a piece of the sky. His gaze first landed on Su Sanshur. Sanshur, you're up for the first match. Su Sansi notet se dio sili. The arrogance in him finally unable to be concealed. In the first match, I will definitely win. Either they carry me off, or I come back with victory. Who will you partner with? Me? Beibei shook his head. No, I need to stay back to support. He turned and looked directly at Jiang Nanan, his tone unprecedentedly serious. Nanan, I know you have a grudge with Sanshur, but now, I order you as the captain to put aside all grievances and team up with him. Is that clear? Jiang Nanan was stunned. But seeing Beibei's undeniable gaze and all of our eyes on her, she gritted her teeth. Fine, I'll go. Thank you. Beibei nodded vigorously. Go. Let them see the strength of our Shrek 7 monsters. Without another word, Jiang Nanan turned and went up to the stage. Su Sanshur hurriedly followed, and as he passed by Beibei, he gave him a thumbs up. Beibei, I love you. Get lost. Beibei scolded in annoyance. If you can't win like this, don't come back. If I can't win, I'll self-castrate. When Su Sanshur dropped that line and strode onto the competition stage, his entire aura suddenly changed. Teacher Wang was stunned and quietly asked Beibei why it was arranged this way. Beibei fixed his gaze on the stage and said in a deep voice, Teacher Wang, you don't understand Sanshur. Jiang Nanan is the fuse that ignites his powder keg. Just wait and see. His true strength is about to be revealed. On stage, Su Sanshur was completely transformed. He wasn't grinning or provoking Jiang Nanan, but naturally stood in front of her. His broad shoulders and masculine energy instantly gave off a feeling of immense reliability. Jiang Nanan stared at his back, a bit dazed. On the opposite side, the Tian Academy sent out a male and a female competitor. The girl was named Yume Di, one of the 3 Soul Kings. After both sides announced their names, the referee shouted for the match to begin. As Su Sanshur stepped back, he lowered his voice and said to Nanan, Nanan, wait for my signal. And just focus on taking down that girl. The other one won't touch a hair on your head. As soon as the referee shouted start, I tell you, the atmosphere on the field exploded. Brother Sanshur charged forward with his big turtle shell, while Nanan, like a little cat, quietly hid behind his wall-like physique. From the front, you wouldn't even notice there was someone behind him. But the opponent was no pushover. The girl named Yume Di revealed her martial soul, and I almost thought Wang Dong had come back to the stage. A pair of white wings spread out with a whoosh, shimmering with golden light, making her look like an angel descended from heaven, and she conjured 2 shining golden long swords out of thin air. The most shocking part? She had 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and the last one, folks, the last one was black. A 10,000-year soul ring. This was the first opponent we've encountered with a 10,000-year soul ring since the competition began. At that moment, my heart skipped a beat. The Academy of Heavenly Destiny was really going all out, sending in a trump card right from the start. The woman glanced at our side and noticed there were only 2 of us at the soul ring 4 level, a disdainful smile creeping up to her ears. Clearly thinking this was a sure win. With a flap of her wings, she shot towards Sanshur like a golden meteor. The one next to her, named Yang Yifan, a sensitive attack type, moved in perfect sync, swiftly encircling from the side. Their target was crystal clear, to focus fire and eliminate Sanshur, completely disregarding Nanan. Sanshur, however, remained calm and collected, briefly pausing before instructing Nanan. Don't attack. Wait for my signal. Then he positioned his turtle shell shield in front of him. Just as he finished speaking, the angel's cross slash and Yang Yifun's dagger arrived from two directions simultaneously. The woman's soul skill had a stacking effect, dazzling with golden light. Clearly not something to be taken lightly. Yang Yifun's dagger also emitted a 2-foot-long blade light, aiming straight for Sanshur's waist. And guess what happened? Sanshur wasn't playing hardball with him at all. He activated his fourth soul ring, shimming replacement. In an instant, he swapped positions with Yang Yifun. Now, Yang Yifun's dagger was thrusting straight towards his own angel sister, while the angel's cross slash came crashing down on him. Did you think that was the end? The angel had predicted their prediction. Her reaction was incredible. She raised her holy sword, and the cross slash narrowly grazed Yang Yifun's scalp, targeting Nan Nan, who was exposed because Sanshur had dodged. Yang Yifun, being tough himself, took the opportunity to perform a bridge pose, his dagger carving a half-moon in the air, and then he swung it towards Nan Nan behind him. What a coordination! At this point, it meant both of their attacks were aimed at Nan Nan. She stood there, not moving an inch, but her gaze was sharp, carrying a hint of mockery as she looked at Sanshur, as if to say, "Is this it? This is your idea of protection? Family, who understands?" With just a glance from the goddess, the destructive power, Sanshur immediately broke down. His eyes turned red in an instant, and he roared like a madman. "Get lost!" He slammed the Xianming turtle shell shield hard onto the ground. With a loud boom, a circle of black light erupted, pushing Nan Nan away like a dome, while also enveloping the two opponents. But the angel's cross slash was no joke. With a flash of golden light, it seemed ready to break through that black dome. At that moment, something strange happened to Sanshur's shield. The surface began to writhe as if it had come to life, and then, on the thick turtle shell, a dark green snake appeared. Its eyes were blood red. With the emergence of this snake, the originally black light dome instantly turned into a dark green one, with a tremendous sound, resembling a massive explosion. That golden light cross slash was swallowed whole. Yang Yifun bore the brunt of it, shaking and falling to the ground. Although the angel was a soul king, she was also knocked down from the sky, hurriedly wrapping herself with her wings to barely hold on. We were all stunned in the audience, and Beibei explained to us that Sanshur was hiding something big, a divine beast bloodline, the Xuanwu. Usually, he kept it sealed within himself. But today he was charging forward for love, forcibly unlocking it. Looking back at the stage, Sanshur had grown a size, his muscles had ripped his shirt. He looked like a little giant, standing in front of Nan Nan again. His voice deepened. "I told you, I will protect you." Nan Nan was also dumbfounded. She had no idea that this usually playful scoundrel had such a hidden power. The opponent, Yang Yifun, was already dazed and couldn't even get up. But the angel girl, being the soul king, immediately decided to launch a strong attack upon seeing that things were not going well. Her third soul ring lit up first, revealing a phantom of a 6-winged angel behind her, doubling her attack power. Following that, her fifth soul ring, the black 10,000-year soul ring, lit up. Angel divine slashing. She screamed, merging two swords into one, creating a giant light blade over 10 meters long and 3 meters wide, aimed at Sanshur as if to split the heavens. The power was such that even the referee felt Sanshur was doomed and rushed up to save him. Yet, Sanshur only turned to Nan Nan and said, "I'll buy you 3 seconds. Is that enough?" "Enough." Just as the words fell, Sanshur lifted his shield. Then everyone in the arena witnessed an even more outrageous scene. The first 3 soul rings on his body instantly converged into one, transforming into a black 10,000-year soul ring. The snake on the Xuanwu shield seemed to come alive, and a massive tortoise snake phantom rose behind Sanshur. Boom! The two 10,000-year soul skills collided, and the entire competition platform groaned, the protective shield outside flashing so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. The angel girl was directly stunned, feeling as if her full-force strike had hit a pile of cotton. At that moment, a deep roar echoed throughout the arena, as if a divine beast had awakened. With that roar, half of the people on the opposite side, including the rushing referee, felt their minds go blank, their bodies immobilized as if stuck in a swamp. "Nan Nan now," Sanshur rasped. Nan Nan's figure instantly vanished, and when she reappeared, she was already behind the angel girl. She lightly leaped, kicking the opponent in the lower back. The angel girl was still in a rigid state and couldn't resist at all. Nan Nan grabbed her hair and pulled it back, clamping her legs around her neck, performing a backflip in midair, tossing the angel girl out like a sack of potatoes, slamming her against the protective shield and out of the arena. The entire process took exactly 3 seconds. As for Yang Yifun, he was even worse. Sanshur walked over and kicked him off the platform, and he hadn't gotten up at all. We won. After Sanshur finished speaking, his body swayed. His face as pale as paper, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. He was seriously injured from enduring that attack. Just as he was about to fall, Nan instinctively rushed forward to support him. How are you? Sanshur looked at her, his eyes full of happiness. I'm fine. Anyone who wants to hurt you has to step over my dead body. After saying that, he felt a tightness in his chest and spat out another mouthful of blood, collapsing weakly against Nan. Startled, Nan quickly draped one of his arms over her shoulder and headed toward our waiting area. We were all excited here. But only Beibei twitched her mouth and muttered, "This bitch really won't let go of any opportunity." Sure enough, that unconscious guy secretly gave a thumbs up in Beibei's direction. Good grief, for chasing girls, Oscar owes him a little golden man. Beibei was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. So she simply went with the flow and let Nan take Sanshur back to rest first. As soon as they left, Beibei immediately arranged. Next up, senior sister Xiaodao and Junmo, you go. Xiaodao hugged Junmo tightly, and they went up on stage hand in hand. On the opposite side, a guy called Bloodwolf came up, and as soon as he unleashed his martial soul, he transformed into a half-human, half-wolf monster, howling as he charged forward. The other one was a long-range archer named Tang, a soul king. Let me tell you, that guy's even more bizarre. His eyes instantly turned bright purple, and a purple bow that was 8 meters long appeared in his hands. Then he drew the bowstring, and guess what he shot? He shot his own soul ring. The first yellow soul ring shot out like a flash of light and reached Junmo in the blink of an eye. Junmo and Xiao Tao also activated their martial souls, one with ice blue wings and the other a fiery phoenix, looking incredibly cool. Facing that arrow that was incredibly fast, Junmo calmly extended his right hand, and a thick ice wall appeared in front of him instantly. The arrow pierced through the ice wall with a thud, but he had already embraced Sister Xiao Tao, and with a flicker of ice, he appeared 3 meters away. The arrow hit the protective shield and almost created a hole. But that is not all. The guy on the opposite side, Tang Xiaolei, drew his purple bow for the second time, adding another yellow soul ring. This time, the arrow didn't have that extreme speed, but instead exuded a sense of crazy pressure. At the same time, the wolf-like Bloodwolf howled and charged over, as if it was ready to engage in close combat with Junmo and the others. I'll tell you, at that moment, Junmo's eyes were fixated on that arrow, probably calculating the trajectory in his mind, completely oblivious to the wolf beside him. As a result, in the blink of an eye, Ma Xiaodao yanked him behind her and took that beast claw on her back. With a ripping sound, her beautiful dress was torn apart, leaving 3 deep gashes that showed bone. Family, who understands? Sister Xiaodao didn't even have time to unleash her soul power and just collapsed softly in Junmo's arms, her blood instantly staining my brother's hands. Junmo was furious. He was stunned for a moment, then erupted in rage. His eyes were as red as if they were about to spew fire, holding Sister Xiaodao and howling to the sky. "Aw, I want you all dead." Then, the most ridiculous scene unfolded. The soul power from both of them, red and blue, was completely uncontrollable, swirling together as if they had gone mad. The momentum was rising rapidly. Then a bright light exploded, blinding me, and when I could see clearly, where were their figures on the stage? They had directly transformed into a gigantic phoenix, half of its body engulfed in flames, the other half made of transparent ice. The phoenix let out a cry, and the entire protective shield bust. Tang Xiaolei's arrow, which had been charged for so long, shot over, and guess what? With a flap of its wings, it swatted away like a fly. The whole audience was dumbfounded. Emperor Xingluo on the city wall crushed the cup in his hand. We from Shrek were also completely stunned. When did these two secretly create such a huge, oh no, such an impressive martial soul fusion skill? With such an aura, I would believe them to be soul saint level. Then it was pure chaos and slaughter. The phoenix flapped its wings, and feathers like knives shot out. The red ones were fire feathers, and the blue ones were ice feathers, directly drowning the blood wolves and Tang Xiaolei. The elders of the Sun Moon Empire saw that someone might die and rushed up to save the day, but poof, poof, poof. All those who came to block were collectively coughing up blood. After the attack ended, the phoenix's phantom dissipated, and Junmo and Sister Xiaodao fell to the ground. The most miraculous thing was that the wounds on Sister Xiaodao's back had actually healed, but both of them were pale and exhausted. Their soul power seemed drained. The referee was also a sensible person, rushing to the stage to loudly announce, The winners are Shrek. Hundreds of thousands of spectators below went crazy shouting our names. It was incredible. Back in the resting area, Su Sanshur, with his big mouth, was the first to come over. All right, little junior brother, nice job. When did you and Sister Shout-Out get together? With that martial soul fusion skill. So cool, unbeatable rhythm. Beibei also came over to ask. Yeah, Junmo, what is the name of your move? It was too fierce. Junmo proudly named that move something very cringy, calling it Beloved Heavenly Feather, Phoenix's Blessing, Heavenly Eyes Fire Feather. Fine, you're handsome, you're right. Everyone quickly sat down cross-legged, each person grabbing a soul power recovery bottle to start regaining their energy. In just about a quarter of an hour, Junmo and Sister Shout-Out had mostly recovered their soul power. Next up was the final battle. 3v3 on our side. The big senior brother Beibei, Ma Shout-Out, and Junmo, who had just unleashed his ultimate move, stepped onto the stage together, their eyes conveying one word. Win. Opposite, the Zhengtian Academy brought out their final trump card. The captain, named Yi Wuqing, had a poker face that seemed to say you owe me money, looking quite ordinary. To his left was a guy named Shangwan Ken who looked, well, a bit challenging to the imagination, a support who played with bells. On his right was a red-haired girl with big waves named Yinner, who played with fireballs. Her figure was quite impressive. This lineup from the opposite side featured a level 58 Soul King accompanied by 2 level 46 Soul Masters, quite a significant investment. Before the match started, Yi Wuqing was still pretending to be a master, saying to us, Shrek is Shrek, you've earned respect. But this battle, we will surely win. Beibei laughed at that, directly retorting, you talk too much nonsense, are you constipated? Your face is turning red. Hurry up and finish so I can send you off the stage, don't get yourself hurt. Ha, let me tell you, that guy's face turned purple on the spot, and his 2 teammates next to him were almost laughing themselves to injury. The referee quickly separated us. The match began. At the command, both sides unleashed their martial souls. Beibei crackled with electric light, embodying the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The opposite side also started to show off. That ugly guy Shangwan can produce a particularly eerie blue bell in his hand, shaking it and making a ringing sound that left us dazed. It was a mental attack. Junmo snorted coldly. Be quiet. A flash of purple light in his eyes. He unleashed a mental shock back at them. That guy had never encountered this before, and immediately blood started pouring from his nose, nearly losing his balance. On the other side, the girl named Yinner was flying in the air on a big fireball. Rubbing her hands together, and another big fireball came crashing towards Beibei. At the same time, the captain Yi Wuqing also made his move, casually flicking a piece of golden leaf in his hand, looking light and airy, with no force at all. Beibei used a thunder dragon claw to collide with the fireball, producing a loud boom, and both sides were evenly matched. But Yi Wuqing's leaf was strange. It fell to the ground, and with a ding, it actually bounced back up, increasing its speed threefold, heading straight for Beibei. This thing was a delayed explosion bomb. Who is Junmo? A Tang sect member. With a flick of a flying knife, he accurately hit that leaf in mid-air boom. A metallic storm exploded midway. This maneuver made me all giddy. Yi Wuqing was clearly stunned for a moment and threw out another leaf. But this time, Junmo and Beibei ignored it and continued charging forward. Junmo's purple extreme demon eyes activated again, and the intense mental interference made the 3 opponents dazed for a moment. In that instant, the leaf in the air fell towards Beibei, and another flying knife appeared just in time to intercept it. Did you think we were going to charge at that, Captain? Wrong. Junmo spread his wings, dramatically increasing his speed, targeting that bell-playing support, Shangwan Kan. That guy, scared, hurriedly shook his bell, unleashing his 3rd soul skill. The sound was sharp like nails scraping a blackboard, extremely unpleasant. Yi Wuqing and Yinner quickly came to support, with fireballs and golden leaves all aimed at Junmo. As a result, before Junmo even arrived, a twisted white light, his ice ray, had already shot out. Yi Wuqing tried to use his golden leaves to block it, and a bizarre scene occurred. That ray actually passed right through the leaves, as if it were an illusion. Yi Wuqing had calculated well, wanting to use the explosion of the leaf to push Junmo back, but he miscalculated. That golden leaf flew straight towards his own support. Shangwan Ken was almost scared to death, letting out a strange cry and awkwardly dodging like a lazy donkey rolling over. Meanwhile, Junmo's ray twisted in midair and snapped, accurately hit Yi Wuqing's right foot, freezing it instantly. At this point, the formation of the opposing team was completely thrown into chaos. Beibei seized the opportunity. unleashing a massive electric net with thunder and lightning, directly trapping Yi Wuqing and Shang Wancan. The real target, the fire-playing girl Yenner, was completely exposed. I'm telling you, attribute restraint is simply a dimensionality reduction strike. As soon as Junmo unleashed his ultimate ice, the temperature of the entire arena plummeted. A huge purple fireball, which was Yin Air's ultimate move, was originally condensed in front of her, but in the face of Junmo's chill, that fireball shrank by a third at a visible speed. She finally panicked and hurriedly pushed the shrunken fireball towards Junmo. Junmo ignored it completely, thrusting his right hand directly into the fireball, and emerged through a cloud of white smoke, instantly appearing right in front of Yin Air. Just as Junmo's palms were about to slap her shoulders, this girl surprisingly turned out to be an actress. She suddenly stopped running, her panic disappearing in an instant, and instead flashed a charming smile at Junmo. Little brother, you fell for it. Fire cage, come down with me. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge fire cage erupted beneath her feet, enclosing herself, Junmo, and the following Ma Xiaotao. This girl was serious. She had already retreated to the edge of the arena, and this move was a trap for mutual destruction. Once the fire cage was completed, it rolled down the competition stage, taking the three of them with it. I tell you, this girl is calculating like crazy, thinking that exchanging 1 for 3 would be a sure profit. But what happened? Dream on. Junmo is simply not human. Facing that blazing fire cage, he didn't even blink, and a chill burst forth from him. Wow. It was so cold that the entire fire cage instantly seemed to see a ghost and just went poof, extinguished. But that's not the end of it. Ma Xiaodao reacted quickly, grabbing Junmo's shoulder and flapping her wings, swooping him back to the arena in a flash. Who understands, folks? They didn't even touch the ground, and according to the rules, that doesn't count as being eliminated. Isn't that infuriating? The girl on the other side was about to pop her eyes out, thinking this was a freebie. However, Junmo and sister Xiaodao didn't rush to attack, because our senior brother Beibei gave a glance that was crystal clear. Just hang back a bit. Let me handle this. Fine, you're awesome, you go. The guy on the opposite side, Yi Wuqing, curled his lip in disdain, definitely thinking, you little soul sect. You want to challenge me, the Soul King? Meanwhile, Beibei wore his signature elegant smile, but hidden within it was 3 parts cunning and 7 parts mischief. Probably pondering, you little brat, trying to use hidden weapons in front of our Tang sect? You're still too green. Just as they were about to engage, Yi Wuqing waved his hand, and a storm of golden leaves whipped around like blades, forming a leaf tornado. I was dumbfounded watching from the side, while Beibei, like he was following a script, stepped into a set of incomprehensible yet incredibly smooth footwork, turning into a wisp of green smoke, weaving through the storm of leaves without a single one touching him. In the blink of an eye, he emerged from the leaf formation, directly in front of Yi Wuqing. At that moment, the support on the opposite side, the one called Shangguan Qian, started shaking his broken bell, trying to create a mental disturbance. What happened? After just 2 shakes, it was like he got sniped from afar, letting out a muffled grunt, and blood spurted from his nose as he plopped down onto the ground. I turned around and saw, wow, Junmo was standing far away, the purple gold light in his eyes slowly dissipating. I can only say, our support has a domineering vibe of try moving an inch and see what happens. Now, it's a fair one-on-one duel. Beibei, with claws covered in dragon scales and crackling with lightning, struck forward. Yi Wuqing was also tough, not retreating, but advancing instead. He raised his left hand sharply and actually faced it head-on with his fist. With a loud bang, Beibei's Thunder Dragon Claw was forcefully blocked by his bare fist. I was shocked at the time. Isn't this guy a remote ADC? Why does he have a melee block? The next second I understood. His left hand suddenly turned pure gold, covered in vein-like patterns, and the 4th spirit ring shone like a spotlight. After all that, it turned out this was his 4th soul skill, golden left hand. His power and defense were maxed out. Beibei was immediately suppressed, unable to channel his lightning. But he was also stubborn. With a low growl, his 3rd soul ring burst into brightness, directly activating his rampage, Thunder Fury. His soul power and lightning power instantly doubled. With a crack, he forcibly shook off the golden left hand. But Yi Wuqing was waiting for this moment. The instant he was shaken off, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was even trying to engage Beibei in close combat. He was stalling for time. Waiting for what? For the golden leaves he sent flying to come back and stab him from behind. Folks, this cunning and strategy were incredible. Just as Beibei was about to be caught in a pincer attack and turned into a hedgehog, he did something even more extreme. He suddenly turned around to face the returning leaves, and with a sudden burst, he sprayed a sky full of silver threads from his chest, forming a large net that trapped most of the leaves. Not only that, like a thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara, without even looking, he flipped his hand and threw out a large number of flying knives, shurikens, and poison steel needles, targeting not only Yi Wuqing, but also covering the recently risen Shangguan Ken in the distance. The Tang sect's hidden weapons, a century of heritage. Did you think we were joking? The scene became extremely chaotic, and Yi Wuqing was caught off guard, hastily swatting away the hidden weapons with his golden left hand, missing the best opportunity to attack. Of course, Beibei wasn't unscathed either. 2 leaves broke through his defense, one grazing his arm, causing sparks to fly, and the other slicing across his chest, drawing a half-foot-long gash, blood gushing out, looking painful. Now Yi Wuqing was completely enraged, and no longer held back. The black 5th soul ring, representing a 10,000-year soul skill, finally lit up. He raised his left hand to the sky, and instantly, hundreds of thousands of golden leaves appeared around him, spinning wildly, forming a golden storm of death. He coldly said, "This move is called Golden Leaf Dance. If you don't want to be turned into minced meat, quickly concede." That momentum, that oppressive feeling, I felt like the match was about to end. But what about our Beibei? He curled his lips and used his index finger like a dragon claw to beckon Yi Wuqing. Still wearing that elegant smile, "Don't think you've won." The next second, Beibei let out a wild roar, and the lightning on his body instantly transformed from blue-purple to dazzling gold. An overwhelming kingly aura erupted from him. He stepped forward and shouted, "Overlord Thunder Domain!" Boom! A wave of golden lightning exploded centered around him, instantly covering half the arena. Folks, who understands? The scene transformed into a golden legend. The storm, composed of thousands of golden leaves, once swept into this golden thunder domain, was like paper, instantly shredded to dust. Yi Wuqing was dumbfounded. Beibei drew circles with both hands, then suddenly pushed forward, and the entire golden thunder domain pressed toward Yi Wuqing. Yi Wuqing desperately resisted, but was still paralyzed by the electricity twitching all over. In that moment, Beibei used his last ounce of strength to shout, "Junior brother now." Junmo understood instantly. With a point in his right hand, a beam of extreme ice energy hit perfectly. With a crack, Yi Wuqing, along with his bewildered expression, was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. The match ended, and we won. That night, back at the hotel, we were reviewing the match when suddenly someone knocked on the door. Beibei went to open it, and at the door stood, wow, an exquisite mature woman, dressed in a black long gown. Her aura and figure were absolutely stunning. She said she was TA's service staff, but from the Starlight Auction House. I was taken aback. That name sounded familiar. We had been there before. This sister, named Qing, you was the auctioneer from the last time. She said we used the Shrek Academy account to settle the bill last time, and they found out who we were right away. She specifically came to deliver an invitation for us to attend a top-tier auction. Wow, the Starlight Auction House is incredibly connected. The hotel was officially sealed off, yet they could still deliver the invitation to our room, and not a single one less. Exactly 11. Teacher Wang originally wanted to refuse, but couldn't he withstand the shining eyes of us young people. So he finally agreed, considering it a way to relax after the competition. That night we changed into casual clothes to go, and guess what? The auctioneer, named Qing, was actually waiting for us at the door. She led us inside, passing through the same hall as last time, and walked to the back, where she pressed on a wall, and surprisingly, the wall rippled like water, revealing a pure white jade passage. I felt right away that this trip was worth it. There must be high-quality goods here. She took us into a private room called Number 7, which was incredibly luxurious, with sofas so soft you could sink into them. And the table was filled with fruits and drinks we had never seen before. Qing said we would watch from here, bidding through a special wall. She had a made press on that wall, and with a hum, it transformed into a huge screen, just like the LCD TVs on our side. Kaitu couldn't help but ask if this was a soul guide device. Qing nodded, then said something that made all of our hair stand on end. She said, "This is a light guiding screen customized from the Sun-Moon Empire. The core formation is not powered by soul power, but by a special mineral." At that moment, my mind went blank. Using or to power soul guide devices? What does this mean? It means that they might be close to breaking free from their dependence on soul masters. Isn't this a technological downgrade? Although Qingya explained that the energy of this ore is weak and can only power auxiliary soul guide devices, I still felt a jolt in my heart, sensing that the enemies we will face in the future are far more terrifying than we imagined. Our teacher Wang, a research fanatic, turned pale after hearing this. Qingya, who was quite good at chatting, managed to relax him with just a few words, and they hit it off quite well. Teacher Wang, a typical straight man, blushed at a few compliments from her, and in the end, Qingya even gifted him a soul-guiding device that could transmit sound over 100 miles. Just then, the entire room was suddenly enveloped in golden light, and we instinctively looked at the huge soul-guiding screen. The golden light on the screen gradually retracted, and a beautiful female voice announced that the auction was about to begin. Immediately, an auction stage appeared on the screen, with a girl in a red dress standing on it. She was stunning, rivaling our team member Nan. The moment she appeared, none of us could take our eyes off her. When this beauty spoke, let me tell you, her aura was off the charts. She introduced herself as Gio, and without any unnecessary words, she started the auction right away. Our captain Dai Yaoheng immediately exclaimed, saying that her greeting was not quite right, as it resembled the court etiquette used only in the imperial palace of the Xingluo Empire. Then, the gold medal customer service representative who brought us in said something that left us all in silence. She said, "You have a keen eye? This chief auctioneer is the youngest sister of His Majesty the Emperor." I was completely stunned at the time. Who understands this, family? The princess herself is personally promoting products. The backstage of this auction is so powerful it could be used as body armor. Just as we were still in shock, the first auction item came up, and it completely fried all our CPUs. It was a knife called the Soul Refining Blade of the Tyrant Tiger, an 8th level close-range soul guiding weapon. Listen, this thing is made from the right arm bone of a 10,000-year soul beast and comes with a skill called Tyrant Blade Slash. The most outrageous part? When you use it to cut people, every strike carries the effect of this skill, and the mana cost is only a third of what it normally would be. What is even worse is that this thing is produced by the Mingdou Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire, the most prestigious brand. This brand is like our aerospace technology here, synonymous with quality. At that moment, I thought, goodness, is the appetizer lobster and abalone? I couldn't even imagine what would come next. Our captain, Dai Yaoheng, has a martial soul that is the white tiger. His eyes turned red on the spot, and without saying a word, he directly raised his card, 650,000, highlighting the extravagance. Our team's hot-tempered big sister, Ma Xiaotao, teased him from the side. So impressive with money. Guess what? Dai Yaoheng, this kid is quite clever. With a cheeky smile, he said, "Sister Xiaotao, your strength is better than mine. You'll definitely reach the 7th ring before me. I'll let you use it first, and when you're tired of it, you can return it to me, okay?" Goodness, this move was aimed at a high-end market. In the end, the price of this knife skyrocketed, and Dai Yaoheng clenched his teeth, snatching it up for the exorbitant price of 560,000 gold soul coins. At the moment of the transaction, the expression on his face was spectacular, both exhilarating and painful, like he had just sold a kidney. Next, the second item came up, and our team's cannon expert, Hikaitu, was practically flying in place. 12 fixed soul-guided artillery shells, a complete set. Water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, poison, lightning. It had every attribute. It said that if you gather this set and use it well, you can directly send a soul master packing. Hikaitu was almost drooling, leaning over the screen to study it, mumbling something about acceleration circuits and core formations, telling our teacher Wang that this thing is of immense research value for our soul guidance department, and we have to get it. However, the starting bid was 650,000. And surprisingly, no one wanted it, leading to an awkward silence. I thought to myself, no way, is it really going to go unsold? Our teacher Wang was calm, and just as the princess started the countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2. When it got to 2, teacher Wang suddenly shouted, "I bid 655,000 gold soul coins." Goodness, at the last second, the price jumped up. It turned out there was another bidder trying to sneak in at the last moment, but he offered the base price. And our teacher Wang's additional 5,000 perfectly backstabbed him. Folks, this is what you call extreme pulling. After that, several more items were auctioned off, including soul bones, rare metals, and even a thing called the heaven-splitting cannon, which could only fire once a day, but had the power of a full force attack from a level 95 powerhouse. Ultimately taken away by a mysterious big brother for 7 million gold soul coins. 7 million. At that moment, I felt like my paycheck was burning. We were just bystanders, widening our horizons. Finally, the main event arrived. The princess said that the next item was their ultimate treasure. A soul bone appeared on the screen. And let me tell you, it was stunning, entirely emerald green, resembling jade jelly, with wisps of white mist rising. Then our team member, Hui Yuhao, had his mind blown. One big shot was shocked while the other was furious. The princess began to play tricks, saying she would first mention its drawbacks. Drawback 1. Only ice attribute users can use it. Drawback 2. The skills are fixed. Drawback 3. It's very old, between 50,000 to 70,000 years. So don't use it if your body can't handle it. I thought to myself, rolling my eyes, sister, are you sure this isn't just a humble brag? These aren't drawbacks. This is clearly a VIP exclusive custom version. Then the princess revealed her true intentions, saying this soul bone came from one of the overlords of the extreme north, the Ice Blue Scorpion. Folks, the leader of the Ice Blue Scorpions is none other than the Ice Emperor, ranked 8th among the top 10 ferocious beasts. This soul bone has 3 major benefits. 1. Your ice will become colder, greatly increasing its power. 2. Your left arm will turn into a Qilin arm, granting immense strength. 3. And this is the most explosive part. It comes with a fixed skill called Ice Explosion. The princess said this skill, when used in icy conditions, is comparable to a 100,000-year soul skill. As soon as she said this, we all suddenly turned to look at Huiyu Hao. His second martial soul is the Ice Emperor Scorpion, right? ISNT, this is exclusive cheat? It's simply tailor-made, signaling the gears of fate starting to turn. Huiyu Hao understood too. No wonder he was so furious in his mind. It turned out he was seeing the relics of his own family being put up for auction. Teacher Wang immediately spoke up, saying there was only one soul bone, and the 2 ice users in your team, Huiyu Hao and senior sister Ling Luocheng, should discuss it among themselves. Once you come to an agreement, I'll take the photo for you. This made things difficult. The light in senior sister Ling Luocheng's eyes almost made it seem like she wanted to carve the words I wanted on her face. On Huiyu Hao's side, the Ice Emperor in his mind was going crazy, frantically outputting, saying that this ice explosion skill was a legendary skill of their Scorpion clan, and with it, they could even challenge the Snow Emperor, insisting that they must get it no matter what. On one side was the desire of the team's strong senior sister, and on the other was the roar of the old lady in his mind. What would you choose? In the end, Huiyu Hao, looking at the senior sister's gaze, just couldn't bring himself to say it. Just when he was most conflicted, the Ice Emperor in his mind suddenly calmed down and said, "Idiot, let her have it first." Huiyu Hao was taken aback. Huh? Didn't you say I should fight for this soul bone at all costs? The Ice Emperor gave him a cold laugh, as if to say, "Sister, are you a bit naive?" Let me tell you, her tone was simply outrageous. Do you think the soul bones of our Ice Scorpion clan are cheap goods that anyone could just pick up and use? That auctioneer just now knows nothing. Everything she said was pure guesswork. Who could possibly understand our family's matters better than me? This ancestor? She paused and continued. She made a mistake in one of her statements, and it was the most ridiculous mistake. She said that merging could enhance ice attributes. What a dream. Do you know why? I was so anxious that I could almost jump up and down. Oh, my dear sister, what time is it now? Look at Ling's gaze. It's like she could swallow me whole. And you're still here playing guessing games with me? Mingdou snorted and quickly said a few words in my mind. As soon as I heard that, my eyes widened in shock. Huh, it could be like this? My heart, which was hanging in suspense just now, suddenly dropped to the ground, feeling stable now. But before I could say anything, my junior brother Chu Junmo stood up and shouted to the whole room, interrupting the auction. Wait, there's a problem with this auction. The auction item has issues. As soon as he said that, the entire venue was stunned. Even our own people were dumbfounded. Wait, buddy, we agreed to discuss how to split the loot. Why did you just flip the table? The beautiful auctioneer, Qingya, furrowed her brows so tightly she could crush a fly, but still maintained her professional fake smile. Esteemed guest, this is impossible. Each auction item has undergone strict appraisal. Chu Junmo remained calm. It's this Ice Blue Scorpion's left arm bone. I'm doing this for your auction house's reputation. If you sell a defective item for an exorbitant price, what will happen to your brand? If you can't make a decision, go get someone who can talk. Qingya was almost in tears, looking for help from our teacher Wang Yan. At this moment, I had to step up since I was the professional in this matter. I took a step forward and said, "That's right, this soul bone indeed has major issues." Teacher Wang Yan smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Auctioneer Qingya, you don't need to look at me. I trust my student. And if anyone in this world is most qualified to evaluate this soul bone, it would be him. So here's the deal, Yu Hao. Don't hide it. Let them see your martial soul. Here it comes, my moment of glory. I nodded, without saying a word. I took off my jacket and handed it to Wang Dong, then my shirt. I activated my soul power, and a white soul ring rose up, causing the temperature in the entire room to drop to freezing point. Then, a massive scorpion tattoo suddenly appeared on my entire back. It was so imposing that the tail of the scorpion was almost tucked into my pants. The auctioneer, Qingya, had her mouth agape, pointing at my back. This is... Teacher Wang, Yin calmly added. My student S. Martial Soul is the ice blue scorpion from the same family as the soul bone you're selling. If he says there is a problem, then it must be a problem. For the sake of your credibility, you should quickly go and consult. Qingya didn't dare to hesitate this time and immediately nodded and left. In less than a minute, the voice of the princess of the auction echoed over the big screen, saying that because the auction item was too precious, the appreciation time would be extended by another 10 minutes. I just finished my work when senior sister Ling quietly asked Chu Junmo beside her, "Is there really a problem?" Chu Junmo nodded and whispered a few words to her. Senior sister Ling's expression was quite dramatic, going from shock to disappointment. And finally she sighed and said to herself, "What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be should not be forced." Just then, the door opened. Qingya returned, but she was followed by someone else, the head auctioneer, Princess Jiujio. She looked even more stunning in person than on screen. Her beauty was simply unreasonable. As soon as she entered, she got straight to the point. "Anxious, which esteemed guest said, there's a problem with our ice blue scorpion soul bone." Chu Junmo nodded. "It's me." Princess Jiujio sized him up and then pointed at me. "Are you the ice blue scorpion soul master?" Chu Junmo shook his head. "My senior brother is. He will tell you." I cleared my throat and began my performance. The soul bone itself is fine. Huh? Princess Jiujio's expression instantly turned cold. "So what are you trying to say?" "When I said it was fine, I meant the soul bone itself. But the problem lies with the person trying to absorb it." I paused, watching her face grow increasingly impatient, and directly threw out the bombshell. To absorb the soul bone of our ice blue scorpion clan, there is only one prerequisite, and that is extreme ice. Without the constitution of extreme ice, anyone who touches it will die. This is the pride of our ice blue scorpion clan. "This is impossible," Princess Jojo blurted out. "Then does that mean no one can use this thing?" I shrugged my shoulders, wearing an expression that said believe it or not. High demands don't mean no one can meet them. I was just kindly reminding you not to let your auction house tarnish its reputation. That's all I have to say. Do as you please. The princess was in quite a dilemma, her fists clenched tightly. But she was a professional after all. Taking a deep breath, she even bowed to me and said, "Thank you for the information. I'll handle it right away." After saying that, she left like a gust of wind. Let me tell you, the more explosive part is yet to come. After the princess left, she went straight to the innermost private room number 1, barging in without even knocking. "Brother, something's wrong." Guess who was sitting inside? The emperor of the Star Luo Empire. The entire auction house is royal property. After hearing the princess's report, the emperor not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed. "I originally wanted to do someone a favor, but it turns out this favor is even more precise. You go handle it, and I'll meet them later to deliver this favor properly." The princess was still a bit confused. "Brother, is it worth it for them? Our loss could be significant." The emperor's vision, let me tell you, is all about staying ahead. He said, "Of course it's worth it. Building a good relationship with Shrek Academy is more important than anything else. And that kid from the extreme ice, his future is limitless. We must befriend him." 20 minutes later, to our astonishment, the auction actually started as usual. The starting bid was 12 million gold soul coins. Our teacher gritted his teeth and followed for 2 rounds, but then gave up. The price was too outrageous. The price skyrocketed, and just when it hit 15 million, suddenly, the numbers on the screen jumped dramatically. 30 million. Oh my goodness. 30 million gold soul coins. Does anyone understand this? This fortune is astonishing. It has completely stunned everyone. This money is enough to buy a medium-sized city. Without a doubt, the deal is done in 1 minute. We were all furious. And Senior Ling was the first to protest. "Teacher Wang, they know there is a problem, but still sell it. ISNT, this is scam?" Teacher Wang, however, calmly waved his hand. "Please stay calm." Just then, Qingya walked over and whispered a few words in Teacher Wang's ear. After listening, Teacher Wang smiled. "I guessed it. Just wait, the good show is yet to come." Sure enough, the finale item was about to be revealed. On the screen, the Princess Jiojio changed into a luxurious golden gown, looking resplendent. She said, "This item may be worth over 100 million. A tray appeared on the screen, with a swirling white gas trapped under a golden light cover, constantly darting left and right. The voice of Princess Jiojio became exceptionally serious as she began to tell a story. She said that when a soul beast reaches 100,000 years, it either undergoes a tribulation to become a super soul beast or chooses to reincarnate as a human embryo. and the swirling gas you see in front of you. Her voice trembled slightly. Is a 100,000-year soul beast, which was forcibly captured during the reincarnation process by a powerful being and imprisoned with a level 9 soul guide device. The god's sealing platform, an embryo that is yet to take shape. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Damn, this is too cruel. Isn't this just forcibly capturing a soul that is about to be reincarnated? But what's even crazier comes next. Princess Jiu said that this embryo, in addition to definitely producing a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone, also has a certain probability of directly merging, bringing the absorber a brand new martial soul, a second martial soul that can attach 9 soul rings. Everyone has gone crazy. This is no longer a priceless treasure. This is a miracle. I quickly asked Mingdou and Beibei, is this thing reliable? Mingdou said, theoretically, it might be possible, but the risks are enormous. This embryo has its own consciousness, and forcibly merging it will definitely backfire in the future. It's not a good thing. The auction house gave us 30 minutes to consider, and we were all staring at the screen with our eyes nearly popping out, but everyone knew that this thing had nothing to do with us. We couldn't afford it, even if we went bankrupt. Captain Ma Xiaodao clapped her hands and pulled us back from our fantasies. All right, everyone stop looking. This thing is just a hot potato. Let's just enjoy the show. Dai Yaoheng also looked unwilling, his expression dark and terrifying. Just then, there was another knock at the door. Qingya opened the door, and at the front was Princess Jiu, dressed in a golden long gown, and surprisingly, following her was none other than His Majesty, the Emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Dai Yaoheng was the first to react, kneeling on one knee and saying, I have seen your Majesty. We all quickly got up to pay our respects. The Emperor wore a kind smile and said, no need for excessive formalities. I'm here to see the talents of you, Shrek. By the way, I also want to thank you for your reminder about the Ice Empress Scorpion Soulbone earlier, which helped us avoid a loss of reputation at our auction. Princess Jiu took the lead in the conversation and made a decision that left all of us astonished. We have already purchased that Ice Empress Scorpion Soulbone for 30 million. To thank Shrek Academy for your reminder, we have decided that if you ultimately win the championship, we will gift this soulbone to your academy as an additional reward. Wow, I was dumbfounded at that moment. I thought to myself, the Douluo Empire really knows how to handle things. Spending 30 million to buy something from their own, it's clearly just a transfer from one hand to the other, giving us Shrek a way out, and now saying it's free for the champion? This favor is basically the highest level of teaching on how to take advantage of a situation. Teacher Wang Yan's face froze at that moment. He wanted to respond, but didn't dare to, looking quite conflicted. Then the Douluo Emperor, I tell you, he has an old fox, smiling as he turned to our team member Junmo and said, little friend, I think this soul bone suits you well. You must be the ultimate ice, right? Hey, he guessed wrong, but Junmo wasn't greedy at all and directly waved his hand, saying, Your Majesty, you're overestimating me. My senior brother Huiyuhao is the one. Give it to him. Upon hearing this, the emperor exclaimed, Oh, this child is quite good, not greedy for credit and loyal, and immediately made a decision. He then proceeded to shower Huiyuhao with compliments, saying things like the good stuff should not flow to outsiders and the doors of the empire are open for you. A series of compliments that almost made us lose Huiyuhao right then and there. Just when we thought this matter had ended pleasantly and were ready to see the final highlight item, an unexpected change occurred. When the auctioneer announced that the last item was a 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo, Junmo, next to me, suddenly turned red-eyed. That aura of killing intent, I tell you. It froze me even from 8 feet away. He stepped forward, his voice sounding as if it crawled out of hell. Stop. This cannot be sold. We were all dumbfounded. Dude, what kind of performance is this? 1 second, he was a modest gentleman, and the next second, he turned into a berserker, and then even more outrageous things happened. Junmo's body was crackling with sounds, dragon horns, dragon scales, dragon tails, and in an instant, he transformed into a half-dragon form, radiating a 9-colored light. The aura was so strong that we had to unleash our martial souls to hold our ground. But it wasn't over yet. With a dragon roar, the entire auction house's roof almost blew off. He turned into a streak of light and shot up into the sky. And then the most explosive scene appeared. 9 soul rings manifested around him. Family, does anyone understand? 9, all, golden. At that moment, my mind went blank. What kind of heaven-defying configuration is this? I only heard him roar from the sky. Return that soul beast embryo to me, or you will all go down with me today. His tone was incredibly arrogant, but for some reason, I believed he could actually do it. Later, I found out that this guy forcibly unsealed his martial soul, directly burning 30 years of his lifespan for that power. All for that embryo. The Douluo Emperor was also someone who could bend and stretch. Seeing this situation, he didn't dare to make a sound, immediately kneeling on the ground, repeatedly saying, "Okay, okay, I'll return it to you right away. I'm all in." Just then, an oblivious kid, thinking he was brave, took a 7th level soul cannon and fired it at the sky. What happened? Junmo didn't even blink. A flash of light passed, and that cannonball along with the unfortunate kid completely vanished, not leaving a trace. Now, the entire venue was silent, and no one dared to move. The Emperor quickly cleared the venue. The auction couldn't continue. Once everyone had left, he cautiously handed the divine platform containing the embryo to Junmo. Junmo transformed back into human form, took the item, said nothing, and turned to leave. His state was clearly not right. Throughout the process, Ma Xiaodao was supporting him. As soon as we returned to the hotel, the moment Junmo stepped inside, he collapsed with a bang, passing out immediately. We all surrounded him, and Ma Xiaodao was so anxious that tears streamed down her face. Just when we were at a loss, Teacher Wang Yin suddenly pointed at Junmo's head. His voice changed. "Look at his hair." We all looked down and gasped. In just that little time, Junmo's black hair visibly turned snow white from the roots. Teacher Wang said with a serious face that this definitely was some forbidden technique, trading life for power. Ma Xiaodao broke down on the spot, hugging Junmo and crying heartbreakingly, mumbling, "Was it worth it for a soul beast embryo?" The few of us men felt uncomfortable watching, so we quietly left the room, giving space to the girls. The next day, dawn broke, but the dark clouds over our heads hadn't dissipated. Junmo was still unconscious, and the academy had received the news, but the competition couldn't stop. Teacher Wang Yin gathered us together and said that for the remaining matches, we needed to fight for Junmo's honor. Each of us was burning with anger, shouting in unison, "Shrek will win." When we arrived at the competition venue, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Today's match was the round of 16, and our opponents were the Douluo Royal Academy, last season's top 4, a tough opponent. Teacher Wang repeatedly reminded us before the match not to be reckless and not to forget how we suffered against the Grim Reaper's messenger before. Ma Xiaodao and Dai Yuheng, the 2 big shots, also took the stage with us today. The 7 of us stood on the competition stage, our momentum directly soaring. The opposing team captain, Guju Jian, looked as thin as a bamboo pole and was engaging in commercial banter with Dai Yuheng before the match. But through Hua Yuhao's spiritual detection, we had already seen through their strategies. The opposing team had 5 Soul Kings, and their formation was particularly strange. 2 meat shields were the front, while the strong attack captain was oddly huddled in the middle, clearly preparing for a big move. When the referee announced the start of the match, the opposing team indeed took action. The defense soul master named Qi Hongyu activated his 5th soul skill, and a massive shield instantly transformed into an impenetrable wall, protecting them tightly. Meanwhile, their support and control began to exert force, and a giant earth wall rose from the ground, covered in soil spikes, effectively turning into a mobile fortress. It was clear they intended to play defensively while the core damage dealers prepared their ultimate moves. Hey, they thought it was that easy. They had tactics. But did we come to watch a show? Just as they were building their wall, we moved as well. With a command from Ma Xiaodao, the 6 of us instantly spread out, forming a circle around Su Sanshi, placing him at the center. Just as the opposing team's defensive structure was about to take shape, Su Sanshi's 4th soul ring lit up. Let me tell you, his soul skill is simply a bug in team battles. Xianming replacement, combined with Hui Yuhao's full map vision. He can hit wherever he points. And then, in the next second, with a whoosh, Su Sanshi in our encirclement disappeared, replaced by a guy whose face read, "Who am I? Where am I?" Good heavens, it was the opposing team captain, Guju Jian. We directly executed a 1-click box opening, sending him to the C position on the spot. This guy was still kneeling on one knee, holding a metal object as big as a grinding disc, probably their ultimate move. Beibei rushed in with a Thunder Dragon Claw. Dai Yueheng unleashed a White Tiger Light Wave, and Ma Xiaodao fired a Phoenix Fire Line. 3 powerful attacks hit him instantly, while Ling Luocheng conveniently froze his feet to the ground. That scene was simply a brutal bullying spectacle. Guju Jian was no slouch either. At the critical moment, a golden light flashed on his chest, activating a one-time invincibility shield, buying himself a precious 3 seconds. And what about our true old 6, Su Sanshi? He was swapped right into the center of the opposing formation. Those guys were busy assembling their secret weapon, And when they looked up, they found their captain missing and a muscular man with a turtle shell in front of them. Su Sanshi wasted no time, smashed the Xianming turtle shell shield onto the ground, and activated his first soul skill, Xianming Shock. A black halo exploded, and the few people in front of him were caught together, immediately knocked off balance, and a formation was thrown into chaos. I tell you, this is not over yet. Su Sanshi Shock is just an appetizer. He grinned, and with a flash of black light around him, guess what? He performed another impressive transformation right on the spot. In the next second, Su Sanshi disappeared, and in his place was a woman whose entire body was engulfed in flames, with red hair resembling a super scion. Ma Xiaotao. She directly landed in the center of the opposing formation. Family, who understands? This series of position swaps, control, and then changing people is simply textbook-level dominance. The opposing team initially thought they could turn the tide with their mysterious mecha, but what happened? Their captain was kidnapped by us, and they got a level 60 soul emperor dropped right into their midst. Now, the mecha couldn't be assembled, and they could only brace themselves for hand-to-hand combat with us. Speaking of Ma Xiaotao, let me tell you, the fire in her heart is even more intense than the evil flames on her body. Think about it. She suffered serious injuries before the competition, and with the main team members suffering heavy casualties, how could she feel good as the captain? During that time, she didn't say anything, but she was like a pressure cooker, ready to explode at any moment. After finally getting the chance to take the stage today, Teacher Wang even told her to take it easy and conserve her strength. Conserve strength? Right now, she just wants to set the entire arena ablaze. So earlier, it wasn't a tactical arrangement at all. She directly threatened Su Sanshi, saying, "If you don't swap me over, I'll roast you." With a sharp phoenix cry, Ma Xiaotao didn't hesitate at all. Her third soul ring lit up, and with a roar, a pair of gigantic flaming wings exploded from her back. A wave of fire erupted around her, and she soared into the sky. The opposing team had just recovered from Su Sanshi's days and hadn't stabilized themselves yet when they looked up to see his sun crashing down on them. However, the opposing team reacted quickly. Among the remaining 6, the first 3 immediately activated their golden bell shield, identical to what their captain used before. It was that kind of disposable, invincible shield. Let me tell you, this thing is incredibly expensive, costing tens of thousands of gold soul coins each. And it gets wasted after one use. It's practically burning money. Their team is really wealthy. Everyone has one, with a flash of golden light. The first wave of flames from Ma Xiaotao's fire wings was forcefully blocked by these 3 golden eggshells. Taking advantage of this precious 3 seconds, the control-type soul master on the opposing side, named Xiaofeng, immediately threw away the parts in his hands, cradling a pearl emitting purple energy with both hands, and activated his 4th soul ring. With a hum, the entire arena was enveloped in a layer of thick purple mist where light and shadows intertwined, resembling a psychedelic disco hall with 8K ray tracing, making it impossible to see where anyone was. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be a sitting duck in the sky, unable to see anything below, just waiting to be focused down. But Ma Xiaotao? She smiled. What she was probably thinking was, is this a good thing? The feeling of dominating is simply too enjoyable. Just when everyone on the opposing side thought she would be lost in the mist, Ma Xiaotao, without a second thought, activated all 3 soul rings simultaneously, and her whole being shot down like a burning meteor straight into that purple mist. The defensive soul master on the opposing side, named Qi Hengyu, quickly raised his diamond giant shield, moving by instinct to the vertical point where Ma Xiaotao was descending, preparing to take the hit. The nearby Terror Claw Bear Soul King also came over, ready to tear Ma Xiaotao apart once his brother withstood the first blow. But, let me tell you, the most amazing operation came. Just as Ma Xiaotao was about to slam into the shield, her fire wings mysteriously flapped, and she shifted half a meter in mid-air. The spot where she landed was perfectly positioned in the less than half-meter wide gap between the shield guy and the Terror Claw Bear guy. What's even more incredible, the moment she landed was precisely the second after those 3 invincible shields shattered. Everyone on the opposing side was stunned, probably thinking in their hearts, this is impossible. Even in the purple mist, Yu Wunti finds such a tricky angle and timing, even with eagle eyes. But alas, facts are facts. As soon as Ma Xiaotao landed, she didn't give them any time to react and activated her 4th soul skill, Phoenix S-Roar. With a loud bang, a fire-red shockwave exploded, 10 times stronger than Su Sanshi's before. The nearest shield guy and Terror Claw Bear guy were immediately stunned, their soul power swirling chaotically in their bodies. And their prepared skills instantly went silent. The other four didn't fare much better. They were all knock-dazed. All that talk of purple mist illusions and supportive boosts was nothing but paper in the face of absolute power. With that, the battle completely lost any suspense. Ma Xiaotao snorted coldly, and her pitch-black sixth soul ring lit up. My heavens, the temperature of the entire arena shot up instantly. The protective shield began to shake violently, and fire-red meteors started to gather in the sky. She was about to unleash her ultimate move, the 10,000 years soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Meanwhile, those 6 people on the ground were still in a dazed state. They couldn't even block it, let alone run away. At that moment, the referee couldn't take it anymore and rushed over to stop her skill. If this continued, it wouldn't just be a loss for the opposing side. They would be sent off for cremation. On the other side, the battle had long been over. The unfortunate captain, Guazhu Jian, who had been swapped in, relied on the invincible shield for 3 seconds, just as he was about to unleash his ultimate move and escape. But once the shield disappeared, a perfectly fitting ice prison trapped him. This ice prison was even enhanced by Hui Yuhao's strength buff. His own ultimate move exploded inside and didn't even break it. When Ling Luocheng removed the ice prison, what awaited him was Dai Yaoheng, who had already activated 3 enhancement skills, glowing with golden light. I can only describe the subsequent process in 2 words: brutal. Dai Yaoheng was merciless, breaking all of that guy's limbs. When the referee came over to pull him away, the look in his eyes was one of disbelief at how ruthless we were. Dai Yaoheng had an innocent expression, as if to say, I was very gentle. Good heavens, he perfectly exemplified what it means to take it personally. After the match, Shrek Academy achieved a crushing victory. The members of the Douling battle team had red eyes from anger, glaring at us. Ma Xiaotao directly shot back. What are you looking at? If it were you, would you hold back? The opposing vice-captain, Xiaofeng, stopped his teammates and asked Ma Xiaotao in a deep voice, How did you see through my illusion? Ma Xiaotao shrugged arrogantly. Sister has exceptional talent. What is wrong with that? If you want revenge, see you in the individual matches. After saying that, she waved her hand and let us off the stage gracefully. She could see through nothing. It was just because our team had an ultimate human-shaped cheat, Hui Yuhao, whose mental detection shared vision with the entire team, allowing us to see everything clearly even when they were in the purple mist. After this match, Teacher Wang Yan's face never looked good. As soon as we returned to the hotel, he sent everyone back to their rooms and called Ma Xiaotao into the conference room alone. Once the door closed, Teacher Wang Yan entered pressure mode, immediately launching into a harsh criticism. Ma Xiaotao, who told you not to follow the tactics? Who told you to reveal all your trump cards? Do you know our greatest opponent is watching from below? Do you think you're very strong? That bit of strength was supposed to be a surprise for the finals, and now you've given them an open book exam. Do you think you deserve those reserve team members who fought hard and got injured for the Team S victory? As a captain, you have disappointed me too much. This scolding left the fearless Ma Xiaotao completely stunned, her face flushed red, unable to retort a single word. In the end, Teacher Wang Yan dropped a harsh ultimatum. If you can't guarantee to follow team discipline, you won't be allowed to play in the next match. Now Ma Xiaotao was really panicking. In the end, she went to find Teacher Wang Yan to admit her mistake and promise to absolutely obey orders in the future. After 2 days, the individual elimination matches began. Dai Yaoheng voluntarily asked to be the first to go on stage, and his reason was simple. I injured their captain, so they would definitely be on edge when they see me, which would help me perform better. As for Ma Xiaotao, she was arranged by Teacher Wang Yan to be the last one to take the stage. When Dai Yaoheng stepped onto the competition platform, the members of the Douling team indeed looked furious. The first one to compete was the strong attack system Soul Master, the Fearclaw Bear, Qian Yuan. He was extremely frustrated in the team battles and was filled with fighting spirit, his mind solely focused on avenging his captain. Compared to the aggressive aura from the opposing team, Dai Yaoheng remained much calmer, walking onto the stage with a composed expression. As the referee announced the start of the match, the 2 strong attack system Soul Masters simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits. Wow, let me tell you, that guy named Qian Yuan from the opposing team instantly transformed right on the spot. His shirt burst open, revealing a body of iron-gray muscles as solid as granite. His hands turned into bare paws, with claws extending half a meter long. When he dragged them across the ground, it made a sizzling sound, creating sparks like lightning. Dai Yaoheng was not to be outdone either. He activated his white tiger martial spirit, unleashing his full aura. although his physique didn't look as exaggerated as Qian Yuan's. The kingly aura he exuded was suffocating from a distance. Qian Yuan, clearly lacking patience, let out a roar and charged in, his body gleaming with a metallic sheen, indicating he had activated a defensive soul skill. His enormous claws opened up, effectively blocking all of Dai Yaoheng's escape routes. But who is Dai Yaoheng? Did he dodge? No. With a push off his toes, he advanced instead of retreating, meeting the attack head-on with his own tiger claws. The sound of the clash was thunderous. I thought a blacksmith shop had just opened up, sparks flying everywhere. And guess what? Dai Yaoheng was actually knocked back, appearing to have suffered a significant loss in strength. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Qian Yuan became smug, howling as he chased after Dai Yaoheng. His soul rings flashed wildly, and he swelled up even more, changing from iron gray to bronze, then to silver, reaching a height of 5 meters, his muscle definition absurdly exaggerated like a small mountain. But what about Dai Yaoheng? Although he was retreating, changes were happening to him as well. His fur instantly turned a brilliant golden color as he activated the White Tiger's protective barrier. White Tiger's Diamond Transformation and White Tiger's Demon God Transformation, all 3 enhancement skills in one go. Just as that massive silver claw was about to hit his face, Dai Yaoheng suddenly vanished into thin air. I was completely stunned at that moment. Teleportation? Impossible. But when I watched it in slow motion, I realized that the person didn't actually disappear. They just suddenly lowered their head, sprayed a burst of white light at the ground, and used the reaction force to leap straight up to Qian Yuan's head. Does anyone understand this? This move highlights someone who is cunning and strategic. Qian Yuan swung a claw but missed, still not realizing what happened, when Dai Yaoheng had already descended from the sky, landing his knees precisely on Qian Yuan's shoulders. With a dull thud, the big guy stumbled. He wanted to retaliate and tear Dai Yaoheng apart, but Dai Yaoheng's grip had tightly ensnared his claw, leaving him unable to move. Then Dai Yaoheng whispered in his ear, his voice as cold as ice. "Your strength is impressive. I can't match you at the same level. Unfortunately, I am a soul emperor and you are a soul king. Moreover, you are too heavy. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be done for." After saying that, he brought his knees together and knocked Qian Yuan unconscious. What do we call this? This is called luring the enemy in and striking to win. Dai Yaoheng was acting the whole time, deliberately showing weakness, waiting for the moment when the opponent charged in recklessly. After winning, Dai Yaoheng even had the grace to help the opponent up, escorting him back to the other side and saying a few polite words, implying that he had been a bit rough, but that is how competitions go. He effectively diffused the resentment from the other team. The next 2 matches were practically personal shows for Dai Yaoheng. The second opponent was a fast-moving agility-type Soul King, darting around Dai Yaoheng like a lightning weasel, attacking him relentlessly. Dai Good directly activated his "You're strong, go ahead and be strong" mode, standing still like a mountain and exhausting the opponent's soul power until he surrendered. The third opponent was a defensive type coming in with a big shield. This time, Dai Good didn't defend. He transformed into a berserker and went in with a barrage of punches hitting hard like a pile driver, knocking both the guy and his shield off the competition stage. 1 against 3. Just like that, he easily and joyfully finished the individual competition, and Shrek advanced directly to the top 8. The atmosphere became tense as the competition progressed. Teacher Wang Yin called us together for a pre-battle meeting to analyze the remaining 3 opponents. Goodness, the way he spoke made my blood pressure rise. He went on and on about how impressive the Royal Academy of Sun and Moon was, and how strong the DAO Academy was, implying that it was already a blessing for us to reach the top 4, and we shouldn't expect too much, just keep a calm mindset. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaotao and Dai Yaoheng turned pale, their eyes nearly bursting with flames. It was our big brother Beibei who spoke up. After the meeting, noticing everyone was down, he enlightened Hui Yuhao with a simple truth. Our Shrek follows a pure, natural, additive-free path, while those guys on the other side are all about technology and harsh practices. Who knows how many drugs they took to level up? Their foundation is unstable. If it comes to a real fight, we will surely win. Ma Xiaotao, overhearing this, curiously asked Beibei how he knew so much about the inner academy. Beibei, being mischievous, pretended to be troubled and said, saying this would offend someone. Ma Xiaotao, with her fiery temper, couldn't stand this and patted her chest, saying, "What are you afraid of? Sister Tao will protect you." As a result, Beibei grinned, revealing a bright smile. Have you never seen a pig run, even if you haven't eaten one? After saying that, he opened the door and darted inside. Ma Xiaodao was stunned for 2 seconds before reacting, angrily wanted to kick the door, but was firmly held back by Ling Luoqing. With this commotion, everyone's mood improved significantly. Just then, something even more explosive happened. As they say, speak of the devil, that Chu Junmo, who had been in a coma for several days, woke up. Elder Xian was watching over him, and the first thing this guy did upon waking wasn't tea to eat, but to sit cross-legged and say he wanted to open his heavenly eye. He took out a green carving knife, the very one made of the essence of life, and with a swift motion, stabbed it into his forehead. I tell you, Elder Xian was completely dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, Chu Junmo's white hair turned black at a visible speed, and he suddenly grew taller. His entire aura transformed. When he came out of the room, he went straight to our preparation area. As soon as Ma Xiaotao saw him, she burst into tears and rushed over to give him a big hug. Even more outrageous was what happened next. After Chu Junmo greeted everyone, he turned around and pulled out a replica of the essence of life and handed it to Hui Yuhao, claiming it was a purified version of the soul-devouring blade. As soon as Hui Yuhao took it, it seemed to have a mind of its own and slammed right against his forehead. In excruciating pain, Hui Yuhao couldn't even scream and froze on the spot. Folks, I was thinking, is it now fashionable to give brain surgery as a gift? A massive life force surged into Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, transforming his spiritual world into a green ocean. The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor were both summoned, looking utterly bewildered. Following that, the phantom of a white-bearded old man appeared, smiling at them and saying, "Big Worm, Little Scorpion, from now on, I want to compete with you for territory." The heavenly dream Ice Silkworm looked at him, shocked, and asked, "Are you Ilex?" "I told you," the old man nodded, looking so calm and unruffled. He said he only had this one wisp of a soul left, which would normally scatter with a gust of wind, but good heavens, Hui Yuhao's aura was strong enough. The life essence on him directly became the old man's power bank, allowing him to recharge. He said his memories were mostly gone now, and to recover them, he needed Hui Yuhao to grow stronger, so their goals were highly aligned. They were all on the same side, no need to panic. After saying that, he waved his right hand, and with a whoosh, he opened a portal, waved goodbye to Tianming, Ice Worm, and the others, and vanished in an instant. Wow! Even the Ice Emperor was stunned and said that this level of spiritual control is just too impressive. Is this the talent of humanity? Tianming, on the other hand, was optimistic, saying, "Don't rush. Aren't we just on Hui Yuhao's high-speed train now? He takes off, and we just follow along and enjoy the ride." While they were chatting over there, I was having a tough time. Who understands what I'm going through, family? That green little knife that was stuck in my forehead actually melted on me. It was like liquid metal sliding right into my head. I instantly turned green. No, it was more like I was emitting the kind of green life energy all over. The wound on my forehead not only didn't close up, but started to flip outward, like a little mouth opening. I felt like my skull was being reorganized. The pain, let me tell you, it was at least 10 times worse than when I absorbed the Ice Emperor's scorpion bones. It felt like my soul was being torn apart like hand-pulled bread. It was ridiculous. My consciousness was fully awake, and I watched helplessly as a small gray bead grew out of my forehead, merging with the surrounding flesh and bones. The pain was beyond description. I felt as if my spiritual world was being torn apart piece by piece and then forcibly glued back together. Just when I was about to pass out, suddenly, a golden light enveloped my entire spiritual world. It felt like soaking in a 42-degree hot spring that had the finest essential oils added, gently piecing my shattered soul fragments back together while also giving me a deep spa treatment. When I woke up, I felt incredibly comfortable, as if my meridians had been widened. Just one word. But then, enough of the comfort. The semifinals were about to begin. Early the next morning, our Shrek Academy team, dressed in dark green uniforms, stepped onto the stage, and the cheers were deafening. With only 4 teams left in the competition, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Not long after, to my surprise, the Emperor himself arrived, accompanied by 4 bodyguards. His aura was unmistakably that of a title Douluo level, the top-tier Special Forces King Bodyguard team in 2025. When the Emperor saw Chu Junmo, he visibly flinched, his gaze darting around. Chu Junmo just shook his head, seemingly conveying the message. "Who told you to auction off my sister Shui? You deserve it." The Emperor took the stage and said a few formalities before announcing that today's referee would be personally appointed by the Empire's guardian de law. An elderly man stepped forward, and an overwhelming pressure made the entire venue feel momentarily dark. Beibei, who was next to me, explained that this referee was the Heaven S. Kill Duo Huang Jinshu, whose martial spirit was the Heaven-esque kill Lone Star. He had a tragic background, having caused the death of his mother at birth and his father at 8, with all his relatives and friends dead, purely a Conan-type physique. Yet he himself was exceptionally powerful, having gained top-tier strength through sacrifices, able to grapple with a level 95 Super Douluo at just over 60 years old. And his personality was quite eccentric, with a ruthless approach. I was stunned when I heard this, and the draw on stage had already begun. When the results of the draw came out, it was even more explosive. A girl from Tsinghua National Academy came up, and when I looked closely, wasn't she the chief auctioneer from the auction a few days ago? Princess Jujio. How did she become a team member? Not only us, but the other 2 teams were also taken aback. Today, the princess had changed into a yellow athletic outfit, exuding an air of heroism, and even Sister Ma Xiaotao seemed to be overshadowed by her presence. The method of drawing lots was also bizarre. The emperor casually threw out 4 golden balls for us to grab. Sister Ma Xiaotao took off like a shot and instantly grabbed one, while the captains of the other 2 teams followed closely behind. As for Princess Jujio, she just stood still and didn't move at all, waiting for the last ball to drop before leisurely reaching out to catch it. As a result, when the draw results came out, it was 1 versus 1, and great, we Shrek Academy would face the host, Tsinghua National Academy, in the first match. When Sister Ma Xiaotao came back, her expression wasn't good. She said she couldn't see through the princess's depth at all. I quickly used my mental detection to probe, and found that it seemed like she was wearing some kind of treasure, which my spiritual power couldn't penetrate at all, making her a complete mystery. Teacher Wang Yan's face turned pale, and he hurriedly held a pre-battle mobilization meeting, saying that the princess's martial spirit might be the royal family's ultimate treasure, the Star Crown, and warned us to be careful. In the end, Sister Ma Xiaotao took the lead, and we stacked our hands together, shouting victory is ours. The fighting spirit instantly ignited. As both teams took the stage, the tension was palpable. Princess Jojio's gaze actually bypassed our Captain Ma Xiaotao and landed directly on Chu Junmo with a hint of provocation. Chu Junmo didn't back down either. A flash of blue light appeared in his eyes, and the princess shivered on the spot. The match began. With a loud shout from the sky, Killer Douluo, he disappeared. I immediately activated my spiritual detection and stared intently at the opponent. I saw a diamond-shaped golden gemstone glowing on the forehead of the long-awaited princess, flying to the top of her head and transforming into a crown adorned with stars. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black, 5 rings. Soul King. Not only that, her teammates, all 6 of them, are also Soul Kings. Wow, what an all-star lineup. Su Sanshur from our side immediately started playing tricks, raising his turtle shell shield and shouting, "Shimming swap." The target was aimed directly at Princess Jujio. The princess immediately activated her 3rd soul ring, and a golden beam of light shot up into the sky, transforming into golden mist that enveloped all her teammates. As a result, Su Sanshur waved his hand at them, shouted just kidding, and didn't even use a skill, turning around to hide in the ice mist released by Ling Luochen. At that moment, we had already charged forward. Sister Ma Xiaotao took the lead, unleashing a phoenix fire line aimed at the Soul King at the front, who was named Huang Heyun, with a martial soul of the dark magic tiger. Definitely a tough guy. I thought to myself, isn't this Soul King courting death by taking our Soul Emperor's skill? But guess what? The crown on the princess's head shone, and a golden light buff was applied to Huang Heyun. He released his first soul skill, the Black Wave, which with a loud bang actually blocked Sister Ma Xiaotao's phoenix fire line. Sparks flew everywhere, and it didn't even burn him a bit. Sister Ma Xiaotao was stunned, but she was only stunned for a second. Let me tell you, with her fiery temper, the words give up don't exist in her dictionary. She pressed forward with her right hand and, with a pop, crushed that black wave, followed by her 2nd soul skill, the fiery phoenix, right to his face. Huang Heyun was also a tough character. He didn't dodge or evade, using his 3rd soul skill, the magic tiger, to face it head-on. A dark golden tiger phantom collided with Sister Ma Xiaotao's phoenix flames. I have to tell you, after this close-range collision, Sister Ma Xiaotao's expression changed. She discovered that the guy opposite her had mixed the golden starlight given by the princess into his soul skill, which acted like a miniature bomb, exploding chaotically in her phoenix flames and crazily weakening her attack power. Wow, this support is just too outrageous. It's almost on par with the 7 Treasures glazed tile pagoda. In that instant, Ma Xiaotao's mind went ding, like a CPU overheating, and she finally remembered. Star Crown. This martial soul is called Star Crown. Let me tell you, this thing is almost legendary on the continent, an antique that was famous over 10,000 years ago, on par with the Spirit Hall. And now it's the ancestral martial soul of the star Luo Empire. It focuses on super doubling combat power. Who understands family? This time, she really kicked the iron plate. Seeing her flames about to be broken through by that magic tiger, Ma Xiaotao sneered and stopped pretending. She spread her flaming wings with a whoosh, and the phoenix fire on her body instantly changed from fiery red to blinding incandescent white. The temperature was so high that Dai Yaoheng and Beibei had to quickly back away. Hey, she wasn't worried about the backlash from the evil fire now. With me, the walking ice Americano, by her side, she dared to go all out. That magic tiger's phantom couldn't hold on for even a second and was directly turned to ashes. Sister Ma Xiaotao's figure flashed as she closed in on Huang Heyun, and once again, a line of incandescent phoenix fire sprayed out. The guy was so startled that he froze. He noticed that the air around him was distorted by the heat, and the princess's auxiliary golden light couldn't penetrate. Just as he was about to be incinerated on the spot, suddenly, behind him, a girl who looked very ordinary, with fire in her eyes, waved her right hand at the air, and guess what? Ma Xiaotao's phoenix fire line was forcibly turned around and shot up into the sky. Damn it, fire control. Teacher Wang specifically reminded us before that the two control systems on the opposite side are a trump card, called dual control of wind and fire. And this one in front of us is the fire control Soul King. She wasn't done yet. With a press of her right hand, a fiery red halo suddenly appeared under Sister Ma Xiaotao's feet, with a suction so strong it was like a water pump, crazily drawing in Sister Ma Xiaotao's phoenix flames. Meanwhile, the battle on both sides had gone crazy. On Dai Yaoheng's side, he was entangled by a guy with a martial soul of the netherworld crazy lion, and that lion was as slippery as a ghost, constantly dodging Dai Yaoheng's attacks. What was even more annoying was that there was a wind control Soul King behind him. Just as Dai Yaoheng activated his white tiger diamond transformation, a small tornado suddenly whipped up under his feet, directly interrupting his attack rhythm. Beibei was in an even worse situation. His opponent was a speed-type attacker with a martial soul of Lightning Falcon, and that speed was like a flash of yellow lightning, making it impossible to see his figure. If I hadn't hurriedly focused my mental detection on him, he would have been turned into a sieve long ago. In just a short time, he already had more than a dozen wounds on his body. The two strongest soul emperors on our side were completely suppressed by the four opponents. That princess's star-crowned martial soul is too sinister. It even interfered with my spiritual detection. As if that wasn't enough, she pointed her right hand to the sky, activating her first soul skill, Star Attraction. Immediately, another star appeared in the sky, and a shower of starlight swept down, marking our positions hidden in the icy mist. Realizing we couldn't hide anymore, we decided to launch a full-scale attack. Sister Ma Xiaotao let out a phoenix cry, building up for something big, her sixth soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. The sky was filled with fireballs that looked ready to obliterate everything. However, Princess Jiujiu laughed. She had been waiting for this moment. She flicked a golden bead from her hand, and with a duong sound, it transformed into a massive golden barrier descending from the sky, directly wrapping up Sister Ma Xiaotao and her meteor shower. It trapped them inside. Down below, Hikaitu jumped up from his chair stunned, shouting that thing was an absolute defense soul tool. A level 7, single use. It was said to be worth over 1 million gold soul coins, equivalent to an invincible shield that could trap someone for a quarter of an hour. Goodness, it's 2025, and they're still using such pay-to-win tactics. They're truly cash power players. With Sister Ma Xiaotao trapped, the princess was even more ruthless, countering with her fourth soul skill, Star Guardian, creating an even larger starlight barrier that split the battlefield in two. It enclosed Dai Yaoheng, Beibei, and the trapped Sister Ma Xiaotao, completely isolating them from the rest of us. Then, the four Soul Kings on the opposite side, along with that dark demon tiger, turned their fire and began to gang up on Dai Yaoheng. The dual control of wind and fire worked together, with one fire halo and one azure halo wrapped around Dai Yaoheng, and with a loud boom, a massive column of wind and fire shot up into the sky, resembling a meat grinder. But Dai Yaoheng was tough. He let out a tiger roar, slamming his fist into the ground, using the power of the earth to disperse that wind and fire column. Then, roaring, he charged towards Princess Jiujiu. Capture the king first. However, the four opponents seemed to be combining their powers. They stood in a row, glowing with white light, transmitting all their strength to the one in front, Huang Heyun. Hikai too shouted from below, saying that it was a 9-transformation soul device, capable of temporarily merging several people's soul power. I was truly amazed. Are you guys from the star Luo Empire here for a soul tool exhibition? Huang Haiyun gathered the strength of the four soul kings and punched out. With a thunderous boom, Dai Yaoheng flew out like a cannonball, crashing hard into the barrier and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huang Haiyun, seizing the opportunity, roared again, executing the Tiger of Darkness, summoning a solid black tiger that looked ready to finish off Dai Yaoheng in an instant. At this critical moment, I finally couldn't stand by any longer. Their Star Guardian barrier was indeed powerful, capable of isolating attributes, but they had overlooked one thing in their calculations. It couldn't isolate the ice crystals I had spread all over the field. I exchanged glances with Dai Yaoheng and the others who were trapped inside, signaling them to quickly huddle together. The people on the opposite side still wanted to chase us, but suddenly ice spikes burst up from the ground and blocked their way. The princess was completely stunned. How could skills still be used inside absolute defense? I grinned and directly created 3 giant thick walls of ice beside them to protect our team first. Then my fourth soul ring lit up. Ice explosion technique. Boom! The entire starlight shield erupted in blue light, and it felt like dropping Mentos into a bottle of Coke and shaking it vigorously. As the light faded, all those pay-to-win players on the opposite side were lying on the ground, one by one. Although they weren't dead, none of them would be able to get out of bed for a week. The referee was stunned, and after reacting, he trembled as he announced, "The winner is Shrek Academy." The entire venue erupted in cheers like a tidal wave. We withdrew our martial spirits, and I went over to Carrie's sister Ma Xiaotao, while the others helped each other, preparing to watch the next match and investigate the background of our next opponent. It turned out that looking into it was a bad idea. Let me tell you, just one look almost burned out my CPU. The three of us, me, Chu Junmo, and Su Sanshur, took advantage of our identity as Shrek Academy students to sneak into the team passage to gather military intelligence. As soon as we entered, we saw Teacher Wang Yin sitting in our rest area with a dark expression. "Didn't I tell you to go back and sleep?" he exclaimed. "What are you doing here?" Our third senior brother approached with a grin. "Teacher Wang, it's just curiosity. I heard that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy crushed the opponent yesterday. How did that happen?" Teacher Wang sighed, his expression complicated. "Why not let you come? It's because I'm afraid it will crush your confidence. Let me tell you, the people from Sun Moon invested a lot for this competition. Their tactics are like opening blind boxes. Every match is different, and there's no way to study them. It's useless even to watch. Yesterday's team battle, their captain, Marulong, was on. I can only say that the scene was a complete dimensionality reduction attack. By himself, with just 2 level 7 soul guides, he directly suppressed the entire team of the DAO Academy, making them unable to lift their heads. As for the other 6 teammates, they were just pure artillery, standing there and firing indiscriminately. The whole competition stage, let me tell you, there wasn't even a place to stand. It was all gunfire. The captain of the DAO Soul Emperor team was targeted as soon as he came up, and while he was still in the air, he was directly blasted out. And then the match was over. I and Chu Junmo were so shocked that our faces turned pale. What the hell is this? Does anyone understand? This is just a top-tier spendthrift boss coming to the novice village to slaughter us with technology hacks, right? But the third senior brother has a really good mindset, directly encouraging Teacher Wang. "Teacher Wang, since the main team is hard to beat, what are we afraid of? We've already made it to the finals, so let's just go for it. Losing is no loss. Winning is a big gain. We are Shrek." Teacher Wang couldn't help but laugh at him. Just as he was about to say something, the match on stage was about to begin. My eyes are sharp. I looked up and saw that the princess of the city wall was glaring fiercely at Chu Junmo, probably still upset about losing yesterday. What was even more interesting was what came next. I have sharp ears and faintly heard the emperor on the city wall whispering to his sister. The princess was still complaining. "Brother, I'm not convinced. I haven't even used my ultimate move." The emperor then poured cold water on her. "Even if you used it, you wouldn't win. Let alone that suddenly explosive Chu Junmo, even without him. Do you think you could still deal with that Ma Xiaotao after finishing us? A level 67 Soul Emperor, Evil Fire Phoenix. Are you going to use your head to hit it? The power gap is right there." Then the emperor changed his tone and started to raise the stakes. "And do you think Shrek made a mistake this time? Little sister, your perspective is too narrow. In my opinion, they are playing a big game. They don't care about winning or losing this match. They care about these young talents. They are using a championship to train these talented individuals. Losing the match is not scary. What is scary is having no successors. Give them 10 years. And Shrek's future will be even more terrifying." Wow, I was stunned to hear this. It turns out we are not pawns, but the hidden treasures of the academy. playing a game of extreme stretching, right? Just then, the individual matches started. On the side of the Dao Academy, they were seething with anger. And the first one to step up was their captain, the Soul Emperor Jiangpeng. On the side of the Sun Moon Academy, a tall and thin guy named Mijia came up. Teacher Wang immediately began to comment on the scene. Jiangpeng, a Soul Emperor over level 60, with a martial soul tremendous axe, is a top-tier existence in the assault system. Mijia, a level 5 Soul Master, has a variable strategy, but has never made a mistake before. As the referee called for the start, I was dumbfounded. Mijia's body made a series of metallic clanks, instantly covering him in a bright blue heavy armor, and he conjured a large sword of the same color in his hand. Wow, I thought a Saint Seiya had arrived. On the other side, Jiangpeng had already charged in like a cannonball, and just as he got close, he revealed his martial soul with a loud bang. 6 soul rings rose up, and he wielded a black giant axe larger than a car wheel, bringing it down with a powerful strike. Mijia remained calm, sliding his feet and lifting his large sword, the tip accurately striking the handle of Jiangpeng's axe. With a loud clang, he, a Soul King, actually managed to withstand the full force of a Soul Emperor's attack. My chin is about to drop, and Teacher Wang added another cut. This guy's always played ranged turrets in previous competitions, and this is his first time playing melee. I took a sharp breath. Just how many secrets do these people from the Sun and Moon team have hidden? Jiangpeng knew he couldn't hold back any longer. With a flash of his third soul ring, he threw the earth-shaking axe, which flew out like a black frisbee, howling towards Mijia. Mijia turned around with his sword, intending to block again. But guess what? The axe made a strange drift in the air, tracing an arc and directly coming around to Mijia's back, slicing down with a puff. Bang! With a muffled sound, Mijia's armor on his back was directly dented in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, falling forward. The referee quickly intervened to stop the pursuing axe and announce the result of the match. In the first round, the Dao Academy won. Jiangpeng was still not satisfied after winning. He turned around and beckoned with his finger towards the Sun and Moon team, looking incredibly arrogant. Now the true B. Oh, S. On the opposite side was finally revealed, the captain, Ma Rulong. Let me tell you, Ma Rulong is truly terrifying. As soon as the match began, Jiangpeng stuck to his old routine and charged forward. Ma Rulong stood still, his right hand flashed with a ring, and a cannon barrel appeared on his shoulder. Then, with a bang, it wasn't a cannonball, it was a blinding silver light ball. The bright light exploded instantly, blinding the eyes of tens of thousands of spectators in the square. Jiangpeng screamed, unable to see anything. Immediately after, dozens of small light bombs flew out from behind Ma Rulong, exploding everywhere, not to injure anyone, but just to make sure you couldn't hear. This was simply the latest and trendiest electronic cricket fighting of 2025. First, it cut off your internet cable, then pulled out your headphones. With both vision and hearing rendered useless, Jiangpeng became a headless fly, wildly swinging his axe to protect himself. Then, Ma Rulong leisurely switched to a golden, thin cannon barrel, aiming in Jiangpeng's direction. The next second, a small blood-red light beam shot out with a hiss. The red light was incredibly fast, and Jiangpeng relied solely on his combat instincts to block with his axe. As a result, the red light pierced through his earth-shattering axe, creating a small hole, then penetrated his left shoulder, and finally shot through the protective shield formed by the combined efforts of the 108 Soul Masters outside the arena. Jiangpeng was also tough. With a charred blood hole in his left shoulder and still unable to see, he didn't retreat but charged forward, roaring as his 6th soul ring. The black 10,000-year soul ring, representing the strongest power, instantly lit up. The noise was, I tell you, simply earth-shattering. That weapon called the earth-shattering axe flew out of his hand, spinning wildly in the air like a top, whooshing loudly. The key was that it was not only spinning but also growing larger, emanating a black light that seemed to devour all light. Goodness, it looked just like a portable black hole, making my hair stand on end. Ma Rulong's face, which had always been arrogant, could no longer hold up. His expression became extremely serious. He wanted to dodge, but that axe came with GPS tracking and super strong suction, not giving him a chance to maneuver. The next second, a crack sounded beneath Ma Rulong's feet, and the ground split open, revealing a bizarre black magic circle that appeared out of nowhere, suddenly spewing forth black hellfire. Following that, the black axe, now as large as a door, came crashing down with a long tail of flames. I'll tell you, this move is called Dark Magic Shockwave. It sounds so glitch, but the power is undeniable. This guy Jiangpeng is also a battle god, He is blind and has a hole in his body. Yet he still managed to accurately smash his ultimate move right on Ma Rulong's face based on his instincts. But do you think that's the end? This kid Ma Rulong stands out as a cash ability player. Just as the axe was about to hit his forehead, a golden shield suddenly emerged around him, enveloping him completely. The black fire on the ground couldn't burn through it, and the axe from the sky couldn't break it. With a loud bang, the entire competition platform shook, and surprisingly, a thin crack appeared on top of that golden shield. You have to know, this thing can withstand a top-tier one-time soul guide for 3 seconds against an 8th ring expert. 3 seconds. Do you understand, family? Just those short 3 seconds were enough for Ma Rulong to counterattack. Suddenly, his body transformed with a series of clicks, and at least 50 large and small cannon barrels popped out, looking like a transformer. On Jiang Peng's side, as the axe was pulled back, he charged within 10 meters, ready for close combat. He thought that as long as he got close, the Soul Master would be a target. But he couldn't see it. We could see it clearly from the stands, just as they were about to collide. Or 50 plus canon barrel, on Ma Rulong lit up simultaneously. The most sinister one was the red barrel on his chest, which was the size of a bowl, silently shooting out a small red energy ball. That energy ball flew in an incredibly strange manner, and Jiang Peng was completely oblivious, as if it didn't exist. Then, with a pop, the energy ball stuck to his chest. In the next second, Jiang Peng was frozen in midair as if someone had pressed the pause button. And even the axe in his hand disappeared. What awaited him was a cyber baptism composed of over 50 level 6 soul guide rays. Boom! Jiang Peng was blasted away like a broken sack, crashing hard against the protective shield in the distance, before sliding down limply. The match was over. Ma Rulong even had the leisure to pull out a bottle-like object from his chest to regain his energy. The remaining members of the Emperor Academy were pale with fear. When they went up, they were treated as targets and were wiped out in no time. After watching this match, I was completely stunned. Hui Yuhao was also deep in thought on the way back. Ma Rulong's fighting was simply an art form, flowing like water, mastering the soul guide perfectly. He taught Hui Yuhao a principle. A true soul master doesn't fight for damage, but for control. We returned to the hotel, just about to head upstairs when, lo and behold, the path was blocked by 2 people. These 2 looked quite abstract. One had an arm thicker than my waist, while the other was as skinny as a monkey, yet had a gigantic head, resembling a big-headed doll. The one with the thick arm gruffly pointed at Hui Yuhao and said, "You can go, but this kid stays." Hui Yuhao looked confused and replied, "I don't know you guys." The big-headed guy smiled slightly, his gaze strange enough to leave Wang Yin and Su Sanshur dazed. Hui Yuhao was startled, feeling the golden light of his spirit eyes, almost unable to be contained. The big-headed guy said, "We mean no harm, we just want to talk. If you don't want a friend to get hurt, come with us." After saying that, they walked over to the nearby lounge area and sat down on the sofa. Wang Yin came back to his senses, his face pale. As a Soul King, he was surprisingly controlled by just a look from someone else. The gap in strength was too vast. In the end, it was Chu Junmo who accompanied Hui Yuhao over. As soon as they sat down, the big-headed guy spoke, and what he said almost scared the soul out of Hui Yuhao. He said, "Your first martial soul is your eyes. Your first soul skill is mental detection plus sharing. And you've also practiced the Tang sect's purple extreme demon eye. Your second soul skill is simulation, which should come from a certain eye silkworm. Am I right?" Hui Yuhao's back broke out in a cold sweat. It felt like being stripped naked and thrown onto the street, with everyone clearly seeing the color of his underwear. Seeing his shocked expression, the big-headed guy continued, "My name is Langya, and this is my brother Yutao. We come from the body sect." The body sect. The mention of these 3 words shocked Hui Yuhao again. This was a bizarre sect that was infamous alongside evil soul masters, mysterious and powerful, not having made an appearance for hundreds of years. Why were they here today? Langya got straight to the point. "We are here to take you home. All soul masters with body martial souls are part of the body sect. It's time for you to return to the sect." Hui Yuhao shook his head without thinking. "Thank you, but I'm from Shrek." "Shrek?" Langya scoffed. "That broken school? What can they teach you? Come with us, and within 20 years, we guarantee you'll shock the continent." With no common ground, Hui Yuhao stood up and tried to leave. Just then Yutao, with his thick arm, suddenly stood up. His arms stretched like rubber, extending 2 meters and reaching for Hui Yuhao's shoulder. Hui Yuhao slipped, and instantly a layer of ice armor formed on his shoulder, allowing him to slip away. Langya coldly snorted, "Playing with mental power in front of me?" The air around his big head twisted, and an invisible mental force surged towards Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao let out a muffled grunt, feeling like his brain was pricked by a needle. But just as the opponent's mental power was about to invade his sea of consciousness, a flash of green light appeared on his forehead, cutting off that mental force. Langya was surprised. Just as he was about to make another move, Chu Junmo slowly stood up and pulled out a token from his pocket. The moment those two saw the token, they froze, immediately rushing over to hug Chu Junmo's thigh, tears almost welling up in their eyes. Holy Sun, we finally found you. Everyone was stunned. Hui Yuhao was also dumbfounded. When did my little junior brother become a holy son? Chu Junmo was equally shocked, his mind filled with the system's voice. Ding, this is the identity I arranged for you, the long-lost holy son of the body sect. No need to thank me. Just as the plot took a sharp turn, comparable to a 2025 hit drama, a figure appeared like a ghost. An unkempt old man, holding a chicken leg, stretched out a greasy finger and lightly slapped Yu Tao's hand, which was harder than stone. With that slap, Yu Tao let out a miserable cry, stumbling back several steps. A deep fingerprint clearly visible on his hand, his face turning pale. Hui Yuhao exclaimed in surprise. Old Xian. Old Xian took a bite of the chicken leg, glancing sideways at the two from the body sect. Now, it's really something. What kind of riffraff dares to bully our Shrek? Want to snatch people? Lang Ya's face changed drastically, and he warily asked, Who are you? Old Xian sneered. Don't think that you two little brats can stand here and talk to me. Even if that old monster from your sect came, he wouldn't dare. You even know about the God Pavilion? Get lost. Yu Tao, unconvinced, roared as 8 soul rings instantly lit up on his right arm. 4 purple and 4 black, ready to fight. But old Xian seemed to have done something. Yu Tao froze in place, unable to move, terror filling his eyes. Lang had completely lost his temper and respectfully called out, You are. Your Excellency, the glutton. Then he pointed at Chu Junmo. Your Excellency, we finally found the Holy Sun. Can we take him back? Upon hearing this, old Xian looked at the innocent-looking Chu Junmo, who could only fib about having amnesia and knowing nothing. Old Xian waved his hand. You go back and tell Poison Immortal that Junmo is now one of us in Shrek. If he disagrees, let him come and ask for him himself. No send-offs. The two had no choice but to turn back reluctantly, glancing over their shoulders as they left. Just as they walked away, Ma Xiaodao rushed in like a whirlwind, fiercely shouting, Which bastard wants to bully my Junmo? I'll roast him alive. But upon seeing old Xian, she immediately stuck out her tongue, becoming as obedient as a little cat, grabbing Chu Junmo and running upstairs, just like a protective hen. Once we all returned to our room, Ma Xiaodao began to explain. That's when I realized how powerful the body sect really was. Folks, let us put it this way. The top forces on the entire continent are a 3-legged competition. The Mingdou Hall of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy, our Shrek SC God Pavilion, and the body sect, which plays with bodies. Ma Xiaotao said, over 2,000 years ago, the body sect emerged and directly infiltrated the Star Do Great Forest, hunting 700,000-year soul beasts. I gasped in shock at the time, 7 of them. This directly triggered a beast tide riot in the Star Do Forest, with countless old beasts rushing out to attack human cities. In the end, it was only through the combined efforts of our Shrek Academy, establishing the God Pavilion, that we barely managed to push them back. Hui Yuhao listened intently, and at that moment, the Sky Dream Iceworm's mind suddenly spoke. I know those guys, but they're not the strongest in the Star Do Forest. I heard them mention that an old boss is still sleeping underground in the forest, and that is the truly terrifying existence. The Ice Emperor also echoed. Yes, the Snow Emperor has mentioned that in the Star Do Forest, there are more than one existence stronger than her. Hui Yuhao's heart was instantly filled with dread. There are beings stronger than the Snow Emperor with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation, and not just one. He recalled how he once had no soul ring and dared to venture there alone to hunt soul beasts. Truly, ignorance is bliss. I told you, this matter is not over yet. Sister Xiaodao started to educate us, saying that the so-called ontology sect is simply a group of madmen, both righteous and evil, and particularly difficult to deal with. Back in the day, they caused a big mess, and we at Shrek didn't want to just slap them down. But the problem is that if we really fight, it would be mutually destructive, and there's the Sun Moon Empire watching us closely. We can't exhaust our resources just to vent our anger. So in the end, the big shots of the God Pavilion decided it would be better to sign an agreement and resolve it peacefully. As soon as these words were spoken, Nan Nan exploded on the spot, and with her fiery temper, she directly asked, So are the commoners just going to die for nothing? Sister Xiaodao looked at her with a helpless expression and said that she couldn't provide an answer either. The academy had done its best. blocking the beast tide from the Stardew forest and saving more people. Not going head-to-head with the ontology sect is to preserve strength to protect the continent. But Nan Nan's eyes clearly showed her refusal to accept this, and she was furious. Sanshur wanted to comfort her, but was pushed away by her. TSK, what a pair of feuding friends. Then, Sister Xiaodao pulled our Junmo aside and seriously told him, Junmo, you need to be careful. From now on, don't run around alone, you must stay with us. Those people from the ontology sect will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Although Elder Xian is here, you can't guard against their underhanded tactics. The most ridiculous part is that she actually said, if they really try to kidnap you, don't resist, just go with them. They have their eyes on your talent and won't really do anything to you. At that moment, it was like, what kind of operation is this? Persuading someone to surrender? As a result, that kid, Junmo, shook his head like a rattle drum, his gaze unwavering, and directly said, Sister, no matter what, I will not join the body sect. Everything I have now is given by the academy. Shrek is my home, and I must fight for its glory. Besides, you are still here. Oh, my family, who understands? As soon as these words were spoken, Sister Xiao Tao's heart almost melted. She must have thought, as expected of my little fiancé. She stood up, patted Junmo's shoulder, and said, I'm glad you think this way, but remember, a true man can bend and stretch. As long as you are alive, you can make an impact. This matter came to a temporary conclusion, and Junmo went back to sit cross-legged and study soul guidance devices. This kid is the king of diligence. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the finals. Let me tell you, the scene was almost bursting with people. It felt like the new year. In the finals, Shrek faced the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, a peak showdown. Who wouldn't want to watch? But to be honest, our lineup was not complete, and the underground black market was betting against us. The weather was also not great, overcast with light rain, but this was actually good for us. Our team member Ling Luochan specializes in ice, and this weather was like giving her a home field advantage. Both teams were extremely nervous, especially the Sun Moon group. They felt this was their closest chance to the championship, practically within reach. How could they not be anxious? We walked on the red carpet to the competition venue, with fans screaming on both sides. I stole a glance across the way, and wow, that Ming Hongshun, the little princess of the Sun and Moon Academy, hadn't taken her eyes off our Junmo. That look in her eyes, it was as if she was about to write her desires all over her face, probably thinking about writing some fanfiction in her mind. Just then, Yu Hao suddenly froze, his whole demeanor changed. Following his gaze, I looked up at the city wall where, next to His Majesty the Emperor, stood a man in golden armor with an imposing aura. The White Tiger Duke, Dai Yueheng, and Hui Yu Hao's father. Oh my, things just got lively. The biological father came to cheer for his eldest son, while also taking a look at his discarded youngest son. This was a battlefield of emotions. Truly, Dai Yueheng instantly became energized upon seeing his father, his fighting spirit skyrocketing. The emperor began to ramble on, expressing his excitement and how thrilling the competition was, and then announced the rewards. 3 soul bones and 1 million gold soul coins. The entire venue went wild. Interestingly, the White Tiger Duke was supposed to be the host, but with his son in the arena, to avoid any conflict of interest, the referee was still the heavenly tyrant Dalu. Just as the referee stepped onto the stage, he suddenly shook and turned to look our way. We turned around and wow, it was Elder Xian, our elusive Elder Xian, who was always seen with his wine gourd, had mysteriously appeared behind us like a guardian spirit. He was munching on a chicken leg and raised an eyebrow at the referee. I swear, I saw that title-level referee's legs go soft for a moment, quickly turning his head back. The leader teacher of the Sun and Moon battle team turned pale. The pressure and sense of security that Elder Xian brought. Once he arrived, everything was stable. The referee cleared his throat, pretending nothing had happened, and began to announce the rules. Team battle, individual elimination, 2 out of 3 matches, with a chance to swap players after the team battle. 1 minute of preparation time. Teacher Wong stood up and simply said, Shrek, we will win. Our 10 members shouted in unison. The momentum was incredible. Then, the team battle members took the stage. On the Sun and Moon side, Captain Ma Rulong led the team, with the Meng Hongshan siblings all present, all key players, just as Teacher Wong had predicted. When it was our turn, Xiao Taojia Dai Yueheng, Beibei, Su Sanshur, Zhang Nannan, Ling Luocheng, and Kai Tu, 7 of us walked out. The entire venue fell silent, because Hui Yu Hao and Chu Junmo, our 2 biggest trump cards, surprisingly, were sitting in the waiting area. They didn't go up. I tell you, at that moment, everyone in the Sun and Moon team was stunned, and the audience was also confused. What kind of operation is this? Hiding the ace? Teacher Wang Yin sat there with a calm expression, but we all knew this brother was definitely holding back something big. He had been hiding things since the start of the competition, and now, in the finals, it was finally time to showcase his skills. The truly ultimate invincible, super cool Giga-Chad. But seriously, watching the tense showdown on the stage, I kept thinking about what Junmo had told me before, about what he did during that year and a half he disappeared. That experience was even more fantastical than this competition. Imagine him running alone to the deepest part of the starry forest, relying on some system to grind monsters and accumulate points. One night, he found a cave to sleep in, and then the cave's owner came back. It was a golden lion, half transparent, with 3 eyes and feet on golden flames. Junmo was half asleep, and when he woke up and touched it, it was furry. He blurted out, "Yo, big brother, who are you?" The golden lion jumped up in anger, and a crisp female voice responded, "You're the big brother. Your whole family is the big brother. I'm a girl." Well, this is how friendships are formed. Just like that, a 7-year-old child and a mythical beast that had lived for who knows how many thousands of years became good buddies. Bickering and playing every day, they stayed together for a year and a half. Finally, the day came for them to part, and Junmo felt quite reluctant. That night, they climbed to the top of the mountain to watch the stars, and Junmo fell asleep, leaning against its furry body. Then the climax came. The mythical beast called the 3-eyed golden lion, taking advantage of his sleep, quietly placed its 3rd eye on Junmo's forehead. This was simply a gift of fate. Junmo instantly woke up, feeling his spiritual sea expand by double, and his eye of beast directly evolved into the brilliant golden eye of destiny, becoming his true 3rd eye. Even more outrageous, their memories actually exchanged. Junmo saw the golden lion hatching from its egg and growing up over thousands of years, while the golden lion saw all of Junmo's experiences in the human world from childhood to adulthood. This was like a real-life version of your name. After doing all this, the 3-eyed golden lion said, "Little brat, we will meet again." Then it turned around and disappeared into the forest. Later, Junmo learned that this was called auspicious protection, meaning that the mythical beast had shared its good fortune and essence with him, which would benefit his future cultivation immensely. The most astonishing part was that after the 3-eyed golden lion left, it found the old Emperor Heaven in the forest and said to him, "Emperor Heaven, I want to transform into a human and go to a human academy, to that one called Shrek." Oh my goodness, a divine beast is coming to our academy as an exchange student? Just thinking about future campus life is thrilling, and there's more excitement to come. Let me tell you, over there in the starry forest, the beast god Emperor Tian has made arrangements with my future exchange student, little divine beast. That little guy actually shared its fate attribute with me. Although Emperor Tian, as the big brother, looked helpless, he eventually agreed, saying that once she transforms, she'll come directly to Shrek to find me, since we at Shrek won't be able to detect her true form anyway. Wow, this is like reserving a little divine beast sidekick for me. I give this operation full marks. After all this was settled, I rushed to the academy. 3 days later, I finally saw the familiar gates of Shrek again. Let me tell you, it's been 2 years, a full 2 years. I couldn't help it. Standing at the door, I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Shrek, the most handsome guy is back." And guess what happened? Before my grand declaration even landed, a greasy, fragrant chicken leg flew over and, without missing a beat, stuffed right into my mouth. I was completely dumbfounded, and before I could react, I felt a tight grip at the back of my collar, and I was lifted off the ground. I turned my head, and good gracious, who else could it be but Elder Xian? He was holding me with one hand and a wine gourd with the other, dragging me towards the God Pavilion like I was a little chick. While flying, he kept mumbling, "You little rascal finally know to come back, huh? It's been almost 2 years. Not bad. You've reached the 67th level of Soul Emperor, and you've grown quite a bit too." I struggled to swallow that chicken leg, almost choking to death. I quickly begged for mercy. "Elder Xian, you're committing murder here. You scare me to death." Then I immediately put on a grin, as if to say, "Hey, you don't even know who I am." Elder Xian almost spat out his drink, laughing and scolding, "You little brat, your tongue is getting slicker and slicker. Do you believe I'll just throw you down?" I immediately backed down, cough cough, "No more jokes, let's play it flexible." When I arrived at the God Pavilion, I was stunned. Elder Mu, my teacher, was actually standing up. He was standing there steadily waiting for me. Let me tell you, ever since I cured his health last time, this has caused not just surprise, but shock among the higher-ups of the academy. A level 99 ultimate Douluo standing up again, what does that mean? It means our Shrek no longer has to look at the face of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. I rushed over and said, "Teacher, I'm back." Old Moo smiled with great joy and said, "Ha, you're back, just in time. In 2 days, we will send you to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy as exchange students." I was worried you wouldn't make it. As soon as I heard it, I thought, hey, isn't this a coincidence? I just got back, and now I have to go on a business trip? Old Moo patted me and said my skills haven't deteriorated, and I should hurry to see Sister Xiao Dao and the others, as they've been waiting for me for a long time. I immediately ran over excitedly. Let me tell you, when I found Sister Xiao Dao, she was lying there listlessly all by herself. I quietly approached her. "Hey, Sister Xiao Dao, I'm back." She turned around, her eyes dazed, mumbling, "What's wrong with me?" Hearing things and seeing things. Then in the next second, her eyes widened in shock. "Wait, no, Junmo. It's really you." Then she let out a loud shout and lunged at me, giving me a big bear hug. Family, who understands? That enthusiasm almost took me away on the spot. I was being squeezed so hard that I was rolling my eyes. Sister Xiao Dao, let go. Oh my gosh. I can't breathe. Only then did she realize, feeling embarrassed, and released me, looking me up and down. Wow, too excited. It's been 2 years. You've grown quite a bit. I immediately puffed up with pride. Of course, I'm handsome. As a result, she rolled her eyes at me and gave me a playful punch as a warning. After messing around with Sister Xiao Dao for a while, I went to see Yu Hao and Wudong. Wow, the team is getting bigger and bigger. I heard that Jiang Nanan and Su Sanshur also joined Tang Men. So the Shrek 7 monsters are now all part of Tang Men, determined to restore its former glory. In the past few days, I even took some time to practice our martial soul fusion technique with Wudong. The name is super cool, called the Holy Light Ice Road. And the effect, well, it's a secret. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of departure, I didn't go to do any tearful send-off. I absolutely hate those sticky farewell scenes. I silently said goodbye to Sister Xiao Dao and Wudong in my heart and followed the main group to set off. This time, the leader was Director Yin Xiaozhe from the Martial Soul Department. Besides me, Yu Hao, and Kaitu, there were also 8 senior students from the Soul Guidance Department. Yu Hao, Kaitu, and I had been working on that extreme solo soldier program for the past few years, and the academy kept our news confidential. So those seniors didn't recognize us at all. On the way, a senior named Yi Xiaosheng, a level 6 soul engineer, looked pretty impressive and wanted to take charge of us right away. He called us over to paint a grand picture, saying that we would all be on the same team from now on, and if anything came up, we could consult him. Kaitu and Yu Hao were quite polite, calling him Brother Sheng, but me? I ignored him completely and just went to the side to meditate on my own. The guy looked at me with a hint of disdain, probably thinking that I was just a rookie without even a soul engineer badge. Here, make up the numbers. What does he know? We quickly arrived at the border city of Maple Leaf City. The next morning, the main event came. We met up with the exchange student team from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy in the square. I spotted some familiar faces right away. The siblings Xiao Hongchun and Meng Hongchun. The one leading them was their grandfather, the head of Mingdou Hall, Jing Hongchun. As soon as Xiao Hongchun saw me, his expression was all over the place, filled with provocation. When we brushed past each other, he lowered his voice and said, "In the next big competition, I'll make you roll on the ground." I just laughed and replied, "I'm so scared." His face turned green with anger. But the most interesting one wasn't him. It was his sister Meng Hongchun. Let me tell you, when that little girl saw me, her eyes lit up. Originally, she was supposed to go to Shrek as an exchange student, but then she suddenly tugged at her grandfather's sleeve. Her cheeks flushed and started to pout. "Grandpa, I'm not going to Shrek anymore. I want to stay at the academy." Wow, that was a total betrayal right on spot. Her brother, Xiao Hongchun, was beside her, covering his face, looking like he couldn't bear to watch. Even that old fox Jing Hongchun was puzzled. She had been clamoring to go yesterday. So why the sudden change of heart today? But he couldn't resist his granddaughter's adorable antics, so he reluctantly agreed. All right, your brother can go." Meng Hongchun immediately cheered and secretly murmured, "Little Junmo is here too, so we can see each other every day from now on." I was laughing so hard. That girl was just too straightforward. After the student exchange was completed, directors Yin and Jing, those 2 old foxes, started their commercial flattery, which was actually just them stabbing each other with words. Then, Director Yin showcased his skills. He didn't even use a flying soul guidance device. Just took one step at a time, like walking upstairs, and directly walked into the sky. The students on the opposite side were all stunned. At that moment, I thought to myself, our director is incredibly handsome. But guess what? That old man from the mirror red dust is even more flamboyant. He smiled slightly, and suddenly a pair of golden wings as thin as cicada wings unfolded behind him. They didn't look like metal at all. Instead, they resembled living creatures. Then, with a gentle flap of those wings, he took off into the air. But that's not all. He smiled at us and said, "Boys, we need to hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, the wings behind him instantly expanded 1,000 times, transforming into two gigantic golden light wings that were 10 meters wide, releasing a golden light curtain that enveloped all of us. It felt like we were sitting in a luxurious observation pod, and with him leading the way, we turned into a streak of golden light and soared up into the clouds. I was shocked at that moment. The CPU was overheating. Let me tell you, the feeling was like the scenery outside was flying backward at high speed, while we couldn't even feel the wind inside. What kind of soul guide is this? This is simply the wings of a Gundam. While we at Shrek are still researching how to make the iron lump fly faster, others have already started experimenting with biomimetic soul guides. This is a pure technological dimension reduction strike. The feeling of sorrow from parting instantly vanished, and my mind was filled with how this thing was made. I must master this technology. During the flight, Jing Hongshun deliberately introduced us to the capital of their sun and moon empire, Mingdou. Looking down from the sky, it was spectacular. Below me were skyscrapers, shining brightly like stars competing for brilliance. The entire city was vast beyond measure, and most absurdly, there were no city walls. Jing Hongshun confidently stated that Mingdou doesn't need city walls, which was simply amazing. Soon, we landed in the square of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy. Those magical wings quietly retracted. The academy's director, Lin Jiai, a chubby middle-aged man like Jing Hongshun, came over to give us the student code of conduct, a map, and keys, and then took us for a physical test in preparation for receiving our school uniforms. I held this simple map, looking at the designated teaching area, dormitory area, and experimental area, especially the experimental area that occupied 2/3 of the space, filled with mysterious buildings. I had only one thought in my mind. I'm going to have a lot of fun in the next 2.5 years. I stared at the most conspicuous red circle on the map, called Mingdou. Wow, just hearing that name, it sounds like no ordinary place. Hidden in the most central area of the experimental zone, like the Forbidden City, clearly the final boss location of this academy. All right, let us not think about that for now. As new students, we should head to the teaching building first. Compared to Shrek, this place is incredibly lavish, with teaching buildings lined up one after another, not even on the same level. And let me tell you, the rules here are something else. Your level as a soul mentor determines your promotion, not your age. Level 1 soul mentors go to the 2nd year. Level 2 to the 3rd year. It emphasizes ability above all, and the competition is fierce. Of course, there's a deadline. If you can't reach level 3 soul mentor before you turn 18, you're out, and the University of Society welcomes you. The director Lin, who brought us and led us through the corridors like Lu Lao Lao, entering the Grand View Garden, winding through a building until he brought us to a room labeled Physical Testing Room. He took out an ID card and waved it at the door. With a beep, the metal door slid open with a whoosh, full of high-tech vibes. Once inside, I was dumbfounded. This wasn't a physical testing room. It was more like a future technology expo. Various large, soul-guided devices I had never seen before were there, shimmering with faint soul power fluctuations, clearly very expensive. Director Lin clapped his hands and cleared his throat, saying, "Come on, everyone, don't be nervous. This is our academy's traditional event, an annual physical examination. First, take off all your soul-guided devices, including the storage devices, and hand them to your partner next to you. Otherwise, the data won't be accurate later." Soul conductor side device? What new term? I wondered what this thing could measure. Hui Yuhao leaned over and whispered to me, "Junior brother, could it be a scam?" I rolled my eyes at him. Come on, if they wanted to mess with us, they wouldn't go through all this trouble. They'd just do it directly. A guy named Yi Shaosheng was quite brave and stepped up first. "I'll go." He stood in front of a cylindrical device over 2 meters tall, and the teacher pressed a button on the device. With a hum, a white light began to scan from top to bottom. I watched intently, and guess what? The teacher responsible for recording started rattling off Yi Shaosheng's data like a menu. Body strength, level 54. Body resilience, level 61. Soul power fluctuation, level 62. Goodness, they even scanned his height, weight, arm length, and whether he had any soul bones. Yi Shaosheng's face turned green right away. This wasn't a physical test at all. It was like publicly running naked, and on a data level 2. I exchanged a glance with Hui Yuhao, and my heart sank. This is bad. Something is going to happen. With our physical fitness, this machine could strip us down to our underwear. Hui Yuhao was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He quietly nudged my arm, implying, "What should we do?" What could I do? Just play it cool. I gave him a look and whispered, since we can't keep a low profile, let's just turn the table. Then our Shrek team members took turns going up, and Director Lin's face became increasingly serious. He was probably thinking, wow, the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek is this formidable. How powerful must the Martial Soul Department be? When it was Brother Kai's turn, his height of over 2 meters stood there like an iron tower. As the scanning light passed over him, the recording teacher's voice rose by 8 octaves. Body strength, level 70. Soul power, level 51. Does anyone understand? A Soul King with body strength directly reaching the Soul Sage level. The teacher couldn't help but comment, young man, are you a humanoid soul beast? We, the Shrek gang, were all stunned. Is Brother Hikaitu really that impressive? Director Lin's eyes nearly sparkled as he stared intently at Hikaitu, probably already considering him a key cultivation target. After all, a 17-year-old level 6 Soul Master who is also a super strong man. Who wouldn't be confused by that? Finally, it was Hui Yuhao's turn. Before he walked up, I saw a flash of golden light in his eyes. I knew this kid was stealing technology. As he was being scanned, he was using his abnormal mental power to completely replicate the entire structure of the instrument, including the core formation, into his brain. Then, his data came out. The whole room fell silent. Body strength, level 62. Soul power fluctuation, level 40. Bone age, 14 years. Soul bone attachments, 3. A level 40 soul Zune with physical attributes that completely crush a soul emperor, and he even has 3 soul bones. The instrument immediately malfunctioned, beeping erratically. The teacher recording the data looked at Hui Yuhao as if he were a ghost, a monster. This little guy is a monster. Hui Yuhao calmly walked down from the instrument and said, I come from Shrek Academy, which we also call the Monster Academy. Our motto is to cultivate monsters, not ordinary people. Thank you for the compliment. In that moment, Yi Shaoxing was stunned, muttering, that's so domineering. Director Lin was also swallowing hard, probably having never seen such an outrageous new student in his life. It was my turn. I slowly stepped up, the white light sweeping over me. The recording teacher looked at the data. His hands started shaking, and his voice trembled. Body strength, level 87. Body resilience, level 87. Soul power fluctuation, level 67. Bone age, 9 years. Wow, I don't know who shouted, but the entire testing room erupted. A 9-year-old level 67 Soul Emperor with physical attributes of level 87 Soul, Douluo? How is this even possible? Director Lin's cold sweat poured down, and his gaze toward me was no longer that of looking at a monster, but a deity. Yi Shaoxing wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, probably regretting ever underestimating me. Hikaitu and Hui Yuhao were also dumbfounded. They knew I was strong, but they didn't expect me to be this unreasonable. In Hui Yuhao's mind, Elder Eat directly spoke up. Yuhao, give it up, don't compete anymore. This kid's mental power crushes you, and his third eye, carrying the aura of fate, is not on the same dimension as you. I watched the reactions of these people. How should I put it? It was all about overwhelming them with information disparity. Director Lin coughed several times before recovering and stammered. Next, the strength measurement. The strength test was straightforward and brutal, a large target to punch. The first few people performed mediocrely, but when it was Brother Hikaita's turn, he pulled off a flashy move. He took a deep breath, pulled out a giant cigar, lit it, took a big puff, and then shouted, I've got a big cigar. Bang! Yi Shaoxing was so startled that he slipped and fell awkwardly. Hikaitu threw a punch, and with a loud bang, the whole room shook. The machine's data shot up to the maximum, level 70. He took the cigar out of his mouth and blew a smoke ring, saying to the dumbfounded teacher next to him, Don't get me wrong, I'm from the food system. My martial soul is a cigar. Want one? The teacher turned pale and quickly waved his hands. Hui Yuhao went up next and used a clever technique to score 55, a smart choice, neither too high nor too low. Finally, it was my turn. I stepped up, looked at the target, and threw a seemingly ordinary punch. The recording teacher trembled as he announced, Strength, level 87. Devil, this is definitely devilish. Director Lin was almost unable to stand, so I could only explain casually, I'm from the martial soul system, and I came here to learn about soul tools. All right, let's measure the last item. The final test was reaction speed, similar to whack-a-mole, with 16 squares on a platform. You hit the one that lights up. Yi Shaoxing went first, flustered, and ended up with a poor reaction score, making him feel dejected. Hikaitu held on for quite a while Hui Yuhao performed average due to the mental exhaustion from his earlier sneaky technique. I am once again the last to take the stage. Let me tell you, with my abnormal mental strength, this thing feels like slow-motion replay to me. And I easily broke the admission record of their academy. After finishing the 3 tests, Director Lin felt like he had lost half his life, and weakly announced the end of the tests, telling us to go to the dormitory. The dormitory conditions are quite good, with 1 room and a private bathroom for each person. I looked at the map where the auxiliary training room was marked, with a note saying it required payment to use, and a slight smile appeared on my lips. It seems that this place has quite a few money-burning projects. I just entered the dormitory, and let me tell you, the office over there is already in chaos. Director Lin is like a resentful person reporting to their leader, Jing Hongshun. The first thing he mentioned was that guy with the surname Chu Junmo. He said he is simply a monster, with the cultivation of a soul emperor and a physical condition as tough as a soul Douluo, ranking first in all 3 tests. Goodness, when Jing Hongshun heard this, his eyes squinted with excitement, muttering something about needing to win him over, and mentioned that his daughter has been looking at that kid all day. Was this preparing for a beauty trap? Then he brought up He Kai too, saying he is a food system soul master with an absurdly strong physique, coming in 2nd overall. When it came to me, Director Lin's expression was even more interesting. He said I was quite extraordinary, especially since I had 3 soul bones on me, and the instruments nearly exploded when they scanned me. The data was all a mess, suspecting I had external soul bones. After hearing this, Jing Hongshun laughed, saying that was normal since I am the closed-door disciple of Elder Xian, sent here as a hostage. But I must not be underestimated. They need to assign someone to keep a close watch on me. As for that Chu Junmo, he wants to personally guide him. This ambition is known to all. Director Lin also asked if we should hide our skills while teaching us, but Jing Hongshun waved his hand and said no need. Just teach normally. The tone was incredibly arrogant, saying that the gap between Shrek and them in soul guidance technology is not something us few elementary students can bridge, and that within 20 years, the Douluo continent would be renamed the Sun and Moon continent. Who understands this, family? The ambition drawn is almost as big as my face. Then, these 2 started mumbling about some plan number 1, which sounded like they were trying to create a super weapon, but it got stuck because the impact of the core formation was too strong. Even a title Douluo could be burned into a fool if they went in. Director Lin suggested lowering the standards, and Jing Hongshun, under immense pressure, said the emperor is urging him every day. In the end, they had no choice but to let the project team take a break to clear their heads. The next morning, the school uniforms were delivered, and then we were called down to the teaching building for a briefing. Director Lin went on and on, with one central idea. From now on, you will attend classes separately. Whether you can go to the core area, Mingdou Hall, for further studies depends entirely on your own abilities and assessment results. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly called out the genius with the surname Chu, saying he was to undergo special training alone. Who understands this, family? This is an incredible fortune, clearly showing favoritism. The rest of us drew lots. Guess what? A young teacher who looked hard to approach drew me. He glanced coldly at the badge on my chest and said, "Come with me," without looking back as he walked away. My heart skipped a beat. This teacher is too young, probably in his 30s, looking even younger than Teacher Fanyu. Could he be someone with connections? Moreover, I could feel the way he looked at me, as if I were a heap of trouble. Later, I found out that the guy with the surname Chu was called over by Jing Hongshun. The old fox immediately tried to get close, calling me Jing Grandpa. I couldn't believe it. What a sugar-coated bullet. His goal was clearly to take him as a disciple and poach from our Shrek Academy. In the end, that guy turned out to be quite clever. He agreed to learn, but refused to formally acknowledge him as a master. He even showed off a bit, saying he was already a level 6 soul mentor. Goodness, that must have fried the old fox's CPU on the spot. He probably just stood there in shock. I'm in a tough spot here, following that cold-faced teacher, Xuanzuan. I entered a huge laboratory, and he immediately started giving me a hard time, saying that no matter how great I was back at Shrek, I had to retest here, and if I didn't pass, I should just go to the library to study and not waste his time. Let me tell you, the atmosphere in this class is way too intense. It's basically workplace bullying 2025 edition. I was also fired up at that moment. All right, let's do the test. Who is afraid of whom? The question he gave me was, in 15 minutes, using the materials here, create what you think is the best core formation for a level 3 soul guide device, with the only hint being to be creative. Without saying a word, I directly activated the mental detection. I didn't even need to pick the materials. As soon as my right hand's dark gold claw shone, I sliced through a piece of super hard titanium, like cutting tofu. Then I rubbed it with both hands, covered it with diamond ice crystals, and skillfully shaped that piece of titanium into a smooth, shiny sphere. I tell you, Teacher Xian's eyes were about to pop out. He was probably wondering whether this kid came to learn about soul-guiding devices or to show off his hand-rolled Gundam skills. But he still pretended to be tough, just standing beside me watching me carve, mumbling endlessly, charging, accelerating, accelerating. Why are you using 6 acceleration arrays? Pursuing perfection? This thing will be scrapped after one use. Don't you think it's a waste? I didn't pay him any attention, focusing solely on my work. In 5 minutes, the carving was complete. A hollow, exquisite titanium ball that looked like a piece of art was in my hand. I held the small ball and said to him, "Teacher Xian, I finished." He looked at me with disdain. "Is that all? Just perfecting the core formation counts as creativity?" I glanced at the timer and saw there was still time. So I said, "Teacher, this is just the core. The essence is not in itself. You want me to finish the whole soul-guiding device for you to see?" He was probably intrigued by my words and agreed. I turned around to get the materials, specifically choosing the most ordinary iron or this time, and then I operated with a speed as fierce as a tiger, deliberately blocking his line of sight to prevent him from seeing the key steps. Soon, a long rectangular iron box was assembled. When I took it to the testing area and aimed at the alloy wall 50 meters away, I pressed the button with a click. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound, and the wall exploded with a series of sparks. The iron box in my hand shattered with a pop, and I quickly crushed it into an iron ball to destroy the evidence. As a result, Xian Ziwang, being a level 8 expert, immediately analyzed the principle of my device as if he had opened the run and do meridians. A level 4 soul guiding device. No, it's a fixed soul guiding device. Its speed rivals that of soul guiding rays, and you didn't inject soul power just now? I understand now. You used the charging array built into the core formation to power the entire device. Genius. This is simply a genius design. This means that ordinary people can also use it. He was so excited that he grabbed my hand with shining eyes and said, "Quick, tell me how you did it. Sell it to me. I'll pay whatever price for this research achievement." Seeing his excited expression, I had a better impression of him. He seemed like a tech enthusiast without any malice. I asked him, "Teacher Xian, does my test count as passed?" "Passed. Of course it's passed." He was extremely anxious. "Quick, tell me, are you selling it?" I shook my head and said seriously, "Sorry, Teacher Xian, I can't sell it. You should understand what would happen if a soul guide that ordinary people can use is equipped to the military. As a citizen of the Star, Luo Empire, I can't possibly hand over my research to the Sun Moon Empire." When the guy heard this, his expression changed several times, and he even tried to threaten me, saying, "Aren't you afraid of me doing something to you?" I laughed at that moment and said, "Teacher Xian, if you really want to take action, would you still be here talking nonsense with me? Besides, we're not soft persimmons in Shrek. Do you believe that at this distance between us, I at least have a 10 chance of pulling you along with me?" To my surprise, I thought he was about to explode, but guess what? He not only didn't get angry, but instead came over with a sincere look and said, "Hui Yu Hao, then you name your price. What I need to do to get you to tell me this result? I'll trade you my research, my latest remote monitoring soul guide, at a 9th level standard in an 8th level category. I'm the only one in the entire Mingdou Hall who can make it. How about we trade?" I shook my head, looking calm. I told you, if their leader hears what he just said, he would probably be so furious that he'd spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Now he was anxious, shouting at me. "Do you understand?" I thought to myself that whether I understood or not wasn't important. What mattered was that I realized that what he had was for the military, and it had nothing to do with me as an ordinary student. I calmly replied, "Teacher Xian, I don't really understand, but your research results don't seem to have much use for me personally. As for detection, why don't you feel this?" As I said this, my eyes lit up, and I unleashed my spiritual detection right on his face. In that instant, I saw his whole body shake. A 3-dimensional map centered around him, with a diameter of 500 meters, instantly exploded in his mind. He could hear clearly who was snoring outside the laboratory. I didn't let him enjoy it for too long. I retracted my soul skill and calmly looked at him. I felt that to dig out good things from this teacher, I first needed to give him a little shock. He pointed at me, struggling to speak. "You. It's impossible. You're clearly a strong attack type. How could you be a spiritual soul master?" I laughed. "It's not a secret. I have a twin martial soul. One is for strong attack, and the other is for mental control. There should be a record about me in your academy's files. Anyway, the foundation I had 2 years ago has long been stripped clean by others, so it doesn't matter. Moreover, my intuition tells me that this guy is just a pure tech enthusiast with no ill intentions towards me. His eyes are filled only with enthusiasm for soul-guiding devices. Twin martial souls. And mental type." His eyes instantly lit up, and he grabbed my shoulder, overly excited. "Heaven helps me. This is amazing, amazing." I said with a wry smile, "Teacher Xian, Please let go first. It's fine to be excited, but don't get physical. Only then did he react. His face turned red. And even his way of addressing me changed. Oh, sorry. You how? You truly live up to being from Shrek. What level is your soul power now? I answered honestly. I'm at level 40. But as you know, spirit beasts of the mental type are too hard to find. And since that's my major, I haven't added the 4th spirit ring yet. I'm still at 3 rings. I spoke in detail because I could see the fervor in his eyes. And my bold idea became clearer in my mind. He even frowned and said, level 40 is a bit low. It would be great if you could have 6 rings. I was speechless at the time and couldn't help but remind him, Teacher Xian, I'm only 14 this year, not 24. I forgot. He felt a bit awkward for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Based on your earlier mental detection, even if you know nothing, I'm confident I can train you to become a top soul mentor. Now, let me ask you a few more questions. He thought for a moment and asked seriously. First, can you control the range and precision of your mental detection? In other words, can you narrow the range to see more details? I nodded. I can do it on my own, but I can't share it with others. He seemed very pleased. That's enough. The second question is, can your mental detection penetrate into the material and sense its changes? I have no hesitation. It's possible. But there are limits. The denser it is, the shallower the view. For something like the human body, I can see right through it, and I can directly feel the changes in the soul power within a person's body. He probably didn't expect me to be so frank, and he was stunned for a moment before nodding. One last question. I hope you'll become my disciple. Leave Shrek and join our Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. As long as you agree to come, I guarantee you will directly enter the Mingdou Hall without any exams. I will spare no effort to cultivate you into the strongest soul master. I laughed and said, Teacher Xian, I admit that your technology is decades ahead of ours. But I have one question. If one day the research of your mind hall becomes so powerful that even the top soul masters are not afraid, what will happen? Will the Sun Moon Empire still be as quiet as it is now? He frowned, somewhat impatiently, and replied, that is not something we researchers should be concerned about. I sighed and said, that's because this is your country, but not my home. I can't fuel a potential war for my own passion. He looked somewhat disdainful and replied, you think too highly of yourself, just because of you alone? I looked at him seriously. My individual strength is small, but I can never contribute this strength to the enemy country. You are already my teacher, as long as you are willing to teach this student. His expression looked a bit unpleasant, probably because he was in a difficult dilemma. My conditions were like a windfall for him, but they were also a hot potato. He sighed, it's really a pity. However, I'm still willing to teach you. As for the core content of Mingdou Hall, that's not possible. Of course, if you want to exchange it for your research results, we can still negotiate. At this point, he even smiled a bit embarrassedly. I seized the opportunity. Teacher Xian, have you ever thought about leaving here one day? He shook his head. Why would I leave? My lifelong ambition is to become the top soul mentor. And only Mingdou Hall can provide me with the best research conditions. I smiled faintly, and the truth was revealed. I don't want you to join Shrek. I just want to tell you that if you want to obtain my research results, there's only one way. Join the sect I belong to. Because my research is part of our sect's ultimate skills. He was stunned. You have a sect? What sect? Tang Men. I don't know if you've heard of it. He thought for a moment and then suddenly realized, is it the Tang Men that specializes in hidden weapons? It has long since declined, right? I could clearly hear the disdain in his tone, and it made me quite unhappy, but I held it back. What he said was true. The current Tang Men is indeed weak. Yes, the current Tang Men can't accommodate a big shot like you. However, how about a bet with me? Within 10 years, if Tang Men rises again and can provide you with enough enticing research, funding, and facilities, you will join our Tang Men. He shook his head. You still don't understand. I don't care about money. What I care about is the wonders of the soul guide world. Just like your research earlier, if you can come up with 10 different directions, but all equally impressive as that one. How about I join your Tang Men? Who understands the family members? Isn't this just giving me KPIs? I immediately reached out my hand in front of him. He was taken aback. What are you doing? I said firmly, it's a deal. Let's seal it with a handshake. He laughed at my determination, saying I was dreaming and that it was just luck. I didn't care, staring at him intently. So, if I really accomplish it, does what you just said count? The amusement in his eyes slowly faded, and he said solemnly, if you can really do it, I will join your Tang sect. Clap, clap, clap. With 3 hand claps, this matter was settled. All right, the bet is made. So let's begin today's lesson. Teacher Xian is straightforward and immediately started the lecture. I tell you, during this class, he practically burned out my CPU. He asked me, what is a soul guide? I recited the standard answer, saying it is a tool used by soul masters. He shook his head and said our concept of soul guides at Shrek is really too outdated. He instilled a completely new definition in me, saying, remember, soul guides have nothing to do with soul masters. The purpose of soul guides is to promote the evolution of human society as a whole. His viewpoint was a dimensionality reduction attack. He said that researching soul guides is to empower ordinary people, and even one day, allow an ordinary person without soul power to hunt a 100,000-year soul beast using a soul guide. He said this represents a gap in civilization levels. He also mentioned that the current bottleneck in soul guide research is its over-reliance on soul masters. The stronger the soul guide, the stronger the soul master needed, which is a ridiculous logic. The real future lies in civilian use. This is also why my baby bottle amazed him so much, not because of its power, but because its charging and activation methods allow ordinary people to use it. He was so passionate, speaking nonstop, and accidentally let it slip that they in the Sun Moon Empire have already equipped a fixed soul guide master regiment. After realizing he misspoke, he told me to pretend I didn't hear it. Of course, I nodded with a smile, fully aware. His teaching method is incredible. He didn't show me any blueprints, just focused on concepts, ideas, and how to innovate. I felt like I was learning about soul guides all over again. Many things I couldn't understand before suddenly had direction. Just like that, an hour passed, and he was exhausted from talking while I was still energized. Just then, with a click, the laboratory door opened. I instinctively turned around to look, and my expression instantly froze. I tell you, a girl came in, and she was absolutely stunning. She had long black hair and looked slightly drowsy, but her skin was so delicate it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. The school uniform she wore made her look particularly appealing. That lazy yet somewhat clueless aura was so captivating. And what happened? She didn't even glance at me, lazily greeted Teacher Xian, and then plopped down on the lab table as if she wanted to catch a few more Z's, mumbling, "Teacher, don't make noise. Let me sleep a bit more. I was up too late last night." Her voice was soft and sweet, making one's heart flutter. Teacher Xian coughed a couple of times. "Juzzy, stop sleeping. We have newcomers here." The girl named Juzzy didn't even lift her head, waving her hand as if shooing away a fly. Teacher Xian, feeling helpless, told me, "That's how she is. Her name is Juzzy. She's also my student. Just call her senior. She was doing experiments until midnight last night, and just got up." I curiously asked, "Do soul mentors also need to go out and train?" Teacher Xian said, "Of course," and he mentioned that once I get my fourth soul ring, he might accompany me to look for it. Just as he was saying this, Teacher Xian glanced at the orange lying there and suddenly shouted, "It's time to eat. It's time to eat." The girl who had seemed as limp as a noodle just a second ago instantly sprang up, shouting something about how, if the shrimp and eel were taken, there would be nothing left to eat, and like a gust of wind, she rushed out of the laboratory. It was quite a scene. Teacher Xian laughed heartily. Before long, the orange stormed back and angrily raised her hand and hurled a ball of yellow light at Teacher Xian, shouting, "You're lying. You're lying again. I'll smash you." Goodness. It was like she had a machine gun in her hand, throwing one ball after another. I focused and realized that what she was throwing was actually real oranges. Teacher Xian was flustered trying to catch them and shouted to me, "Yuhai, come help." As soon as I made my move, everything changed. I didn't even use my martial soul, and it was as if I had a thousand-handed Avalokiteshvara. I caught all the oranges flying toward me steadily, letting them slide down my body to the ground without missing a single one. It was at this moment that the orange senior noticed my presence, stopped, and asked, "Who are you?" Teacher Xian then proudly walked out from behind me and said, "This is your new junior, Hui Yuhao." The orange senior just waved at me and went back to confront Teacher Xian. "Teacher Xian, if you keep this up, I'm going to request a change of teachers." Teacher Xian chuckled and replied, "Well, who told you to be such a foodie? All right, from now on, when I'm not around, you have to help your junior with any questions he has." I hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Hello, Senior Orange." Only then did she take a serious look at me and waved her hand, saying, "I don't have time. I still need to research my stuff. All right, I'm leaving. I'm really starving." After saying that, she ran off like a gust of wind. Teacher Xian felt a bit embarrassed and explained to me, "Here, the learning atmosphere is quite relaxed. Don't be fooled by your Senior Orange's closed-off demeanor. She is extremely talented in the field of soul guiding devices. She is already a level 5 soul mentor, and the only thing she's lacking is sufficient cultivation." As soon as I heard it, I understood. My talent points are maxed out, but my level is still not enough. "Hey, Teacher Xian, I just thought of something. I noticed that the students here have surprisingly high soul power at such a young age. with some reaching level 60 before they turn 20. There are quite a few of them. Did they all grow up using heavenly materials and earth treasures? That's too extravagant. When teacher Xian heard this, his expression darkened, and he sighed, saying, "You shouldn't pry into this matter. Pulling seedlings to help them grow, you know? They're using methods that have side effects, which will particularly impact their future development. This is confidential here. All right, if you don't want me to ask, I won't." Teacher Xian quickly left, and I was the only one left in the entire lab. Let me tell you, I can't just sit around. That's definitely not an option. I immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, fully activating my mental power like a 3D scanner, and replicated all the blueprints of the soul-guiding devices in the room into my mind. Ka. Of course, I wasn't foolish enough to draw them out on the spot. Who knows if there are any surveillance cameras? After I finished this task and was about to go eat, the door opened and Senior Sister Orange came back. Without saying a word, she handed me a beautiful crystal badge. "Here, Teacher Xian told me to give you your access card. We don't have many rules here. If you have ideas, just go for it. If you don't understand, go find him. All right, I'm going back to catch up on sleep." After saying that, she yawned and was about to leave. However, she paused at the door, turned around, and asked me, "By the way, your name is Yu Hao, right? How did you manage to catch the orange earlier?" I said, "Oh, that's a technique for my sect, Tang men. Family members, who knows?" She asked me with a confused expression. "I've never heard of it. Is it fun?" I was living in Bungbu at that time, in a sect. "You asked me if it was fun?" "Sister, you really know how to ask questions." Seeing that I ignored her, she snorted and said, "If it's not fun, then forget it," and just left. In the afternoon, I returned to the lab and started to ponder the things that Teacher Xian taught me, taking a level 4 bottle to practice. Before long, Senior Sister Orange also came in and sat across from me to start working. Let me tell you, once she got into work mode, it was like she transformed into a different person. Before, she seemed a bit naturally silly, but now, her focus was so intense it could kill. That orange-red carving knife in her hand seemed to come alive, flying up and down with grace, metal shavings falling like snow. But not a single one was out of place. That scene was truly pleasing to the eye, and I was left in a daze watching it. I stood behind her like a fool and watched for several hours until it got dark. She finally finished and let out a long sigh. I thought I could finally speak, so I asked, "Senior, why don't you use any auxiliary tools?" Good heavens, just that one sentence set her off. She shouted, her body glowing with an orange-red light, and the next second, a storm of oranges came flying at me like a machine gun, accompanied by a tornado. Wow, that reaction was way too intense. My battle instincts kicked in, and the Ice Emperor's protection instantly enveloped my entire body. The oranges smashed against me with a loud crackle, but couldn't break my defense. But at that moment, my pupils shook. I sensed that a dozen or so oranges were different. They weren't bouncing off, they were sticking to me. A strong sense of crisis exploded within me. These weren't just oranges. They were clearly sticky little bombs. There was no time to think. I activated the eternal frozen domain. With a hum, the entire laboratory froze in time. Everything, including the astonished orange senpai, was frozen in place. I looked down and indeed found a dozen orange ice lumps stuck to my body. With a sweep of my mental strength, I realized they were all complex level 4 soul guidance core formation arrays. Good heavens, if they exploded, I would be instantly ascended. I quickly brushed off these orange bombs and then went over to thaw her out. As soon as she recovered, she was shaking from the cold. Her lips turned blue, and the look she gave me was filled with hatred. "What are you doing?" I was also quite helpless, "Sister. You were the one who made the first move." She didn't listen at all, pointing at my nose and saying, "Just you wait." After that, she angrily grabbed what she had just made and ran off. After that incident, I didn't see her for 3 days. On the 4th day, while I was cleaning, the door opened, and an orange brought in 3 people. One was a 2-meter-tall muscular guy. Another looked quite petite, but had a fierce gaze like a tigress. And the last one was a handsome blonde guy. I just greeted her politely, and that short girl immediately snapped, "Don't try to get close. Who is your senior? Did we allow you to call us that?" Then she called me out and pointed to the wall. "Stand there." I still hadn't figured it out when she made a harsh threat. "Let me tell you, without our permission, you have no right to enter this laboratory. From now on, every time I see you, I will beat you up. Do you understand?" After saying that, with a bang, several people went back into the room and closed the door. I could hear the mocking laughter coming from inside, and it made me both angry and amused. Go find a teacher? Wouldn't that be cowardly? How would I survive in the future? I chuckled softly to myself and said, "You are the ones forcing me." Pressing my right hand against the door, I activated my spiritual weapon, the Spirit Eye. With my mental power highly focused, it penetrated the metal door like X-rays, instantly locking onto the core of the access control system. In the next second, the dark gold fear claw, with a swoosh, the blade that shot out from my index finger pierced directly into the half-foot-thick alloy door, sending sparks flying. I forcefully pried to the core position, and with a snap, the access control system was completely destroyed, and the alarm rang out loudly as the door swung open. I walked in as if nothing was wrong, despite the piercing alarm sounds, not even glancing at the four of them. The short girl shouted in exasperation, "Stop right there! How dare you vandalize the laboratory? Have you forgotten what I told you?" I slowly turned around and said with a look of regret, "Originally, after opening the door, I gave you one last chance. Since you don't want it, then I'm sorry. I now suspect that you are intruders, and that orange is your inside man. I will take you down first, and then hand you over to Teacher Xian." The muscular man directly cursed at me. "Who do you think you are, you little bastard? You think you can take us down? All right, you successfully ignited my anger." The soul ring lit up, white, purple, black, and the four of them were dumbfounded. Taking advantage of their daze, I launched a mental interference and a group weakness attack, firing twice in a row. The entire space twisted instantly, and they all felt dizzy and weak in their legs. Orange reacted quickly, launching another wave of orange rain. The handsome guy activated a dark gold shield. The muscular guy had over 50 soul-guided cannons light up on him. The short girl hoisted a giant cannon that was bigger than she was. Unfortunately, it was too late. My mental attack pierced through the shield, and they were all hit. I slid along the ground to dodge the orange rain and casually grabbed 6 real oranges, filled them with extreme ice, and whoosh. I smashed them all against their level 5 shield. Boom, boom, boom. 6 ice explosions, and the shield cracked right away. They still thought it was an internal conflict among the oranges. I charged forward, my hands covered in diamond ice crystals, and with a slap, I shattered that broken shield. The ghostly figure flickered and instantly appeared next to the petite girl, grabbing her as a meat shield. With a grip of the Ice Emperor's claw, I crushed her neck, taking her down in an instant. Then, I turned to the muscular guy who insulted me and unleashed my purple extreme demon eye, a soul shock. That guy immediately bled from all 7 orifices, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. The handsome guy's sword came stabbing at me. His swordsmanship was decent, but in the face of absolute power, it was just flashy. With a strike of the dark gold fear claw, his level 5 shield crumbled like paper, breaking apart in an instant. I had just finished resolving 2.5 issues and was preparing to attack again when suddenly a loud shout came. "What are you doing? Damn, Junmo is here." He threw a punch at that handsome guy from distance. Let me tell you, that punch was incredible. It felt like the entire space was being drawn in by it. The handsome guy quickly raised a golden shield, pouring his soul power at the Soul King level into it. But what happened? With a bang, he was sent crashing to the ground, vomiting blood. The shield didn't break, but the person was already incapacitated. Junmo's eyes shone with golden light, finally landing on a completely dazed and pale-faced orange. "Stop!" At that moment, Teacher Xian finally arrived, and a figure swiftly appeared in the laboratory, standing in front of Orange. The golden light in Junmo's eyes almost disappeared at the same time, and his previously terrifying momentum, as if he were ruling the world, also crumbled. Ruling the world. Yes, it was ruling the world. The name of a powerful ability created by the Limit Daw Elder Mu. It is a terrifying ability that perfectly combines physical and spiritual attacks. Junmo is the only heir to ruling the world. Let me tell you, this move is not a soul skill, but it's even more ferocious. It directly infuses my spiritual power into physical attacks. When a punch is thrown, it strikes both your body and your soul. However, this ability can only add spiritual power to physical attacks and cannot be reversed. After all, the creator of this move, Elder Mu, is not a spiritual type himself. Elder Mu once told my junior disciple Junmo that if one day he could research a reverse version of ruling the world, he would truly become a god. Of course, that's still far from my junior disciple's reach. Just then, Teacher Xian arrived. He was originally at the other end of the laboratory, and upon hearing the alarm and seeing the access control system indicate that something was wrong in his territory, he rushed over in a 100-meter sprint. As soon as he entered, seeing the 3 lying on the ground, Teacher Xian was stunned. "Damn, did that kid with you how do this?" Beside him, Meng Hongchun quickly explained. "Teacher Xian, they were bullying Junmo's senior brother." As soon as I heard it, I thought, all right, it's my turn to perform. I immediately switched to an innocent and harmless expression and sincerely reported to the teacher. "Teacher Xian, these people sneaked in and even tampered with our access control. I suspect they are spies. For the safety of the lab, I took the initiative to subdue them and was ready to hand them over to you for further action. Oh, by the way, they were brought by Senior Orange, and I seriously suspect that Senior Orange is in cahoots with them. Everyone who understands my skill in turning the tables. At that moment, Orange's face turned pale, and she trembled with anger. You were talking nonsense. It was clearly you who attacked us on purpose. I shrugged and raised my hands. It's not like you changed the access control and then scolded me first. How can I treat you as invaders? Teacher Xian, can't you just check the access records? They tricked me out, and as soon as I left, they changed the permissions. I had to break in to protect state property. They were fine, just temporarily unable to move, superficial injuries, nothing serious. Teacher Xian wasn't a fool either. Upon hearing my airtight statement and seeing the cowardly expressions of the people next to me, he understood perfectly. This was clearly an old person bullying a newcomer, and they ended up hitting a steel plate. He glanced at Junmo, who also didn't say anything but coolly nodded, implying, yes, my senior brother is right. At that moment, the patrol team arrived outside. Teacher Xian shot me a glare and quickly went out to explain, saying it was just students conducting an experiment. And it got a bit noisy, so everyone should disperse. Seeing it was Teacher Xian, the patrol team believed him and left without asking further. Junmo stood up, pulled Ming Hongshan to leave, and before they left, he dropped a harsh remark. We'll be leaving now. If you dare to bully my senior brother again, don't blame me for being rude. Teacher Xian's face darkened. This student, you hurt my student like this. Shouldn't you get him treated first? Let me tell you how ruthless Junmo's move ruling the world is. It's not just physical damage. It directly attacks your mind. Once it breaks you down, you'll never be able to face him again without feeling a deep-seated fear, giving you a psychological shadow that you'll carry for life. That guy is basically done for. Another person I hit with my soul attack is in an even worse situation. Although I held back, he just couldn't keep his mouth shut. That mental shock nearly shattered his mental ocean, leaving him in a deep coma, and he might wake up with lasting effects. Teacher Xian saw this and was also at a loss, so he could only let the one called Zimu, the one who was traumatized by Junmo, take the unconscious Wang Xiaojie back. Junmo and Ming Hongshan left like that, and in the lab, it was just me, Orange, and her friend Cuckoo. I also kept silent and quietly started cleaning. Kiki and Orange exchanged glances and silently communicated with their mouths. Isn't this guy too strong? None of US can compete with him? Orange was still unconvinced and shouted loudly. That's indoors. The space is too small. If we were outside, with some distance, he would definitely not be a match. I heard it, but pretended not to, continuing to sweep my floor. Cuckoo was still chiming in. That's right, a soul master. Acting tough in close combat. But from a distance, they're just a target. I suddenly straightened my back and turned to look at her. Kiskiviko, shavered in Miyu. Holding her hands in front of her chest. What do you want to do? I smiled playfully, saying, strength isn't something you can just talk about. Instead of wasting time, you should study soul-guiding devices more. If you want to spar, I'm always ready. After saying that, I cleaned up all the oranges on the floor, making the entire laboratory look brand new. Then I found a corner to sit down and began to ponder my soul-guiding device issues, waiting for Teacher Xian to return for advice. On the other side, Cuckoo was still angry, but Juzi advised her, forget it, didn't he say he's an orphan? Cuckoo stuck out her tongue. You're just overflowing with sympathy. Does that mean I got beaten up for nothing? Juzi chuckled. He didn't hit you. He just touched you a bit. The ones who really got beaten were Zimu and Wang Xiaojie. As the two chatted, the topic went off track. Cuckoo suddenly became gossipy. Juzi, you don't have a crush on him, do you? PFFT, PFFT, PFFT. Juzi blushed. Did you forget my vow? In this lifetime, I must marry the best chef on the whole continent. My goal is to eat and drink well. Cuckoo laughed uncontrollably. Your goal has really put Zimu in a tough spot. He's been learning to cook every day for you. Juzi rolled her eyes. Come on. I don't like handsome guys. They don't give me a sense of security. The two girls began to playfully tease each other, seemingly forgetting the earlier conflict. Women's hearts are indeed as hard to understand as needles in the ocean. That evening, Teacher Xian suddenly knocked on my dorm room door, looking very serious. You how? Wang Xiaojie's situation isn't good. I'll get straight to the point. The royal family found out and want me to hand you over. I've suppressed it for now, but the pressure is immense. I'm afraid you might have to endure some hardships for a few days. I squinted my eyes and said, Teacher Xian, what do you mean? Teacher Xian sighed and replied, tomorrow morning, you will go on a mission with Orange and Kiki to test the new Soul Guide device. You will come back in half a month, and by then, Wang Xiaojie will have woken up, and this matter will be over. I'll handle things here. I felt a warmth in my heart, and I understood that Teacher Xian was protecting me. I immediately bowed to him and said, "Thank you, Teacher Xian." After Teacher Xian left, my second senior brother and Kai too looked worried and said, "Junior brother, this won't be a Hongmin banquet, will it? Should I go with you?" I shook my head no. I trust Teacher Xian. Besides, if they dare to make a move outside, can Shrek Academy let them go? Just right. I also took the opportunity to go out and send back the blueprints we secretly learned. After chatting with second senior brother, I sat on the bed, but my mind was in a mess. To be honest, I don't like it here. Everyone has to be on guard. It's too tiring. I really missed the days with my friends at Shrek. Early the next morning, I waited for them at the academy gate. Orange changed into a white outfit, and her figure was just perfect. Cuckoo was in green, still looking as proud as ever. "It's all your fault." As soon as Cuckoo came up, she confronted me, saying, "Teacher Xian said that you have to listen to us outside. Otherwise, you'll be expelled." I didn't want to argue with her, so I made a gesture to invite her. Orange was quite generous. "Let's go." Previously, there were some conflicts in the academy, but this time it's a mission, and I hope we can cooperate. You're the only boy, so you need to protect us, okay? When she said that, I felt a bit embarrassed and nodded. Okay. But then Kiki protested again. "Hey, with Orange being so generous, you just say one okay?" I forced a smile and said, "Otherwise, should I be deeply grateful? You were the ones who made the first move yesterday." Keek's eyes widened in disbelief, and just as she was about to explode, Juzzy pulled her back. "Can you use the Flying Soul Guide?" Kiki turned to ask me, and then with a whoosh, the wings on her back shot out flames, and she flew up into the sky. I won't waste time either. Behind me, a pair of gray wings unfurled, and I took off as well. As a result, I was completely stunned. My level 5 Soul Guide device was like a tractor compared to a jet. They soared effortlessly ahead while I desperately chased after them, exhausting a huge amount of soul power, and they had to stop occasionally to wait for me. Cuckoo was so smug. Every time they waited for me, the mockery in her eyes was almost overflowing. After landing again to rest, I quickly sat down to meditate and recover my soul power. Orange and Cuckoo also landed. Cuckoo stuck out her tongue at me and said, "Humph, weren't you very arrogant before? Is this the level of your Soul Guide device?" "Sister Orange, you were right. Keeping a distance, he really can't keep up." Orange didn't say anything, just looked at me thoughtfully. After a while, I had recovered enough and stood up to say, "We can go." Cuckoo was shocked. "So fast? Didn't you use a feeding bottle?" I didn't explain. My soul power concentration and recovery speed are already beyond what ordinary soul masters can compare to. Taking off again. This time, Orange actively flew alongside me and introduced the destination of this mission, the Jingyang mountain range, saying that there were suitable spiritual-type soul beasts arranged specifically by Teacher Xian. After flying for over an hour, we rested again. To my surprise, Orange pulled out a complete barbecue grill and various ingredients from her storage soul guide, saying she wanted us to try her cooking skills. Watching her skillfully start a fire and skewer the meat, I was a bit dazed. In the past, I was the one grilling meat for others. But today, it was the other way around. Cuckoo hummed beside me. "You're lucky. Orange's cooking is top-notch." She looked at me for a while and suddenly asked, "By the way, what type of soul mentor are you?" "Type?" I was stunned. Cuckoo looked at me as if I were a monster. "No way. Is Shrek really that backward? Don't soul mentors have classifications? No one can be proficient in all areas, unless they're like Teacher Xian, who is purely academic. Seeing how fierce you are in close combat, you must be a close combat soul mentor, right?" Just that one sentence, let me tell you, Duong, it directly made my CPU overheat. No, it upgraded. I felt a sudden clarity in my mind. Of course. How could I not have thought of this? The Extreme Individual Soldier program is meant to make me versatile, but it doesn't mean I have to learn everything. I have been exhausting myself trying to learn all kinds of soul guiding device knowledge, and my progress is not as fast as that of my second brother, who specializes in fixed soul guiding devices. So that's where the problem lies. I should find my own specialization. Once I realized this, I felt like I had opened up my meridians and my whole body felt relaxed. I immediately stood up and gave Cuckoo a bow of over 90 degrees, almost straining my back. "Thank you." Goodness, this completely stunned Cuckoo. She jumped back in shock, looking at me with a wary expression. Hey, are you okay? You're not having some kind of episode, are you? I don't want to go on a mission with a crazy person. I was in such a good mood at the time. All the little annoyances had long flown out of my mind. I cheerfully told her, "I'm fine. I've realized something, and what you said before was wrong. The path I've chosen is not that of a melee soul master, but rather that of a war-type soul master." Cuckoo was left completely puzzled. War-type? That's the first time I've heard of it. What is that? I briefly explained to her that all my research and applications are aimed at fighting, focusing on close combat. As for long range, I'll leave that to my second brother and Saisho. The two of us working together is what truly defines a war machine. Of course, I definitely can't tell her all of my trump cards. Cuckoo is still being stubborn, saying, "Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew." I directly asked her, "What about you, senior? What direction did you choose?" Hey, calling her senior made her a bit smug, and she immediately replied me, "I'm a high-explosive, mid-range combat type. If it weren't for the fear of blowing up the lab that day, do you think you could get close to me? One shot, and I guarantee you wouldn't be able to take care of yourself." I was pondering her words and thinking about that giant cannon she pulled out that day, and I got it. This girl is all about firepower coverage. To be honest, I was quite moved at that moment. Our Shrek Soul Engineering Department doesn't have such clear professional divisions, and here in the Sun Moon Empire, they have taken it to this level. I thought, I must bring this news back quickly. Just based on this, my trip as an exchange student was worth it. While we were chatting about professional directions, I tell you, a delicious smell wafted over. Kiki and I turn around and, wow, Orange was roasting a mountain chicken. The chicken was golden brown with oil dripping down. Kiki was practically drooling, and in 2 steps, she rushed to Orange's side, her eyes shining with excitement, looking absolutely greedy. Orange glanced at her and laughed, saying, "You always say I'm a foodie, but I think you're not much different." Kiki chuckled, "You can say whatever you want now. Hurry up, I'm starving. Just feed me, and you can do whatever you like." Orange was left speechless by her bold words, shot her an annoyed look, and then secretly glanced at me, muttering, "What crazy things you dare to say. Aren't you afraid people will think otherwise?" While we were eating and drinking, and the atmosphere was harmonious, I tell you. On the other side, there was a hacker going crazy with in-game purchases. This guy is named Junmo. Leaning against a tree, he shouted in his mind, "System, are there any soul tools for sale in the shop?" Ding. "Yes, host." The next second, the shop list popped up, dazzling to the eyes. What was there? Demon-slaying sword, Thunderblade, Phoenix Dance. The most outrageous was what? Barret, Destruction, Desert Eagle, God of War, Spirit of the King. Who understands? ISNT, this an entire CF artifact warehouse. This hacker is just one step away from writing Invincible on his forehead. Looking at the screen full of artifacts, he was a bit indecisive, and the system kindly recommended. Ding. Recommended special weapon. Gunsword, Destruction, dual form, could be a sword for close combat. And a sniper for long range, priced at 200,000 Supreme Points. Junmo was directly spamming 666 in his mind, and without hesitation said, "I'll take that." And another King's Spirit. Ding. Payment completed. Wow, over 200,000 Supreme Points just like that. Then he gained a pendant and a ring. The system upgraded them, saying these 2 weapons could use soul power as bullets, currently a level 10 soul tool, and could be upgraded to artifacts once he became a god. Just listen to these attributes. Destruction, sniper form. Effective range of 5,000 meters, with penetration, ignoring all defenses. Killing also restores 10% of soul power. The sword form has a skill called 9 Swords of Annihilation. As for the King's Spirit, killing can stack buffs, amplifying all attributes, with a maximum stack of 30 times. This hacker was holding the artifacts and muttering, "Yu Hui and the others are about to encounter danger." Just in time for my destruction and King's Spirit to show off. Alright, let us not talk about the hacker for now. Let us switch the scene back. Orange's cooking skills are truly impressive. After one meal, our relationship took off and all the previous little frictions disappeared. Kiki was there proudly showing off to me. How about it? ISNT Orange's cooking delicious? Let us see if you dare to offend us in the future. I laughed and said, "Sister Cuckoo, don't hold a grudge about that day. How about this? I'll cook dinner as an apology to you guys, okay? You can cook." Orange and Cuckoo said in unison, one curious and the other skeptical. I calmly said, "You'll know if you try." When I first arrived at Shrek, I saved up my tuition by selling grilled fish, otherwise as an orphan. How could I afford to go to school? As soon as they heard the word orphan, the 2 girls' expressions softened immediately. Kindness, that's the main theme. So the 3 of us continued on our journey. On the way, Juzi educated us, saying that the Jingyang mountain range looks like a big spider, with the main peak in the middle and 8 branches surrounding it. The branches have many mines, while the main peak is rich in soul beasts and is a forbidden area. Why is it not developed? Because soul beasts are also an important resource, and we can't exhaust them, plus there are heavy troops guarding the area. Any more would be a military secret. Cuckoo, the curious one, couldn't help but ask me, "Hey, you're only a 3-ring. How were you so strong that day? What abilities did you use?" Looking at their eager little eyes, I smiled slightly and dropped the bomb. I have twin martial souls. Wow. As soon as those 4 words came out, the 2 girls' eyes nearly popped out. And Cuckoo's eyes sparkled. Wow. There really are twin martial souls. No wonder you're so powerful. They said that in their Sun Moon Empire. There has never been a soul master with twin martial souls in history. I continued. My main martial soul is of the spiritual type, and my secondary martial soul is of the ice type. My soul power is at level 40, but I haven't found a suitable soul ring yet. I also briefly explained my soul skill related to mental interference, which can lower the opponent's hit rate. Cuckoo wanted to ask about the range, but that's my core secret. Can I tell her? I simply smiled and remained silent. Orange quickly shot Cuckoo a glare, and she stuck out her tongue and stopped asking. In the evening, we finally arrived near the Jingyang mountain range. The mountains looked wild and fierce. We found a place to set up camp 100 miles outside the mountains. Cuckoo remembered and shouted at me. Hey, someone said you're going to show off tonight. Don't let us down. I smiled and said, just wait. I tell you, once my mental sensing is activated, I can clearly detect any game within several miles. Before they even reacted, I vanished in a flash. By the time I returned, I was already holding a plump, fragrant deer. They didn't even see what I had caught. And in the blink of an eye, I had already processed the deer into evenly cut meat strips. My hands moved quickly as the campfire blazed. I handed each of them a bowl filled with my secret sauce. Here you go, senior sisters, it's time to eat. My roasted meat must be eaten immediately for the best flavor. As I spoke, I flicked my fork, and a piece of meat flew up with a smooth motion. The meat was briefly seared over the flames of the campfire, sizzling perfectly, then flipped and fell directly into Orange's bowl. Orange loved to eat anyway, so she didn't hesitate. She picked up the meat strip, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in her mouth. In that instant, she froze. The meat was tender and smooth, melting in her mouth, with the rich meat flavor and the deliciousness of the sauce exploding in her mouth. The sensation was incredible. Soon after, Kiki also started eating. She wasn't as reserved as Orange. After swallowing a piece of meat, she jumped up from the ground, completely exhilarated. Wow, this is so delicious. This is too good. But just when the 2 of us were immersed in this deliciousness, we turned our heads and found Orange was crying. Her eyes were red, tears streaming down her face as she carefully ate the last piece of meat in her bowl. She ignored us and murmured to herself, "It's this taste. It really is this taste. I thought I would never find it again in this lifetime." Kiki hurried over to ask her what was wrong. Orange put down her bowl, looked at me, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, Yuhao. You made me feel my father's taste." I was stunned at that moment, with a big character on my face. "Dad? Dad?" She nodded, her eyes dreamy, and said, "My dad is the best chef. The food you make has my dad's flavor. I haven't tasted it in 10 years. She told me her story. It turned out she was also an orphan. Her dad was the best chef in the empire, but he was captured to fight against the Xinghua Empire and died on the front lines. Her mom also passed away a few years later due to excessive grief. Who understands a family? In that moment, we were both lost souls, and that feeling surged up instantly. She had also lost her parents and grew up alone. No wonder her attitude changed immediately when I told her I was an orphan. The atmosphere suddenly became very sad, but then Kiki, the lively one, stood up with her hands on her hips and declared, "What are you all doing? Stop being sad. We need to look forward. There's more beauty waiting for us." The way she said it made me and Orange exchange a glance and burst out laughing. Orange pulled Kiki back to the tent, and after a few steps, she suddenly turned around and smiled at me. "From now on, the cooking duty will be handed over to you." That smile, I tell you, erased all the previous barriers. Just when the atmosphere on our side was just right, that guy online again was practicing his sky-slaying 9 swords with his 200,000 supreme points, claiming he could annihilate Contra after practicing 3 moves. He was also calculating that he was at level 69 and hadn't broken through yet. All right, we know you're amazing. The next day, we went into the mountains and got on something called an all-terrain detection soul guide device, which was a big iron ball with 6 mechanical legs. Kiki got tired after driving for a while, so Orange let me take over. As soon as I got my hands on it, wow. This thing feels like it was tailor-made for me. The observation window in front is actually a 180-degree panoramic view. The joystick looks simple, but to play well, it requires strong coordination and anticipation. Others might take half a day to adapt, but once my mental perception kicks in, I focus on anticipating your anticipation. I have a clear understanding in my mind of what terrain obstacles there are and how each leg should move. After less than 10 minutes of getting used to it, I slammed the throttle and sped off. That big iron ball felt alive in my hands, crashing around wildly. When I encountered ditches, I executed a precise 12-meter leap without wasting a bit of power. I even discovered that with mental perception, I could locate the nodes for soul power transmission, intermittently inputting soul power, which was much less exhausting than their continuous output. I can hear the whispers of the two girls behind me. Kiki is murmuring, Is it really his first time using this thing? Orange is analyzing for her. You don't understand the world of geniuses. I guess it has to do with his mental type, martial soul. He can predict terrain, accurately sense the state of the soul guide, and with his insane calculation ability. Of course, he's better at it than us. I was driving with great pleasure, feeling more and more into it, when suddenly, the alarm of my mental detection went off to the max. I slammed on the brakes, and the whole metal lump came to a screeching halt, its 6 mechanical legs half crouching. My hair stood on end, and I fixed my gaze intently in one direction. I tell you, in the next second, something suddenly popped out of the bushes. It was a wolf, but not an ordinary one. This guy was about 2 meters long, covered in silvery fur that reflected the sunlight, looking just like a moving disco ball, nearly blinding me. It was staring intently at our big iron ball, making a low, threatening growl from its throat. I was just wondering, and in the cockpit, Jizzy has already gasped, his voice changed. My God, it's a silver wolf. This is a soul beast unique to our empire. You must be extremely careful. I said, Silver wolf? I've never heard of it. Orange probably saw the confused look on my face and quickly gave me a rundown. She said this thing has a metallic attribute, but it's really special. It levels up by consuming mithril. Does anyone understand? This wolf is a miner, right? It eats or to level up. It said that there used to be a wolf king with 10,000 years of cultivation who fought 2 Contra and managed to escape in the end. Moreover, this thing is a treasure all over. Its fur and bones are top materials for soul guiding devices, and its meat is incredibly delicious, enhancing physical strength. Kiki, who was nearby, perked up at this and rubbed her hands together, saying, I'll do it. I can handle it. I intercepted it directly. No, let me handle it. Just kidding. How could I let such a chance to show off slip away? While we were talking, the silver wolf couldn't wait any longer. It was unhappy with our iron lump, and its entire body of silver fur suddenly shone brightly. It opened its mouth and shot over Silver Light Ball. The light ball flew over silently, but just as it got close, let me tell you, something outrageous happened. With a bang, that silver light directly transformed into a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. I was shocked at the moment and quickly controlled the metal lump to jump high, barely dodging it. As a result, 2 of my legs were grazed, and the whole machine shook a bit. Before I could stabilize myself, the second glowing ball came again. I thought it was another fireball, but guess what? It exploded in midair, turning into dozens of wind blades, surrounding us like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Fortunately, Orange reacted quickly and activated the spirit guidance shield in advance, making a clanging sound and blocking everything outside. I was shocked at that moment. What kind of attributes does this guy have? Has he maxed out a skill tree, or what? Kuka shouted from behind. What makes it so powerful is this. It can wield all 6 elemental attributes: water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. It can switch between them freely. That's why it's so difficult to deal with. There's really nothing that can counter it. As soon as she finished speaking, the third light orb had already transformed into a sky full of ice spikes shooting towards us. Although it didn't break the shield, Orange's soul power was rapidly depleting. Cuckoo saw that this wasn't going to work, reached out to press the launch button, but was pulled back by Orange. Let you how handle it. You're making too much noise. As soon as I heard that, what was there to wait for? I slapped the side of the seat with my right hand, and the cover above my head flew open with a whoosh. I was launched out like a cannonball. The silver wolf probably didn't expect a person could be shot out of that iron can. It was momentarily stunned, and then, without hesitation, it launched another energy ball at me. This time, it was another wind blade, with a huge coverage area, leaving no place to hide. But was I afraid of that? I activated the Ice Emperor's protection, and in an instant, my body was covered with a layer of diamond ice crystals, which looked way cooler than its silver fur. The wind blades hit me like a scraping treatment, crackling and popping, but it was completely ineffective. I was in mid-air, with 6 metal cannon barrels set up directly, and I fired round-of-point shots at it. That silver wolf was quick. While jumping back, it spat out several light spheres, creating layers of water curtains in front of itself, which weakened the power of my soul-guided ray by more than half, allowing it to dodge easily. I steadied myself with the recoil and pounced like a cheetah. This wolf was clearly a ranged spellcaster. As soon as I got close, it panicked and kept jumping back, spitting out light balls like a machine gun. But now, it had no secrets in front of me. Under my mental detection, I could clearly see the energy attribute conversion before it spat out each light ball. In the next second, the 3 soul rings under my feet lit up, but they were all white. The 2 sisters in the cockpit were probably wide-eyed in shock, wondering what was going on. 3 rings all at 10 years. Of course, I was deliberately hiding my skills, but these 3 soul abilities were indeed activated simultaneously. A flash of purple-gold light flickered in my eyes and in the distance. The silver wolf let out a tragic howl, crashing to the ground like a dog eating mud. It rolled in pain before managing to get back up, its eyes dazed. The group weakness and mental interference had simultaneously taken effect on it. To be honest, I was the most surprised at that moment. I thought to myself, a 3,000-year-old soul beast, how could its mental power compare to mine? Isn't that like an egg hitting a stone? With my soul shock, it surprisingly didn't die on the spot and could still get up. Goodness, this wolf's mental defense is impressive. But I didn't stop my actions. Just as it was unsteadily getting back on its feet, my level 5 soul guide propeller ignited with a loud bang, and I transformed into a streak of light. Instantly rushing to its front, I slapped forward with my right hand, the purple gold light flashing in my eyes again, and another soul shock hit it directly in the face. The silver wolf, just regaining a bit of consciousness, immediately started bleeding from all 7 orifices. I gave it no chance at all, and the dark gold fear claw instantly plunged into its nape, directly severing its central nervous system. Done, finished. The entire battle process was clean and swift. This 3,000-year-old silver wolf, which others found incredibly troublesome, didn't even get to unleash a complete set of skills in front of me. In the cockpit, Orange glanced at the already stunned Kiki beside her with a half-smile and said, "Do you still think we can beat him out there?" Kiki, as if she had lost her soul, murmured, "His close combat is too terrifying." That's a 3,000-year-old silver wolf. How is it like paper? Didn't they say this thing is very strong? Orange sighed. It's not that the wolf is weak, it's that he is too strong. Twin martial souls, it's too abnormal. Don't even talk about us. Even a level 6 or 7 soul master would probably kneel if he got close. The 2 of them continued to analyze the terrifying load the level 5 propeller had on my body and concluded, I'm just a monster in human skin. I was carrying the corpse of the silver wolf back while calling out to my big brother, the dream-eyed silkworm, inside me. The wolf's soul ring shone with a bright purple light, and to be honest, I was a bit tempted, but I needed to consult a professional. Brother Dream, wake up. Let me take a look. I explained the silver wolf's abilities. Brother Dream's lazy voice came through. Oh, this little thing is interesting. It's not an all-elemental. Soul beasts like that are impossible. It should be of the chaos attribute, with strong mental power, capable of forcibly manipulating the surrounding elements for its own use. Sure, this thing can be your soul ring, but this one won't do. It's too weak and not old enough to match you. If you encounter a 10,000-year one, don't let it go. It will definitely give you an amazing soul skill. All right, with my brother's words, I felt reassured. I brought the wolf back to the iron lump, and Orange gave me a thumbs up. I smiled, stored the corpse in the storage soul guide, and asked them, how do you plan to deal with this wolf? Orange said, if you're willing to sell it, you could get a good price. However, why not try absorbing it? Its spiritual power must be very strong. She also casually asked me why the soul ring turned white just now. I shook my head. The year is too low. I can't accept it. As for the color of the soul rings, I have 3 10-year soul rings. Isn't that enough? After saying this, I laughed at myself. Who would believe such nonsense? Then, I became serious. Senior sisters, I might have to part ways with you for a while. Juicy was taken aback. What are you going to do? I said, I want to find a stronger silver wolf or another spirit-type soul beast. This process will definitely be dangerous, so it's more convenient for me to act alone. You all continue with the experiments, and we'll meet at our usual place in half a month. Unexpectedly, Keskiviko, who has always had a bit of conflict with me, was the first to stand up and oppose. No way. How can we let you go on an adventure alone? If we're going, we should all go together. We are soul kings. The 3 of us are definitely safer than just you. Orange also nodded. Right, we know this Jingyang mountain range better, so let's go together. You're not thinking we'll slow you down, are you? As she spoke, she gave a sly smile. And I knew what she was planning, to smear wolf blood on the machine to attract monsters, which would be a perfect opportunity to test the performance of our precious gadget. I looked at their sincere eyes and felt quite moved. Although this girl named Orange is deep in thought, for some reason, I always feel that she won't harm me. All right, I nodded seriously. As long as I'm alive, I will definitely protect you both. Orange lazily leaned back against the chair and said, who protects whom is still uncertain. Just remember, your job is to keep our stomachs full. I froze for a moment, and good grief, after all this time, You two are so righteous about wanting to follow me. You really think of me as a mobile kitchen, don't you? We didn't set off immediately. I took a moment to adjust my breathing before getting back on the road. This time, I directly applied the silver wolf blood to the outer shell of the all-terrain detection soul guide. Wow, this thing is simply a monster-attracting artifact and a barrier-dispersing tool. Along the way, the vast majority of soul bees stayed far away upon smelling this scent, including some that were over 1,000 years old, which saved us a lot of trouble. We ventured deeper, crossing one mountain after another, gradually approaching the main ridge of the Jingyang Mountains. At noon, I found a place to start a fire and prepared a big meal using the meat from that silver wolf. I saved the bones and fur and made soup with the meat. Let me tell you, that soup was delicious. Both Orange and Kiki ate it with sparkling eyes, looking at me with a newfound sense of dependence. During our meal, while chatting casually, they found out I was only 14, almost 15. The next moment, I nearly went deaf from their screams. "Ah, you're only 14," Kiki exclaimed in disbelief. "You don't look 14 at all. And at 14, you're already level 40 with a twin martial soul. Are you even human?" Orange chimed in, "It's okay, Kiki, girls mature faster. You still have a chance." "Huh, you're the old one." After this day together, the bond between the three of us visibly improved. In the evening, we climbed to the top of a peak, where the view was expansive and it was convenient for a quick escape. I let them rest in the metal ball while I kept watch. Orange even said she would come to relieve me at midnight. I agreed verbally, but in my heart, I wasn't thinking that way at all. Come on, I'm a man with a second consciousness, see, capable of multitasking, keeping watch while cultivating myself, standing out far ahead, and not needing any sleep at all. The night wind in the mountains was quite cold, and the fog was heavy as the sky grew darker. I sat cross-legged against the metal sphere, my mental detection spreading out like radar, sensing everything within a 500-meter radius. Cultivating in this deep mountain felt really good. I am happily feeling the energy of the universe when suddenly, a strong sense of crisis explodes from the depths of my heart without any warning. It's that feeling of hair standing on end and a chill running down my back. What is going on? I instantly awaken from my meditation. In my mental detection range, I clearly haven't discovered anything, but I absolutely trust my intuition. This warning indicates that trouble is coming on a large scale. I didn't dare to be negligent. So I raised my hand and gently tapped twice on the crystal glass of the cockpit. The Orange and Cuckoo inside were immediately startled awake. I lowered my voice and said at the fastest speed, "I'm afraid we're in trouble. Don't come out. Be ready to attack at any moment. Orange, go to the control position. If things go wrong, don't worry about me. Just roll down the hill with this thing immediately. I have my own way to get out." Orange and the others poked their heads out from that big iron ball, looking tense as they asked me, "What's wrong? What did you find?" Goodness. I could even hear the clanking sound of the soul guide device parts on them. These two sisters had already entered battle mode. I shook my head and said in a low voice, "I'm not sure what exactly it is, but my radar tells me that this time we've definitely poked a hornet's nest." I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I'm just level 40. I don't want to die young. I immediately switched my mental detection from panoramic mode to single-point scanning, just like a sniper rifle using an 8-time scope. My mental power shot down the mountain, reaching the limit of 1,000 meters, sweeping everything. At this moment, why save any energy? My life was at stake. I was so nervous that I could die. Looking back, my two teammates were also busy. Kiki was alone, surprisingly carrying 2 giant cannons on her shoulders. The cannon mounts bigger than my head. Orange had already sat down in the control position, ready to activate our mobile fortress at any moment. But after scanning the surroundings, I have to tell you, my whole face turned green. Shadows were quietly creeping up the mountain from all directions, making not a single sound. But the suffocating feeling of being targeted by top predators was almost enough to crush my heart. "It's a wolf pack." I spoke rapidly like I was rapping. "Golden wolves. We're being encircled. At least 3 lead wolves with 10,000-year cultivation, followed by hundreds of little brothers. In no more than 3 minutes, they would charge up. Get ready to break through at any time. I believe this pack of wolves can't stop your big iron ball from rolling down." Orange and Kiki gasped in shock. Golden wolves, those are metal soul beasts. In the Jingyang mountain range, their combat power gives you a 30 buff. Not to mention there are 3 10,000-year wolf kings leading them. This isn't a fight. This is a death sentence. You hurry up. Let us roll down together. Orange was almost in tears from anxiety. But I shook my head, my eyes filled with madness. No, I can't leave. I caught the scent. This pack of golden wolves was called by a silver wolf. And that silver wolf has the soul ring that I've been dreaming of for my 4th ring. You guys go ahead. I have my own way. No way. Over 100 of them. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Orange said as she tried to open the door to pull me out. I pressed down on the cabin door and said firmly, I've got a way to get out. At worst, I'll just take the spacecraft and run. Once I finished speaking, my hands were covered in diamond ice crystals, and I unleashed my full power. Using the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon combined with the Shintian skill, I directly lifted the several-ton heavy object by its legs and pushed it forward with a forceful shove. Orange and Kiki screamed from inside. Don't worry about me. Go wait for me at the agreed place. Don't look back, just keep running. I shouted after them. The mountaintop wasn't large, and with one push, the big iron ball instantly lost its balance and started rolling down the mountain. I must say, Orange was really decisive. While Kiki was still cursing me, she had already closed the window. All 6 legs retracted, and the entire surface of the sphere sprayed out a layer of gel-like substance, not only absorbing the shock, but also masking all sense as it sped crazily down the mountain. Watching them roll safely away, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Some trump cards can't be shown to them. Besides, I wasn't lying. That ancient silver wolf was something I had to obtain. Ever since I started that extreme individual training, I hadn't fought with full force without reservation. Today is the best opportunity. My hands naturally hung down, and a faint golden light began to emerge from my eyes. Come on. In an instant, my essence, energy, and spirit all reached their peak. I can feel that the rolling iron ball has attracted the attention of a part of the wolf pack, which is exactly what I wanted. Now, I need to pull all their attention back to me. I pulled a silver wolf corpse out of the storage soul guide and threw it violently into the sky. Immediately, a blue light flashed from my left arm. Ice explosion. With a loud bang, the corpse exploded in midair, turning into a mist of blood. And the strong smell of blood instantly filled the entire mountaintop. Ugh! A piercing wolf howl erupted from halfway up the mountain. They knew they had been tricked. They unleashed their full speed and charged madly toward the mountaintop. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp metallic sounds connected around me as 18 dark golden metal boxes instantly equipped my entire body, shoulders, arms, chest, back, and both thighs, fully armed. The first golden wolf appeared. Its muscular body and bloodthirsty eyes roared as it lunged at me. Unfortunately, it became the first offering under my Juga soul-guided crossbow. I grabbed its corpse with my left hand, instantly freezing the wound, then flicked my wrist and tossed it aside. Soon after, 7 or 8 golden wolves leaped to the mountaintop, howling as they charged at me. I activated my mental detection to the fullest, stepped on the ghostly shadow beneath my feet, and transformed into a phantom. Without needing to see, I raised my arms, and amidst the sound of whistling arrows, the crossbow bolts rained down, causing 2 more golden wolves to scream in agony as they fell. I rushed in front of the weakest wolf, dodging its pounce with a swift motion. My right hand, wielding the dark gold claw, slashed across its neck with a sharp sound, killing it instantly. I tapped my left foot on the ground, transferring the corpse from my right hand to my left, and with a twist of my body, I used the corpse as a weapon, throwing it towards the 3 wolves charging at me. Turning around, I heard several explosive sounds of crossbow bolts as they knocked down the pursuing enemies behind me. Boom! Ice explosion, spell activated. The wolf corpse I threw became a perfect bomb, instantly sending the 3 wolves flying. Without stopping, I quickly grabbed another corpse with my left hand, infused it with the ice explosion spell, and flicked it with my right foot, sending it out again. I tell you, that scene was incredible. The entire mountaintop was filled with the roaring sounds of explosions, and blood and flesh were flying everywhere. In just a short while, more than 30 golden wolves met their end. Most of them weren't killed by me, but rather by the corpses of their own companions exploding. The wolf pack was stunned by my little shockwave and stopped at the foot of the mountain, too afraid to charge again. Seizing the opportunity, I took out my level 6 big milk bottle and gulped down a few mouthfuls to restore my soul power. I am waiting for their leader. Suddenly, my eyes light up. Here they come. 3 gigantic figures leap to the top of the mountain, standing in a row. Goodness, each one is almost 4 meters long, as strong as a bear, their claws gleaming with a cold light, no less impressive than my dark gold terror claws. Eternal golden wolf. This must be the Wolf King. And behind them stands a more slender figure, a silver wolf, with a crescent-shaped tuft of silver fur on its forehead and a pair of silver eyes staring at me, filled with resentment and hatred. Silver Moon Wolf King, it's you. I was not afraid at all. Instead, I felt a surge of excitement. I didn't need to fight them head on. My target was you, the one behind them. At that moment, I moved. I shot out like an arrow, actively initiating the attack. Just as I charged forward, the golden vertical eye on my forehead slowly opened. The majestic aura that controlled life instantly erupted. The three-headed golden wolf king and the silver moon wolf king were taken aback, a soul-deep fear paralyzing their movements. Now's the time. From my vertical eye, a purple gold light tore through the night sky, aimed directly at the silver moon wolf king. My strongest mental attack, soul gaze. The silver moon wolf king was tough as well. With a sharp howl, a layer of colorful light erupted from its head, withstanding my mental assault. Who understands, family? When I unleashed this ultimate move, that colorful light actually transformed into a vortex, violently dispersing my attack. Although it let out a miserable cry, its two eyes exploded, blood gushing everywhere. It surprisingly did not die. The plan went awry, but I had no way out. In that instant, all my skills activated. The simulated Ice Emperor aura instantly suppressed the entire area, causing the wolf cubs under 1,000 years old to be paralyzed with fear. The white light of my third soul skill, Group Weakness, filled the battlefield. The level 5 soul-guided thruster behind me roared to life, propelling me forward like a meteor. The three-headed golden wolf king was awakened by the silver moon wolf king's scream, roaring and blocking my path. The one in the middle stood upright, its giant claws swiping at me, while the one on the right coordinated for a pincer attack. A normal person would have dodged, but I didn't. I had only one thought at that moment: to fight back, to bear it. A layer of crimson gold light suddenly exploded from my body, and the attacks of the two great wolf kings hit it, surprisingly sliding off. I let out a muffled grunt, and taking advantage of the terrifying speed of the thruster, I crashed hard in the front wolf king, forcefully pushing it back. I took a solid hit from another wolf king behind me, causing the protective shield to dim a bit. But I'd already successfully lifted my feet back, and with two thrusters erupting from soles, I charged through the encirclement of the two wolf kings. A strong green light erupted from my body, the domain of eternal frost, within a 10-meter diameter. Everything was enveloped in extreme cold. The speed of the four wolf kings dropped to freezing point in an instant, and a layer of frost formed on their bodies. This was the opportunity. My body twisted strangely in the air, dodging the last wolf king's claw, and finally charged in front of the silver moon wolf king. My eyes flashed with murderous intent, completely ignoring the three golden wolf kings behind me that were recovering. With a flick of my left hand, a blue light flashed, and I cast Ice Explosion. I directly detonated the bloodstains frozen on the silver moon wolf king's face. A howl erupted as blood flowers exploded from its face, the excruciating pain causing it to lose all sense of reason. The dark gold claw transformed into a 4-meter-long blade of light, striking down fiercely upon it. However, that disgusting layer of colorful aura reappeared on its body, draining 90% of my attack power and leaving only 5 deep wounds visible to the bone on its body. The 3 golden wolf kings behind me had already recovered and were crazily lunging towards me. I took a deep breath, clapped my left hand in front of my chest, and a bright golden shield enveloped my entire body, withstanding the attacks of the 3 wolf kings. At the same time, my entire torso transformed into a brilliant emerald green, unleashing the strongest strike of the Ice Emperor Scorpion's body, Ice Emperor's Fury. The power of the 400,000 Year Soul Ring, my strongest soul power attack, crashed down on the Silver Moon Wolf King like a force of nature. It worked. I leaped forward, my right hands piercing fiercely into the frozen, ice-sculpted neck of the Silver Moon Wolf King. With a strong toss, I hurled it into the air. I followed suit and jumped up, the thrusters on my back cranked to the max, catching up with the ice sculpture and sending it into the abyss of the cliff. A pair of flying soul-guiding wings spread open, and my body glided away in the air, a faint mist swirling around me, completely concealing my figure and presence. On the mountaintop, only the furious and helpless roars of the 3 golden wolf kings remained. I tell you, at that time my soul power was almost depleted, relying entirely on the life potion to hang on. But anyway, this round was all about extreme pulling, and I finally managed to get the treasure. But I almost exhausted myself. Really, I was so tired that my back was drenched in cold sweat, and I quickly looked for a plane to escape. That damn Silver Moon Wolf King soul ring was already starting to appear, and this thing has a time limit. I worked incredibly hard to get it, so I couldn't let it get away. I quickly found a ravine to land and prepared to absorb right there. But did you think I was going to get started right away? You're naive, brother. I need to shake some people first. Oh no, wait, I mean shake some corpses. I took out the corpse of the Millennium Golden Wolf that I had previously taken down easily, threw it on the ground, pressed my right hand against its forehead, and began to chant some incantations that I couldn't even understand. In the next second, I tell you, something strange happened. My eyes suddenly turned gray, a dead gray. Then this grayness flowed from my hand into the corpse of the Golden Wolf. The corpse, which had long been cold, actually started to convulse and then wobbled to its feet. There were also 2 balls of gray flames dancing in its eyes. I whispered to it, "Protect me. Don't let anything get close." To my surprise, the undead Golden Wolf nodded and dashed into the woods to act as my bodyguard. That's right. Family who understands. This is my ultimate secret, a trump card even the Shrek Academy doesn't know about, undead magic. It was taught to me by a big shot named Ilex inside my body. He said that using it for good leads to good, and using it for evil leads to evil. It has nothing to do with my nature. I thought about it, and having an extra card is always a good thing, so I learned it. Now it seems incredibly useful. Once I settled the security issue, I finally released the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King, looking at the black 10,000-year soul ring glowing with 7 colors on its body. I took a deep breath and got started. The moment the soul ring entered my body, I felt one thing. It exploded, really, with a bang: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and lightning. 7 elements started a wild party inside me, almost bursting me apart. My face turned pale instantly. Let me tell you, that feeling was worse than dying. There is only one thing I can do: endure. But just when I was about to reach my limit, the 2 big shots inside my body decided to take action. Goodness, the Ice Empress was furious and, in her later words, said, "They've bullied me all the way to my doorstep. Let's fight back." With a buzzing sound, my entire body instantly turned a deep green, and a chilling aura that penetrated to the bone directly suppressed the elemental chaos within me. Do you understand the dignity of a 400,000-year-old fierce beast? No matter how strong the Silver Moon Wolf King is, it has to kneel before the Ice Empress. Physically restrained, it still wasn't satisfied and began to launch a mental attack. And the result? It crashed into a wall that was both soft and thick. Brother Tiandream took action. Normally, Brother Tiandream is lazy, but whoever touches me is equivalent to touching his lifeline. In terms of mental strength, he is the bug of this world. With these 2 top bodyguard around, the subsequent process was incredibly smooth. That black soul ring obediently branded itself on me. Moreover, they also helped me reinforce my body and spiritual sea once again. When I opened my eyes again, the sky was bright. I jumped up from the ground, stretched lazily, and felt an overwhelming sense of explosive power. With a thought, 1 white, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings rose up. I officially became a soul sect. And the most impressive part is that my soul power shot straight up to level 42, far ahead of everyone. My mental detection range also expanded to a radius of 600 meters. I just don't know what this 4 soul skill is. I tried it out, and I was instantly dumbfounded. This skill, how should I put it, is all about the element of surprise. Completely not the kind of defensive divine skill I wanted. It's just outrageous. I was standing there in a daze when suddenly there was a loud bang from the main vein. That noise, that metallic explosion smell. It was clearly the work of a soul mentor. This is bad. Something has happened to Orange and Kiki. At that moment, without thinking, I retracted the ghostly golden wolf guarding me and sprinted towards the source of the sound. Later, I learned that after I left, Orange and Kiki rolled down the mountain in that iron ball, vomiting uncontrollably and fainting. As it turned out, these 2 girls were really loyal once they regained consciousness. The first thing they did was drive that broken ball back to the main path to find me. They searched for 2 whole days. And what do you know? Fate led them right into the pack of golden wolves that had gone mad due to their leader, the Silver Moon Wolf King, going missing. 3 golden wolf kings, along with a group of younger wolves, saw that familiar broken iron ball and their eyes turned red, immediately surrounding them. Although Orange and Kiki were also level 5 soul mentors, they were throwing out various soul-guided devices as if they were free, what with orange bombs and the Phoenix Thunder Cannon, creating quite a ruckus. But there were just too many wolves. Their soul power simply couldn't hold up. Orange decisively shouted, "Break out. Back into the iron ball. We roll again." The 2 of them fought their way out, creating a bloody path back into the all-terrain detection soul-guided device. Kiki took the lead with heavy artillery, clearing the way, while Orange cranked the power of the soul-guided device to the max, with 6 metallic legs running and sparking, trying to charge up the nearby mountain to use the same trick again. Just as they were about to break free, a golden wolf king erupted. It charged like a golden lightning bolt, lowered its head, and slammed into the side of the iron ball with its iron head. The protective shield shattered instantly, and the entire iron ball was knocked off balance, directly falling to the ground. This was disastrous. The wolf pack immediately pounced, clawing, biting, and ramming the iron ball. The outside filled with the sickening sound of metal scraping, quickly covered in dents and claw marks. Orange and Kiki were trapped inside, utterly despaired. Orange closed her eyes, tears streaming down, beginning to arrange her final wishes. Dad, little Orange can't take revenge for you anymore. Kiki, being more of a wolf, said nothing and directly started dismantling the core formations of her soul-guided devices, stringing them together, clearly preparing to go down in flames with those wolf cubs. Just at this critical moment, outside the all-terrain detection soul-guided device, a golden wolf suddenly lunged at the wolf pack like a zombie, and then boom, a violent explosion mixed with icy powder erupted instantly. It was the ghostly golden wolf I had sent out earlier, and I had stuffed a big treasure inside. This explosion directly engulfed over 20 wolves, and the closest ones were instantly reduced to chunks of meat. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I sprang out like a raccoon, catching a golden wolf that had been blown away with one claw, and casually collected the corpse. I tell you, the main character has arrived. Good heavens! A figure like a ghost sprang out of the forest, with 4 soul rings beneath his feet. White, purple, black, black. This combination is simply inhumane. Who else could it be but Huiyuhao? The moment I saw his eyes, my heart sank. They were no longer the black pupils of a normal person, but 2 dazzling silver orbs, swirling like a kaleidoscope with 2 colorful vortices spinning wildly inside. With a glance, he locked onto one of the golden wolf kings. That wolf king was quite bold, daring to make eye contact, but then something bizarre happened. A colorful little vortex descended from the sky, like a drill, and in a flash, it burrowed into the wolf king's forehead. The wolf king immediately went offline, standing there motionless like a statue, its 2 red eyes slowly turning into the same silver vortex eyes as Huiyuhao. It's as if they synced via Bluetooth. In the next second, Huiyuhao's gaze returned to normal, but the killing intent had already peaked. With a glare, he gave no chance for a response. The other golden wolf king exploded with a pop, its head bursting into ketchup, red and white splattering everywhere. Of the 3 wolf kings, one was turned into an ally. One was killed instantly, leaving only the last one standing. Huiyuhao was not polite at all, casually tossing out the wolf corpse I had just picked up, and unleashed another ice explosion. With a loud bang, the remaining wolf pack was blown into disarray, completely lost. Let me tell you, this ice explosion technique has its nuances. If a soul beast has been dead for too long, its soul power dissipates and cannot explode. However, he previously used necromancy to secretly control a corpse, locking the soul power in, making good use of waste. Now it's just the right time for it. The golden wolf pack has been completely battered, leaving only about 40 left. The last golden wolf king let out a howl, eyes turning red, and crazily pounced toward Huiyuhao. Guess what happened next? A miraculous turnaround. The wolf king that had just broken free suddenly revived on the spot, its 2 claws piercing straight into its leader's ribs from behind. Then it ripped backward. With a crash, innards, intestines, and hot blood spilled everywhere. Family, who understands? The traitor turned out to be my brother. This is Huiyuhao's perverse 4th soul skill, called mental confusion. As long as the opponent's mental power is less than a third of his, they go crazy and attack anyone they see. Now, the only leader of the wolf pack was torn apart by its own kind, and the remaining 40-odd little wolves completely collapsed, howling and scattering in all directions. Huiyuhao couldn't care less about the mad wolf king anymore, and ran towards the all-terrain detection soul guide with Orange and Cuckoo. Just as he took a couple of steps, the window of that iron turtle suddenly opened, and Orange and Cuckoo tumbled out, their faces pale with fright. Orange shouted, "Huiyuhao, run! Cuckoo has set the soul guide to self-destruct." Huiyuhao quickly scanned with his mental detection and saw that the energy inside that iron lump was skyrocketing like boiling water. In a critical moment, this guy was a true man. Instead of running, he sprinted in the opposite direction towards Orange and Cuckoo. He noticed that both girls had exhausted their soul power and couldn't even run. Without thinking, he scooped up one in each arm, with a level 5 soul guide booster at maximum, charging in a determined direction. He had just dashed out for less than 2 seconds when the iron turtle behind him exploded with a loud bang. The scene was like a nuclear explosion. A massive mushroom cloud rising, and a terrifying heat wave instantly caught up with us. Yuho activated the Ice Emperor's protective shield to the maximum, but still couldn't hold. I felt an intense heat on my back. Then my whole body flew up, everything went black, and I lost consciousness. Just as the three of us were about to be engulfed by the sea of flames, a blue ice bullet suddenly flew over, exploding behind us and forming a thick ice wall that blocked the explosion. It was Junmo. He finally arrived just in time. Luckily, he came quickly. Yuho's back was mangled, but he could still recover thanks to the golden life. 3 days passed in a flash, and due to Yuho's freakish recovery ability, his back injury healed completely without leaving a scar. During these 3 days, Orange took care of him, and their feelings rapidly grew. We were gathered around the campfire when Junmo said it was time to go back. The next morning, Yuho stood there, reaching out with his right hand toward the distant void, and a massive dark golden claw appeared out of thin air, tearing through the air and leaving several black cracks. Looking incredibly cool, his dark golden claw had evolved again. Then this guy started lamenting with Orange about what to do if they met on the battlefield in the future. Orange, being tough, said that the vendetta against her parents could not go unpunished. Yuho replied, "Then I'll let you live 3 times. Orange laughed directly. "Are you that confident? What if I let you live instead?" The two of them went back and forth, and Orange said, "If I capture you, I'll let you live 4 times. 1 more than you," emphasizing generosity. I really can't believe it. What a ridiculous situation. And those two are even competing with each other. After causing enough trouble, we finally returned to the academy, looking disheveled, and immediately went to report to teacher Xianzuang. When the teacher heard that his precious all-terrain detection soul tool was completely destroyed, his face darkened, and he slapped his forehead, saying, "Yuho, why is it that ever since you came, I have been facing endless troubles?" Cuckoo was quite brave, puffing out her chest and saying, "Teacher Xian, it's not their fault, it's all my fault. If there's a punishment, just punish me." After saying that, she jumped over and hugged the teacher's neck, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Goodness, Teacher Xian, a grown man, instantly turned as red as a monkey's, but embarrassed and angry. He kicked Yuho out. Get lost. That night, when I returned to the dormitory, I found out that my second senior brother, and Kai, too, had actually been accepted in a Mingdou hall. This is the most core place in the academy. I suddenly felt a sense of urgency. The next day, early in the morning, I was ready to go to the laboratory, but as soon as I stepped out of the dormitory, I was blocked by someone. It was that Wang Xiaojia, his face still pale, standing next to 6 people in military uniforms, all looking fierce. The leader showed a badge and coldly said, "Royal Inspection Team, you are suspected of attacking a member of the royal family. Come with us." Saying this, he pulled out a pair of golden handcuffs and snapped them onto me. Wang Xiaojia's smug expression appeared as he grabbed my hair and punched me in the stomach, making me almost throw up my breakfast. His cousin even pretended to stop him, saying something about dealing with me properly when we got back to the team. At that moment, I was filled with rage, truly thinking that these broken handcuffs could restrain me. But just as I was about to make a move, a cold voice came over. "I just hope you 1T regret it." It was Junmo. He didn't know when he had arrived, standing in front of that group of people. In the next second, 7 soul rings rose from his feet. 2 purple, 4 black, 1 red. Red? Who understands? Family. That's 100,000-year soul ring. That terrifying pressure made the faces of the patrol team turn green on the spot, their legs cramping. The middle-aged man leading them was so scared that he could hardly speak. "And Master, we apologize for the disturbance. We'll leave right away." After speaking, he took his people and fled in panic, probably cursing Wang Xiaojia's ancestors all the way. Junmo brought me back to the dormitory, and he went back to his room as well. Just as he sat down, a notification from the system rang in his head, saying that the ice goddess was about to complete her physical rebirth. A snow-white egg appeared in front of him, adorned with ice-blue patterns, shimmering. As the countdown ended, the eggshell cracked with a snap, and brilliant light burst forth. When the light faded, an unparalleled beauty was hanging directly on Junmo. Her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. Junmo was so excited. "Sister Shui, you're okay?" Suddenly, the Ice Emperor in my mind exploded. "Yuhao, I can feel the Snow Emperor. It's her. Hurry up and find her." I was urged by her and had no choice but to follow my feelings to find myself at Junmo's door. I knocked on the door, and Junmo told me to come in directly. As soon as I pushed the door open, I saw Junmo being tightly hugged by that beautiful woman, looking very awkward. At that moment, the soul of the Ice Emperor suddenly emerged from my body, looking at that beauty, his voice trembling. "Shui, is it really you?" The beautiful woman, the Snow Empress, was hugging Chu Junmo, her face close to his and with a smile. She said to the Ice Emperor, "How should I put it? Of course he is, my man." I was petrified at that moment, and the Ice Emperor in my mind fell silent, retreating quietly. The Snow Emperor didn't even glance at me and directly issued an eviction order. I had no choice but to leave in embarrassment. Inside the room, the Snow Emperor patted Chu Junmo's head and said, "From now on, call me Snower. If you call me sister again, I'll beat you to death." After saying that, she swayed and transformed into the size of a porcelain doll, jumping onto Chu Junmo's head and sweetly said, "Little Junmo, this way I can follow you every day." In the blink of an eye, nearly 3 years have passed. I had settled down with Orange. This King Chu Junmo has now become a mobile attraction at the academy. All because he has a porcelain doll-like Snow Emperor sitting on his shoulder every day with a 300 rate of turning heads. He is now an 8th level soul mentor, and his soul power has reached 79, Soul Saint. One day, the leader of the Mirror Red Dust Hall called Chu Junmo to the office, smiling like a flower, praising him as a rare talent, and then leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Junmo, what do you think of my sister Ming?" I was stunned at the time and asked how my dream sister was doing. "Good. She's beautiful and has a good personality. What else could it be?" Then, I tell you, the old man's next sentence left me speechless. He rubbed his hands together with a knowing expression and said he wanted to betroth Dream Hongshun to me. Goodness, I was like an old man on the subway, looking at his phone, my face filled with disbelief. I said, "Grandpa Jing, don't joke around. I already have someone." He waved his hand and said it was normal for strong men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, as long as I treated Dream well. Who understands? This is his most precious granddaughter, and he just packaged her up and sent her off? I was still in a daze when he suddenly shouted outside, "Dream, stop hiding. Grandpa saw you long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open, and Dream Hongshun walked in, her face flushed, looking a little shy, not at all unwilling. I was completely stunned. So I was the only one in the dark? It turned out she was wearing a soul guide device that shielded her mental energy, and I didn't notice it, but that thing was invented by Jing Hongshun. How could he not know? This grandfather and grandson were putting on a show for me. Before I could react, Jing Hongshun directly handed me a ring and said, "It's settled. This is the betrothal gift, filled with rare materials you need. Consider it my advance payment." My goodness. I looked down and saw a starry blue sapphire ring. Inside were 10 pieces of silver dragon scales, several thousand kilograms of purple gold copper, heavenly spirit silver, and 1,000 super large underworld crystals. He even brought me 50 kilograms of solar gold. These things were all what I planned to buy at a high price based on my drawings, and he just directly gave them to me as a betrothal gift. This is not a betrothal gift. This is practically half of the Mingdou's fortune shoved into my hands. I tried to decline, but he said, "You are my half-apprentice and Dream's future husband. Take it." He insisted, giving me no chance to refuse. Just like that, I became engaged without knowing it, and then my 2.5-year exchange student life finally came to an end. On the day of departure, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy held a farewell ceremony, and Jing Hongshun personally attended. During his speech, he praised me so much that I felt like I was about to dig my toes into a 3-room apartment. Just as the ceremony was about to end, suddenly someone outside shouted, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Then I tell you, the scene was bustling with a large group of silver-armored royal guards pouring in, followed by a team of fully armed soul masters, each with a heavy aura, clearly not to be trifled with. Then, a young man in a wheelchair, surrounded by attendants, slowly entered. This was the Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire, Su Tianran. Jing Hongshun quickly went to greet him and, particularly obsequiously, pushed the wheelchair to our Shrek group. At that moment, I felt something was off. Why did the Crown Prince come just as we were leaving, and with so many people? Was this a farewell or a show of force? But he really did have a warm expression, saying he had long admired the name of Shrek and had come to bid farewell, hoping to strengthen friendship in the future. Teacher Fan Yu, being an old hand, exchanged a few pleasantries before saying it was getting late and we needed to set off. So, Jing Hongshun took us and directly used a flying soul guide to ascend, flying eastward. Along the way, Jing Hongshun specifically flew next to me like an old father, reminding me, "Junmo, Dream will come to find you soon. You must treat her well." What could I say? I could only nod in agreement. After several hours of flying, we finally arrived at the agreed exchange location, Maple Leaf City. From afar, I saw our Shrek people had already arrived, led by an old acquaintance, the Dean of the Martial Soul Department, Yin Xiaojia, with the Dean of the Soul Guide Department, Xian Liner, beside him. Wow, Two deans personally came to greet us. What a scene. As soon as Jing Hongchan met Yin Xiaojia, the two old foxes began to flatter each other, laughing brightly. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were long-lost brothers. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Xiaojia said, "Your grandson has made great progress. I'm very satisfied." Jing Hongchen also chuckled. "Then shall we make this exchange a norm in the future?" The two were just exchanging formalities. After that, both sides waved their hands. In our exchange, students and Shrek's exchange, students returned to their respective teams. Jing Hongchun didn't want to stay a second longer, said a few words, and took Dream Hongchun and the others directly into the sky and flew away. It wasn't until they completely disappeared that Yin Xiaojia withdrew his gaze, turned around, and with a brilliantly bright smile on his face, said to us, "Children, welcome home." Just that one sentence, I tell you, instantly broke my defenses, and all the grievances and anxiety from the past 2.5 years surged up. I quickly stepped forward and handed over the engagement ring that Jing Hongchun had given me. "Director Yin, this is the result of my efforts over the past few years," along with a large pile of rare metals sent by Jing Hongchun. Director Xianliner took it, scanned it with her spiritual power, and the next second, she was completely stunned, her face pale as she looked at me. "Junmo, did you rob the secret warehouse of Mingdou Hall? My goodness, the value of this is beyond monetary measure." Director Yin Xiaojia was also grinning from ear to ear, patting me on the shoulder and saying, "Well done." Then he told me an even more explosive piece of news. He said that because of the more than 3,000 soul guide blueprints I had sent back over the past 2.5 years, the entire Shrek's soul guidance department had directly evolved by 1,000 years. So all the elders of the Sea God Pavilion unanimously approved and specially granted me entry into the Sea God Pavilion. Although I ranked last, I also broke the record for being the youngest ever. I was stunned at the time, 10 years old, entering the Sea God Pavilion. What does that even mean? It's like stepping into the sky. Dean Yin even asked me to call him senior brother from now on. Dean Xianliner looked at me and smiled, saying, "Junmo, this is what you deserve. However, to protect you, this matter cannot be announced to the public for now." Dean Yin also asked me if I'd been focusing solely on developing soul tools these past 2 years, and if my cultivation had not fallen behind. I thought it couldn't be hidden anymore, so I came clean and said, "I've already reached the 7th ring." "What? 7th ring?" Dean Yan's eyes almost popped out, and Dean Xianlin also looked shocked. A 10-year-old 7th ring soul saint. Who understands this, family? Dean Xianlin burst out laughing and said, "Junmo, I think you're almost becoming our academy's mascot." I asked why, and she said, "Little monster, you are the person who most fits the word monster that I've ever seen." Well, now I've directly upgraded to the academy's noticeable figure. We sped along and finally saw the towering city walls of Shrek City in the distance. The feeling of going home is really good. Elder Xian took us down a few dozen miles outside the city, saying that the city defenses are tight now, and we can't fly directly in. He told me to temporarily stay at the Sea God Pavilion and said that Beibei and the others were already waiting for me at Tang's sect. After Elder Xian and the others left, I was just about to head to Tang's sect, when suddenly, I tell you, the wheels of fate began to turn. A white figure quickly swooped out from the academy, moving at lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, was right in front of me. It was a woman, tall and slender, with a veil on her face. I don't know why, but the moment I saw her, my heart skipped a beat, and an extremely familiar feeling surged up. Just then, a gust of wind blew by, lifting the cloth from her head and sending it floating towards me. I instinctively reached out to catch it, and in that instant, my mind buzzed, and I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. My eyes couldn't move away anymore. Her long, black wavy hair instantly cascaded down as she turned her head, and the pair of large, bright eyes above the veil filled with a hint of panic met mine. Just that one glance, I felt like my soul was about to fly away. That sense of familiarity, that stirring from the depths of my soul, made me stumble over my words, my voice trembling like I had Parkinson's. She quickly calmed down, extended her long, fair hand towards me. Her voice like a lark singing, "Return it to me." I instinctively handed the cloth back to her, and just as I passed it over, I caught a glimpse of the 3 characters embroidered on it. Luo Lingxiao. By the time I realized what was happening, she had already turned and ran, her body shimmering with a layer of golden light, leaving me with just her back. Luo Lingxiao, 3-eyed golden lion. She is transformed. I was anxious at that moment. Without hesitation, I took off after her. She moved swiftly like a startled little bird. I chased after her, and just as I was about to catch up, she dashed into Shrek City. I followed her into the city gate, and the next second I was dumbfounded. Good heavens, the city was packed with people, bustling and bustling. Where was her shadow? Well, I lost her. But it didn't seem matter. She was definitely in the academy. I calmed myself down, took out the map Beibei had given me, and started looking for Tang's sect. Tang's sect was quite impressive, with its bright red high walls and a huge plaque hanging on the door, where the two big characters Tang's sect were written in a flamboyant style. And the signature was actually written by teacher Mu himself. Seeing those two characters, my heart instantly warmed. As soon as I entered, two young men in white clothes blocked my way. I smiled and said, "I'm home." Then I stated my full name, saying Beibei is my senior brother. Upon hearing this, the two young men were immediately delighted and said, "So you are the seventh senior brother. Senior brother is inside. I'll take you in." I followed him through the front yard and entered the second courtyard. From a distance, I could hear the iconic laughter of Kaitu coming from the assembly hall. I couldn't hold back any longer and rushed in with a leap, shouting, "Senior brother, second brother, third brother." Inside were three people, Kaitu, the burly Susansher, and the elegant senior brother Beibei. When they saw me, they were both surprised and delighted, rushing over in a few steps, and the five of us hugged tightly together. 2.5 years. I'm finally back. We were excited for quite a while before finally sitting down. Beibei smiled and said, "Our Tang sect is now taking shape. All thanks to the blueprints I brought back from the Sun and Moon Empire. The few soul-guiding devices I designed have become our unique black technology. Shrek Academy has also given us strong support, providing funding and personnel, and the development speed of Tang sect has exceeded expectations." As he spoke, the mood of the senior brother visibly dropped, all because of teacher Xiaoya. He had originally planned to give teacher Xiaoya a surprise once Tang's sect was completed, but she disappeared without a trace. However, life must go on. The whole Tang sect family is still waiting for their meals. The senior brother quickly composed himself and began to introduce the current situation of our Tang sect to me and Kaitu. "I'll tell you, our Tang men can now be divided into two groups, the inner hall and the outer hall. The inner hall is our base for tech enthusiasts, responsible for management and our and now, with the craftsmen added, there are almost 100 people. The outer hall, on the other hand, is our muscle, specifically handling external conflicts and diplomacy, led by our third senior brother, but it's just getting started, and there aren't too many people yet. The best part? It's those blueprints I brought back from the Sun Moon Empire, especially that Juga Divine crossbow. Goodness, it has practically become a hard currency now. With orders lined up for 2 years, just from Shrek City and the Academy, we can't meet the demand even if we produce 10 units a month." My senior brother discussed with me, saying, "Junmo, do you think we can sell this cannon to other countries? If we can export it, we can immediately scale up and make a fortune from the war." I held it down at that time. Who understands? Family? This is our black technology. How can we sell it off like cabbage? I told him, "Big senior brother, don't rush. This thing is our ace in the hole. We can't just reveal it. Let's keep it for now and talk about it after we finish the competition." Big senior brother understood too, sighed, and said that the Sun and Moon Empire is getting more and more arrogant. Especially that legless prince, Su Tianran. That guy is ruthless and thinks every day about how to take us down. Our Douluo continent is too far behind in technology. If a real fight breaks out, the Xinglao and Tianhun empires probably won't hold up. Second senior brother was bragging on the side, saying that my cannon's power is comparable to a level 5 soul cannon, can fire continuously, and the key is that it consumes little soul power. Even an ordinary person can handle it after charging it in advance. It's simply a city defense artifact. In trench warfare, it's like an electronic successor, leaving anyone confused. After discussing serious matters, I suddenly remembered, hey, where's Sister Xiao Tao and the others? And Wu Tong? Why haven't I seen any of them? Big senior brother was being mysterious, smiling like he knew something, saying they had something going on, and that there was a super important event in the inner courtyard tomorrow, which was supposed to happen earlier, but was specially postponed for us to return. I immediately felt something was off. These guys were definitely hiding something from me. Sure enough, third senior brother was making faces at big senior brother, and that look meant, let me translate. This kid is going to have a hard time tomorrow. Once I get my hands on a soul guide device, I become completely obsessed, forgetting about everything else. I drag my senior brothers to study the blueprints all night. And the next day, I dive headfirst into the forging hall, clanging away all day long. When my senior brother comes to call me, I look like I've just crawled out of a coal mine, covered in grease. He pulls me out of the pile of parts with a mix of disgust and amusement, saying, "My little ancestor, go wash up quickly. Tomorrow is the big event, so stay at the God Pavilion tonight." I was completely confused at the time and just agreed with an O. When I finished my shower and changed into my clean school uniform, the five of us headed to the God Pavilion. On the way, I couldn't hold back anymore and asked what the event was, why it was so mysterious. The third senior brother started teasing me, saying that the second senior brother and I were pure little virgins and would be shy if we knew. I was completely puzzled, wondering what purity had to do with anything. The first and third senior brothers were bantering back and forth, throwing around comments like turtle and bastard, which left me even more confused. Just when the third senior brother was about to be silenced by the first senior brother, the first senior brother suddenly said, "At the Sea God Lake, there's a sea god fate. I see some people haven't thought it through." My ears perked up instantly, catching the keywords, senior brother. Sea God Lake, what is the sea god fate? Senior brother chuckled, his eyes full of pity. Next to him, third senior brother couldn't hold back any longer and gave me two words that left me speechless. Blind date. A blind date? I exploded at that moment. What kind of joke is this? Blind date? I already have Sister Tao. Senior brother patted my shoulder and said earnestly, "This is a tradition in our Shrek Inner Academy. Euphemistically named, don't let the fertile water flow to outsiders. You know, everyone in our Inner Academy is a cultivation fanatic and our social circle is pitifully small. The Academy is worried that our group of cultivation enthusiasts will end up as older single dogs. So every year they pull off this stunt, personally matchmaking for us." I was still wondering, could this mismatched pairing be more important than researching soul-guiding devices? Guess what happened? The next day, I ran into a tough opponent, and it was actually a woman. But before that, I was given a shocking lecture by the new teacher, Mr. Xian, that would leave my mom in disbelief for a whole year. Let me tell you, Mr. Xian really has something. He started off by giving me a thorough lecture, saying that our Shrek Academy's theory on soul-guiding devices is simply outdated and should be put in a museum. What did he say? Soul-guiding devices aren't toys for soul masters. Their ultimate goal is to help all of humanity sprint into a new era. Vision, folks, what is vision? He painted a grand picture, saying that one day, even an ordinary person without any strength could use a soul-guiding device to take down a 100,000-year soul beast. I was listening, and my mind was almost blown. His theories about the civilian use of soul-guiding devices and breaking free from reliance on soul power truly opened a new world for me. He said that the best aspect of the milk bottle I was working on wasn't its power, but that it could be used by ordinary people. That's the future. He even accidentally let slip that the Sun Moon Empire has developed some kind of fixed soul-guiding device master regiment, and then told me to pretend I didn't hear that. Unbelievable. I was completely absorbed in what I was listening to, feeling like my brain was about to explode, when the door to the lab suddenly creaked open. As soon as the door opened, my eyes widened. A girl walked in, with long black hair and sleepy eyes. Her skin was so tender that it felt like it could be pinched for water. Even in her school uniform, she exuded a natural, lazy charm. She floated over to the lab table, plopped down, and immediately laid down to catch some sleep. Teacher Xian coughed a couple of times and said, "Juzi, stop sleeping. We have a newcomer." The girl named Juzi didn't lift her head, just waved her hand dismissively like swatting a fly, saying, "Don't make noise, I'm tired. I was working late on an experiment last night." Her voice was soft and fluffy, making one's heart itch. Teacher Xian looked helpless and said to me, "That's just how she is. Her name is Juzi, and she's your senior. Don't be fooled by her appearance. When it comes to research, she's quite fierce." I was just about to greet my senior when Teacher Xian suddenly shouted towards the oranges, "Dinner's ready." Wow, just a second ago, the beautiful girl was lying there like a limp noodle, and then she suddenly sprang up, her eyes shining as if rockets were attached to her, but zooming out of the lab while shouting something about not letting anyone steal her shrimp and eel. I was completely dumbfounded. Not even 2 minutes later, she stormed back in, furious, and threw a ball of yellow light at Teacher Xian, yelling, "You tricked me again. I'll smash you." Then like a machine gun, she started throwing wave after wave of yellow light. I focused my gaze and was astonished to see that the thrown items were real oranges. Teacher Xian was flustered and shouted at me, "Yuho, come help." Could this stun me? I stepped forward, and with a swift motion, I caught the flying oranges as if they had eyes, smoothly letting them slide to the ground without missing a single one. It was then that the orange-haired senior noticed me and paused for a moment. "Huh? Who are you?" Only then did Teacher Xian stride out from behind me, proudly announcing, "This is the new junior, Hui Yuho." The orange-haired senior scrutinized me for a moment and snapped at Teacher Xian, "If you trick me again, I'll apply to change teachers." Then she waved at me and added, "I don't have time to mentor newcomers. I'm starving. Go to find something to eat before disappearing." Teacher Xian awkwardly explained to me that the learning atmosphere here is quite relaxed. Although the orange-haired senior seems a bit closed off, she is already a level 5 soul master, exceptionally talented. I casually asked why the people here have such high soul power at such a young age. and Teacher Xian sighed, saying that the academy used some questionable methods to accelerate growth, which is confidential, and advised me not to inquire further. In the following days, I attended Teacher Xian's lectures during the day and meditated to digest the knowledge at night. I discovered that my second consciousness, C, was incredibly powerful. I could cultivate my soul power while replaying the day's knowledge in my mind, maximizing my efficiency. However, to be honest, no amount of theory can compare to seeing it in person. That afternoon, I was in a laboratory trying to simplify the core formation of a level 4 milk bottle when the orange-haired senior came in. She ignored me and sat down on the other side to start working. I knew at that moment what it meant to be completely different. The lazy demeanor of Orange vanished as she entered work mode. Her gaze was frighteningly focused, and the orange-red engraving knife danced at her fingertips like a living flame. She was carving a magic array into the metal, her movements fluid and swift, not so much sculpting as dancing. I stood behind her, barely daring to breathe, completely entranced. As night fell and the lights came on, neither of us noticed. I stood there for several hours, feeling like I gained more than from 3 days of classes with Teacher Xian. I don't know how long it had been when Orange let out a long sigh and softly said, finally finished. I only subconsciously asked her, Senior, why don't you use any auxiliary tools? After I saw she was done. She was startled by me and shivered violently. The next moment, my DNA reacted. I saw her body radiate a bright orange light, and an overwhelming wave of oranges came rushing towards my face like a tornado. Wow, that reaction is too intense. Without even thinking, I instantly covered myself in diamond ice crystals. Countless oranges hit me, ringing loudly, but they couldn't break my defense. But just then, I scanned with my mental power and realized something was off. Among that huge pile of real oranges, there were actually a dozen or so silently sticking to me. A strong sense of crisis exploded in an instant. As I carefully sensed it again, my scalp went numb. What is this? This is a hand grenade that tastes like an orange. Each one hides a level 4 core magic array inside. If this explodes, even my Ice Emperor's protective body would be shattered. Without saying a word, I opened the domain, and time paused. The domain of eternal freeze activated, and within a diameter of 10 meters, everything was instantly frozen. The oranges flying in midair, as well as the shocked face of Senior Orange, all turned into ice sculptures. I carefully peeled off the more than 10 bomb oranges from my body and then walked to her side, placing my right hand on her shoulder, withdrawing the chill. So cold, she shivered. Her lips turned blue, looking at me with a mix of anger and fear. What are you doing? I gave a wry smile and said, Senior, you were the one who made the first move. She stomped her feet in anger, pointing at my nose. Just you wait. After saying that, she picked up the core formation she had just made and ran off without looking back. Who understands my plight? This is purely an unwarranted disaster for me. After that incident, I didn't see her for 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, while I was cleaning the laboratory, the door opened and 4 people walked in, with Orange Senior leading the group. The first one was a 2-meter-tall, muscular man, resembling an iron tower. Following him was a petite girl with a fierce look in her eyes like a mother tiger, along with a handsome blonde guy. The situation clearly indicated they were here to settle a score. I greeted her politely, but the short girl immediately snapped back. Who asked her, Senior? Don't try to get close. Who allowed you to enter our lab? I said it was allowed by Teacher Xian. She snorted. We haven't agreed yet. You, come out with me for a moment. I followed her to the corridor, and she pointed at the wall for me to stand still. Then, with her hands on her hips, she said, Let me tell you, without our consent, you have no right to enter this lab. If you come in again, I'll hit you once. Do you understand? After saying that, she turned around and ran back into the lab, slamming the door shut with a bang. I was furious at that moment, took my access card to swipe the door, but instead, I heard the beeping sound of an error alert from inside, along with their faint mocking laughter. They had locked my access. I took a deep breath and thought to myself, I'm here to learn, not to play palace intrigue. But if you overstep your bounds, then I'm sorry, you've messed with the wrong person. I raised my hand and pressed against the alloy door. Activating my spirit, I martial soul, my mental power instantly switched to a mode, locking onto the core position of the door's security soul guide. In the next second, the dark golden claw shot out from my index finger, unleashing a violent output at that point. With a loud crack, sparks flew like lightning, and the security system was immediately destroyed. The shrill alarm blared wildly, and the door opened. Inside, the 4 guys, including Orange, all had expressions as if they had seen a ghost, staring at me in shock. I just acted like nothing was wrong, too lazy to pay attention to them. and walked straight in, ready to continue my unfinished cleaning task. As a result, that little brat exploded, pointing at my nose and screaming, "Stop right there. Do you dare to destroy the laboratory? You thought what I just said went in one ear and out the other, didn't you? If I see you again, I'll beat you up every time." I slowly turned around, wearing a look of what a pity. "Let me tell you, I did it on purpose." I calmly said, "Originally, the door was open, and I gave you one last chance. Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me. I now seriously suspect that you are intruders. And the orange is your inside man. I've decided to take you all down first, then hand you over to Teacher Xian for disposal." That tall guy at the front laughed disdainfully and said, "Who asked this little brat? What do you think you are? You think you could take us down? Just you? Family, who understands?" The words little brat instantly ignited my powder keg. I originally wanted to give them a warning, but now, old grudges and new hatred will be settled together. A flash of golden light appeared in my eyes, and 3 soul rings in white, purple, and black suddenly emerged. The 4 people opposite me were stunned on the spot. They might look down on the 3 rings, but let me tell you, the color combination of my soul rings was unconventional, directly burning their CPUs. Taking advantage of their moment of distraction, the 1st and 3rd soul rings on my body lit up simultaneously. My eyes instantly turned a pale white, and a ring of white light buzzed and spread out from me. The air in the entire laboratory twisted, and they looked at me as if through a funhouse mirror. Don't underestimate these 4 guys. Although they haven't entered Mingdou Hall yet, they are elite 4th-year students and reacted extremely quickly. On the orange side, countless oranges came crashing towards me. The handsome guy next to her swung his hands, and 6 dark golden small boxes instantly formed a large light shield, covering all 4 of them. That little one carried out a cannon bigger than herself, while the tall guy who cursed at me had over 50 soul-guided cannons popping out of his body, like a moving arsenal. Unfortunately, they were still too young. That circle of white halo, just like opening a VIP channel, directly ignored their level 5 soul guide shield, and with a swoosh, it passed through and accurately landed on the 4 of them. I saw all 4 of them at that moment. As if the internet cable had been unplugged, they collectively froze for a moment. Their eyes instantly turned white, their bodies went soft, and they felt dizzy, unable to stand steady. Especially that little one carrying the giant cannon, who almost sat down on the ground. Would you want this luck if it were given to you? In that instant, I was already gone. I slid across the ground like a baseball slide, slipping past the rain of oranges above. With my left hand, I reached out and accurately grabbed 6 real oranges. Then, I turned around and threw these 6 oranges at their shield. What is the coolest thing about food-type soul masters? It's that they can turn soul power into real food. The moisture inside my oranges had long been frozen into solid ice. What use would 6 ice chunks have when they hit a level 5 shield? I showed them the answer through action. Boom, 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 boom. 6 loud explosions erupted almost simultaneously on that dark golden light shield. Ice explosion. The light shield was immediately covered with a large number of cracks. The little one screamed in confusion, "Orange, what are you doing?" It's hilarious how they're trying to shift the blame. In the next second, I had already rushed to the front of the light shield, my hands covered in diamond ice crystals, radiating a fierce energy as I slammed down hard. Crack! The light shield couldn't even hold for a second and shattered like glass under my hands. As the ghostly shadows danced beneath my feet, cloaked in mental interference, my figure flickered like a ghost and swiftly reached the little one's side. With a swift motion, I used the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to pull her right in front of me, perfectly serving as my meat shield, blocking the incoming fire from the tall guy. This little girl's defensive shield could protect against energy attacks, but couldn't stop my hands. I reached out, activating the Ice Emperor's pincers, and seized her by the neck. She tried to struggle, kicking and hitting, but unfortunately, a wave of cold surged in her neck, and she instantly became paralyzed, collapsing weakly to the ground. The first one secured. Next, I turned my head, my gaze locking onto the tall guy who had insulted me. I hate it most when others insult me by bringing my mom into it, so sorry about that. My eyes shot out beams of purple golden light, and a solidified soul shockwave directly slammed into his brain. With mental attacks, all shields are useless. One can only rely on their own mental strength to withstand it. How strong could the mental strength of these soul guide device users be? The tall guidantee even let out a grunt. Blood flowed from all 7 orifices. His eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down, unconscious. The second one, taken down. I didn't stop my movements at all. With a flash of dark golden light from my right hand, I unleashed a complete dark golden claw strike towards that handsome guy. Just as I took down the tall guy, his soul-guided sword had already lunged at me, the tip transforming into 3 sword blooms. His skills were indeed impressive. But let me tell you, no matter how good the technique is, it can't withstand absolute power. The massive shadow of the dark golden claw descended from the sky, and his level 5 soul-guided shield shattered like paper, instantly dissipating the 3 sword blooms. Just as I was about to press the attack, a loud shout rang out. "What are you doing?" Reinforcements had arrived. My little junior brother, Junmo, rushed in like a gust of wind. Goodness, when he saw me being surrounded and beaten, his face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at the only remaining handsome guy from a distance. Let me educate you a bit. This move is called ruling the world, a unique skill created by Master Mu. It combines physical attacks with spiritual damage, belonging to a dual cultivation of physical and magical power, resulting in a dimensional strike. The handsome guy was also frightened and quickly pulled out a golden shield, unleashing all his soul power to resist desperately. However, under the punch of ruling the world, he felt that not only his shield was being destroyed, but also his soul. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, following suit. Third one. Cool. Junmo's gaze finally landed on the now dumbfounded Orange. Stop. At a critical moment, Teacher Xian finally arrived. He swiftly stepped in front of Orange, and the golden light in Junmo's eyes finally dissipated. Teacher Xian looked at the 3 people lying on the ground and was stunned, probably wondering if it was his doing. At this time, Meng Hongshan whispered beside him, "Teacher Xian, they were bullying Junmo's senior brother, which is why Junmo took action." As soon as I saw the situation, I immediately switched to actor mode and reported with an innocent face. "Teacher Xian, these people sneaked into the laboratory and tampered with the access control. I'm afraid they are bad people, so I want to capture them and hand them over to you for handling. Moreover, they were brought by Senior Orange, and I suspect she has colluded with them. Please investigate." Senior Orange was so angry that her face turned pale and pointed at me. You're talking nonsense. It's you who deliberately attacked us." I shrugged innocently and said, "If it weren't for you changing the access control and scolding me, how would I have misunderstood?" "Teacher Xian, you can check the access control soul guide and you'll know. I'm just doing this for the safety of the laboratory." "Who is Teacher Xian?" "He knows everything like a clear mirror and understands that these people are bullying the newcomers and have hit a wall." He shot me a glare, went out to send away the college patrol team that had come in response to the noise, saying it was just a small issue with the experiment. Once everyone left, Junmo stood up and dropped a harsh remark. "If you dare to bully my senior again, don't blame me for being rude." Then he dragged Meng Hongshan away. Teacher Xian looked at the 2 injured on the ground, his face turning green. The handsome guy, named Zimu, was quite a man, proactively admitting his mistake. "Teacher Xian, it was our fault." Teacher Xian sighed, telling him to take the bleeding Wang Xiaojie back, and said he would find a treatment teacher to take a look. Only then did I realize that my soul impact had caused cracks in that guy's sea of consciousness, and it would take at least 10 days to half a month for him to wake up, and even then he might have aftereffects. As for that Zimu, after being hit by the ruling the world technique, he would probably be weak in the knees when facing Junmo again, his confidence completely shattered. Once everyone left, only I, Orange, and a little one named Kiki remained in the laboratory. I didn't say anything and started cleaning up by myself. The 2 girls huddled together, whispering. Kiki said, "This guy is so powerful. None of us can beat him." Orange, still unconvinced, shouted, "That was indoors. Outside, with enough space, he definitely wouldn't be a match." Kiki chimed in, "Exactly. Soul Masters can only show off in close combat." I couldn't help but laugh, straightening up to look at them with a mocking expression. Strength isn't something you just talk about. Instead of wasting time, you might as well study the soul guiding devices properly. If you want to spar, I'm always ready. After saying that, I quickly tidied up the laboratory, found a place to sit down, and began to ponder my soul guiding device issues. By evening, Teacher Xian actually came to my dormitory in person. His face looked quite grim as he said that Wang Xiaojie comes from a royal family, and now the royal side has found out and wants him to hand me over. I felt a sinking sensation in my heart and thought to myself, is this going to be a case of unloading the millstone after using the donkey? As a result, Teacher Xian sighed and said, "I've managed to suppress it. But to avoid the spotlight, early tomorrow morning, you should leave the academy with Orange and Kiki to test the new type of soul guiding device. Come back in half a month. By then Wang Xiaojie will have woken up, and this matter will be over." As soon as I heard that, I felt a warmth in my heart. They were protecting me. I quickly bowed to the teacher and said, "Thank you, Teacher Xian." After sending the teacher off, I discussed with heirs Shi Xiang and Kaitu, and we all felt that this was not a conspiracy. Teacher Xian could be trusted. Moreover, it would be good to go out of the academy, as we could send back the blueprints we had secretly learned to Shrek. The next morning, before dawn, I was waiting at the academy gate. Before long, Orange and Kiki arrived. Both of them had changed into athletic outfits, looking particularly capable. Kiki immediately put her hands on her hips and huffed at me. "It's all your fault. You made me have to go out again, right after I just came back." Teacher Xian said that outside, you have to listen to us in everything. If you dare to disobey, you'll be expelled and sent back to Shrek. I looked at her sulking expression and couldn't be bothered to argue with her. I simply shrugged helplessly and gestured for her to go ahead, not saying a word. To my surprise, it was she who spoke first. She glanced at me, as if implying that adults shouldn't hold grudges against petty matters, and said, "Let's go to the Jingyang Mountains. Let's put aside the little conflicts we had at the academy and hope we can cooperate well this time. As a man, you need to protect us." I was stunned when I heard that. Wow, the speed of change is faster than that of Sichuan opera. Just yesterday, she almost wanted to eat me alive, and today, she turned into a gentle big sister. But what could I say? I just nodded and replied with a good. This really got the little girl next to me, named Kiki, fired up. She jumped out and said, "Hey, Orange sister is being so generous, and you have this attitude?" I was so angry that I almost laughed. I said, "What else could it be? Should I perform an act of deep gratitude for you? Who was it that brought people to block me yesterday?" Kuku's big eyes were wide open like copper bells, as if she had heard some annual joke. "We're bullying you? Look at Wang Xiaojia. He's still lying in the infirmary. Zimu is also badly injured. Who's bullying whom?" I couldn't be bothered to argue with her, so I replied, "That's just self-defense for me. If someone pointed at your nose and called you a bastard, could you endure it?" Kuku still wanted to say something, but was pulled back by Juzi. At this moment, Juzi really looked a bit like a captain and said, "All right, let's go. Hui Yu Hao." Teacher Xian said that I will be the captain this time. "Don't worry, I want to take personal revenge. Once we leave the academy, we all represent the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy." After saying that, she pulled Kuku forward. Kuku was still unconvinced and turned back to shout at me, "San Juan, can you use a flying soul guidance device?" As soon as she finished speaking, a pair of wings unfolded behind her, and blue flames shot out from her feet, directly taking her into the sky. Juzi looked back at me from above, and her eyes clearly asked, "Can you keep up?" What else can I say? Actions speak louder than words. Behind me, a pair of gray wings spread out. Although they look plain and unadorned, they are more than enough to lift me into the air. Goodness, once I took to the skies, the difference became immediately apparent. Let me tell you, those two girls with their flying soul guides, the orange, red, and blue ones, flew with such ease and grace. Their speed was astonishing, and they had a layer of light membrane to shield them from the wind, not even a hair out of place. And then the rest of me, it's like the difference between a beaten-up second-hand bicycle and a fancy sports car. I pushed my soul power to the limit, but I just couldn't keep up, and the consumption was massive. After flying for a while, they had to stop and wait for me like walking a dog. Kuku was absolutely smug about it. Every time she had to wait for me, the disdain and contempt in her little eyes were almost overflowing, as if she wanted to write trash on my face. I also have no way out. The soul guiding device technology is lacking in this generation, so I can only accept it. After flying for a while, I really couldn't take it anymore, so I landed directly, sat cross-legged, and began meditating to recover my soul power. Kuku landed and started complaining to Orange. Look at his arrogant demeanor before. It turns out he only has this level. You're right, Orange. As long as we keep our distance, he's not our opponent at all. But Orange ignored her and looked at me thoughtfully. I'm telling you, she must be thinking about my dark golden claw move from yesterday and is probably puzzled. What kind of monster is this exchange student from Shrek? She pulled Kuku down to rest as well and advised her, all right, we're a team now. Let's not always have conflicts. But what shocked them even more came later. My recovery ability is astonishing. It only took about 15 minutes, and I stood up again, full of energy and vitality. I opened my eyes, and my spirit was high. Kuku's eyes were about to pop out. You recovered already? She must be wondering how I regained my energy so quickly without taking any pills. I nodded. We can set off now. Just kidding. My soul power concentration has long surpassed that of ordinary soul masters after 2 years of training, focusing on endurance. Taking off again, this time Orange didn't race ahead with Kiki. Instead, she flew beside me. She began to introduce the task location. The Jingyang mountain range is over 1,000 miles away, with plenty of soul beasts and minerals, as well as the occasional appearance of mental-type soul beasts. Teacher Xian asked me to tell you, if there are any suitable ones, don't let them go. We will help you as well. Since she was being friendly, I naturally responded with thanks. Kiki on the other side was pouting, probably still holding a grudge about me grabbing her by the neck. After flying for more than an hour, we landed again to rest. Captain Orange directly announced, "First, let's eat, and we'll leave after that." Then, I have to tell you, I was completely dumbfounded. I saw her pulling out all sorts of things from her storage soul guide. Vegetables, fruits, frozen meat, various seasonings, and even a barbecue grill with a full set of utensils. Goodness, it was like she brought an entire kitchen with her. Seeing my astonished expression, Orange was particularly proud. "Let you experience my skills. Be careful not to swallow your tongue." Saying that, she skillfully started a fire, skewered the meat, and prepared to grill. I felt a sense of novelty. In the past, I was the one grilling meat for others, but today it was the opposite. Kiki beside me hummed and said, "You're lucky. Sister Orange's cooking is exceptional. Usually, others can't even get a taste." She saw me grinning foolishly and asked with annoyance, "What are you laughing at? By the way, what type of soul master are you?" I didn't react for a moment. "Type?" Kuka looked at me as if she were looking at an alien. "No way. Is your Shrek so backward? Aren't soul masters classified? There should be a direction like melee, ranged, or research type, right? Seeing you fight so fiercely. Are you a melee type?" "I told you, family." Who understands? Just this one sentence, and it felt like something exploded in my mind. Suddenly, everything became clear. Yeah, why didn't I think of this before? Over the past year, for that extreme individual soldier plan, I learned everything and practiced everything, exhausting myself to death. But I always felt my progress wasn't as fast as the second brother. It turns out the problem lies here. He has already found his path, which is to focus on a fixed soul guide device. And what about me? I'm trying to do too much at once. I must choose the direction that suits me best. Realizing this, I felt like I had transcended, and I stood up to bow deeply at 90 degrees to Kiki. "Thank you." Kiki was directly startled by me. "Hey, are you okay? Are you having a breakdown? I don't want to go on a mission with a lunatic." I was feeling incredibly relaxed at that moment, laughing and saying, "I'm fine, I just suddenly figured some things out." "You're right, but I didn't choose the melee soul mentor. Instead, I chose the war-type soul mentor. Although I just made up that term, at that moment, my future path was crystal clear." Kiki wanted to ask more, but a rich aroma of meat completely drew our attention away. "Wow, it smells so good." Kiki shouted and rushed over to Juzi, nearly drooling. The roast chicken was golden and crispy. I could smell at least a dozen spices, and the cooking skills were really impressive. After the meal, the atmosphere was incredibly harmonious, and the previous conflicts seemed to dissipate with the aroma of the roasted meat. Kiki was still showing off, saying, "How about that? ISNT Sister Juzi amazing. Let us see if you dare to offend us in the future." I was in a good mood, so I smiled and said, "Sister Cuckoo, how about I cook dinner? Consider it my apology to you all. What do you think? You can cook too?" The two girls said in unison, one curious and the other skeptical. I smiled and said, "You'll know if you try." When I first arrived at Shrek, I saved up my tuition by selling grilled fish. Otherwise, as an orphan, how could I afford to go to school? As soon as they heard the word orphan, their expressions clearly softened. We hit the road again, and on the way, Orange told me about the situation of the Jingyang mountain range, mentioning things like its spider-like shape, the abundance of soul beasts, and that the main peak is a forbidden area. Cuckoo, unable to contain her curiosity, started to probe into my background. "You're only at the third ring. How can you be so strong? Come on, tell me, what is your ability?" Seeing the curious expressions on both of their faces, I decided to come clean. "I have dual martial souls." Wow, Cuckoo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "There really are dual martial souls. No wonder you're so strong. Hurry up and tell me, where are the two martial souls?" I told them that one was a spirit-type soul eye, and the other was the Ice Emperor Scorpion of Ultimate Ice. This really shocked them, as they said that there had never been a case of twin martial souls in their empire's history. As we chatted, the evening glow appeared on the horizon, and we finally reached the vicinity of our destination. The Jingyang mountain range, from a distance, truly looked like a giant octopus crawling on the earth, exuding a sense of wildness and ferocity. We found a place to set up camp 100 miles outside the mountains. Cuckoo saw me quickly set up the tent and urged me, "Hey, you promised to show off your skills tonight, so don't let us down." I smiled and decided to show them what real skill is. I asked them to wait a moment, turned around, and with a flash of golden light in my eyes, I spread out my mental detection, instantly locking onto the nearby prey. In the next second, I vanished into the night. Orange and Kiki were whispering in the camp. Orange said, "He's really strong. Even if the four of us teamed up against him, we might not win, even with a distance advantage." Kiki worried that my mental interference range was too large. The two of them started gossiping, with Kiki teasing Orange, saying that I might be the dream lover of her #1 chef in the world. Orange blushed and replied, "I'm only 15 or 16, much younger than you." While they were chatting, I had already returned, holding the processed prey. They didn't even see what it was before noticing that I had a pile of evenly cut meat strips beside me. I lit the campfire, took out my homemade sauce, handed each of them a fork, and said, "Dinner is ready. This grilled meat has to be eaten hot." As I spoke, I picked up a piece of meat with my fork, gave my wrist a flick, and the strip of meat flew gracefully above the flames, almost singeing for a moment before landing in Orange's bowl, sizzling with oil and still a bit pink. "Eat up, it's the best time to enjoy it," I urged, while the second piece of meat was already grilled and flew into Keek's bowl. Orange, being a foodie, couldn't hold back. She pierced the meat strip, dipped in the sauce, and popped it into her mouth. At that moment, let me tell you, the freshness of the sauce and the tenderness of the meat perfectly blended in her mouth, and after a couple of chews, it turned into a rich juice sliding down her throat. "Wow, this is so delicious." Kiki had already jumped up from the ground, completely excited. As for Orange, she seemed stunned, her expression turning somewhat dazed, as if the flavor had touched something deep within her. Suddenly, without any warning, 2 lines of tears slid down her cheeks. And when she looked at me again, her gaze had completely changed. I tell you, that look was so complicated that I couldn't even understand it. Meanwhile, I was still focused on grilling the meat, using all my mental effort to control the cooking to perfection, just to ensure these 2 girls had a good meal. One piece after another was grilled perfectly, and I sent them into their bowls, occasionally tasting one myself, feeling quite pleased. My luck today was really good to have caught this fragrant roe deer. The meat quality was simply amazing. Then I turned my head, and to my surprise, Kiki, having eaten her fill, was there praising how delicious it was when she suddenly noticed, "Hey, Orange, why are you crying?" I just noticed that Sister Orange. She really cried, her eyes red like a rabbit's, carefully putting the last piece of meat strip in her mouth, chewing gently. She didn't pay any attention to Kiki, as if she was possessed, murmuring to herself, "It's this taste, it's really this taste." Kiki was so scared that she hurried over to ask her what was wrong. As a result, Orange put down the bowl and looked at me with tearful eyes. Her voice choked. "Thank you, Yuhao. You made me taste my father's flavor." I directly saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone, and I was instantly petrified. "What the hell? Dad, am I your dad now? Does anyone in the family understand? This generational shift just happened in an instant." Sister Orange seemed to be completely lost in her memories, her gaze becoming hazy. She said her dad was the best chef, and their family ran a small restaurant in a border town that was doing particularly well. Her dad's greatest joy was cooking for her and her mom. And the barbecue I made was exactly the same as what her dad used to make, a taste she hadn't had in 10 years. 10 years. Looking at her sweet yet nostalgic eyes, my heart sank. In my life, the word father has never existed in my memories. Then the next second, the tenderness in her eyes turned into sadness, and tears fell like beads from a broken string. She said it was the war that destroyed her home. Her dad was forcibly conscripted and went to the front lines to fight the Starry Empire, and he never came back. Her mom, too heartbroken, passed away 3 years later. So, like me, she was also an orphan. I instantly understood. I realized why her attitude took a complete turn after she found out I was an orphan. It turned out we shared the same suffering. At that moment, I really felt an impulse to hug her, but my heart was also heavy, thinking of my mom and that father who existed in name only, but whom I regarded as an enemy. I was filled with mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. Just when the atmosphere had become tense, Kiki suddenly stood up, hands on her hips, looking like a political commissar, and loudly said, "What are you all doing? Don't be sad. Let the past be the past, and look forward. There are so many wonderful things waiting for us." You know, her righteous demeanor, combined with that dramatic flair, inexplicably made both of us laugh. I exchanged a glance with Orange, and we couldn't help but chuckle. Kiki looked confused and asked, "Am I really that funny? Orange, are you embarrassed to be both crying and laughing?" Orange stood up, pulled her towards the tent, saying it was getting late and we should rest. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned around, smiled radiantly at me, and that smile melted away all the barriers between us. She said, "From now on, the cooking task will be handed over to you." I had only one thought in my mind. She looks really beautiful when she smiles. The next day, we officially enter the mountains. I was controlling the all-terrain detection soul guide, that big iron ball driving it along the mountain range. I had seen the map from above before, and the Jingyang mountain range is similar to the Stardo forest, with small minions on the outskirts and tougher characters deeper inside. However, I was well prepared. The scent of silver wolf blood was simply a god-level debuff. As we drove through, those soul beasts not only didn't attack, but they ran away faster than anyone else when they caught a whiff of it. Even soul beasts that had lived for thousands of years were scared away. Thanks to it, we advanced at an incredible speed. Soon, we climbed to the first peak. I let the two of them rest while I ran to the top of the mountain, facing away from them, and quietly opened my third eye, the Eye of Destiny. Ever since I got this thing, those old guys in my spiritual world, Tianming, Ice Emperor, and Elder Yi, could no longer casually take over my body. I took a look deep into the mountains with the Eye of Fate, and wow, the feedback was just 4 words. Danger. Opportunity. Does anyone understand this feeling? It's so wonderful, as if it's telling me that immense wealth is right ahead. But to obtain it, I have to risk my life first. All right, I have a plan in mind. Cautiously push my way in. We set off again, but the speed was noticeably slower. I was like a perfectionist, stopping every 15 minutes to recalibrate the direction, exhausted like a dog. Even when Cuckoo and the others wanted to take over driving, I didn't let them. I had just one request. The two of you must keep your spirits high and be ready to fight at any moment. On the road, we indeed ran into trouble. A pair of golden tigers, over 3,000 years old, blocked our way like gatekeepers. The metal soul beasts in this mountain were truly fierce, much stronger than those outside. My dark gold fear claw could only dig in an inch deep. It took a tremendous effort to deal with them. By the end of the day, I had figured out that the Jingyang mountain range was a paradise for metal soul beasts, with combat power generally 30% higher. Other attribute soul beasts were like younger siblings here. Unfortunately, after searching all day, I hadn't seen a shadow of the mental attribute soul beast I wanted the most. But I wasn't anxious. I set a deadline for myself. I would go as far as the 5th peak, and if I didn't find it, then so be it. Safety first. Finally, we reached our destination for the day, the summit of the 3rd peak. I chose this spot for the night because the view was good, and in case of any trouble, my big iron ball could retract its 6 legs and roll down the mountain, making it difficult for soul beasts to chase us. At night, I showed them my culinary skills by making tiger meat sashimi from the golden tiger we had just killed. The tiger meat itself was a bit sour, but I sliced it as thin as paper with my white tiger dagger and paired it with my special spicy sauce. It was incredibly tender. The 2 girls' eyes sparkled as they ate, and I understood that to win them over, I first had to win their stomachs. After dinner, the question arose, how to sleep at night. The wind and fog at the mountaintop were intense, and it was freezing cold. Setting up a tent would be tantamount to seeking death. I pointed at the big iron ball behind us and said, let's just make do. You guys meditate inside, and I'll keep watch. Orange and Kiki were quite loyal and said they want to switch shifts with me. I said okay, but I had no intention of calling them. Are you kidding? I have a second consciousness, so I can multitask, keeping watch while cultivating myself, focusing on efficient companionship without needing to sleep. Once they entered the ball, I sat cross-legged, and my mental sensing spread out like radar, instantly covering a radius of 500 meters. The spiritual energy in this deep mountain forest was abundant, making cultivation twice as effective. Awesome. Just as I was enjoying myself, suddenly, a chill shot up from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. It wasn't cold. It was a terrifying premonition that made my hair stand on end. My mental sensing clearly detected nothing, but my intuition was going off the charts. Something was wrong. I abruptly snapped out of my cultivation state, and without a word, I knocked twice on the crystal glass of the iron ball. We're in trouble. Keep your voices down. Don't come out, and be ready to attack. Orange, take the main control position. If things go south, don't worry about me. Just roll down the mountain. I can run. Orange opened a crack in the window and nervously asked, what did you find? I could hear the clanging sounds inside. They were equipping the soul guidance cannon. I shook my head and said with a grim expression, I don't know yet, but my instincts are never wrong. It's a big trouble. I changed the mental detection from an omnidirectional scan to a unidirectional conical detection, instantly extending the distance to 1,000 meters, scanning inch by inch like a spotlight. When I turned around, I saw that 2 dark cannon muzzles had already emerged from the iron ball, each with a caliber exceeding 100 millimeters, and Kiki was single-handedly carrying 2 of them. After scanning the surroundings, I was completely stunned. Shadows, silent and stealthy, were creeping towards the mountaintop from all directions. Without making a sound, a pack of wolves, a pack of golden wolves. We were surrounded. I reported the situation at lightning speed. At least 3 with 10,000 years of cultivation, accompanied by hundreds of little brothers. They would reach the mountaintop in no more than 3 minutes. Prepare to break through. Juzi and Kiki both gasped in shock. The Golden Wolves are fast, and with their group attacks, their combat power is enhanced in this mountain. Being surrounded by such a large group could exhaust us to death. Yuhao, hurry up. Let's roll down together. Juzi was anxious. I shook my head. No, I can't leave. I stared intently down the mountain, my eyes shining with excitement. These wolves were lured by a silver wolf. I could feel its presence just now. If I'm not mistaken, this ancient silver wolf is the perfect fourth soul ring for me. You all go ahead. I have my own way. No, it's too dangerous. As Orange said this, she was about to open the door to come out. I pressed against the hatch and said in a deep voice, I can get out. If worst comes to worst, I still have the flight's soul guide. Get ready. I'll send you off. As soon as I finish speaking, I cover my hands with diamond ice crystals. Using all my strength to combine the control crane and capture dragon technique with my own brute force to directly flip the several-ton heavy iron ball. With a loud rumble, the iron ball lost its balance and began to roll down the slope. Amid their exclamations, I shouted, Don't worry about me. Go to the designated location and wait for me. Don't look back, just keep running. Orange was truly decisive, while Kiki was still in shock. She quickly closed all the windows, retracted her 6 legs, and the surface of the sphere sprayed out a layer of gel-like substance for shock absorption, causing the entire iron ball to spin and roll down the mountain. Watching them safely leave, I breathed a sigh of relief. Some trump cards cannot be revealed to them. Moreover, I wasn't lying. That millennia-old silver wolf and this immense wealth I must obtain today. After training for the extreme solo mission plan for so long, I've never gone all out without reservations. Today is the best opportunity. My hands hang down, and my eyes begin to emit a faint golden light, my fighting spirit instantly surging. Come on. I reached back and pulled out the corpse of the silver wolf from the storage soul guide, throwing it into the sky. With a flash of blue light from my left arm, there was a loud bang. The ice explosion technique exploded it into a cloud of blood mist in midair. The strong smell of blood instantly spread with the mountain breeze. A mournful wolf howl echoed from halfway up the mountain, and the wolf pack was thoroughly enraged by my action, no longer paying attention to the iron ball rolling down the hill, racing madly towards the summit. Meanwhile, the sound of clanking filled the air as dark golden metal boxes rapidly appeared on my shoulders, arms, chest, back, and both sides of my thighs, a total of 18. This was my greatest confidence. Zhuge, soul-guided crossbow. The first golden wolf pounced right in front of me, its bloodthirsty eyes locked onto me. I raised my left hand, not even blinking, and with a swoosh, the crossbow bolt hit it squarely, killing it on the spot. I grabbed its corpse and tossed it aside. Immediately after, 7 or 8 golden wolves surged up to the summit. I stepped on Ghost Shadow to obscure my presence, my figure swaying as I charged towards the weakest one. At the same time, I raised my arms, not needing to aim at all. I relied solely on mental detection to lock on, and with the crisp sound of the mechanism, a torrential rain of crossbow bolts poured out. The cries of agony rose and fell, and 2 more golden wolves fell. I charged right in front of that 100-year-old golden wolf and took it down with a claw. With a slight push of my left foot, I turned my body halfway and casually used its corpse as a weapon, throwing it towards the 3 golden wolves that had just rushed up. Boom! The ice explosion technique was triggered. That 100-year-old golden wolf instantly turned into a flesh bomb, flipping those 3 wolves over. Without stopping, I grabbed another corpse with my left hand, infused it with the ice explosion technique, and with a kick of my right foot, I sent it flying towards the densest part of the wolf pack. Amid the roar, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and that direction of the wolf pack was completely cleared. I'm like the Grim Reaper on the battlefield, with a corpse in my left hand and a detonator in my right. One by one, the bodies of the golden wolves in my hands turn into the most terrifying bombs. In just a short while, over 30 golden wolves have been taken down. The wolf pack has finally been frightened off, stopping at the foot of the mountain, not daring to charge again, seemingly waiting for their leader. I'm also waiting. I quickly pulled out a level 6 milk bottle and responded to the blue light. I put away the used Zhuge crossbow, freeing my hands, and my right hand's dark gold claw sliced through the air, sparkling with light. Suddenly, my eyes brightened as I looked down the mountain. 3 exceptionally large figures stood side by side, appearing before me. Goodness, 3 ancient golden wolves. Each one was as strong as a bear, with blood-red eyes fixed on me. Their aura suggested that their actual combat power was likely approaching 20,000 years. Behind them, a slender and athletic silver wolf slowly emerged, with a crescent-shaped tuft of silver fur on its forehead and a pair of silver eyes filled with deep-seated hatred for me. Silver Moon, Wolf King. You were exactly who I was looking for. I was not afraid at all. Instead, I became excited. Suddenly, I moved, charging out like an arrow. At the same time, the golden vertical eye on my forehead, the eye of destiny, slowly opened. The majestic aura that controls life burst forth in an instant. The three-headed Millennium Golden Wolf and the Silver Moon Wolf King were both taken aback. A fear that came from the depths of their souls froze them in place. Now's the time. A flash of purple golden light flickered in my eyes, and a beam of condensed light cut through the night sky, directly aiming at the Silver Moon Wolf King. This was my strongest mental attack so far. Gaze of the soul. The Silver Moon Wolf King, also of the mental type, let out a sharp howl, and suddenly 7 colors of light, blue, red, yellow, green, gold, black, and purple, erupted from its head, attempting to resist. The 7-colored light instantly distorted the air, forming a massive vortex, as if it wanted to completely shred my strongest strike. But just behind me, a chubby, white shadow with 10 golden patterns suddenly appeared with a loud duong. Just a flash. Let me tell you, it was just that quick. The purple light in the eye on my forehead instantly exploded like it had been injected with adrenaline. With a crisp sound, as fragile as potato chips, the 7-colored vortex shattered on the spot. The Silver Moon Wolf King let out a cry that was more painful than crying. Its silver eyeballs, good heavens, exploded right away. Blood sprayed high, and the entire wolf flipped over before barely managing to stand firm. But at that moment, I couldn't feel any joy. I was in a daze. Was this thing really that strong? This move of mine, the soul gaze, is my ultimate skill. Even a 7-ring soul sage would think twice about it. And what happened? I borrowed power from my brother Tianming, and my mental strength was instantly drained, leaving my head buzzing from the backlash. And this little wolf cub, just over 10,000 years old, managed to release the damage by popping an eyeball? Not dead. Does anyone understand? My meticulously calculated instant kill plan was met with a big surprise right from start. There was no time for me to be shocked. The 3 golden wolf kings were already awakened by the reckless howling of the Silver Moon Wolf King. 3 towering golden meat mountains were blocking my charging path. My Juga crossbow is firing like it's free, but when the bolts hit them, it's like a scraping treatment. Other than sparking a few flames, it's completely useless. Meanwhile, my level 5 soul-guided thruster at the back is cranked up to maximum, and I'm charging forward like a cannonball. Retreat? Not an option. Today, it's either them dead or I have to escape. As I'm about to crash into them, I curl up into a ball, pulling my knees to my chest, hugging my legs with both arms, burying my head, and covering my entire body with diamond-like ice crystals. The word is smash. The strongest golden wolf king in the middle stands up, its claws swooshing towards me. The one on the right also circles around to flank me. Their coordination is seamless. Clearly seasoned veterans. Normally, I would rely on my god-level prediction and dodging skills, but today, that's not possible. If I dodge, I lose speed and will be completely trapped. So I didn't T-dodge or block. Faced with the pincer attack of 2 ancient soul beasts, I chose to take it head-on. Just as their claws were about to hit me, a crimson gold light suddenly erupted from my body. On this pitch-black mountaintop, it was as if a small sun had risen. The claws of the 2 wolf kings struck the light shield, and a bizarre scene unfolded. The shield was so slippery, like it was covered in oil, that their attacks just slid right off. This is the value of the main character. Invincible for 15 seconds, ruling the world. I let out a muffled grunt. Although I wasn't injured, the impact was still significant. Taking advantage of this momentum, I slammed hard into the Golden Wolf King in front of me, forcing it to stagger back. The Golden Wolf King behind me struck my back with a paw, dimming my shield slightly, but at the same time, beams of light erupted from the soles of my feet. 2 more thrusters. I charged through the gap between the 2 wolves. The opportunity had come. A strong surge of deep green light exploded from my body, and an extreme chill swept across the arena, creating a domain of eternal frost. Within a 10-meter diameter, everything moved as if it were set to 0. 25 speed. The blinded Silver Moon Wolf King had just spat out a silver energy ball, but in my domain, it made no sound before extinguishing. All 4 Wolf Kings were slowed down, their bodies covered in frost. Although I couldn't freeze them, that was enough. My body twisted strangely in the air, dodging the claws of the Golden Wolf King beside me, and finally rushed in front of the Silver Moon Wolf King. 3 seconds. The Eternal Freeze Realm can only hold them for 3 seconds. I must defeat it within these 3 seconds. I raised my left hand towards its bloodied and mangled face and gently clenched it. Ice blast. What I detonated was not anything else, but the blood crystals that flowed out of its eye sockets. instantly frozen by me. The Silver Moon Wolf King arched its upper body back in pain, completely losing its sanity. Now's the time. The 4-meter-long dark gold terror claw tore through the night sky and struck down hard on it. But this thing is truly outrageous. It emitted that colorful barrier again, forcefully blocking my dark gold terror claw 7 times, consuming 90% of my power. In the end, although it was hit, it only left 5 deep wounds at exposed bone, and it still didn't die. The 3-headed Golden Wolf King behind me was almost recovered and lunged at me like crazy. I took a deep breath, slapped my chest with my left hand, and another golden invincible shield appeared, blocking their attacks. At the same time, my entire chest transformed into a dazzling emerald green, the strongest strike of the Ice Emerald Emperor Scorpion's body. Ice Emperor's Fury, the brilliance of the 400,000 year soul ring blinded their wolf-like eyes. A force capable of destroying the heavens and the earth struck the Silver Moon Wolf King with overwhelming power. This time, it couldn't even make a sound. I charged forward, thrusting my solid dark gold claw directly into the neck of the ice sculpture that had been frozen solid. And with a forceful flick, I hurled its massive corpse towards a cliff. Immediately after, I cranked up the thrusters behind me to the maximum, caught up with the ice sculpture, and jumped into the abyss together with it. The wolves at the mountaintop could only watch in shock as I leaped down, then deployed my flying soul guide, gliding away into the air, and finally created a cloud of mist using a simulated soul skill, completely disappearing into the night. Want to chase? Learn to fly in your next life. Finding a safe spot. I replenished my soul power with a level 6 milk bottle while breaking out in a cold sweat from a near miss. This series of moves seemed seamless, but if any part had gone wrong, I would have ended up as Wolfdom by now. Just as I was catching my breath, I saw a pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring starting to rise from the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Can't waste a good thing. I quickly found a more secluded cave, but absorbing the soul ring cannot be disturbed. What should I do? Hey, this is the time to show my true skills. I took out the corpse of the 1,000-year-old golden wolf that I had casually dealt with from the storage soul guide, placed it on the ground, then pressed my hands on its head and began to chant some incomprehensible incantations. My eyes instantly turned into a dead gray. A surge of gray energy flowed from my hand into the corpse of the golden wolf. The next second, that long cold corpse actually began to convulse and then slowly stood up. Its eyes turned the same gray as mine, with 2 flickering gray flames inside. "Protect me," I whispered. The undead golden wolf surprisingly nodded in a human-like manner and darted into the nearby woods, becoming my temporary bodyguard. Yes, this is my biggest secret. The necromancy from Lord Ilex. It's all about being unexpected. Once I settled everything, I crossed my legs and began absorbing the soul ring of the Silver Moon Wolf King. As soon as the black soul ring entered my body, I was completely stunned. Just one feeling: explosion. Water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, thunder. The powers of the 7 attributes were swirling in my body like a galaxy party, wildly rampaging, and I felt like I was about to burst. Just when I was about to reach my limit, the 2 big shots inside my body finally couldn't stand it anymore. As the Ice Emperor said, "They've come right to our doorstep. Let's go for it." A wave of extreme, turquoise cold instantly swept over my entire body, directly suppressing the 7 raging energies. The Silver Moon Wolf King, unwilling to give up, tried to attack me with its mental power, but ended up crashing into the gentle embrace of Tianming, which was deeper than the sea, without even making a bubble before it was done for. With these 2 bodyguard around, the subsequent process went much smoother. When I opened my eyes again, the sky was already bright. I stood up and stretched, feeling a surge of power throughout my body. My spirit power skyrocketed from the level 40 bottleneck to level 42. This was a huge gain. With a thought, 1 white, 1 purple, and 2 black soul rings slowly rose. I successfully advanced to Soul Master, but I had no idea what this 4 soul skill was. Filled with anticipation, I activated the 4th black soul ring. As a result, when the soul skill was released, I was left dumbfounded, standing there in a mix of laughter and tears. This is not the colorful defensive skill I wanted at all. What is this? A surprise or a shock? Forget it. At least it's a new skill. I retracted the soul ring and was about to go find Orange and Cuckoo to regroup when suddenly there was a loud boom. A huge noise came from the direction of the main vein. That sound was clearly not something a soul beast could make. It was obviously the sound of a soul master's cannon fire. Did they get into trouble? My heart skipped a beat. Without thinking, I immediately changed direction, increasing my speed to the maximum and sprinting toward the source of the explosion sound. I tell you, at that moment, I was completely numb. That explosion was definitely something happening on Cuckoo's side. My legs were almost running off to Mars as I desperately rushed back. When I finally managed to climb to the top of a hill and peered down through the bushes, I almost couldn't catch my breath. Below was a sea of black, all those metallic lumps of golden wolves. There must have been at least 100, surrounding the tattered iron ball vehicle of Juzi and Cuckoo, making it impossible for anything to get through. The scene was simply hellish. Cuckoo, that fierce girl, was wielding a cannon bigger than herself, shooting out arcs of electricity that blew a Wolf King away. But the Wolf King just shook its head and stood back up as if nothing had happened. Juzi, like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, kept throwing those orange bombs, creating a chaotic display of light and sound. But it was utterly useless. There were too many wolves, like a tide, coming wave after wave. I could clearly see that their faces had turned as white as paper, and their soul power was about to run out. I felt an urgent need in my heart, wanting to teleport down directly. Just then, Juzi shouted, and the two of them seemed to have agreed, pushing back a wave with all their firepower, and then they swiftly dove back into that broken iron ball. I thought, what are they doing? Playing turtle? But the next second, the 6 long legs of that iron ball stood up with a crack, shielding Cuckoo's cannon fire, and, astonishingly, it started running towards another mountain. At that moment, I almost wanted to give the orange a thumbs up. This girl is really clever. She's planning to use the same trick again and enjoy the downhill rush once more. Just as I was watching them about to break out of the encirclement, the most unwanted scene still happened. The biggest wolf in the pack, the Wolf King, suddenly flashed with golden light, and its muscles bulged up with a crackling sound. I tell you, its size was just like a small truck. It howled and transformed into a streak of golden lightning, lowering its head and charging straight towards that iron ball. At that moment, I want to shout, "Behind you!" But how could they hear me? With a loud crash, I watched helplessly as the shield of the iron ball shattered like glass, and the entire ball stumbled, losing its balance. At that point, it was completely finished. With its speed gone, the wolf pack pounced on it all at once. They had learned to be clever, not hitting the harball itself, but targeting the 6 metal legs with deadly precision. Soon, that iron ball, which had struggled to get back up, was completely incapacitated on the ground amidst the grinding sound of metal that made one's teeth ache. I saw this scene and my hands and feet turned cold. It's over. There's really no hope now. The Wolf King has already started scratching the iron ball with its claws, and a huge claw print dent suddenly appeared on it. It's about to be torn open. Inside the iron ball, Orange and Kiki are probably in despair as well. I can even imagine them looking at each other through the glass, feeling that sense of waiting for death. Suddenly, I scanned with my mental power and realized something was wrong. What is Kiki doing? She's actually dismantling the core formation of those soul guiding devices. She's connecting them one by one and even placed something for energy gathering in between. Damn, does anyone understand? This girl is planning to self-destruct. She wants to take the whole wolf pack down with her. We can't wait any longer. I steeled myself and dashed out from my hiding place. First, I sent a prepared wolf corpse, controlled by necromancy, stiffly lunging at the pack of wolves. With a loud boom, ice explosion. In an instant, over 20 wolves were sent flying, blood and flesh scattering everywhere. This is the moment. I'm all about making a triumphant return. I charged into the chaotic battlefield like a raccoon, and 4 soul rings instantly lit up. White, purple, black, black. That's right, I've advanced too. My eyes transformed into a brilliant silver, and the glow of the 4th 10,000-year soul ring shone brightly as I fixed my gaze on a raging Wolf King. The Wolf King instinctively made eye contact with me. In the next second, something bizarre happened. A colorful vortex drilled directly into its skull, and it froze on the spot, like a statue. But that's not all. I shifted my gaze and locked onto the second Wolf King. Using another move of my spirit, I martial soul gaze. The Wolf King didn't even have time to react before its head exploded like a watermelon with a pop, dying instantly. 3 Wolf Kings. One was controlled by my new soul skill, mental confusion. Another was killed by my glare, leaving only the last one. The remaining minions were also stunned by my previous ice explosion technique. I threw another wolf corpse out of my hand and triggered another explosion. There was another loud bang. The remaining Wolf King looked at me as if I were a ghost, roaring as it pounced towards me. Just as it leaped halfway, 2 sharp claws suddenly emerged from behind and pierced directly into its ribs, ripping with force. With a tearing sound, its entire belly was slashed open, and its innards spilled all over the ground. The one who attacked was surprisingly the Wolf King that I had controlled with mental confusion. Now it recognized no kin. killing its last kind and then turning to frantically slaughter its own kin. The remaining golden wolves had never seen such a scene, terrified and howling as they scattered in all directions. I had no time to manage them. I dashed towards that broken iron ball in one swift move. At that moment, the window opened and Orange and Kiki tumbled out. When Orange saw me, her face turned pale and she shouted desperately, "You hang, run." Kiki set off the self-destruct device. I focused my mental energy and wow, the energy reaction inside that iron ball was even more terrifying than the Wolf King just now. In a critical moment, what was there to think about? I looked at the two of them, their soul energy depleted, unable to even run, and with gritted teeth. I didn't retreat, but charged towards them. Are you kidding? They came back to save me. How could I abandon them? I rushed forward, grabbing each of them with one arm and pulling them into my embrace. The soul-guided propulsion device behind me was set to maximum, and I charged forward with all my might in one direction. Just 2 seconds after I burst out, the iron ball behind me first turned a bright red, and then a blinding white light engulfed everything. Boom, boom, boom. It felt like a second sun had suddenly appeared behind me, and an indescribable wave of intense heat slammed against my back. I instantly activated the Ice Emperor as protection, but still felt my body lighten, and I was blown away. Everything went dark, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was already 3 days later. I found myself lying next to a campfire, and surprisingly, the injuries on my back had completely healed. Not even a scar remained. This Life Essence Gold is truly extraordinary. Orange was right beside me, and when she saw I was awake, her gaze was quite something. There was also a stranger next to her named Junmo, who I heard blocked a hit with an ice wall at the last moment to save us. However, this guy is quite strange for the past few days. I've only seen him hunting soul beasts to earn points. Not sure what he's up to. Since I was all healed, we decided to set off back to the academy. Before we left, I felt the power of my new realm. Awesome. The dark golden fear claws were even stronger, and my mental detection range had greatly increased. Just as I was enjoying it, Orange came over, standing side by side with me, looking towards the direction of Shrek Academy, and said softly, "You how? I'm starting to hope that I 1T run into you on the battlefield in the future." We just started talking like this, discussing hatred and the future. Her determination for revenge was something no one could dissuade her from. I sighed and made a joke with her, almost like declaring challenge. "If we really do meet, I'll spare you 3 times. To my surprise, she laughed, a particularly bright smile. "Are you that confident? How do you know it's not me who spares you?" She paused, looking at me with sparkling eyes. "If you really fall into my hands, I'll spare you 4 times. 1 more than you. Doesn't that make me very magnanimous?" This damned competitive spirit. I laughed heartily, but inside I felt a bit uncomfortable. In the end, she shouted loudly, asking me to cook for the 2 of them again. Back at the academy, the 3 of us looked like refugees and immediately went to see Teacher Xian Zaiwen. Teacher Xian looked at us. His face darkened. Not even a single piece left? Juzi lowered her head, like a student who had made a mistake. No. That big pit should still be there. Teacher Xian was so angry he slapped his forehead, pointing at my nose and scolding. "Hui Yu Hao, tell me, why do I keep having trouble since you came?" I felt guilty and could only pretend to be innocent. Giskiviko, however, was loyal and took all the blame upon herself, acting as if she had nothing to lose. As a result, Teacher Xian looked at her like that and couldn't help but chuckle. All right, go wash up and change your clothes. I could smell the dirt and stench on you." When Cuckoo saw that the teacher wasn't really angry, she gained some courage, jumped over to hug Teacher Xian's neck, gave him a big kiss on the cheek, and then ran off with Juzi. "I'm falling behind. Good grief, what did I see?" Teacher Xian, a big man, actually blushed, red as a monkey's butt. I tentatively asked, "Teacher Xian, are you okay?" He became furious and kicked me in the butt, saying, "Get lost." I chuckled and quickly slipped away. Outside, Cuckoo was still laughing and saying, "Teacher Xian's blushing face is so cute. I bet he's still a pure boy." I was speechless at that moment. Family, what do you think? Is this a reward or teasing? All right, you 2 sisters, hurry back to rest. I'm going to take a shower. I feel like I might get lice. See you tomorrow. As he spoke, Hui Yu Hao quickly ran back to the dormitory. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, he felt refreshed. He then sat cross-legged on his dorm bed, activating his spiritual detection while cultivating. After being out for more than 10 days, he needed to greet his second senior brother, not knowing how his studies were going lately. However, to Hui Yu Hao's surprise, he didn't receive a response from Ikaitu until late at night. Anxiously, he hurried to ask other Shrek Academy students who had come to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. He then learned that Kaitu had actually been admitted to the Mingdou Hall during the last assessment, earning the qualification to stay and study there. This news delighted Huiyuhao. Over the past 2 years, his cultivation in soul devices had been steadily increasing, but he was well aware that he was still at a disadvantage compared to his second senior brother. After all, there was too much for him to learn, unlike his second senior brother, who focused primarily on the research and production of soul devices. Especially since Kaitu had established a clear direction for researching fixed soul devices early on. Moreover, Yuhao had shared his research with him without reservation, allowing Kaitu to even catch up to Fan Yu in the study of fixed soul devices. Teacher Fan Yu was said to have also been admitted to the Mingdou Hall to study alongside Kaitu. After the surprise, Huiyuhao felt a sense of urgency. His second senior brother was already there while he had only established a direction for his cultivation. However, this experience in the Jingyang mountain range could be seen as a further test of the results of his extreme individual training plan over the past 2 years. He had also identified some issues. Now, he needed to make certain adjustments and improve his soul devices. Chu Junmo returned to his laboratory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a beautiful figure asleep on the experimental table. Who else could it be but Meng Hongchun? Chu Junmo quietly approached her and noticed her eyes were still red. It seemed she had been crying for a long time. He slowly draped a coat over Meng Hongchun. After a night of rest, all fatigue vanished. After completing his usual cultivation in the morning, Huiyuhao left the dormitory early, preparing to arrive at the laboratory to start attempting to create the soul devices he had already planned. Having established a path focused on close combat soul devices, he felt enlightened and believed his speed of progress would greatly increase. However, just as he stepped out of the dormitory, he had to stop in his tracks. It was him. Grab him. The pale-faced Wang Xiaojia stood not far from the dormitory door, pointing at Huiyuhao. Beside him were 6 middle-aged men, around 30 or 40 years old, dressed in military uniforms. All 6 released their martial souls simultaneously, revealing 2 soul emperors and 6 soul kings. The leading middle-aged man strode up to Huiyuhao, waved a token in front of him, and said coldly, "Royal Inspection Team, are you Huiyuhao?" Huiyuhao knew he was likely in trouble. Although he wasn't afraid of these people, it was impossible to deal with them without revealing his cards, and he would have to kill to break out of this encirclement. In a short time, his mind raced, calculating the various pros and cons. The middle-aged man said coldly, "You are suspected of assaulting and injuring a royal member. Come with us to assist in the investigation." As he spoke, he produced a pair of golden handcuffs, and his soul power surged significantly. As soon as Huiyuhao dared to resist, he would immediately suffer a joint attack from the 6 of them. Unexpectedly, after being away for more than 10 days, he still had to face this guy. It's unfortunate that he had a strong physique, but a pitifully small mind. Huiyuhao smiled calmly and extended his hands. "I am an exchange student from Shrek Academy. Please notify our supervising teacher. Otherwise, you might bear some responsibility you can't handle." Click, click. The golden handcuffs instantly clamped down on Huiyuhao's wrists. Immediately, a powerful restraining force emanated from the handcuffs. Clearly, this was also a soul device. Huiyuhao immediately felt his soul power being sealed. Wang Xiaojia strode up to Huiyuhao, his eyes filled with malice, grabbed Huiyuhao's hair, and delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. Huiyuhao immediately bent over. The intense pain mixed with stomach cramps made him frown. His eyes flashed with cold light. If it weren't for the greater good, he would have really wanted to kill. Do they really think these 6th-level soul device handcuffs can restrain me? Aren't you good at fighting? I'll let you taste the power of the 10 great punishments of the Sun-Moon Empire. Take him away. A smug expression finally appeared on Wang Xiaojia's cold face. He finally succeeded. He had only been awake for less than 3 days. But the pain Huiyuhao brought him was deeply imprinted in his mind. Fortunately, this guy, aside from occasionally appearing dazed, hadn't suffered too serious injuries. After resting for 2 days, he felt much better. It was at this moment that he heard Huiyuhao, Orange, and Ku had all returned. Xianzuan had indeed smoothed things over. Because Wang Xiaojia was not seriously harmed, the royal family gave the top researcher of Mingdou a wholesome face. But how could Xianzuan know that Wang Xiaojia's desire for revenge could disregard his advice? He still called the royal inspection team. They didn't dare to act in the academy dormitory, so they waited for Huiyuhao to come out before capturing him. In fact, Wang Xiaojia hoped Huiyuhao would resist. If he dared to attack the royal inspection team, then even if he were killed here, no one could say anything. But Huiyuhao smartly chose to submit, which greatly disappointed him. The leading middle-aged man stopped Wang Xiaojia's intention to continue beating Huiyuhao and said in a deep voice, I'll take this person back to the inspection team. I'll help you deal with him. But not here. Don't forget where this place is. Cousin. Make sure to be ruthless. I'll go with you, Wang Xiaojie said, rubbing his fists together eagerly. The middle-aged man shook his head and said no. It's better for you to stay in the academy. This way, you can deny any involvement in this matter. You're not a child anymore. How can you be so brainless? Xian Ziwen has already spoken up for this kid. The higher-ups have agreed. If you meddle again, do you want to take the blame? Just behave and pretend you don't know about this. All right. Although Wang Xiaojie was somewhat unwilling, he still agreed. After all, he wasn't too foolish. He glanced around to see no one, then quickly left. The middle-aged man approached Hu Yuhao with a faint smile and said, "Sorry, little brother, but you can only blame your bad luck. The royal family is not something you can touch. You come from Shrek Academy, right? Let's go back and have a good chat." Hu Yuhao could clearly sense the chilling intent in the middle-aged man's tone. He knew this person was much more formidable than Wang Xiaojie. Being captured and taken back would probably not end well for him. Yet, he still did not resist. "I just hope you won't regret it." A cold voice suddenly came, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Chu Junmo had not delayed his training these days and had already reached the 73rd level Soul Saint. He exchanged 100,000 supreme points in the system for a 100,000-year soul ring, with soul skills, Ice Phoenix True Body, and Absolute Zero. The Ice Phoenix True Body is essentially the true manifestation of his martial soul. After using the Ice Phoenix True Body, Chu Junmo could withstand Tidal Douluo below, level 93, almost head-on, becoming an invincible existence against those below Tidal Douluo. Absolute Zero is a domain soul skill. Within this skill's range, he can instantly freeze anyone with a cultivation level lower than his Inno Ice Shards. The freezing can be controlled. A Soul Douluo would not be able to break free in less than an hour, while a Tidal Douluo could be trapped for half an hour. This was simply an invincible god-controlling soul skill. Moreover, within Absolute Zero, Chu Junmo's own strength could double. Chu Junmo stood before the royal inspection team, his 7 soul rings suddenly glowing, 2 purple for black and 1 red, making the inspection team dare not even breathe. "My lord, we are leaving. We apologize for the disturbance." After saying this, the middle-aged man led his inspection team away in disgrace. They simply could not afford to provoke him. The 7 soul ring was actually 100,000 years old. Fighting them would be like playing a game. At this moment, he couldn't help but resent Wang Xiaojie for having such a strong person beside Hu Yuhao. Chapter 114. Awakening. Seeing the royal inspection team leave in despair, Chu Junmo turned to Hu Yuhao and said, "Senior brother, it's fine now. Let's go back to the dormitory." Hu Yuhao nodded and returned to his dormitory, where he needed to study some soul tool blueprints. Meanwhile, Chu Junmo sat on his bed, meditating in his dormitory, when suddenly the system's voice came. "Ding, host. The ice goddess will complete her body reconstruction soon and is about to hatch." As he spoke, a snow-white egg appeared before Chu Junmo, adorned with ice blue patterns. Looking very beautiful and glowing, Chu Junmo thought of something and asked the system, "Sister Shui won't lose her memory, right?" "Ding, host, rest assured. Only the physical body has been reconstructed, and it is not much different from before. The memories will not be forgotten." Hatching countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7. Chu Junmo eagerly watched the egg, staring intently. In an instant, the light burst forth, and amidst the brilliance, a graceful figure emerged, rushing directly towards Chu Junmo. Junmo ducked. The voice was crisp and pleasant, completely devoid of any chill. "Great, Sister Shui, you're okay?" Chu Junmo exclaimed as he was embraced by the ice goddess, filled with excitement. The ice empress nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes. I never thought my little brother's space would be so magical." Chu Junmo replied, Sister Shui. Don't tell others, okay?" The ice goddess patted Chu Junmo's head and said, "Of course not. How could I tell others?" On Hu Yuhao's side, in his spiritual sea, "Yuhao, I can sense the ice empress. She is here." "It can't be, but the aura is unmistakable," the ice emperor said excitedly. "Yes, it's definitely the ice empress," the dreaming ice silkworm also said. "Yuhao, follow the sensation I gave you and go find her," the ice emperor instructed. Hu Yuhao helplessly replied, "All right." He felt a pull and followed the sensation to Chu Junmo's door. Isn't this Chu Junmo's room?" Hu Yuhao was quite surprised. "Yuhao, it's this room. The ice empress is inside." The ice emperor was very excited. Hu Yuhao knocked on the door and said, "Junmo, is that you?" At this moment, Chu Junmo wanted to open the door, but he was still being hugged by the ice empress. "Sister Shui, please let go for a moment. I need to open the door." The ice empress immediately put on a pitiful expression, looking at Chu Junmo with teary eyes, saying, "Little brother, do Do you not want your sister anymore? Her voice was sweet, and Chu Junmo couldn't help but give up struggling, so he called out, "The door isn't locked. Come in." Hui Yuhao opened the door and saw Chu Junmo being hugged by a stunningly beautiful woman, looking intimate, which made Chu Junmo feel embarrassed. Chu Junmo whispered, "Sister Shui, please let go. Someone is watching." The Ice Empress shook her head, still looking at Chu Junmo and pouting, No, I haven't seen you for so long." At this moment, a soul entity emerged from Hua Yuhao. It was indeed the Ice Emperor. "Snow, is it really you?" The Ice Empress sensed the Ice Emperor from the start, but didn't break the silence. She looked at the Ice Emperor and said, "Long time no see." The Ice Emperor nodded, but upon seeing how close she was with Chu Junmo, asked, "Who? Is he to you? You even taught him your ultimate skills." The Ice Empress smiled slightly, her face close to Chu Junmo's, and said, "How should I put it? He is, of course, my man." The Ice Emperor's expression changed instantly, and without saying anything further, returned to Hui Yuhao's body. Seeing this, the Ice Empress just shook her head and said to Hui Yuhao, "You may leave now." Hui Yuhao nodded and silently turned to leave. Chu Junmo said to the Ice Empress who was hugging him, "Sister Shui, is this really okay?" The Ice Empress sighed and shook her head, saying it's fine. She suddenly tapped Chu Junmo on the head and said, "From now on, call me Shuier. If you call me sister again, I'll punish you." "You just implicitly accepted it," the Ice Empress playfully said. Chu Junmo covered his face, thinking, "Oh no, now there's another one." Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the Ice Empress covered his mouth with her jade-like hand, saying, "No need to say anything. I know that girls are attracted to strong people, and that's okay. I can accept it." After that, the Ice Empress's original figure shrank to the size of a porcelain doll, sitting on top of Chu Junmo's head, saying, "Little Junmo, this way, I can follow you every day." The little Ice Empress looked very beautiful and super cute at this moment. Chapter 115. Becoming a god. Nearly 3 years passed quickly in the Day Moon Empire, and as for Hui Yuhao and Orange, one could say they were now in a committed relationship, also taking Jing Zian, Ji Juechen, and Nana away from the Royal Soul Tool Academy. They were going to pack their things and would soon head to Shrek Academy. During these 3 years, Chu Junmo also became a well-known sight. Originally already stunningly attractive, he now had a cute doll on his shoulder, and needless to say, it was the Ice Empress. Every time they left their dormitory, all eyes were on them. Meng Hongshun, as before, clung to Chu Junmo every day, while Jing Hongshun turned a blind eye and entrusted many things to Chu Junmo. He was now officially an 8th level soul master, and breaking through to the 9th level was just a matter of time. As for his soul power, he had already reached 79th level soul saint 6 months ago. Chu Junmo was afraid his realm was unstable, which slowed down his training, and he just hadn't acquired his 8th soul ring yet. One day, in Jing Hongshun's office, "Junmo, you're leaving tomorrow. Over these 3 years, you have been the greatest honor of my life. At just 10 years old, you're an 8th level soul master and also a soul saint level. Even ordinary title Douluos would probably be beaten by you," Jing Hongshun said with a beaming smile. Chu Junmo scratched his head and said, "Grandpa Jing, that's not true. I feel like it's still not enough. I have a long way to go." Jing Hongshun laughed heartily, not arrogant or impatient. Exceptionally talented, a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Come. Come to Grandpa Jing's side." Chu Junmo walked to Jing Hongshun's side, and Jing Hongshun quietly asked, "Junmo, what do you think of Sister Meng?" "Sister Meng is really good. Very beautiful. What's wrong, Grandpa Jing?" Chu Junmo looked puzzled. "How about I take charge and promise Sister Meng to you?" As he spoke, Jing Hongshun put on a knowing expression. Chu Junmo's face darkened. "Grandpa Jing, Before Chu Junmo could finish, he was interrupted by Jing Hongshun, who said, "It's fine. Strong men can have multiple wives. As long as you treat Menger well, that's enough." "Huh?" Chu Junmo exclaimed in surprise, as Jing Hongshun was the one who loved his granddaughter the most. Just as the two were talking, Meng Hongshun, who was hiding behind the door and eavesdropping, turned red with embarrassment. This. Jing Hongshun firmly said, "It's settled then. Menger, stop hiding. I knew you were behind the door." "Grandpa, how could you be like this?" Meng Hongshun came to Jing Hongshun's side, her face flushed, shyly saying, "What?" Chu Junmo was completely bewildered. How did he not notice? In fact, Meng Hongshun had a level 9 soul guide device on her that could shield mental energy. So Chu Junmo didn't detect her. But how could Jing Hongshun, the inventor of this soul guide device, not have noticed? Jing Hongshun smiled and said, "It's settled then. Junmo, I don't have much to give you, but here are some materials needed for soul guides. Consider it a betrothal gift." Saying this, Jing Hongshun handed over a starlight sapphire ring, which contained 10 pieces of silver dragon scales, 5,000 kilograms of purple gold copper, 5,000 kilograms of heavenly spirit silver, 1,000 pieces of dark crystal, each over 10 centimeters in diameter, 100 kilograms of outer space meteorite iron, and 500 kilograms of Mingdou Hall's special star moon alloy, as well as 50 kilograms of solar gold. These were all things that Chu Junmo intended to buy himself, but Jing Hongshun directly paid for them, using them as a betrothal gift. Chu Junmo had drawn over 3,000 design blueprints, preparing to give them to Shrek, even including over 1,000 for Hui Yuhao. Grandpa Jing, this is not good. This betrothal gift is too expensive. Chu Junmo refused. Jing Hongshun smiled and said, silly boy, you are considered my half-disciple, and this is a betrothal gift. You know I love Menger the most. Chu Junmo nodded, and under Jing Hongshun's insistence, accepted the Starlight Sapphire ring. A day quickly passed. The exchange program for the Shrek Academy exchange students finally came to an end. Out of consideration for face, the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy held a farewell ceremony, with Mingdou Hall Master Jing Hongshun personally attending. On the Shrek Academy side, Fan Yu led the team, with Hui Yuhao, Kai Tu, Chu Junmo, Yi Shaosheng, and other students standing in a row. They had already changed back into Shrek Academy's uniforms early that morning, representing that they were about to leave and return to their alma mater. Jing Hongshun delivered an enthusiastic speech at the farewell ceremony, mentioning Chu Junmo multiple times and giving the highest praise. The Crown Prince has arrived. With a loud announcement, the sound of clanging armor echoed as a large group of soldiers quickly surged in from outside. These soldiers were all in silver armor, looking very majestic. It was clear they were the Imperial Guards of the Sun Moon Empire. Behind the silver-armored soldiers was a team of lightly armored soldiers, mostly over 30 years old, with a solemn demeanor. There were only about 50 of them, but their appearance immediately made the eyes of the Shrek Academy crowd widen. Soul Masters, fully armed Soul Masters. The armor they wore was clearly Soul Guide armor. Their equipment looked standard but was exceptionally refined, and the combat power of such a team was undoubtedly formidable. The Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire, Su Tianran, slowly entered the Sun Moon Empire's grand playground, accompanied by a group of attendants. Jing Hongshun hurriedly led the teachers of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to greet him. Your Highness, Jing Hongshun bowed respectfully, while the other teachers knelt on one knee. Su Tianran smiled slightly and gave a gentle nod to Jing Hongshun. Jing Hongshun narrowed his eyes and nodded back. Then he personally walked behind Su Tianran's wheelchair, pushing him onto the playground in front of the Shrek Academy crowd. A hint of surprise appeared in Fan Yu's eyes. What did it mean for the Crown Prince of the Sun Moon Empire to come with such a large entourage at this time? Teacher Fan Yu, let me introduce you. This is our Sun Moon Empire's first heir to the throne, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, hello. Fan Yu slightly bowed. He was not a subject of the Sun Moon Empire and would naturally not pay respects in a grand manner. Su Tianran smiled warmly and said, Teacher Fan Yu, no need for such formalities. I have long admired your esteemed academy. It's just a pity I couldn't visit. I will definitely come in person if there is an opportunity in the future. Yesterday, I heard Hall Master Hongshun say that your academy's exchange student program has concluded. I am here on behalf of the Sun Moon Empire to bid farewell. I hope that in the future, our Sun Moon Empire can have more exchanges with your academy to deepen our friendship. Your Highness is being polite. Here, to bid farewell? Fan Yu was even more surprised. However, the farewell ceremony had basically concluded, and he didn't want to delay any longer. So he said, Thank you, Your Highness and Hall Master Hongshun, for seeing us off. It's getting late, so I will take the students on our journey now. Hall Master Hongshun, will you be accompanying us? The exchange students will still meet at the original Maple Leaf City to ensure safety, so Hall Master Jing Hongshun would naturally go in person. Jing Hongshun led several teachers from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy to release flying soul guides, escorting Chu Junmo and the others as they soared into the sky. Heading east, along the way, the students of Shrek Academy mostly showed expressions of eagerness and excitement. They could finally go back. For them, Shrek Academy was their home. The feeling of having to be cautious everywhere in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy was truly uncomfortable. However, the 2.5 years of study had allowed them to come into contact with many of the most advanced concepts in soul guide production and use, and each of them had benefited greatly. But how much they could learn ultimately depended on their personal efforts. Junmo, in a few days, your sister Meng will come to find you. Remember to treat her well, Jing Hongshun said somewhat reluctantly. Chu Junmo nodded and said, I will, Grandpa Jing, don't worry. Jing Hongshun remained mostly quiet along the way, silently operating his flying soul guide. After several hours, with Jing Hongshun's precise navigation, They arrived at the previously determined exchange location. Jing Hongshan and the others slowly descended, and on the other side, the Shrek Academy group had already arrived. The one coming to complete the exchange was still Shrek Academy's Wuhuan Department Dean Yin Xiaozhe. Accompanying Yin Xiaozhe was also Shrek Academy's Soul Guide Department Dean Xianliner. The presence of both deans at the same time showed the importance placed on this exchange. However, besides these two, the others were all exchange students from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. Chu Junmo, however, wore a smile and appeared indifferent. Hall Master Hongshun, we meet again. Yin Xiaozhe walked up with a smile. Although he was speaking to Jing Hongshun, his gaze was fixed on Chu Junmo. Although Chu Junmo had changed quite a bit in stature, and even his temperament had undergone some changes, Yin Xiaozhe would naturally not mistake him. His essence was restrained, and his gaze was plain and unadorned. It seemed that this kid had indeed made significant progress. Xianliner's gaze was much more eager than Yin Xiaozhe's. She understood better than Yin Xiaozhe just how much Chu Junmo had contributed to Shrek Academy during these 2+ years. It could be said that he had, through his own abilities, evolved the Soul Guide Department of Shrek Academy by 1,000 years. Dean Yin, hello. Your charm remains the same. Jing Hongshun smiled slightly, stepped forward, and shook hands with Yin Xiaozhe and the others. Both old foxes looked cheerful, and if someone who didn't know them saw this, they would definitely think they were very good friends. Yin Xiaozhe smiled and said, Master Hongshun, your grandson and the others are diligent and eager to learn, and they have made great progress. I'm very satisfied. I hope we can have more exchanges like this in the future. Jing Hongshun chuckled and said, let's discuss this when we get back and see if we can make this exchange a regular occurrence. If that happens, I believe it will be even more beneficial for the development of both our academies. Then I will await good news, Yin Xiaozhe said, releasing Jing Hongshun's hand. Both smiled and bowed to each other, signaling to their respective teams. Fan Yu and Chu Junmo quickly approached the two deans, and the same went for the side of Jing Hongshun, each making a move to reposition themselves. After 2.5 years of exchange and study, how much both sides had learned and gained was something only they themselves knew. At this moment, the exchange and study finally came to an end. Ming Hongshun did not follow them this time. She was still organizing her things. It wouldn't be long before she went to find Chu Junmo. The others, including Juzi, did not join Yin Xiaozhe either. Juzi returned to the royal family of the Sun Moon Empire to clarify things with Su Tiankai and did not want to seek revenge. Farewell. Jing Hongshun seemed unwilling to stay longer. After greeting Yin Xiaozhe and Xianliner, he led his students to release their flying soul guides and directly took off into the sky above the city, unafraid of drawing attention. Yin Xiaozhe watched them disappear into the distant sky before retracting his gaze and smiling as he surveyed the students who had completed the exchange study. Children, welcome home. A simple sentence warmed the hearts of all the Soul Guide students, and some were already teary-eyed. Yes, it was time to go home. Dean Yin, this ring is for you. Inside are my achievements from these past few years, as well as the gifts from Jing Hongshun, many rare medals. Xianliner took the ring, briefly scanned it with her mental power, and her complexion changed as she looked at Chu Junmo in shock. Junmo, you didn't rob the secret warehouse of Mingdou Hall, did you? This is too much. My God, the value of these things cannot be measured in money. Well done. Yin Xiaozhe returned the ring to Chu Junmo, unable to hide his smile. Chapter 116. Return. Yin Xiaozhe said, Junmo, we have all seen the contributions you have made to the academy. Liner has already brought this up for discussion at the God Pavilion meeting, and all the elders unanimously approved, granting you special admission to the God Pavilion. Although it's just the last rank, you have set a record for the youngest to enter the God Pavilion. Chu Junmo was taken aback. He did not expect the academy to grant him such a huge honor. Dean Yin Xiaozhe patted his shoulder and said, from now on, just call me senior brother. You have worked hard these past 2 years. In fact, when discussing allowing Chu Junmo to enter the God Pavilion, none of the elders raised any objections, even though Chu Junmo was only 10 years old this year. Chu Junmo's entry into the God Pavilion had nothing to do with old Mu. It was entirely based on his contributions to the academy that he received this reward. 3,100 blueprints. This is the achievement that Hui Yuhao brought to the academy, representing the manufacturing methods of 3,100 types of soul guides. These blueprints completely supported the Soul Guide Department of Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy was not lacking in funds at all for the 3 kingdoms of Douluo continent. The shortage of rare metals was the most significant bottleneck in developing soul guides. Shrek Academy was in a relatively good situation in this regard. One reason was their financial strength, and the other was the structural issues of Shrek itself. Shrek Academy completely controlled Shrek City and had its powerful business associations. These associations had already infiltrated the Sun-Moon Empire. Although rare metals were strategic resources and difficult to obtain, it was not entirely impossible. Over the past 2 years, with the continuous return of blueprints from Junmo, the entire Soul Guide department of Shrek Academy had made significant progress. Although it could not yet compare with the Royal Soul Master Academy of the Sun-Moon Empire, it saved a lot of research time. The blueprints drawn by Junmo, which he had worked hard on, had now entered the library of the God Pavilion, and the original manuscripts were preserved as an indelible part of Shrek Academy's history. Junmo was also written into the Academy's history like a hero. Xian Linner smiled slightly and said, "Junmo, this is what you deserve. But this matter is only for you to know. We cannot announce it to the outside world for your protection. You're still a student of the Academy for now. After this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition is over, you can officially graduate from the Inner Academy." Junmo was stunned and said, "But I haven't completed the inspection team's tasks." Yin Xiaozhe chuckled. "What you have accomplished is already 10 times the amount of the inspection team's tasks. The Academy will not become a limiting factor for you. It will only be your support. ISN to your Tang sect already established? That is your stage for development. However, you must win the championship in this competition. We all believe you have that ability. You've been diligent in studying soul guides these years. Your cultivation hasn't fallen behind, right?" Junmo confidently replied, "I'm already at the 7th ring." Yin Xiaozhe showed shock in his eyes. "7th ring? You are already at the 7th ring? So fast. How old are you?" 10 years old. Soul Sage. Xian Linner chuckled. "Junmo, I think you're almost ready to be the Academy's mascot." "Why? Little monster. You are the most fitting student to be called a monster that I have ever seen." In the distance, Shrek City finally came into view, and Junmo also calmed his mind. Finally back. The feeling of home diluted the anxiety in his heart, looking at the towering city walls in the distance. Junmo unconsciously clenched his fists. The road must be taken step by step. His path is still long. The continent is fraught with undercurrents. All he can do is continuously strengthen himself. In a few months, the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition will take place. And this time the competition will be held in the Sun-Moon Empire. Undoubtedly, it will be another fierce contest. He and his partners must not only go into battle with the main lineup, but also fight under the name of the Shrek 7 monsters. Everything will start from defending the glory of Shrek. Under the guidance of Old Xian, the group landed several dozen miles outside Shrek City. The defenses of Shrek City are quite formidable, and even for their own people, they would not recklessly fly overhead to avoid misunderstandings. The situation was even more so for Shrek Academy. With the development of the Soul Guide department, various defensive soul guides were continuously equipped in Shrek City and Shrek Academy. Everyone, go back and rest. Junmo, you will temporarily stay at the God Pavilion. After a few days of activities are over, I will arrange a place for you to stay. Your dormitory on God Island has been assigned to someone else, Old Xian said to Junmo. Activities? What activities? Junmo wondered. Yin Xiaozhe noticed his thoughts and smiled. Silly boy, just forget about it. Recently, it's time for our Academy's Inner Academy assessments. Only then did Junmo realize. Next, he planned to find Old Mu. Old Mu had deliberately not appeared here today, preparing to go back to find Junmo alone. Shrek Academy's Inner Academy has an admission assessment once a year. The assessment targets mainly the senior students from the Outer Academy, but there are also some outstanding students from other colleges who wish to enter the Shrek Academy Inner Court. They can participate in the assessment at this time with a recommendation letter from their respective colleges. If they pass the assessment, they can become a part of the Shrek Academy Inner Court. However, because the Martial Soul Department of Shrek Academy is the best in the entire continent, it is extremely difficult for students from outside colleges to pass the rigorous assessment of the Inner Court. Each year, having 1 or 2 students succeed is considered quite good, and often there are no external students who pass at all. Dean Yin, should I also participate in the Inner Court assessment? Junmo asked, feeling a bit anxious. Yin Xiaozhe looked at him with a strange expression and chuckled. What? Do you want to show off your strength in front of the students participating in this assessment? If you want to, of course you can. Upon hearing this, Elder Xian and the other old elders couldn't help but laugh. Junmo had grown up under their watch. He was Mu Lao's closed-door disciple and the sole figure among the new generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. If he couldn't even pass the Inner Court assessment, then the extreme individual soldier program of the Soul Guidance Department would be a complete failure. Junmo's face turned red, and he weakly defended himself. I'm just worried that not participating in the assessment might make my classmates feel it's unfair. Elder Xian said with a half-smile, there is still an assessment for you, and it's much more difficult than the inner court assessment. You'll have your troubles then. My assessment? What is it? Chu Junmo asked curiously. Elder Xian's smile grew wider. You'll know when the time comes. Are you coming back to the God Pavilion with us now? Chu Junmo shook his head and said no. I haven't been back for so long. I want to take a look around the academy. That's fine, Elder Xian nodded. Your companions should know you're back today. Beibei and the others are waiting for you at Tangmen. After you stroll around the academy, go find them. Okay. After giving Chu Junmo a few instructions, Elder Xian disappeared in a flash of light, and the other elders along with the two deans also left. Back in the territory of Shrek Academy, they no longer needed to worry about Chu Junmo's safety. The Snow Emperor came out from the system space and sat on Chu Junmo's shoulder, looking very happy. Big brother, are they all waiting for me at Tangmen? Then I should go to Tangmen first. With this thought, Chu Junmo did not enter the academy and prepare to turn towards Shrek City. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted out from the inner court of Shrek Academy, moving quickly, and by the time he turned around, it was already in front of him. It was a girl, tall and slender, wearing a white outfit with silver trim. Her hair was wrapped in a cloth, and she had a veil over her face. At this time of early spring, for some reason, upon seeing this person, Chu Junmo suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Just then, a gust of wind blew up the cloth from the girl's head, sending it flying towards Chu Junmo. Chu Junmo instinctively raised his hand to catch the cloth, and in that instant, his whole body trembled, unable to tear his gaze away from the girl. Her long, black wavy hair flowed down her back as she gasped in surprise. In that fleeting moment, above the veil, a pair of slightly panicked, bright dark eyes met Chu Junmo's gaze directly. That moment of eye contact, Chu Junmo felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. That sense of familiarity, that breathtaking gaze, and that excitement from the depths of his soul made his emotions nearly uncontrollable. You. He managed to utter a simple word, only to find his voice trembling. The girl's panic lasted only a moment. She instinctively reached out her delicate hand to smooth her long hair and extended another hand towards Chu Junmo. Her hand was fair and slender, looking so familiar. The girl's melodious voice was like a lark singing softly. Chu Junmo instinctively returned the cloth, but before he could speak, the girl took the cloth and turned to run. A layer of golden light subtly emanating from her. By the time Chu Junmo reacted, all that was left for him was a slender silhouette. Chapter 114. See God Fate Blind Date event when it comes to combat. He is experienced, but when it comes to matters of love, he is absolutely a blank slate. Just as Su Sanshur had said earlier, in the silence, his face turned slightly red. Su Sanshur leaned closer to Chu Junmo, putting his arm around his shoulder, and said, Junmo, don't worry. Chasing girls is very simple. Let me teach you 3 tricks. Be bold, be meticulous, and have thick skin. Although you're still young, it's allowed by the academy. Anyway, when the time comes, just bravely pursue whoever you like. Are we brothers not as good as anyone else? Go for it. Besides, you're quite the lucky one. Big brother. When will Sister Xiaodao and Wudong return? Beibei and Su Sanshur exchanged glances, and Beibei said, they should be back tomorrow to participate in this event. The event will be held tomorrow night. During the day tomorrow, I will explain the specific rules to you. My big sister and I are the hosts for this year's See God Fate event. This event belongs to our inner court students and is a great opportunity for everyone to interact. The teachers will only be guests watching from the sidelines and will not interfere. Little junior brother, you can rest assured. We have already prepared for shy situations like yours with Kai Tu and Yu Hao. We will ensure to get you into the atmosphere. And remember, it's not so easy to be with someone you like. The number of female students in the inner court is far less than that of male students. There are more wolves than meat. There will also be a competition segment, so be mentally prepared. Is this blind date going to involve fighting? Chu Junmo exchanged glances with Kai Tu and Yu Hao, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation, but also awkwardness and embarrassment. Big brother, can I not participate? Chu Junmo weakly asked. Beibei replied, of course not. As a member of the God Pavilion and one of Shrek's 7 monsters, if you don't participate, won't that weaken our reputation? Besides, such a great opportunity doesn't come by often. Although the event is held every year, if you don't pursue the girl you like this year, she might just become someone else's girl. Opportunities are fleeting. Looking at Beibei's earnest expression, Chu Junmo felt like he was in a state of turmoil. He already owed a mountain of emotional debt. After leaving Shrek City for a short while, the 5 brothers returned to Shrek Academy. There weren't many changes to See God Island, but before boarding the island, Chu Junmo vaguely saw many people busy rowing boats on the lake surface. Beibei told him that they were preparing for tomorrow's Sea God Fate event. Let us eat first. Em starving, Su Sancher said, patting his stomach as he marched straight to the Sea God Pavilion cafeteria. When the five arrived at the cafeteria, Chu Junmo couldn't help but be surprised. Today, the Sea God Pavilion cafeteria was bustling with activity. Looking around, there were nearly 30 students dining, and the food was far more abundant than before. What shocked him even more was that there were even 2 large barrels of wine set aside for students to help themselves. Big brother, what is going on? The academy allows drinking now? Chu Junmo asked in astonishment. Beibei replied, tomorrow is the Sea God Fate event. Tonight is called Singles Night. Have you not noticed that all the diners are male students, with not a single woman in sight? Everyone's daily training is quite tense and monotonous, and most of the inner courtyard students are adults now. Drinking a bit of alcohol isn't a big deal. This is a special approval from the academy to help everyone relax. It's not usually allowed. Come on, let's have a drink. Senior brother, I'm not of age yet. This was Chu Junmo's first time drinking. As he savored the exquisite food prepared by the Shrek Academy's top chefs and sipped the deep red wine that resembled roses, he gazed at the night view of the sea god lake in the distance and suddenly felt a sense of unreality. The wine had a slightly sour and astringent taste, with a strong smoky plum aroma. The first sip was quite unpleasant, but soon, the faint fragrance of the oak barrel and the sweetness of the grapes washed over him. Chu Junmo felt his face heat up slightly. The tipsy sensation was something he had never experienced before, and he felt as if he were immersed in the fragrance of the grapes. Chu Junmo, a somewhat deep voice called from behind him, sounding somewhat unfamiliar. Chu Junmo turned around and saw the person who called him. The dazed look in his eyes due to relaxation suddenly sharpened. It was a tall young man, slightly taller than him, broad-shouldered with a neat head of golden short hair. However, his expression was somewhat gloomy, and his gaze towards Hui Yuhao was a bit cold. He also held a glass of wine in his hand, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Dai Huabin, Chu Junmo calmly stated the other person's name. It had been over 2 years since they last met. Dai Huabin walked over to Chu Junmo and glanced at the vast sea god lake, took a sip of wine, squinted slightly, and said, when did you come back? Chu Junmo also took a sip of wine. I just returned a few days ago. Dai Huabin asked, will you participate in tomorrow's Sea God Fate? Yes. Chu Junmo zponde. Dai Huabin said, I initially didn't plan to participate since Zhu Lu hasn't entered the inner courtyard yet. But since you're participating, I will as well. How about a bet? No bet. Chu Junmo ziplit decisive. Are you scared? Dai Huabin raised an eyebrow, his eyes shining even brighter. Chu Junmo turned to look at him, his gaze still clear. No? Then why won't you bet? Dai Huabin pressed. Chu Junmo smiled slightly, because you're not qualified yet. Although he was smiling, his eyes held a sharpness that was full of provocation. Dai Huabin fell silent instantly, his jaw muscles tensed, but the wine in his hand remained remarkably steady. Just when Chu Junmo thought he would make a move, Dai Huabin regained his composure and coldly said, whether I'm qualified or not, we'll see at tomorrow's Sea God Fate. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Watching his departing figure, a hint of surprise appeared in Chu Junmo's eyes. He had said that to provoke Dai Huabin. What did that kid Dai Huabin say to you? Su Sancher came over to Chu Junmo, downing the wine in his glass like a bull, and asked Hui Yuhao. Chu Junmo replied, he said he would see me at the Sea God Fate event. Su Sancher said, looks like that kid wants to stir up trouble for you. Junmo, don't be careless. In the past 2 years, Dai Huabin has risen rapidly. Huh? Chu Junmo looked at Su Sancher in surprise. He knew that his third senior brother always had a high opinion of himself, but he didn't expect him to have such a high evaluation of Dai Huabin. Su Sancher said, your cohort has really produced talents. Not only you and Wu Tong, but also Yuhao have entered the inner courtyard, and there are several students who have advanced to the inner courtyard. Several? Chu Junmo asked curiously. Who else besides Dai Huabin? Su Sancher replied, there are 3 more. Ning Tian, a support-type battle soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. Wu Feng, a strong attack-type battle soul master. And Xiaohuan Yu, a defense-type battle soul master. He pointed, look, ISNT that them over there. Following Su Sancher's gaze, Chu Junmo indeed spotted Xiaohuan Yu. Compared to a few years ago, Xiaohuan Yu had grown taller and seemed to have put on quite a bit of weight. His appearance had changed significantly as well, as everyone had gone through the development of puberty. At that moment, Dai Huabin was walking over to him, saying a few words. Xiaohuan Yu's gaze naturally landed on Chu Junmo. Their eyes met, and Chu Junmo raised his wine glass in a gesture of acknowledgement. After all, He had no enmity with Xia Huanyu. Xia Huanyu nodded in response. Su Sanshur said, "What do you think about them being able to enter the inner courtyard?" Chu Junmo replied, "Their strengths must have all broken through level 50, right?" Su Sanshur nodded. "Even among us at Shrek, they could be described as geniuses. Although they don't have twin martial souls, each of their martial souls is very strong, especially Dai Huabin. He has performed exceptionally well in the past few years. His soul power should have exceeded level 55 by now. You know, he has been studying in the outer courtyard before, and doesn't he have the advantage of twin martial souls like Wu Tong? At this rate, within 2 years, he will definitely break through level 60. Come on, let us drink some more. It's rare for the Academy to spend money on wine. This wine is really good, at least 10 years old, and it's already been decanted. These 2 barrels of wine are quite valuable. Look at Beibei, that useless guy." Beibei was chatting with Hikaitu on the other side, and their position was right next to a barrel of wine. Beibei drank quickly, downing a glass in just a few gulps, then casually refilled and drank again. Hikaitu, with his large build, couldn't he drink as fast as him? Su Sanshur frowned slightly. In these 2 years, Beibei has completely come out of his shell. Chu Junmo nodded gently. He certainly understood what Su Sanshur meant. Chu Junmo's living quarters were different from those of his senior brothers. His dormitory on Sea God Island had been assigned to someone else, so he could only temporarily stay at Sea God Pavilion. Taking a leisurely walk to Sea God Pavilion and looking at the towering golden tree, Chu Junmo finally couldn't hold back his tears. "I'm back here," facing the direction of Sea God Pavilion. He knelt down and knocked his head 3 times to the tall ancient tree. "Teacher, I'm back. I miss you so much." Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Junmo was already sobbing uncontrollably. This place was his true home. Only here could his body and mind completely relax. After 2.5 years, he finally saw Sea God Island again, saw Sea God Pavilion, and also saw the golden tree. Chu Junmo cried for a full quarter of an hour, as if he wanted to release all the emotions he had accumulated over the past 2 years. At that moment, an old man walked over, jokingly scolding, "Silly boy, what are you crying for? You didn't even say you came to see your teacher. It's good that you're back." Who else could this person be but Old Mu? Chu Junmo was helped up by Old Mu, saying, "Teacher, I miss you so much." Old Mu patted Chu Junmo on the shoulder, saying, "Silly boy, enough of that, don't cry. You're all grown up now. By the way, you need to prepare well for tomorrow's event. Just a reminder, I'm afraid you can't handle it." Ha. The two chatted for a long time, and Chu Junmo didn't go to bed until late. After a good night's sleep, he felt particularly refreshed, got dressed, and went out. Sea God Pavilion would never lack food. Hui Yuhao found some fruit and snacks to fill his stomach, and after finishing, he headed straight for the dormitory area of Sea God Island to find a few senior brothers and see how they planned for today. By the way, there's that Sea God Fate event tonight. Chu Junmo patted his forehead, feeling a bit dazed from sleep, almost forgetting about it. The senior brother should be telling me the rules by now. When he arrived at Beibei's dormitory, Su Sanshur, Hikaitu, and Hui Yuhao were also there. The living conditions for the inner courtyard students are naturally much better than those in the outer courtyard. Small 2-story buildings are scattered across Sea God Island. Each small building can accommodate 2 students. Beibei and Su Sanshur naturally occupy one of them. Hikaitu, like Hui Yuhao, was homeless, but he couldn't move into Sea God Pavilion, so he had to stay with Beibei and Su Sanshur for the night. After all, the place was big, and having one more person wasn't a problem. Senior brother, second senior brother, third senior brother, my senior brother, Chu Junmo greeted the 4 senior brothers. Junior brother, you didn't just wake up, did you? Beibei asked with a smile. Chu Junmo felt a bit embarrassed and said, I just woke up. I haven't slept so comfortably in a long time. Maybe it's because I was home, and I slept particularly soundly. Hikaitu nodded in agreement and said, I felt the same. I slept particularly well last night. Sleeping is way more comfortable than meditating. Su Sanshur rolled his eyes and said, You slept well. But the 3 of us had a tough time. Your snoring almost shook the ceiling down. Do you guys have any humanity? Was it that exaggerated? Hikaitu said with indignation. It was. Beibei, Su Sanshur, and Hui Yuhao nodded in unison. Clearly, the 3 of them were indeed severely affected last night. Chu Junmo struggled to hold back his laughter. Being with a few senior brothers was always so pleasant. Senior brother, what are the rules for the Sea God Fate tonight? And how many people will participate? Beibei said, You really asked the right person. Apart from me and the senior sister, no one else knows the exact number of people participating tonight. We're the ones closest to the action. So I'll tell you some precautions to at least ensure you don't run into any problems before confessing. Su Sanshur, Hikaitu, and Hui Yuhao immediately perked up and listened carefully to Beibei as this was related to their lifelong matters. Su Sanshi and He Kaitu both had their targets. Hui Yuhao also vaguely had a dream lover in mind. However, the three of them shared a common trait. None of them were confident. Chu Junmo, on the other hand, had a nonchalant expression, wondering what he should do tonight. As for Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan, their relationship was not worth mentioning. Although Jiang Nannan occasionally showed a hint of concern for Su Sanshi, more often than not, she was cold and unapproachable. Beibei said, "The Sea God Fate is one of the most important events for us inner courtyard students at Shrek Academy. Our title as the continent's #1 academy is not just for show. The inner courtyard disciples are all exceptional elite soul masters, strong in strength and broad in vision. So it's not easy to find suitable partners outside. Hence, there is the Sea God Fate matchmaking event, which is meant to give the inner courtyard disciples, who usually put all their energy into cultivation, an opportunity to get to know each other." "Get to the point," Su Sanshi said impatiently. Beibei smiled and said, "Don't rush me. I need to make things clear. Kaitu, junior brother, and Yuhao have participated before. Although this is a matchmaking event, being the continent's #1 soul master academy, it's naturally not just that simple. The Sea God Fate matchmaking event is also a platform to test the strength of the inner courtyard disciples. Gaining the recognition of your dream lover is not that simple. It requires several rounds of competition. Only then can you have a chance to confess. If you can't even pass the competition, then you want to have a chance to confess. Of course, there is also a lot of luck involved. If you're extremely lucky, you might even make it to the final round and, under mutual affection, take away the girl you love. Since it's a test, it's naturally two-way. It's not just a test for the males. The females are tested as well. However, since there are usually fewer female students in this Sea God Fate matchmaking event, the difficulty of the test is more on the male students. The entire event is divided into 5 stages. This time, there are 56 single inner courtyard disciples participating in the Sea God Fate event, including the 4 of you, as well as Dai Huabin, Xiahuan Yue, Wu Feng, and Ning Tian, 4 new students who just entered the inner courtyard and are in the same grade as Junmo. The senior sister and I are the hosts of this event. The first stage is the entrance. As the name suggests, the Sea God Fate event is held on Sea God Lake. The lake surface is only decorated with lights. There is no stage. By then, the only thing you'll be standing on is a water lily. Water lily? Ikeda's face instantly turned ugly. A water lily is a type of aquatic plant with very large leaves, the largest having a diameter of over a meter. The edges of the leaves curve upwards, capable of bearing weight on the water surface, but can only support a child of 6 or 7 years old without capsizing. An adult's weight is still too heavy for a water lily. Ikeda's physique is undoubtedly at a disadvantage under this rule. His weight exceeds 240 pounds, with muscles bulging everywhere, and he is a food-type soul master. Although his soul power has reached the soul emperor level, he is not particularly skilled at controlling his weight. Chu Junmo asked, "Senior brother, for this Sea God Fate event, we soul engineering department participants can use soul tools, right?" Beibei nodded and said, "Of course. So Kaitu, you don't need to worry too much. Even if it's a temporary creation, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to make a soul tool that can help you float on the water, right?" Ikeda's expression brightened as he nodded. Beibei said seriously, "Kaitu, there's one thing you must pay attention to. No matter what form your soul tool takes, it must be flexible. This is very important. In the Sea God Fate matchmaking event, both male and female students will only be provided with a single water lily leaf as a floating tool. Everything else you'll have to figure out on your own. If you fall into the water at any stage, you will be considered eliminated and can no longer continue participating in the event." Hikaitu asked, "Senior brother, can we attack each other?" Beibei replied, "Some stages allow for that. Just listen to me." Among the 56 inner courtyard students participating in this Sea God Fate event, there are 17 female students and 39 male students. The first stage of the event is called Mutual Admiration. The name sounds nice, but the difficulty is not small. The 17 female students will line up 100 meters away from you. Each of them will wear a conical hat with a veil, obscuring their appearance. In simple terms, this round of competition requires you male students to work together. The 39 of you can take turns to attack the female students using your methods. You can attack one or multiple. The goal is to lift the hats off their heads. If you can't see their faces, how can you choose a girlfriend, right? This first round is also a moment for you to showcase your strength. Undoubtedly, whoever can lift the most hats will naturally show that their strength is the strongest. The female students cannot help each other in this round and cannot attack the male students. They can only defend passively and try not to let their hats fall off. If a female student falls into the water during this round of attacks, she will also be eliminated. However, generally speaking, male students will be careful when attacking in this first round. After all, if the girls fall into the water, what are they looking for anymore? Su Sancher side beside them. There are too many wolves and too few sheep. Who would be willing to push the girls into the water? That would provoke public outrage. Chu Junmo noticed some implied rules in what Beibei had said. Big brother, does this mean that when we male students attack, we must cross a distance of over 100 meters across the water? And after attacking, we have to return across that distance, right? Beibei nodded and said, exactly. Therefore, with different martial souls, the advantages and disadvantages in this aspect are quite evident. U39 will draw lots to determine the order of attacks. In this first round, you can choose to give up. After all, not all martial souls can perform this kind of void attack in return. However, male students who choose to give up will be placed at the back in the second round. The more hats removed in the first round, the earlier you can appear in the second round. The earlier you appear, the more girls there are to choose from, giving you more options. Let's move on to the second round. Beibei began to explain the rules and various precautions of the Sea God Fate Blind Date event in detail to the three of them. As the host, he was very familiar with the entire process of the event, and this explanation took up the whole afternoon. As the sun slanted to the west, Beibei stood up and said, "You four brothers go eat. I'll go find the senior sister to double-check the process. Remember, don't be late. You all know the location. You have to work hard, especially you, Kai-Tu, and little junior brother, and you Hao. Little junior brother, I remind you, you must hold on today." Chu Junmo looked confused. Su Sancher was very dissatisfied and said, "Why don't you cheer for me?" Beibei replied, "Is cheering useful? Is this your first time participating in Sea God Fate? Don't get your hopes up. It's fine. Anyway, you're shameless. Just keep pestering her. Who knows? Maybe one day, Nan will be annoyed by you and just give in." Su Sancher jumped up in anger. "What do you mean don't get your hopes up? This time I must succeed." Beibei didn't even look at him and waved goodbye to Chu Junmo, Kai-Tu, and Huiyu Hao. "I'm off." Chapter 115. Mutual admiration. What kind of attitude is this? Su Sancher was infuriated, but ultimately didn't chase after him. Until Beibei's figure disappeared, he muttered to himself, "For Xiaoya's sake, I won't hold it against you. When Xiaoya comes back, I'll settle the old and new accounts with you." He then said, "Let us go, we should also eat. I'll turn my anger into appetite." Kai-Tu chuckled, "Be careful not to eat too much and gain weight. Or you won't be able to stand steadily on the water lilies tonight." Su Sancher retorted, "Me, heavy? You should worry about yourself first. Don't forget, I have experience, and besides, my martial soul is water attribute." Hee. Kai-Tu stood up, walked over to Su Sancher, put his arm around his shoulder, and whispered, "Brother, although you've fought and lost many times, your experience in this regard is obviously better than mine, little junior brother, and you Hao. Teach us a few tricks." Su Sancher's face instantly darkened with several lines. "What do you mean fought and lost many times? I have historical reasons for that. If it weren't for back then, back then, I would have already won in his heart." Chu Junmo leaned over, grinning. "Third brother, what was the situation back then? We've always been curious about how you offended fourth senior sister." "I can't say," Su Sancher said firmly. "Nan said that if I revealed it, I would never see her again. Don't get me into trouble. Let us go eat." The four brothers chatted and laughed while enjoying a meal in the cafeteria. For Chu Junmo, Kai-Tu, and Huiyu Hao, the Sea God Fate Blind Date event was filled with novelty, but they weren't too nervous. After all, they had seen big occasions before. Their previous experience in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy's Soul Fighting Competition had significantly improved their psychological endurance. Not to mention the training from the subsequent Extreme Solo Soldier program. While they weren't at the level of remaining unflinching in the face of a mountain collapsing, they could handle general situations without getting overly anxious. As the sky gradually darkened, perhaps because of the upcoming Sea God Fate Blind Date event, a hint of enchanting aura faintly emanated from Sea God Island, surrounded by Sea God Lake. On the island, groups of students from Shrek Academy dressed in red uniforms began to gather at the location where the Sea God Fate Blind Date event was to be held. Since the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy had only developed in recent years, the students in the inner courtyard were mainly from the Martial Soul Department. Everyone showcased their abilities and quickly gathered by the lakeside. All the gathered students were male. Not a single female student was in sight. The lake looked dark, and amidst the swirling mist, it was hard to see what was in the water. At that moment, a large boat approached from afar, brightly lit. The inner courtyard students recognized it as the largest ferry boat on Sea God Lake. At this time, the boat was already full of people. Huiyu Hao had the best eyesight. He squinted and saw at least 6 or 7 elders from the Sea God Pavilion on the boat. Elder Xian, Elder Mu, the head of the Martial Soul Department, Yin Xiaojia, the deputy head Kai Meyer, the head of the Soul Guidance Department, Xian Lin, the deputy head Xian Duo, and Fan, you were all there, along with some teachers he wasn't too familiar with but felt a sense of familiarity. Chu Junmo also saw them. And even Elder Mu revealed a complex expression, both happy and sympathetic. The inner courtyard students who had participated in the Sea God Fate Blind Date event before knew what was going on, while some younger students participating for the first time were filled with anticipation. The life of the academy, with its studies and training, was undoubtedly monotonous, and having such an event was a rare opportunity for young male and female students to showcase themselves and find partners. The large boat did not row toward them, but stopped in the middle of the lake. At that moment, beams of light suddenly shot up from the lake, and under the shimmering glow, 17 beams of light emerged first. Wow! Some male students on the shore couldn't help but exclaim. The 20 beams of light were all pale golden, and standing quietly on the surface of the lake where each beam emerged was a girl dressed in a white long dress. The 20 girls wore identical long dresses and the same conical hats, with 3 feet of white gauze hanging down, completely covering their faces. Against the backdrop of the pale golden light, they looked like fairies on the lake, creating an extremely dazzling, ethereal beauty. The 20 girls stood in a line, facing the direction of the shore. They stood quietly, and some male students on the shore were already getting a bit impatient. At that moment, 2 stronger white beams of light lit up, and 2 figures appeared accordingly. On the left was Beibei in a white robe, and on the right was Zhang Lishuan, the senior sister from Shrek Academy, in a goose-yellow long dress. After not seeing her for more than 2 years, Chu Junmo noticed that this senior sister had not changed at all. It seemed as if time had no power to leave traces on her. She was still as gentle and beautiful as ever, with a faint smile on her delicate face. She matched well with the big brother. Beibei's voice came from afar. On the Sea God Lake, the Sea God fate awaits. For 10,000 years of Shrek, one moment to fall in love. Welcome everyone to the shores of Sea God Lake on this beautiful evening. The annual Sea God Fate Blind Date event is about to begin. As the host of this grand event, I would like to represent myself and senior sister to wish all the inner courtyard students attending the Sea God Fate Blind Date event today the best of luck in finding their beloved. At the same time, he welcomed the elders and teachers of the Sea God Pavilion present today. Here, I also express my sincere gratitude on behalf of my classmates to all the teachers. Without your patient guidance and help, we would not have achieved today's results. After saying this, he placed his right hand on his chest and slightly bowed towards the direction of the ferry boat. The master of the Sea God Pavilion, Mu Lao, smiled gently, nodded at Beibei, and raised his hand to signal that he could continue. This simple opening remark received thunderous applause, and the male students on the shore couldn't wait to cheer. Especially those who already had someone in mind were getting a bit impatient. Now, please have all the male students participating in today's Sea God Fate Blind Date ready. Soon, 39 beams of light will appear on the lake. The students closest to us, Sea God Fairies, will take part in the first round first. Those at the back may not be able to secure a good position in the first round. So, everyone, please pay attention, no matter what method you use. As long as you land on the lotus leaves where the light pillars are located, you will occupy a position. But be careful not to fall into the water, as that will disqualify you from continuing in this Sea God Fate Blind Date. His explanation was quite clear, and most of the male students on the shore were eager to try. Hui Yuhao suddenly felt something and turned his head, just in time to catch the cold and somewhat hostile gaze of Dai Huabin. Hui Yuhao smiled calmly, but didn't care. Everyone get ready. 3, 2, 1. On the other side, Beibei had already started the countdown. Start. 39 beams of light shot up suddenly from under the lake's surface, arranged in 3 neat rows, each spaced about 5 meters apart, evenly distributed on the lake surface 100 meters away from the female students. That side was about 200 meters from the shore. Accompanied by Beibei's call to start, everyone on the shore immediately moved simultaneously. The biggest advantage was, of course, for the soul masters with flying martial souls. Fortunately, among all 39 male students, there were only 5 such students. Each of the 5 released their martial souls, soared into the air, and flew toward the lake at full speed. Their soul rings shone brightly, appearing exceptionally clear on the lake's surface after nightfall. Chu Junmo looked up and secretly praised. No wonder they are seniors from the Inner Academy. Among the 4, 2 were powerful soul saints at the 7-ring level. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, all with the best soul ring configuration. The other 2 were also at the 6-ring level, similarly having the best soul ring configuration. As the four of them launched at full speed, they transformed into four beams of light, heading straight for the center of the lake. Junmo did not lag behind, spreading his ice blue wings and following closely. Other students also displayed their abilities. In an instant, the shore was filled with the dazzling light of soul rings, resembling a large display of fireworks suddenly blooming by the lake. Junmo did not seize a position too close to the front. After all, he did not want to overshadow the entire event. Beibei responded with a sound and said loudly, on the Sea God Lake, "It's time for the annual Sea God Fate Blind Date. I believe everyone has been looking forward to this for a long time. The blind date will be divided into 5 rounds. Is everyone ready? I want to emphasize again that once you fall into the water, regardless of gender, you will be out," Jean Lechuan added. "Tonight, we will also select the most beautiful sea god fairy and the happiest male student. However, first, you need to uncover the veils of the sea god fairies. All right, let us start the first round, mutual appreciation. Starting from the left side of the first row, each male student can fully display their abilities. However, don't go overboard. Otherwise, if a female student can't help but take action against you, I can only pretend not to see it," Jean Lechuan said with a smile. Among the male students, Su Sanshur had already begun to roll up his sleeves, as he occupied the first position. Naturally, he would be the first to appear in this mutual appreciation round. "Sanshur, are you ready?" Beibei asked Su Sanshur. Su Sanshur made a gesture indicating he was ready, and Beibei said, "The night is short. Let us get started." "Sanshur, go." Su Sanshur moved. This time, he did not rush forward while holding the shield to slap the water surface. Instead, he jumped high first, and then his Xianming turtle shell shield flew out, gracefully landing on the water surface. Su Sanshur landed right on the shield, and with a push of his palms, the shield immediately glided across the water like a small boat, creating 2 water trails as it rushed towards the female students. Good. The male students on this side started cheering. Su Sanchi's method of moving forward was undoubtedly quite clever, using the shield as a carrier. He not only saved soul power, but also moved more steadily. If he had slapped the water surface like before, although he could continue moving, he would probably only have one chance to act when he reached the female students. He could only catch a fleeting glance. Su Sanshur had worked hard to secure the first appearance in this first round, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to show himself. "Nan, I'm coming," he shouted, and the Xianming turtle shell shield suddenly accelerated, quickly reaching the female students. Seeing that he was about 10 meters away, Su Sanshur gently guided the shield to a stop, skillfully using Tongman's unique skill, Control Crane and Capture Dragon. This guy was not in a hurry at all, standing there seriously looking from left to right. As they watched, they muttered, "Not this one, a bit chubby. Not this one either, too skinny. Oh, this one has a great figure, but a bit bigger than Nan. No. Suddenly, a sharp voice among the female students rang out. "Su Sanshur, if you want to fall into the water directly, just say so." I was wrong." Su Sanshur immediately closed his mouth, and in that brief moment, he had already locked onto his target. The Xianming turtle shell shield moved again, propelling his body toward the third female student on the right. That female student standing on the lotus seemed to move slightly. Su Sanshur was already very close to her, and 10 meters was just a blink away. With a tap of his toes on the Xianming turtle shell shield, Su Sanshur unexpectedly landed directly on the lotus leaf where the girl was standing. The girl on the leaf clearly couldn't hold back, lightly tapping her toes on the strongest bearing point in the center of the lotus. And then her whole body soared into the air, her right leg raised high, directly over her head, her long thighs straight, and her white dress suddenly fluttering. Oh! In the distance, the male students immediately whistled in excitement. With a downward kick, she aimed straight at Su Sanshur. Although the rules stated that female students could not directly attack in the first round, once a male student entered the cylindrical range of the lotus, they could counterattack. Therefore, most male students would use ranged attacks at this stage, and female students, confident in their looks, generally wouldn't resist too much. Who wouldn't want to show off their beautiful faces? Su Sanshur's approach of charging straight and was quite rare. Facing the downward kick, Su Sanshur made an unexpected move. He did not use the Xianming turtle shell shield to block, nor did he dodge, but allowed the kick to strike his shoulder. In mid-air, Su Sanshur squatted down, dissipating some of the downward force, and, at that moment, his toes had already touched the lotus leaf. The leaf immediately tilted, and it looked like the lake water was about to spill in. However, a layer of black light suddenly surged from Su Sanshur's body, as if he was being supported by this layer of light. The lily pad stabilized instantly, and with both hands raised, he grabbed the ankle of the foot that struck his shoulder. The female student clearly did not expect Su Sancher to take her kick head-on without dodging. It should be noted that although she did not use any soul skills, the force behind her kick was considerable, hitting Su Sanchi's shoulder with a muffled sound that made him grimace in pain. Nan, I love you. I absolutely won't fight back or curse, Su Sancher said, holding her foot with a heartfelt expression. Get lost. The female student shouted angrily, exerting force to pull her right foot back sharply, causing Su Sancher, who had been holding on tightly, to suddenly let go. As she stepped back, she immediately lost her balance. However, she was quite capable. Her other foot seemed to stick to the lily pad, and her whole body flexibly flipped backwards, pressing her hands against the pad, executing a backflip in place. It should be noted that there was water beneath that lily pad, and Su Sancher was standing on it. Such a move, which was not difficult on solid ground, required exceptional control to perform on water. She managed to flip over, but her hat naturally fell off. Su Sanchi's figure flashed as he jumped off the lily pad. Dodging the scissor kick, she immediately followed up with. Unbeknownst to him, his right hand had already grabbed the veil, pulling it back forcefully, instantly yanking the veil along with the hat, landing on the Xianming turtle shell shield waiting on the water surface. Su Sancher smiled at the girl who had stood up again and said, Among the vast waters, I only take a sip. Nan, I love you. As he spoke, the Xianming turtle shell shield beneath his feet broke through the water's surface, carrying him back to his original position. Yes, the one standing in the third position on the right was indeed Jiang Nan, with her purple long hair cascading down her shoulders. She had a slight blush of annoyance on her pretty face. More than 2 years had passed, and Jiang Nan had become even more beautiful. Her exquisite face was further accentuated by the faint golden glow emanating from the lily pads below. Her slender figure was nearly perfect, and her big eyes were full of reproach as she glared fiercely at Su Sancher. Su Sancher was very familiar with her. Although there was some gap in their cultivation levels, it was certainly not insurmountable. After all, this was the Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference. When Jiang Nan saw Su Sancher scan the crowd and finally head towards her, she felt somewhat nervous and uneasy. Soon, Su Sancher landed on the pad, almost predicting all her movements, thus seizing the initiative. Of course, Jiang Nan had no idea that Su Sancher was not only familiar with her, but had also cheated. After 2.5 years, Jiang Nan had forgotten that their 6th junior brother had a powerful spirit detection sharing ability. With Hui Yuhao's current spiritual power, a distance of 100 meters was truly nothing. With his assistance in predicting, it was naturally not difficult for Su Sancher to take Jiang Nan's hat. Good job, Sancher! The male students cheered as they watched Su Sancher triumphantly remove Jiang Nan's hat. One male student, whose cultivation was relatively weak, even lost control of his body due to excitement and almost slipped into the water from the lily pad. Su Sancher turned around, cupping his fists towards everyone, proudly declaring, Just luck. Fellow brothers and sisters, let's all work hard together. In this first round, we have many people, and we must take off all the girls' hats. Saying this, he unceremoniously brought Jiang Nan's hat to his face, taking a deep breath with a look of intoxication. Fortunately, at a distance and in the dark, Jiang Nan couldn't see his proud expression. Otherwise, she would surely be furious. This first round was originally a time to showcase personal abilities. Although Su Sancher seemed not to have used any soul skills just now, he succeeded and performed very steadily. The elders and teachers on the ferry in the distance couldn't help but nod secretly. Even Mu Lao watched with a smiling face. Su Sancher kept cupping his fists and bowing, clearly feeling very proud. He indeed had reason to be proud. After all, the female students were all wearing identical long dresses covering their entire bodies, with hats on their heads and veils hanging down over 3 feet. To most people, they all looked the same. Su Sancher managed to identify Jiang Nan among 20 female students on this dark night, which was not something that could be explained by mere familiarity. Watching Su Sanchi's high-profile performance, Zhang Lishuan revealed a hint of a smile on her pretty face as she glanced at Beibei beside her. Beibei was smiling as she looked at Su Sancher, clearly already accustomed to this guy's style. Next, Gu Fan, it's your turn, Zhang Lishuan said. The Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference had a considerable number of participants and involved 5 rounds. Although everyone could be considered a talented soul master with decent cultivation, maintaining buoyancy while standing on the lily pads for an extended period was still quite a burden, so they needed to hurry. Gu Fan was a young man in his late 20s. Upon hearing Zhang Lishuan call his name, he immediately nodded to the senior sister and leaped into the air. A pair of beautiful, pure white wings unfolded from his back. His figure was already quite well proportioned, and with a flap of his wings, he elegantly flew towards the direction of the 17 female students. A distance of 100 meters was brief for flying, and as Gu Fan soared closer, he suddenly flapped his wings forcefully towards the water surface, causing 7 soul rings to shine brightly around him. Instantly, a roaring sound echoed, and a fierce wind suddenly swept across the surface of the sea god lake. With the flapping of his wings, a massive wave surged up, heading straight for the female students. Gu Fan's face revealed a proud smile. If the female students were hit by the waves he created, needless to say, they would all become drenched beauties. At that time, not only would they be easier to recognize, but he would also have a feast for the eyes. However, at that moment, 2 of the 20 female students standing in the center suddenly shouted, "Gu Fan, you shameless guy!" One of them raised her right hand and slapped forward, with 7 soul rings rising from her feet, while the other had 8 soul rings appearing beneath her. 2 surging flames erupted fiercely. The flames instantly exploded into a sea of fire, blocking the towering waves entirely. The water vapor rose, and in that moment, the massive waves were all vaporized. Chu Junmo heard a senior beside him whisper, "Goodness, that's the Golden Crow True Fire. I didn't expect Wu Ming to participate in this dating conference." The other was actually the fire fanatic, Ma Xiaodao. Who would have thought? It was unclear whether the girls' defenses were too strong or if the brothers who attacked were too timid. After 5 or 6 of them took action, none succeeded. Among the 39 male students, the first row of 13 had already passed halfway. "Hey, are you all yellow croakers? Why are you all avoiding the edge? For love? You must have a spirit of recklessness. Otherwise, how can you win the girls' hearts?" Zhang Lishuan said with a smile. Under her encouragement, the next few male students performed much better. Although still somewhat lacking, they were significantly better than the previous ones. Finally managing to lift 2 hats and reveal 2 faces that were both charming and delightful. By this point, 3 of the 20 female students had already shown their true faces. Now, it was the turn of the senior in front of Chu Junmo. Before taking off, he made a victory gesture towards Chu Junmo, then leaped into the air and dashed out. After the previous exchange, Chu Junmo already knew that this senior had a very imposing name, called Chu Qingtian. 6 soul rings flickered with light, and he was seen tapping on the water surface with his toes, moving at an astonishing speed. Under the cover of the soul rings, it could be seen that there was a faint brownish-yellow fur appearing on his body. A feline soul? At this moment, Chu Qingtian had already rushed in front of the female students, directly heading towards Han Ruo, who had previously used the golden rope. This action immediately drew loud cheers from the male students. Chu Qingtian's figure flashed and reached Han Ruo's side. His right hand shot out like lightning towards the veil hanging from her hat. Bold move. Han Ruo snorted coldly, raising her right hand to block his hand. However, Chu Qingtian did not confront her head-on. There was an absolute gap in their cultivation levels, and a direct clash was not feasible. Suddenly, the 3rd soul ring on his body burst forth with brilliant light, countless electric arcs swirling and surging. In the flickering of the electric light, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had merged into the lightning. Han Ruo gasped, and her golden rope appeared in an instant, forming a circle of golden rings around herself, extinguishing all the incoming electric arcs in the golden light. However, those electric lights were not directed solely at her. They scattered in all directions. Some of them flew towards the closest Golden Crow saintess, Wu Ming. Wu Ming instinctively raised her hand, and a layer of golden red flames expanded outward, forming a barrier around her. But at that moment, a larger bolt of lightning suddenly trembled, and the electric light became solid, piercing through the defense layer of the Golden Crow True Fire, with a hand reaching out from the lightning, lifting her hat. Wu Ming was surrounded by Golden Crow True Fire, and as the hat was lifted, it instantly turned to ashes in the flames, revealing her delicate face. Although Chu Qingtian had previously introduced her to Hui Yuhao as being over 30, from a distance she appeared to be only in her mid-20s. While she was not as stunning as Jiang Nannan, she was still exceptionally beautiful, truly deserving of the title of beauty. Wu Ming clearly did not expect the opponent to target her. Just as she was about to attack, Chu Qingtian let out a long howl and transformed into lightning again. This time, he became just a flash of electric light, and almost in the blink of an eye, he returned to a position 100 meters away, landing steadily on a lily pad. "Sister Wu, I concede." Wu Ming raised her hand to touch her delicate face, surprisingly not getting angry, but instead blushing. Although the male students could not see it due to the golden light rising from the lily pad around her. Hanruo chuckled and said something to Wu Ming. However, Wu Ming lowered her head, lost in thought. Well done. The male students cheered. The golden crow Sanus's hat had actually been removed. Chu Qingtian instantly became a figure of prominence. It should be noted that his cultivation was only at 6 rings. Yet he first targeted Hanruo and then successfully removed Wu Ming's hat. This decisiveness and speed were definitely commendable. Zhang Lishuan also cast him an approving glance and said with a light laugh, Wu Ming, don't forget your agreement with everyone. Wu Ming's face flushed, and she pouted. I know. Brother, you should work hard too. Chu Qingtian said meaningfully. Chu Junmo was taken aback. Me? Work hard at what? Chu Qingtian looked at him in disbelief and said, You must have just entered the inner courtyard not long ago, right? Chu Junmo nodded and replied, I was specially approved to enter the inner courtyard. Chu Qingtian said, Just by looking at your age, it's easy to tell. Don't be nervous. It's your turn now. Chu Junmo then realized that the first round had actually come to him. Indeed, he turned to look at Beibei, who was giving him an encouraging gesture. Junmo, don't be nervous. Go for it. Senior sister Zhang Lishuan smiled and encouraged him, while turning to the female students and saying, This is the youngest male student among us today. Ladies, please go easy on him. A burst of silver, bell-like laughter erupted on the water's surface, and Wu Ming, whose hat had been lifted, even laughed and said, Little guy, how old are you to be participating in a matchmaking event? Come on, you can lift Sister Ruo's hat too. Sister Ruo loves little boys the most. Minger, do you want to die? Han Ruo said, embarrassed and pouting, which immediately caused another round of laughter from the female students. At this moment, Chu Junmo's face turned quite awkward. He was at a loss for what to do. After all, this was his first time experiencing such a scene. Beibei said, Junmo, go for it. Okay. Chu Junmo replied, stepping out from the lily pad. Unlike all the other male students from the inner courtyard who had acted immediately, Chu Junmo's movement seemed a bit slow. He stepped out and directly stepped onto the water surface, hovering above it without sinking. Then he began to walk step by step towards the female students on the opposite side. Chu Junmo did not use his martial soul, but with each step he took, the water beneath his feet instantly turned to ice. As soon as his foot left the water's surface, the ice melted. The students on both sides, who had been laughing and preparing to watch the show, fell silent in surprise, staring at the not-so-old junior. As he walked on the water's surface, each step naturally formed a layer of ice, creating a stable footing. With his clever control of soul power, once he had such a foothold, walking became effortless and did not consume too much soul power. This is the ultimate ice. Chu Junmo could fly. He was already a soul sage, but he felt it was a bit too much, so it was better to keep a low profile. From a distance, Elder Mu chuckled. This kid has made quite a bit of progress. Although Chu Junmo was not moving quickly, 100 meters was not a long distance. He stopped about 15 meters away from the female students. The female students all removed their hats, and Chu Junmo was not only handsome, but also strong. Wow. 15 hats, and I didn't even lift a finger. Chu Junmo deeply bowed and said, Thank you, sisters. After saying that, he took a few steps back, still floating on the water, and after stepping back a few paces, he turned around, accelerated, lightly tapped on the water a few times, and returned to his original lily pad. Chu Qingtian directly gave Chu Junmo a thumbs up, looking amazed and saying, Brother, impressive, truly impressive. Without any effort, you easily removed 15 hats. No wonder you could enter the inner courtyard at such a young age. That's amazing. Chapter 116, Love at First Sight. Affection at second glance. Yesterday's writing was a bit chaotic. In short, only 5 hats remained to be removed. Sorry about that. Next up is the repositioning, ranking according to the number of female students' hats removed in the first round. Chu Junmo ranks first with 12 hats removed. Revised, he removed 12 hats, leaving those 5. Next is the second round. Beibei announced loudly after the first round of introductions. The next is the time for the girls to express who they are interested in. Therefore, our second round is called Love at First Sight. The rules are very simple. Each female student will receive a switch to control the soul guide lamp beneath them. They will light the lamp for each male student. Any male student who receives a lit lamp from a female student can continue to stay here for the next round. However, if unfortunately none of the female participants keeps the light for him, then, sadly, he will have to leave our event. Chu Junmo remembers very clearly that Beibei had told them before that the time required for this second round is the shortest, but for the male participants, it is the most important test. Because in this round, no matter how strong or excellent your abilities are, as long as no female participant keeps the light for you, you will be immediately eliminated. After all, the number of male participants is significantly greater than that of female participants. Therefore, this round is designed to simplify the situation. Chu Junmo is the first to face the challenge. Ladies, please take a moment to think seriously. You have 1 minute. But you must think carefully. Moreover, I want to emphasize that if none of you keeps the light for any male participant, it also means you will give up on this matchmaking event and exit Haishan Lake. The female participants naturally have their own plans. They all appear quiet, 100 meters apart, but no one knows if they already have someone they fancy in their hearts. A minute quickly passes. At Zhang Lishuan's gesture, Beibei continues to host. All right, let us begin the second round. Love at first sight. First, please keep the light for Chu Junmo. In this second round, keeping the light does not necessarily mean you must choose him in the end. As long as you have a good impression, you can give him a chance and also give yourself a chance. I believe he will also pay attention to the girls who keep the light for him. Start. It would be impossible for Chu Junmo to say he is not nervous. Looking at the 20 girls in the distance, he can clearly feel his heart racing. His mind is somewhat blank at this moment. No matter how strong his usual judgment is, he cannot figure out how many girls will keep the light for him. 3, 2, 1. Accompanied by Beibei's countdown, suddenly 4 beams of light extinguish. Chu Junmo looks closely. Those who extinguished his lights are precisely the 4 girls who did not take off their hats. In the end, Chu Junmo has 16 lights. Lai has 2 lights, Hui Yuhao has 11 lights, and Su Sanshur has 1 light. As the lights extinguish round by round, when this second round of love at first sight ends, only 24 male participants remain on the scene. Just in this second round, 1/3 of the boys were eliminated. The second round comes to an end. The positions of the 24 male participants change again, and due to the reduced number, they line up in a row, facing the 20 female participants across the way. This time, it is Zhang Lishuan who speaks. After the first 2 rounds, I believe everyone has a simple understanding of each other. Next, we will enter the third round, love at second sight. This time, the girls must pay attention. You can no longer choose casually as in the second round. Once you choose, you must take responsibility for your choice. Each boy will have 1 minute for self-introduction. After the self-introduction, you will come to me and report the number of the sea goddess you admire. Once all the boys finish their self-introductions, the girls will begin to make their choices. This choice represents your final decision. Each girl can only choose once and cannot change her mind afterward. After the selection, we will start the fourth round. Boys, please note that when you showcase yourselves, you can also display your abilities, as well as introduce your cultivation, etc. As long as you feel your introduction can attract the girl you admire, that's fine. This time, we will shuffle the order. A draw will determine who goes first. To ensure fairness, Beibei steps onto the lotus leaves and slowly floats towards the male participants, holding a bamboo stick to draw lots from left to right. The female participants across are also busy. Each one begins to wear a number plate representing their number. They also rearrange their positions. The draw quickly concludes. Chu Junmo's luck is neither good nor bad, drawing the 11th position, appearing in the middle. In this third round, going first or last is clearly not too favorable. The first to appear lacks experience, while the last to appear risks causing aesthetic fatigue for the girls. The first to draw is the 6-ringed agility-type battle soul master Chu Qingtian, who stood next to Hui Yuhao in the first round. Zhang Lishuan says, "All right, the third round. Love at second sight begins. Boys, be sure to perform well. This is your best opportunity to attract the attention of the sea goddesses, so don't miss it. The participant who drew number 1, please come out. Remember, your self-introduction will take place over the water between both sides. As per the previous rules, falling into the water counts as failure. Thank you, senior sister." Chu Qingtian responds and wastes no time. He leaps up, surrounded by electric light, and in a flash, he is already above the water surface. "Hello, sea goddesses, I am Chu Qingtian." While in midair, he has already announced his name. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. 6 soul rings shine simultaneously. His body spirals in the air. The 3rd soul ring lights up, and amidst countless flashes of electricity, his figure instantly disappears, with only his voice echoing in the air. "I am 27 years old this year, with a battle spirit electric wild leopard, an agility-type battle soul master, and my soul power is level 67. In terms of speed, I consider myself among the best in the inner courtyard, although I'm not particularly outstanding. I have a sincere heart. Before coming to participate in the Sea God Fate matchmaking event today, I had already decided that as long as any sea goddess would take me in, I will wholeheartedly accompany her for life. While Chu Qingtian speaks, the numerous flashes of electricity he embodies suddenly coalesce in the air, forming a huge lightning heart. His figure flickers, and he separates from the heart, gently blowing it towards the girls, and it ultimately dissipates in the air. He then twists in the air, flashes, and appears before Zhang Lishuan, quickly writing down the number of the girl he admires on the paper in her hand. Then he flashes back to his lotus leaf. Throughout the entire process, Chu Qingtian completely showcased his speed and control. His movements flowed like water, without a hint of delay, and when he returned to his lotus leaf, the minute was exactly up. He lands, not out of breath, and with a smile, he slightly bows to the girls with his right hand over his chest. However, not everyone among the girls appreciates his performance. Hanruo whispers to Wu Ming beside her, "This guy is quite romantic," thinking that anyone who takes him and will have his heart for life. "Minger, you better think it through." Wu Ming's pretty face turns slightly red as she replies, "It's still your fault for insisting on betting with me." Chu Qingtian is completely oblivious to the situation on the other side, proudly standing there, thinking he performed well. The second participant follows closely. The one who drew number 2 is Dai Huabin. Dai Huabin does not have Chu Qingtian's speed, relying on his agility. He manages to traverse the water surface without falling in. He shouts loudly, and a strong white light bursts forth from him, which is the white tiger protective barrier. White fur rapidly grows, and his figure suddenly becomes tall and mighty. With a flash, he rushes out. The white tiger protective barrier expands, forming a white light shield that barely keeps his body afloat on the water surface. Compared to Chu Qingtian, this does not seem graceful at all. But everyone present is perceptive. They can naturally see that performing on the water surface is not his strong suit. As a battle soul master, his real strength lies in direct combat. Hello everyone, my name is Dai Huabin. I'm 17 years old. Level 57 strong attack, system battle soul king. Martial soul, white tiger. That's it. Thank you. After saying this plainly, he turned and leaped back onto the water lily leaf, not even bothering to report his number to Zhang Lishuan. This indicated that he didn't have a particular girl he was fond of. Compared to Chu Qingtian's earlier performance, this was rather simple to the point of being excessive. After Dai Huabin, several male students showcased their abilities one after another, displaying dazzling soul skills and impressive performances across the water. Most of them were between 25 and 35 years old, primarily at the Soul Emperor and Soul Sage levels. He was ranked 9th, Hui Yuhao was 11th, and Su Sanshur drew a rather unfortunate 24th, which meant he was the last to introduce himself. Soon, it was time for He Kaitu to take the stage. Next, Zhang Lishuan's soft and melodious voice echoed over the lake. He Kaitu cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and barely calmed his agitated emotions. This time, he didn't make any shocking performances. He lightly tapped his toes on the leaf, and a light shield instantly appeared around him, somewhat resembling the earlier display of Dai Huabin, the white tiger battle soul king, as he floated on the lake's surface using the shield. However, this was not a soul skill, but a soul guide shield. Floating atop the soul guide shield, the soul guide thruster on Hikaitu's back emitted a faint glow, propelling his tall and sturdy body toward the girls. As he moved forward, he loudly declared, "My name is Hikaitu. It's a silly name. Although I look a bit anxious, I am indeed only 19 this year. It was my teacher who saved my life and brought me to Shrek Academy, allowing me to be here today. I am a soul guide and also a level 62 support type soul emperor. I came here today for one person. I am very nervous, but I know that if I don't say it out loud, I will never forgive myself. Xiao Xiao, I'm back and I like you. In my life, I have never liked anyone as much as I like you. Long ago, I lost my family, and I have even forgotten them. But I clearly know that there is one person who occupies the most important place in my heart. That's you. I really like you." For He Kaitu, Xiao Xiao was added. Simple, direct, and straightforward. This was a method He Kaitu came up with. While saying these words, he kept his head down, not daring to look at Xiao Xiao, but his voice was firm, his fists clenched tightly, his dark face slightly flushed, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The entire place fell silent. Among the 9 male students who had already introduced themselves, only Hikaitu directly expressed his love for a girl, resolute and unhesitant. Hikaitu cautiously glanced in Xiao Zhao's direction, but she didn't dare to look at him. Lowering her head, her slender hands entwined in front of her body. If she were to extend her 2 index fingers, it would probably match the actions of the little snow girl. What to do? What to do? This is so embarrassing. At this moment, Xiao Zhao's mind was completely blank. Ahem, a minute is up. Beibei reminded He Kaitu from a distance. Oh. He Kaitu awkwardly restarted the soul guide thruster, retreating in the direction he came from. Zhang Lishuan smiled and said, Kaitu, so you have chosen Xiao Xiao, right? Yes. He Kaitu nodded repeatedly. Then he turned around and fled back to his water lily leaf. Xiao Xiao, Han Ruo called softly. Huh? Xiao Xiao finally raised her head. Her fair and delicate face now turned the color of a tomato. If He Kaitu were here to watch closely, he would surely say, I love eating tomatoes. Han Ruo chuckled and said, Little sister, don't be shy. Girls should be bolder. Especially when facing happiness. You need to bravely seize it. That's all guy just now. To be honest, his appearance really doesn't match you. Huh? The redness on Xiao Zhao's face faded slightly, but her eyes showed a bit of dissatisfaction. Just as she was about to argue, Han Ruo continued, Although his appearance doesn't match yours, I can feel that he is sincere toward you and very persistent. Once such a man sets his mind on something, he won't change. Being with him will make you happy. The word Xiao Xiao had at the tip of her tongue suddenly got stuck, and she shyly lowered her head again. But this time, her heart felt a little sweeter. The 10th male student took the stage to introduce himself, and Hui Yuhao looked at the sweating He Kaitu and gave him a thumbs up, praising, Second brother, great job. Huh? Was my performance okay? He Kaitu looked at him anxiously. Junmo nodded vigorously and said, At least you spoke your heart. Letting Xiao Xiao feel your feelings for her. No matter the outcome, being able to say those words in front of so many people means you've already succeeded. He Kaitu breathed heavily, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, That's good. Little junior brother, it's about to be your turn. You have to do well too. Have you set your sights on any girl? Yuhao, you're next. Go for it. After the previous segments, Hui Yuhao's mood had actually calmed down. In the extreme individual soldier program, controlling one's emotions was also a course. As he grew older, his self-control continued to improve. Although He Kaitu had also taken this course, he was flustered because he cared too much, which made it hard for him to control himself. While he was lost in thought, He Kaitu reminded, Yuhao, it's your turn. Hui Yuhao suddenly woke up, realizing that the minute was up, and the male student before him had already finished his self-introduction in the Love at First Sight segment and was returning toward the water lily. Yuhao, it's your turn. Sure enough, Beibei's call rang out. Yuhao took a deep breath, his mood calm at this moment, and his performance was naturally composed and unhurried. He lightly tapped his toes on the water lily leaf and floated out, light as a feather, as if weightless. He glided forward 5 or 6 meters, then lightly tapped on the water surface, causing cold air to condense into a sheet of ice, supporting his body as he slid forward. My name is Hui Yuhao. I'm 17 this year. Control and strong attack dual system battle soul king, level 6 soul guide. As he said this, the female students across from him were already filled with expressions of surprise. Among them, the most impatient, the golden crow saintess, could no longer hold back. She raised her hand and said, Wait a minute. Senior sister, can I ask him a question? Zhang Lishuan replied, One question. No further questions. Okay. Wu Ming readily agreed and asked Hui Yuhao, You not try to attract girls by giving yourself so many titles, are you? Control, strong attack dual system? How do you differentiate? Do you have 2 martial souls? And you're a level 6 soul guide, yet only 17 this year. An all-around warrior? Hui Yuhao smiled slightly and said, Hello, senior sister. I do have 2 martial souls. My main martial soul is control type, and my second martial soul is strong attack type. And I also practice the soul guide system. A few days ago, I just returned from an exchange study at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy. Wu Ming was stunned and asked in surprise, Twin martial souls? Hui Yuhao had some fame in the outer academy, but in the inner academy, he was nothing much, especially since he had been gone for more than 2 years. Even those who had some impression of him would have forgotten. At this moment, when the words twin martial souls were mentioned, many female students' eyes lit up, especially the younger ones. What does a dual martial soul mean? The inner courtyard students are well aware. Once a soul master with dual martial souls reaches the title Douluo level and completes the soul rings for their second martial soul, even if they only have a cultivation level of 91, they can contend with title Douluo level powerhouses. Moreover, Hui Yuhao's dual martial souls are 1 control and 1 attack type, which is a perfect combination. Zhang Lishuan smiled and said, Yuhao, continue. You still have half a minute. Yuhao shook his head and said, Senior sister, I'm done. All right, next. Oh, Junmo, it's your turn. Good luck. Everyone, make sure to pay attention to little Junmo. He is the youngest here and the strongest. Good luck, Junmo, Zhang Lishuan said. Chu Junmo stepped on the surface of the lake, the cold air crystallizing into ice. With a smile, Chu Junmo said, "Hello, senior sisters, my name is Chu Junmo. I'm 10 years old, a rank 79 soul sage, with a martial soul Shintian Ice Phoenix, and I am an attack-type soul master. I just returned from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy as an exchange student and am now an 8th level soul engineer." Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent. 10 years old, soul sage, 8th level soul engineer. This. Elder Mu and the other elders were also taken aback. They had even asked Chu Junmo about his studies in soul engineering, and he was already at the 8th level. For a moment, everyone was silent. At this time, Zhang Lishuan said, "All right, Junmo, you can go back now next." The second meeting of Love segment continued, and every male student cherished this opportunity to showcase themselves. After this segment, they would only have the chance to enter the final segment through the fourth segment. In the fourth segment, whether female students would choose them would determine everything, so everyone was striving to showcase their abilities. Su Sancher successfully pursued Jiang Nanan this time. At this moment, Beibei said, "Sorry to interrupt everyone, but today I want to confess to senior sister. I will love her for this lifetime and thank her for always being by my side. Zhang Lishuan, I like you." Beibei's sudden confession was met with applause from the audience, and Elder Mu's eyes sparkled with tears. He was very happy. Senior sister Zhang Lishuan shed tears as well, disregarding everything else, and embraced Beibei. After a moment, the two deeply bowed and said, "Thank you, everyone. We sincerely wish that everyone can find their loved ones today. All right, our fourth segment is coming." With a smile, she continued, "Next, we will start the fourth segment." After the mutual admiration, love at first sight, and the second meeting of love, it's time for the fated 3 lives. Therefore, our fourth segment is called 3 Lives with Fate. In this segment, female students will take turns to introduce themselves, choose their ideal male partner, and go to his side. Male students should stand aside. It is not excluded that someone may attract more than one female student. At the end of this segment, if a male student is not favored by any female student, then sorry, you will leave our matchmaking event. The remaining ones will continue to the final segment. Undoubtedly, in this fourth segment, more male students would be eliminated. Among the 17 female students, Jiang Nanan left, leaving 16 remaining. Even if the final choices were one-on-one, only 16 could be kept from the remaining 23 male students. In the See God Fate matchmaking event, the female students held the priority in the first 4 segments, which also aligns with the principle of ladies first. Let's begin. The 3 girls still wearing their hats should pay attention. Later, when you introduce yourselves, you can choose to remove your hats and reveal your true appearances. If during this segment you do not reveal yourselves or give any hints, then in the final segment, unless the boys choose you, you want to be able to remove your hats until the event ends. Now, please, the first female student, introduce yourself and make your choice. The first female student lightly tapped the tip of her toes on a lily pad. Because there was solid ice beneath, she exerted sufficient force, and her body seemed to float effortlessly. Just as she was about to land on the water surface, her figure elegantly spun around. A layer of white soul power surged forth, compressing the water surface and firmly holding her in midair. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 soul rings moved rhythmically. This female student appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. Her appearance was not exceptionally beautiful, but her facial features were very soft, giving a friendly impression. Without using any soul skills, she relied purely on her soul power to hover above the water surface. It seemed simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult to control, instantly winning the admiration of the male students. Hui Yuhao was among those admiring her. At least with his current cultivation level, he couldn't achieve such control. "My name is Hua Yao, and my martial soul is the lotus flower. I am a control-type battle soul sage. I am 31 years old, and I just want to find a gentle man to accompany me. A simple and ordinary life is what I pursue." Her simple introduction left a very good impression. Although she was already 31, in the realm of high-level soul masters, age differences were not a problem. Zhang Lishuan smiled and asked, "So who do you choose?" Hua Yao's face flushed slightly, and her figure floated forward, already heading toward the front. The fourth segment, 3 Lives with Fate, was not as simple as Zhang Lishuan had previously said. In this round, all the female students faced a problem: how to keep their bodies from falling into the water when they approached the male students. After all, the water surface was weightless. How to maintain balance until the last segment was quite challenging. Therefore, in this segment, Whether the male students could show gentlemanly demeanor by offering their lily pads would also represent their choices in the final segment. Soon, Hua Yao arrived in front of a group of male students, her beautiful eyes scanning over everyone before landing on a male student who appeared to be around 30 years old. This male student was tall and slender. Although his appearance was somewhat ordinary, he exuded a calm demeanor. In the previous segments, he had performed adequately, but did not show anything particularly special. Even Hui Yuhao only remembered he was at the 7th ring level. With a flash, Hui Yao had already arrived in front of this male student, slightly bowing and greeting. Instantly, the other male students cheered in excitement. This was a stroke of luck. The male student also looked surprised, but soon a delighted smile spread across his face. He said nothing, simply lightly tapping his toes on the lily pad, drifting back 3 meters while making a very gentlemanly invitation gesture. Hua Yao did not hold back, floating directly onto it, her face slightly flushed as she nodded lightly. The interaction between the two was completed in this subtle and silent manner. The male student, who was originally also hovering in midair, performed a similar action to Hua Yao's, but at that moment, a pink lotus flower quietly appeared beneath his feet, its petals opening to support his body. Earlier, Hua Yao had mentioned that her martial soul was the lotus flower. The two exchanged smiles, feeling as though everything was understood without words. Although the inner courtyard students did not interact much, it was natural to recognize each other. Often, everyone felt shy about expressing their feelings, and the See God Fate matchmaking event was the perfect stage for this. Zhang Lishuan smiled and said, "Lonely Sail, it seems your lonely sail is about to turn into a big ship." Lonely Sail was clearly a person of few words. He slightly bowed toward Zhang Lishuan, but the excitement in his eyes was hard to hide. Zhang Lishuan said, "Now it's time for our next female student to take the stage." The girl wearing the number 2 badge was the one that Hui Yuhao had been paying attention to all this time. Hearing Zhang Lishuan's remark, he suddenly felt a bit nervous. This girl still wore a straw hat, so how would she choose? Her figure floated, and she had already flown out, a faint golden glow radiating from her. To everyone's surprise, she didn't say anything or remove her hat and veil, but flew directly towards the male students. Zhang Lishuan couldn't help but say, "This girl looks very familiar. Aren't you going to take off your hat and say something? Don't forget my reminder just now." The girl simply shook her head gently in midair, still saying nothing, heading straight for the male students. Her body appeared very light, and after flying 10 meters, she lightly tapped the water's surface with her toes and flew up again. 100 meters was just a matter of a few rises and falls. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, 6 soul rings in the best matching state were enough to attract the attention of the male students. Since the beginning of this matchmaking event, this female student not only hadn't revealed her true face, but hadn't even spoken a word, which made her seem even more mysterious. The girl with the number 2 badge was getting closer, and soon she would be in front of everyone. Without any pause, she actually descended towards Hui Yuhao. The golden light around her suddenly dissipated, and even the soul rings retracted, as if she were about to dive directly into the water. Hui Yuhao's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but more was uncertainty. The girl slightly turned her body, her long brown hair swaying in front of her, the strands falling over her shoulders, visible outside the veil. Chapter 117, Unexpectedly. The girl lightly leapt and landed on the lotus leaf in front of Hui Yuhao, giving him a gentle nod, still silent. Hui Yuhao formed a patch of ice beneath his feet, looking closely at the girl who was completely covered in a long dress and veil. For some reason, a strong sense of familiarity made him increasingly excited. Yes, it's Senior Orange, she really came. With this certainty in his heart, Hui Yuhao no longer hesitated. He was no longer the naive young boy he once was. His inner feelings combined with the deeply imprinted figure in his soul. She had already taken the initiative. How could he remain unresponsive? Floating back, Hui Yuhao lightly leapt off the lotus leaf, landing on the water surface behind, making a gesture to the girl, "Please, come up." In that moment, he had completely made his choice. Whether he and Orange could be together in the future or not, she had given him a chance, and he wanted to try to seize it. Zhang Lishuan smiled and said, "It seems that Yuhao and our mysterious girl are quite in sync. Did you two have an agreement beforehand? Give me the answer in the final segment." They continued. Next, several more girls took the stage, and finally, it was Xiao Zhao's turn. Xiao Xiao looked up at the opposite side, her face still flushed, and her eyes showed some hesitation. Not far away, Wu Ming smiled and said, "Xiao Xiao, listen to your sister. Don't miss the best opportunity because of momentary shyness." Accept a man when he loves you the most, and you can completely capture his heart. He will love you and may even cherish you for a lifetime out of gratitude. Honruru Solaft, Mingar? You seem to understand a lot, yet you haven't captured anyone until now. Wu Ming replied somewhat frustrated. It's not that there's no suitable one. Xiao nodded to them, her shy eyes finally revealing determination. Thank you, sisters. Saying this, she leaped forward. Unlike the previous female students, the moment she appeared, 5 soul rings emerged from her. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Undoubtedly, her cultivation was among the weakest of all the female students. A 5-ring soul king absolutely couldn't hover in mid-air without external force. However, Xiao had her abilities. Just as she was about to exhaust her strength in her leap, suddenly, a large cauldron appeared beneath her. Xiao lightly tapped the edge of the cauldron with her toes, and her whole body stopped on top of it. Then, an unusual scene occurred. She completely disappeared along with the cauldron and reappeared 30 meters away. This flickering happened 3 times in a row, and she arrived in front of the male students just like that. Splash! At that moment, the sound of water splashing echoed. Hikaitu, too nervous, accidentally stepped on his own lotus leaf, causing it to break. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, instantly gathering his soul power, pressing down with both hands. Using the control technique from Tang Sek's ultimate skill to push outward and rose back up from the surface of the water. On the other side, Chu Junmo had not yet moved, when a black cauldron suddenly appeared next to Hikaitu without warning. Come up, Xiao called anxiously. She knew that if she fell into the water, she would be eliminated. At this moment, she couldn't care about her shyness anymore. With another flash of light, she brought the large cauldron beneath her to Hikaitu. Hikaitu gently pressed his hands on the sand shung Zhan Hunding and leaped up, landing on the cauldron. Excited, his lips trembled slightly. Xiao, Hikaitu called softly. Xiao also lowered her head. I will treat you well. I really like you. No matter what Hikaitu said, Xiao's reply was only one word. She kept her head down and didn't dare to look at him. After 2.5 years of separation and longing, they finally stood together at this moment. 2 passionate hearts were gradually drawing closer. Zhang Lishuan nudged Beibei beside her. It's your turn now. Okay. Beibei looked at Su Sanshi, Jiang Nanan. As Hikaitu and Xiao became a couple, he felt genuinely happy as the senior brother. In the San Shengding, there is a connection of 3 lives. Kaitu, you must seize this. Beibei's teasing voice rang out. Hikaitu declared loudly, Senior brother, I will definitely seize it. To the senior sisters and junior sisters across from me, don't choose me anymore. I have someone now. Ha ha ha. Hikaitu's straightforward confession immediately drew laughter from everyone, and the atmosphere lightened considerably from the previous romantic tension. Xiao was so embarrassed that she wanted to sink into the ground. She reached out and pinched Hikaitu's arm, whispering, You look like a black charcoal head. Who would be so blind as to choose you? You're really self-indulgent. Hikaitu chuckled, It doesn't hurt. Pinch me a couple more times. I'm afraid I'm dreaming. Xiao didn't pinch again, but rubbed the spot she had pinched earlier, softly saying, Would you not want to see me in a dream? Hikaitu touched his bald head. Of course I would want to see you. But if this is a dream, what if I wake up? Xiao finally smiled. If this is really a dream, then let's keep dreaming. The 4th round continued. After all the girls had finished their turn, only the 4 girls wearing hats remained. Everyone was puzzled, and surprisingly, there wasn't a single girl on Chu Junmo's side at this time. These girls liked handsome and capable junior brothers, but they believed they weren't worthy, so they chose not to waste their feelings anymore. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, all heading towards Chu Junmo. At that moment, the Snow Maiden also emerged, transforming back to her original form. With a flash of blue light, she vanished with the wind and snow, leaving everyone stunned, including Elder Mu, Elder Xian, and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. This is one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the Snow Emperor. The Snow Emperor floated over to the 4 girls and faced Chu Junmo, waving her jade hand as a slowly forming ice bridge appeared. The Snow Emperor said to the 4 girls, Little sisters, come with me. This ice bridge led to Chu Junmo's side. Elder Mu could only smile helplessly, thinking, this kid really has debts of gratitude with everyone. Even the Snow Emperor is after him. Ha ha ha, impressive. Elder Xian was speechless. It was his first time being at a loss for words. Ever since Elder Mu recovered, his personality had changed a lot. Chu Junmo stared blankly at the 5 girls. Beibei said, Junior brother, I did remind you earlier, but I didn't expect there to be 5. I'm not sure how that happened either. Chu Junmo felt a chill. Why did he have to owe so many debts of affection? a battlefield of emotions. But to Chu Junmo's surprise, the 5 girls came to stand on his lotus leaf, which was not large enough, so the Snow Emperor specially expanded it with ice. Chapter 118. Special approval. These junior sisters. You can take off your hats now, Zhang Lishuan said. Ma Xiaoyao was the first to remove her hat, followed by Ling Luocheng, Tang Wutong, and Ming Hanchun, along with the Snow Emperor. My goodness, they're all goddesses. The discomfort was evident as envious gazes fell upon these goddess-level girls, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. Chu Junmo was in a daze. What was he supposed to do now? At this moment, Beibei said, Junior brother, you can only choose one among these girls. That's the rule, and I can't do anything about it. Chu Junmo didn't know what to do at all. The 5 girls were looking at Chu Junmo, and they were more anxious than he was. Elder Mu shook his head and floated over, saying, Good disciple, don't worry. None of these daughters-in-law can escape. I announced that Chu Junmo officially inherits the position of the God Pavilion's next generation master. So, Junmo, you can have them all. Ha. I'm looking forward to holding my grandson soon. Chu Junmo was speechless. The other elders of the God Pavilion did not object. After all, with Chu Junmo's strength and talent, he was likely a once-in-a-millennium genius, and moreover, he was mature and calm, a good seedling. Thank you, teacher. I will lead Shrek to create the most glorious moments. Good. Excellent. Now, daughters-in-law, why aren't you taking this foolish boy back? Just look at the boy's gazes. Little Junmo is about to be devoured. The 5 girls blushed and led Chu Junmo back to their residence. Chapter 119. Battle with Tang San. In just a few months, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition would begin. In the days that followed, Chu Junmo had a great time with the 5 girls. They didn't compete with each other at all. Instead, they practiced how to cooperate, which greatly frustrated Su Sanshur. At this moment, a blue void suddenly appeared in the originally clear sky, and a man in a blue robe stepped out. Everyone was drawn to this scene. This person was Tang San. Elder Mu hurried over and said, Junior Mu in meets Ancestor Tang San. Tang San maintained a smile and said, No need for that. I'm here to find someone named Chu Junmo. Please bring him to me. Elder Mu hesitated. With such a big commotion, how could Chu Junmo not sense it? Now he was already in 85th level Soul Dalu. In a flash, Chu Junmo appeared before Tang San and said, Junior Chu Junmo pays respects to Ancestor Tang San. Oh, wait. Tang San's smile faded as he said sternly, You are the one who ran off with my precious daughter? Not bad, only 10 years old. Yet you've reached Soul Dalu. Back in the day, your talent would have easily surpassed me. But you not only have my daughter, but also so many beauties. You can either keep my daughter or be crippled today. Tang Wutong panicked. Her memories had returned with the help of the system, and she certainly knew that Tang San was her father. Tang Wutong said, Dad, I don't mind. No way I mind. Tang San replied. Others showed anxious expressions. What were they going to do? Since that's the case, Ancestor Tang San, does that mean I just need to defeat you? Chu Junmo said lightly. Sure. As long as you defeat me, I won't stop you. Tang San scoffed, thinking it impossible for Chu Junmo to defeat him. Despite his power being suppressed to the limit of a titled Douluo, it would be easy for him to crush Chu Junmo. All right, then come on, Ancestor. After Chu Junmo finished speaking, a burst of light erupted, wind and clouds swirling, and a dragon's roar echoed throughout the continent. 9 soul rings rose from under Chu Junmo's feet, resembling a celestial deity. This, Tang San was also stunned, directly entering his Shura state, appearing like an unparalleled killing god. Chu Junmo held the gun sword, Destruction, which had already reached the status of a semi-divine weapon, yet he showed no fear of the Shura sword. Chapter 120. Victory. Immediately afterward, the clash between the Shura sword and Destruction resonated clearly with the sound of metal colliding. Kid, you're quite impressive. Ancestor, you're not bad either. After a bout of close combat, Chu Junmo distanced himself. This way of fighting wasn't going anywhere, and he could see the anxiousness on the faces of the crowd below. Chu Junmo sheathed Destruction, and his 7th soul ring lit up, revealing his martial spirit's true form. A giant dragon appeared. Ancestral Dragon Domain, Killing God Domain. Both unleashed their domains. Ancestral Dragon's Roar. A dragon's roar echoed, and Tang San fell into a dazed state. Chu Junmo wouldn't missed the opportunity to attack. Ancestral Dragon Destruction. A massive energy sphere shot towards Tang San. Tang San sensed the extraordinary power and hastily used his soul skill, Void. Tang San used Ghost Shadow Mysterious Steps to appear before Chu Junmo. Attempting to use his 6th soul skill, Explosive Kill 8 strikes. Chu Junmo dodged swiftly, delivering an ancestral dragon destruction punch. This punch struck fiercely at Tang San, who couldn't evade and had to take it head-on. The blue-silver Overlord Spear was raised defensively, but still sent him flying several meters back. Kid, you're strong. It seems I underestimated you. Tang San wiped away the bloodstains, using his third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Blue-silver grasses wrapped around Chu Junmo. Blue-silver whale, demon, S capture. Chu Junmo suddenly felt disoriented, his mind blank. Ninth soul skill, Blue-silver heaven, Azure Dragon Spirit. The dragon-shaped soul power surged towards Chu Junmo, instantly enveloping him. Everyone's hearts sank. They felt like their hearts were in their throats. As the dragon-shaped soul power dissipated, Chu Junmo remained standing there. Tang San nodded, thinking Chu Junmo had taken a hit and was done for. But wait, what? He was completely unharmed. Tang San's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You little brat, are you a monster or something?" Chu Junmo laughed heartily and said, "Sorry, ancestor. My soul skill, Ancestral Dragon Golden Body, grants immunity to all attacks for 10 seconds. So, sorry, but your attack just now was ineffective." Tang San's face darkened. This soul skill was even more terrifying than his void. This kit, Tang San replaced it with a Haotian hammer. His second soul skill, Break of Determination. Third soul skill, Whirlwind Dance. Fourth soul skill, Evil God Break. Fifth soul skill, Brilliant Explosion. One by one, the soul skills struck towards Chu Junmo, who could only use destruction to defend. Finally, Chu Junmo created some distance and unleashed the 9 swords of annihilation. The 9th sword, Rain of Sword Destruction, saw Chu Junmo running the destruction in the air, with the original destruction as the center, creating identical copies of destruction that all stabbed towards Tang San. Tang San used his 8th soul skill, Thousand Gene Barrier, to block the oncoming destruction. He felt a heavy pressure. This power was too strong, and he was almost unable to block it. Chu Junmo's Dragon Claw attacked Tang San, and Tang San was caught off guard, falling behind. "Stop. I lose." Tang San sighed. "This kid is too strong. I underestimated him." Chu Junmo smiled and said, "Thank you, ancestor, for being merciful. I win." Before he could finish, Chu Junmo forcibly used the ancestral dragon martial spirit and fell towards the ground. Tang San shook his head at this sight, grabbed Chu Junmo from afar, and sent him to the side of the 5 girls, saying, "I leave this kid to you. I'm leaving now. It won't take long. We will meet again." Tang Wudong said, "Dad, you're leaving just like this?" Tang San patted Tang Wudong's head and said, "Silly girl, be good. We'll reunite soon. If this kid bullies you, I'll deal with him. I'm off." After saying that, Tang San turned and left. Although Chu Junmo had exhausted his life when he forcibly used the power last time, he still entered a weakened state. Chapter 121. The Evil Soul Master appears 10 days later. Chu Junmo slowly woke up. This weakness was no joke. During these 10 days, he had been in a semi-comatose state. However, this time was also an opportunity that allowed him to break through to level 85, receiving a system reward of 500,000 Year Soul Rings and 200,000 Supreme Points. I forgot how many there were. Let's just assume there are a total of 250,000 Supreme Points now. 8th Soul Skill, Extreme Cold. Ice Phoenix Crying to the Sky Strike. Xianbing Phoenix forms soul power attack on enemies. Can target enemies of the same realm. Extreme Cold, Absolute Freeze. Instantly freeze enemies, a strong control type soul skill. As Chu Junmo opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the 5 girls. What could he say? He could only smile bitterly. "Little Junmo, you finally woke up," the 5 girls said in unison, then exchanged knowing glances. During Chu Junmo's coma, the 5 girls had discussed together, deciding to refer to each other as sisters without distinction between main and secondary wives, ranking them by age. Chu Junmo smiled at them, nodded, and said, "It's okay now. This time the harvest is not small. I'm a soul Douluo now." "What? This?" the 5 girls exclaimed in surprise. "That's too monstrous." All right. Don't be shocked. Let's go to see the teacher first." Chu Junmo smiled and said, Let's go." Chu Junmo led the 5 girls to the God Pavilion, where Elder Mu and many elders were discussing some major issue, their expressions grave. When the elders saw Chu Junmo arrive, they were overjoyed, and Elder Mu's expression softened as he said, "Little Junmo, you've recovered quickly. It seems we underestimated you. You actually defeated Ancestor Tang San." "Wait, huh? What the hell?" "Little Junmo, you actually broke through to Soul Douluo." Elder Mu had an impulse to curse. This was too monstrous. How could they old bones survive? The other elders looked at Chu Junmo as if he were a rare treasure, making Chu Junmo's skin crawl. Chu Junmo nodded and said, "Fortune for disaster, I broke through, and I must thank the teachings of the ancestor." He said this just to be modest, wanting to attribute his achievements to Tang-san. Elder Moon nodded approvingly. Not arrogant or impetuous, still the same, very good. However, Elder Moo's expression turned serious as he said, "Junmo, since you're here, come over. The teacher needs to tell you that recently, evil soul masters have suddenly become active, running rampant, and are becoming increasingly arrogant. Many places have been attacked, with villages or cities being slaughtered, and the elderly and children are not spared. Yes, we've sent many scouts, but they've all sacrificed. Sigh, these beasts," an elder said. Just then, the sky suddenly turned blood red. "What? What's happening?" Tang Wudong exclaimed. Elder Mu shook his head and said, "What's meant to come has come. It should be the evil soul masters. Let's go take a look." In front of Shrek Academy, 10 people dressed in black cloaks were continuously attacking Shrek's protective shield, each of them assaulting the shield, which could not hold out for much longer. The lowest cultivation among these people was soul. Chapter 122. The terrifying evil soul master numerous attacks struck Shrek's protective shield, although it did not break. Cracks had appeared, proving that these evil soul masters were elites among elites. Most evil soul masters could fight above their level, and these 10 were no exception. "Old Mu, let me deal with these arrogant guys," spoke Xian Lao. Elder Mu nodded and said, Let's test the waters. These evil soul masters are not simple." Among these 10 evil soul masters, 2 were soul Douluo, and the other 8 were titled Douluo level. Xian Lao activated his martial spirit, roaring, "You little brats. I'm here to have a go at you." An evil soul master, seeing that someone finally came out, shifted their attack target to Xian Lao. Secretly, these evil soul masters revealed wicked smiles. Xian Lao was locked in a fierce battle with the 10, and Chu Junmo watched, shaking his head internally, saying, "Teacher, these people are stalling for time. They're not using their full strength. If 1 or 2 might not be able to defeat Xian Lao, but if all 10 use their full strength, they can definitely suppress him." Elder Mu's eyes lit up as he said, "Yes, this matter is definitely suspicious." Chu Junmo shouted to Xian Lao, "Xian Lao, come back quickly." Hearing the call, Xian Lao looked towards Chu Junmo, and at that moment, a blood-red energy ball shot towards him from afar. Everyone froze, only to see Xian Lao wrapped up, and instantly, boom, it exploded. As the light dissipated, Xian Lao's clothes were tattered, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Elder Mu's expression became grave as he said, "Xiaozha, Liner, we go." Elder Mu led Yin Xiaozha, Xian Liner, Qian Duo, and others charging out, engaging fiercely with the evil soul master who injured Xian Lao, while the other evil soul masters began battling with Yin Xiaozha and the others. "Ha, Shrek, prepare to be slaughtered this time." The evil soul master wearing a blood-red robe was the one who had just attacked Xian Lao. 9 soul rings rose from beneath this person's feet, 1 yellow, 1 purple, and 7 black. This person's aura was not that of an ordinary titled Douluo. He was on the same level as Elder Mu, an extreme Douluo level evil soul master. Elder Mu summoned his martial spirit, the golden sacred dragon, which could be said to be a top-tier existence. Elder Mu exerted all his strength, seemingly overpowering this evil soul master, but that evil soul master appeared unfazed, looking rather relaxed. This evil soul master's martial spirit was a scythe, or rather, accurately speaking, a blood scythe. "System, can I still use the ancestral dragon martial spirit?" Chu Junmo asked the system. Being host, no. It has only been 10 days since the last use, and your current body cannot withstand it. "All right, then I'll help Dean Yin and the others first." Chu Junmo looked at the 5 girls and said, "You all stay safe here. I'll go help Dean Yin and the others." "I'll go too," Ma Xiaodao said. Chu Junmo shook his head and said, "Sister Xiaodao, stay here. It's too dangerous. You and Sister Shui should protect Wudong and the others." With ice blue wings unfurled, Chu Junmo flew towards Yin Xiaozha. Extreme cold, absolute freezing. In an instant, the 10 evil soul masters were frozen in ice. Yin Xiaozha and the others looked at Chu Junmo and said, "Junior brother, well done. These guys are really tough. It's just right to take them alive back." Before Yin Xiaozha could finish his sentence, the frozen evil soul masters shattered the ice, their eyes all blood red, revealing that they hadn't been using their full power from the start. Chu Junmo took out the 7th sword of the destruction 9 swords. The dark red sword energy spread out, and the 10 evil soul masters transformed in a blood mist, fleeing towards the west. Chu Junmo chased after them like a flash of light. Yin Xiaozha wanted to call out to Chu Junmo, but it was too late. The evil soul master fighting with Elder Mu also chased after Chu Junmo. Elder Mu came to Yin Xiao's side and asked, "Where's Junmo?" "Junior brother. He went after the evil soul masters," Yin Xiaozhi replied. Elder Mu was furious and shouted, "Nonsense! Why didn't you stop him? Come on, let's chase." They might have come for Junmo. On Chu Junmo's side, he kept chasing the evil soul masters until he reached a desolate place. The evil soul masters took off their cloaks, revealing that they looked exactly the same. They smiled wickedly and turned into blood mist, dissipating. Chu Junmo instantly understood that he had fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was blocked by an evil soul master chasing from behind, who looked just like the 10 evil soul masters. He stopped Chu Junmo, smiling as he said, "Hello. Let's not beat around the bush. You're a time traveler, right?" Chu Junmo was taken aback and asked, "How do you know? I'm also a time traveler. I have been favored by the evil god and inherited his divine position, but my mission as a god is to destroy Shrek. However, you are an unexpected variable. There is no such person as you in the original story. I have been observing you during the previous competitions, although I don't know which god has favored you. I know you are my greatest threat. Oh, what are you going to do about it?" "Chu Junmo Gao De. We form an alliance to destroy Shrek together. After we destroy it, we will not interfere with each other," he proposed. "Ha ha. Are you so sure I will agree? Then you can die." Another voice came, and Chu Junmo turned to see a blood-colored flying knife coming directly at him. In an instant, Chu Junmo tried to dodge, but at that moment, he was suddenly bound by chains and fixed onto a wooden cross, unable to use any soul power. "Ha ha ha. Kid, since you don't know what's good for you, I want to be polite. Originally, out of consideration for both being time travelers, I would have spared your life, but now, you can die." The previous evil soul master appeared next to the one who threw the flying knife and continued, "My 9th soul skill, despair before death, not bad, right? Now you can't even use soul power, and with my brother's evil blood demon blade, you can only wait to die. Ha." Chapter 123, The Beauty Short Life. The soul ring shattered die ha. The two evil soul masters laughed. Chu Junmo exerted all his strength but could not break free from the chains. Unable to use any soul power, watching as the flying knife approached. Just then, a graceful figure rushed over, blood flowing from her black robe, dripping to the ground like raindrops. The chain's restrictions disappeared, and the figure lay in Chu Junmo's arms. It was the long-missing Tang. Tears streamed down Chu Junmo's face uncontrollably, drop by drop falling onto Tang's face. Tang coughed up a mouthful of blood, reaching out her right hand to touch Chu Junmo's face, smiling as she said, "Long time no see, Junmo. You've grown up. Sister Yi is happy for you, but I can only accompany you this far. In the next life, sister will." Before she could finish, Tang's hand fell limp. "Sister, sister, sister, Tang. Oh, Tang, I've chased you for so long, and you didn't care at all. For a little boy, you not only betrayed the organization, but also deserve your fate," said one of the evil soul masters. I want you all to die." Chu Junmo roared to the sky. "Ice Phoenix True Body. Ice Phoenix Domain. Snow Dance Heavenly Ice Domain. Ice Explosion Technique. Extreme Cold Ice Phoenix Howl." One by one, soul skills rained down on the two. At this moment, the two evil soul masters were stunned, their hearts filled with countless curses. Soul skills can be used this way? We must have encountered a fake Douluo. As the light faded, the two evil soul masters were beaten until not even a shadow remained, leaving only some torn clothing scraps on the ground. Chu Junmo picked up Tang and asked the system, "Is there a way to save Sister Yi?" Beep. "The host can become a god." "No, I want to save Sister Yi right now." Beep. "The host can purchase the 9 turns resurrection pill and the 100 creation golden pill, but the host needs 50,000 supreme points for both, and the host's balance is insufficient. Is there no other way?" Chu Junmo's emotions were a bit agitated. Beep. "Yes, but it requires a significant price." "Okay, I can do anything." Beep. "Host, by sacrificing your 3rd martial soul, the creation god sword of destruction, you will bring enhancements to everything in the Douluo realm. Using 1/3 to revive Tang and remove her martial soul's evil nature, completely evolving her Blue Silver King martial soul into Blue Silver Emperor. However, her soul power will drop from title Douluo to Soul Sage, and the host will also suffer a severe injury. Do you agree? Okay, let's do it." The creation god sword floated out from Chu Junmo's forehead, enveloped in white light, instantly shattering and transforming into a beam of light that broke through the sky, even startling the divine realm. Tangsen said to the gods, "What is going on? How can there be such a huge energy in the Douluo continent?" The energy of the beam filled the entire Douluo continent, with everyone's soul power increasing by 1 to 3 levels, and even soul beasts increasing their cultivation by 1,000 to 5,000 years. 1/3 of the energy enveloped Tanya, healing her pierced wounds, her hair turning into sky blue long hair, exuding a breath of life. At this moment, Junmo's face turned pale, collapsing to the ground. Watching Tang Yu's transformation, quietly closing his eyes and slipping into unconsciousness. This pain was not something an ordinary person could bear. It was the pain of a martial soul completely shattering. Chapter 124. Awakening 3 days later, Junmo slowly woke up, his face pale, devoid of any color. The door of the room opened. "Little Junmo, you're awake." The one who came was Tanya, looking far more beautiful than before, having inherited the blue-silver emperor. Her looks skyrocketing. "Junmo, not that." Tanya excitedly ran out to call the others. Junmo looked out the window, only left with a bitter smile. The feeling of a shattered martial soul was truly painful. "Beep, host, your divine test will arrive in 3 days. Although the creation god sword martial soul has shattered, the system has reclaimed a lot of energy. You are now a level 93 title Douluo, and as a consolation, the soul ring system has equipped you with a 1,000,000-year exclusive soul ring. You can now also use the ancestral dragon martial soul, with all soul ring configurations being 99,000 years. Really? Is that true? System, are you this kind-hearted? Ah, I'm so happy." Junmo felt great joy. "Ding, host. There's some bad news, or maybe not so bad, just that Bingling has come out, and she directly destroyed the lair of the evil soul master." "What? Seriously?" She's on her way back now. Her true form is a Xiantian Ice Phoenix, much stronger than you, host." "All right, you mentioned my divine test is coming. What divine domain do I have, and why don't I feel anything?" "Ding, host, yours is a self-created divine domain. And for some reason this time, it came earlier than expected when you were supposed to break through to level 99. It might be related to the master of this realm. After all, you're 2 against the heavens." "All right, then I'll rest well these 2 days. Otherwise, I definitely won't be able to hold on." At this moment, everyone arrived, and several girls directly pounced on Junmo, crying. Junmo was almost unable to breathe under their weight. "Stop messing around. Let go quickly, or Junmo will be crushed by you," Xianlao said, but despite saying this, he couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, the little junior brother is still weak and can't handle your antics," Su Sanshur said mischievously, emphasizing the word weak. Ma Xiaodao was the first to catch on, her face turning red as she whispered a few words in the ears of the other girls, causing their faces to turn even redder as they hurriedly helped Junmo. Junmo finally escaped from their clutches, gasping for air. The onlookers couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, a phoenix cry resounded from a distance, echoing throughout Shrek, and everyone was shocked. "What is this?" This sound seems to be the cry of Junmo's martial soul. The window was blown open by a gust of wind, and a mist of ice blue floated in, transforming into an unparalleled goddess. When Junmo saw this goddess pouncing towards him, he hurriedly shouted, "Sister Bingling, stop. I'm afraid I won't be able to breathe." The goddess's formidable figure pressed directly against Junmo's face. The other girls were furious. Junmo pushed hard against Bingling, saying, "Sister Bingling, do you want to crush me?" Bingling smiled slightly, did not speak, and got up to look at the other girls, saying, "Hello, I'm Bingling. My true form is the Xiantian Ice Phoenix, just like Junmo's martial soul, and my strength is comparable to a level 3 divine domain. I've been sleeping inside Junmo all this time." "Oh, what?" The girls were a bit confused. "This girl seems to be very powerful." Mu Lao said, "Your Excellency, was it you who destroyed the lair of the evil soul master in the past 2 days?" Bingling nodded, completed her self-introduction, and transformed into a blue light, returning to Junmo's body. Her strength had not fully recovered, and she needed to rest. Junmo smiled bitterly. "Sister Bingling, you can't play like this." Looking at the resentful gazes from the other girls, goosebumps started to rise. Chapter 125, Becoming a God. For 3 days, Junmo's life was filled with eating, drinking, and playing, living extremely comfortably. One day, Junmo arrived early at a desolate place where the sky was filled with dark thunderclouds and the sound of thunder rolled, sending chills down one's spine. "Sister Bingling, do you think Junmo will be okay? Can he really do it?" Ma Xiaodao asked Bingling. "All we can do now is believe in him. He will definitely be able to do it." Bingling's eyes were firm, but there were tears hidden within. She knew the terror of thunder tribulation, Especially this was the tribulation of becoming a god. The sky thunder roared, and flashes of golden lightning appeared from time to time as Junmo sat quietly, ready to face the tribulation. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down directly, and Junmo instantly felt numb, a bit of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, surprised as he realized this lightning was still too low. Following that, bolts of thunder rained down, and Junmo fully operated his soul power. He could feel his soul power transforming, evolving towards divine power. Bolts of thunder continued to strike down, and Junmo had already gone numb, losing track of time. 1 day, 2 days. A year later, Junmo was still sitting in this thunderstorm, suddenly opening his eyes as divine power erupted forth, achieving a level 3 divine domain. Junmo allowed the thunder tribulation to strike him. If he left now, his divine domain would be a level 3 divine domain, which was not his goal. The thunder tribulation became even more ferocious than before. The people of Shrek could only hope. It had been a whole year, and the thunder tribulation had not dissipated, proving he was still alive. When the thunder tribulation finally dispersed, either Junmo would perish, or he would ascend to godhood. They were all extremely anxious. Who could withstand a year of thunder? This was just the beginning. Junmo allowed the thunder tribulation to strike him. His divine power was continuously becoming purer, and his body was growing stronger under the thunder tribulation. Another 2 years passed. The aura of a level 2 divine domain emanated, and Mulao couldn't help but shake his head. This kid. Time flew by, and 3 more years passed, achieving a level 1 divine domain. At this point, the entire continent felt this powerful aura. For years, achieving a super divine, level divine domain. The thunder tribulation finally dissipated. Now, Junmo was 18 years old, standing at a standard height of 1.8 meters, neither too tall nor too short, with skin as white as snow, and his long hair, previously destroyed by lightning, had grown back. Ding, congratulations on completing the final task, becoming a god. You will return in 1 month. Upon your return, you will receive additional rewards based on the system's evaluation of you, as well as the release of task rewards. Junmo changed into a white robe and headed back towards Shrek. 8 years had passed, and the thunder tribulation had finally ended. He was coming back. The girls murmured to themselves. Over these 8 years, Ma Xiaotao inherited the level 1 divine domain of the fire god. Bing Ling inherited the level 1 divine domain of the ice god alongside the snow empress. Ling Luocheng inherited the level 1 divine domain of the ice princess. Tang inherited the level 1 divine domain of the life goddess. Luo Lingxiao inherited the level 1 divine domain of the beast god. And Tang Wudong inherited Tang San's sea god position, while Meng Hongshan inherited the level 1 divine domain of the god. Hui Yuhao, just like in the original story, inherited the position of the ice of fusion. Others will not be mentioned. Mu Lao also successfully inherited the level 2 divine domain of the god of dawn, although not the level 1 divine domain of the god of light. Junmo arrived at the Sea God Pavilion, where everyone was waiting for his return. Teacher, everyone, I'm back. Junmo gave Mu Lao a big hug, then looked at the girls and said, Sisters, I'm back off, wives, huh? The 8 girls' faces turned crimson as they muttered, Who's your wife? Then they all said in unison, Who are you, sisters? Do we know him? Junmo pretended to cover his heart with his hand, squatting down and saying, Ah, my heart is broken. This made everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 130, Return. For 3 days, Junmo's life was filled with eating, drinking, and playing, living extremely comfortably. One day, Junmo arrived early at a desolate place where the sky was filled with dark thunderclouds and the sound of thunder rolled, sending chills down one's spine. Sister Bing Ling, do you think Junmo will be okay? Can he really do it? Ma Xiaotao asked Bing Ling. All we can do now is believe in him. He will definitely be able to do it. Bing Ling's eyes were firm, but there were tears hidden within. She knew the terror of thunder tribulation. Especially this was the tribulation of becoming a god. The sky thunder roared, and flashes of golden lightning appeared from time to time as Junmo sat quietly, ready to face the tribulation. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down directly, and Junmo instantly felt numb, a bit of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, surprised as he realized this lightning was still too low. Following that, bolts of thunder rained down, and Junmo fully operated his soul power. He could feel his soul power transforming, evolving towards divine power. The thunder rumbled down, and Junmo had become numb, forgetting the passage of time. 1 day, 2 days, a year later, Junmo was still sitting in the midst of the thunder, suddenly opening his eyes, and his divine power erupted, reaching the third level of divinity. Junmo allowed the thunder tribulation to strike him. If he left now, his divine estate would be at the third level, which was not his goal. The thunder tribulation seemed more intense than before. The members of Shrek could only hope. It had been a year, and the thunder tribulation hadn't dissipated, proving he was still alive. When the thunder tribulation dissipated, either Junmo would be obliterated, or he would ascend to divinity. They were very anxious. Who could withstand a thunder strike for a year? This was just the beginning. Junmo allowed the thunder tribulation to strike him, his divine power continuously becoming more refined, and his body growing stronger under the strikes. Another 2 years passed, and the aura of the second-level divine estate radiated out. Old Mu couldn't help but shake his head. This kid. Time flew by, and 3 more years passed, reaching the first-level divine estate. Now the entire continent felt this powerful aura. For years, the super divine estate was formed. The thunder tribulation finally dissipated. Now, Junmo was 18, standing at a standard height of 1 meter 80, neither tall nor short, with skin as white as snow. His long hair, which had been destroyed by the thunder, had grown back. Ding, congratulations on completing the final task. Achieving divinity, you will return in a month. After your return, based on the system's evaluation of you, you will receive additional rewards, as well as the task rewards. Junmo changed into a white robe and returned in the direction of Shrek. 8 years had passed, and the thunder tribulation had finally dissipated. He was coming back. The girls murmured to themselves. During these 8 years, Ma Xiaohao inherited the first-level divine estate of the fire god. Bing Ling and Xue Di jointly inherited the first-level divine estate of the ice god. Ling Luocheng inherited the first-level divine estate of the ice princess. Tang Yu inherited the first-level divine estate of the life goddess. Luo Lingxiao inherited the first-level divine estate of the beast god. Tang Wutong inherited Tang San's sea god position. And Meng Hongchun inherited the first-level divine estate of the god. Huayu Hao, just like in the original story, inherited the position of the ice of thought. Others are not mentioned. Old Mu also successfully inherited the second-level divine estate of the god of dawn, although he was not the first-level divine estate of the god of light. Junmo arrived at the Sea God Pavilion, where everyone was waiting for his return. Teacher, everyone, I'm back. Junmo gave Old Mu a big hug, and then looked at the girls saying, Sisters, I'm back off, wives, ha. The 8 girls' faces turned crimson as they muttered, Who is your wife? Then they all spoke in unison. Who are you? Sisters, do we know him? Junmo pretended to cover his heart with his hand, squatting down and saying, Ah, my heart is broken. This made everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 126. Return. Old Mu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, all right, it's good to be back. Junmo suddenly remembered something and said, Now the Sun and Moon Empire has merged with Douluo continent. I have something to do. Wait for me. I'll be back soon. Meng Hongshan thought Junmo was going to do something to the Sun and Moon Empire, and just as she was about to speak, Junmo gave her a reassuring look and flew towards the Sun and Moon Empire. Junmo transformed into a blue light and arrived at the capital of the Sun and Moon Empire. Because he was flying in the air, the soldiers of the Sun and Moon Empire thought he was an enemy and immediately went into combat mode. At this moment, Jing Hongchun had just finished discussing the plan to attack the Douluo continent with the royal family. Upon hearing the commotion, she came out. When Junmo saw Jing Hongchun, he retracted his soul power and approached her, giving her a big hug. Grandpa Jing, long time no see. Jing Hongchun didn't recognize him at first. After all, it had been 8 years. Although Meng Hongchun had returned a few times during this period, Junmo had been enduring the thunder tribulation, and besides, Junmo looked even more handsome now and had grown taller. You're Junmo. Haha. Looks like you succeeded in the tribulation. Not bad. I'm satisfied to have taught such a genius in this life. Jing Hongchun laughed heartily. Not at all, Grandpa Jing. I came to talk to you about the Sun and Moon Empire. Well, Junmo, to be honest, we are planning to attack the Douluo continent this time. After all, it concerns our continent. Grandpa Jing, take me to the royal family. Leave it to me. I will never allow our 2 continents to slaughter each other. All right, let's go. Your Majesty, Su Tianran, I am here mainly for the affairs of our 2 continents. If war breaks out, it will be the common people of our nations who suffer. Therefore, how about this? Douluo continent once had 3 empires. The Tiando Empire was later destroyed. So how about your Sun and Moon Empire? if we, Douluo continent, change our name to the Tiando Empire. This way, it won't harm either of us. Su Tianran slammed the table and shouted, I refuse. This is too low for the interests of our Sun and Moon Empire. We can give you the territory of the former Tiando Empire. I refuse. If we start a war, I am very confident in this war. I believe Douluo continent will be ruled by us. Su Tianran said calmly. Chu Junmo was a bit annoyed, since talking didn't work. Then don't blame him for being tough. Oh, is that so? Who gave you the confidence? Chu Junmo's tone was very calm, but it carried a sense of oppression, a momentum of ruling the world, just based on the power of our soul guide devices. Chu Junmo's soul power erupted in an instant, and the entire Sun and Moon continent felt a heavy pressure. Su Tianran gasped for air, looking at Chu Junmo with fear in his eyes. I'll give you one more chance. Do you think you can succeed with me here? Chu Junmo's tone was somewhat annoyed, but still very calm. Fine, okay, I agree to completely merge the two continents, maintain good relations, learn from each other, and change the country name to Tiando. Is that all right? Su Tianran was now sweating profusely. The pressure was terrifying, and the other ministers didn't dare to speak at all. Good, I'll go inform Douluo continent. Remember your promise. If you go back on your word, I can annihilate you in an instant. Chu Junmo retracted his pressure and returned to Douluo continent. He arrived at the center of Douluo continent and used his divine power to amplify his voice so that the entire continent could hear. From today onwards, Douluo continent and Sun and Moon continent will merge, maintaining friendly relations and learning from each other. The Sun and Moon Empire will be renamed as the Tiando Empire. Of course, the people at Shrek heard this, and Old Moon nodded. This kid has done well. Introduction. A genius boy becomes the supreme ruler on his journey through the myriad worlds, starting from the two unparalleled Tang sect of Douluo continent.